This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Star Calendar 2300. On the 188th desolate planet, a small silver-white house is particularly conspicuous in the dark night. In the room, Wei Ning lay on the soft bed thinking about the series of things that happened in the past month, and finally accepted her fate. She was born without a life of enjoyment. A month ago, she just won a million lottery. Well, before she could get the cash and live a good life, the end of the world came. As a result, the end of the world was not a few days away. She was cannon fodder again, because her ability level was too low and her physical strength was too poor. She was abandoned on the way to the safe base, and became food in the mouths of zombies. She didn't even have time to be happy that she was lucky to awaken the wood ability, and she died just like that. Before she died, she had imagined that if there was an afterlife, she only wanted to be reborn into a wealthy family, and become a second-generation rich man, who lived a life of idleness, and waiting for death. Then she really woke up in the body of a second-generation rich man. The dream came true, and Wei Ning really lived a very luxurious life. Well, it seemed that God was against her, and her rich father went bankrupt. Not only that, her senior pharmacist mother had an accident during the process of refining medicine, and her mental power was exhausted, and she became an ordinary person. Her proud senior mecha warrior brother was attacked by a star beast while on a mission, and his mental power was damaged. He was directly downgraded from S level to B level, and finally had to retire. A series of things happened, making the situation at home worse. Dad ran around everywhere, and no one was willing to help. He was discouraged and heard rumors from somewhere. It is said that the more difficult the environment, the more people's fighting spirit can be aroused. So he decided to move directly to the only deserted planet under his name. Wei Ning couldn't understand his father's action. Didn't he know that difficult environment sometimes makes people lose their fighting spirit? In short, starting tomorrow, she will start the apocalypse survival mode again. She has obviously left the apocalypse era and come to the high-tech interstellar era. Why does she still have to live in the apocalypse era? After thinking for a long time, Wei Ning finally came to the conclusion that it was because his father didn't play by the rules, and she was destined to be such a hard-working person. Wei Ning tossed and turned all night, and couldn't sleep until the sky was gray. The faint light shone through the window to his face. Wei Ning opened his bloodshot eyes, was stunned for a while, and then slowly got up. When he went out, the doors of the other two rooms were still closed, and it seemed that he hadn't woken up yet. Thinking of the current situation, Wei Ning could only hope that his father's approach could really pull the two people trapped in his own world out. Otherwise, it will be over sooner or later. Sighing, Wei Ning felt that there was no normal person in the family except her. Ever since her mother got into trouble, she would stare at plants all day and recite a bunch of potion theory knowledge. Her brother would stay in his room, staring at his mecha necklace every day. As for her father, he was not very normal to live a primitive life on a barren planet. The sky gradually brightened, and Wei Ning didn't want to complain about this fuck-up life anymore. Let's make the best of it. Life must go on. At least it's comforting that there are no zombies in the interstellar space, and you can buy food with money, so you don't have to worry about zombies appearing at any time, and you don't have to worry about having no food to eat. However, she was soon slapped in the face by reality. There are no zombies in the interstellar space, but there are mutants. Ah! Help! As soon as she stepped out of the door of the cabin, she was met with a pair of scarlet eyes. A half-human-high black-haired monster was half-crouching not far from the door, which frightened her so much that she screamed. What's wrong? What's wrong? Hearing the scream, Wei Guoyang rushed out of the room without even having time to put on his shoes, which showed that he came out immediately after hearing the sound. Dad? Dad, what? Where is this place? Why are there monsters? Wei Ning wanted to cry, and trembled as she stepped back. This is a red-eyed mutant rabbit. Wei Guoyang knew something about the alien beasts in the interstellar space. When he saw the scarlet eyes and the long ears drooping on both sides of the head, he recognized it as a mutant rabbit, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief and comforted it. It's okay. The red-eyed mutant rabbit is a low-level mutant beast with no attack power. Wei Ning. Has his father forgotten that even if it is a low-level mutant beast, the two of them can't deal with it? Dad, have you forgotten that we are all useless? Wei Ning said cruelly. Not to mention that the original owner failed to awaken his spiritual power and died, and she took advantage of him. Even if her superpowers followed him, it would be useless. Apart from growing vegetables and food, it can revive dead trees, and it has no combat power at all, otherwise it would not be abandoned. As for Wei Guoyang, his spiritual power level is D, and his physical fitness is C. He is no different from useless among the interstellar people who are all B level, A level, and even a few S level and above. Then, what should we do? Wei Guoyang finally reacted, and his voice was a little trembling. For the first time, she began to regret whether her decision was wrong. She didn't want to lose her life before she regained her confidence. The two people and the beast looked at each other quietly at a distance of less than 5 meters. Before the mutant rabbit launched an attack, Wei Ning turned back decisively and said something. "Dad, you hold on first, I go get help." "Ning Ning, don't leave." Wei Guoyang shook his legs and clung to the door frame. Wei Ning turned a deaf ear and rushed directly to one of the rooms. The door was not locked, and she didn't bother to knock on the door. She ran in directly, found the person on the bed, rushed over and lifted the quilt, and pulled the person's hand on the bed with a light, saying, "Brother, get up quickly, the mutant beast is coming, Dad can't hold on anymore." As if to respond to her, Wei Guoyang's shout rang out from outside the door. "Ning Ning, Dong Zi, come quickly, it's coming, ah." "Brother, get up quickly." Wei Ning was so anxious that he started to pull hard. But the person on the bed was still motionless, with his eyes open, and no one knew what he was thinking. Wei Ning was so angry that he slapped him. "It's just that your mental power has been downgraded, not that you have become a disabled person. Why are you so half-dead? How many soldiers died on the battlefield? How many soldiers had mental riots and their mental power wasted, but they are still alive and well? But you are so precious, you just can't drive a mecha, right? I haven't even awakened my mental power, but I'm still alive and well. For you, you might as well just die and save food. I show you." Wei Ning directly snatched the necklace from his hand and ran away, not caring. With his hands empty, the person on the bed finally reacted, clenched his empty palms, as if he had lost something important. His eyes slowly became focused, and he remembered something. She jumped up and tried to chase him. After she finished the action, her body, which had not eaten for a long time, lost its strength. She had to hold the edge of the bed with her hands to prevent herself from falling forward. Wei Ning snatched the necklace and ran out. She did not hear the footsteps of the pursuers, and the last glimmer of hope in her heart was also dashed. She decided to rely on herself. Although her combat experience was pitifully little, she had fought zombies after all, which was better than her father who stayed in the office all day. At this time, the mutant rabbit had already pounced on Wei Guoyang. He screamed and jumped to the side with difficulty. The mutant rabbit hit the metal wall directly, and was bounced out. Wei Ning looked around, and did not find a suitable weapon. Then she remembered that when she first arrived here, she had put all her things in the space button, and did not take them out. She hurriedly flipped the space button again. After a while, she finally found a sword and rushed out with the sword weighing more than 10 kilograms. At this time, Wei Guoyang was already being chased by the mutant rabbit and dodging everywhere. He didn't know what was going on. The mutant rabbit didn't bite him directly, but chased him like teasing prey, watching him scream and dodge. Wei Ning took advantage of Wei Guoyang's dodging again, and slashed with the sword. The mutant rabbit was hit on the head by the sword. It shook, and its scarlet eyes looked at Wei Ning. Suddenly, it grinned and threw Wei Guoyang away and pounced on her. Wei Ning couldn't dodge in time, and was pounced on. The sword blocked in front of her and blocked the mouth that was biting towards her. A fishy smell came to her nose, and she was almost suffocated to death. Wei Ning endured the nausea, held her breath, mobilized all her superpowers, and pushed up hard. At that moment, the instinct for survival broke out, and the mutant rabbit was shaken away by her. Wei Guoyang, who was standing aside, was shocked by her action. He didn't care about the injuries on his body, and ran over to help her up. Wei Ning had just stood up when the mutant rabbit over there also jumped up. At this time, Wei Ning's hand holding the sword was already trembling. Just at that moment, her few remaining superpowers were all used up. Now she felt exhausted, weak all over, and black in front of her eyes. Feeling the unstoppable trembling of Wei Guoyang's hand holding her, she thought of his love for her in the past month. She occupied his daughter's body, so she should just regard the short father-daughter relationship as complete. After thinking about it, she bit her tongue hard to make herself sober, pushed Wei Guoyang away, stood in front of him, raised her sword with difficulty, and waited for the mutant rabbit to pounce. The mutant rabbit jumped over and wanted to tear the person in front of it to pieces. Wei Ning did not dodge this time, and went straight to meet it, using all her strength to chop it over. The sword body passed through the mutant rabbit's forelimbs, cut a little skin, and blood flowed out. The mutant rabbit felt the pain and pressed harder, grinning with sharp teeth, biting Wei Ning's neck. Ning Ning! Wei Guoyang shouted tremblingly. Wei Ning no longer had the strength to dodge, and could only watch the stinking beast's mouth bite towards her, and the liquid suspected to be saliva dripped from the grinning mouth onto her face. Wei Ning could not hold on and fainted. Before she fell into a coma, she had only one thought in her mind. What the hell did this broken rabbit eat? It was so stinky and drooling, so disgusting. Seeing that Wei Ning was about to die in the beast's mouth, Wei Guoyang shouted in despair, Ning Ning. At this moment, a foot kicked out directly from the door, and went straight to the mutant rabbit's head. Sensing the danger, the mutant rabbit let go of Wei Ning, exerted force on its hind legs, and jumped away. Wei Dong came out of the room, holding the wall with weak hands and feet, and watched his weak sister holding a sword and struggling to fight the mutant rabbit. Even though he had no mental strength, he still protected his tall father behind him. At that moment, many images flashed through his mind, including the soldier, who was torn half of his body while fighting with the star beast but still struggled to survive, the scene of everyone cheering in the square after the battle, the scene of being drowned by the star beast in order to cover the retreat of his teammates during the mission, and the scene of his sister standing firmly in front of him in the end. At that moment, he didn't care about anything else, and all his strength was concentrated on his feet. There was only one thought left in his mind, that he wanted to save her. Seeing Wei Dong appear, Wei Guoyang couldn't help crying. After how long, he finally saw his son take action again. Although Wei Dong's mental strength was downgraded, his physical strength was still there. The SS's physical strength was very easy to deal with low-level mutant beasts. He kicked the mutant rabbit to the ground with a few moves and broke its neck with one foot, making it deader than dead. Chapter 2. When Wei Ning woke up again, she found herself lying on the bed. It was bright outside the window, and she could hear voices. She was very thirsty, and wanted to get up. Every time she moved, her muscles screamed in pain. She realized what she had done before. Her head was aching, and she had no strength at all. This was the sequelae of overusing her superpowers. She would be fine when her superpowers recovered. She rubbed her aching head, and recalled the scene before she fainted. She touched her neck, but did not feel any wounds. She was very confused. This is not right? Did she kill the mutant rabbit in the end? But there was no image. Just as she was thinking, the door was pushed open from the outside. A woman came in, with a bottle of nutrient solution in her hand. Seeing the person who woke up on the bed, she happily shouted to the outside, Old Wei, come quickly, Ning Ning is awake. She walked over and carefully helped Wei Ning up, asking her if she was feeling any discomfort, and if she was hungry. Mom? Wei Ning spoke uncertainly, feeling unreal. Is this her mother? Her eyes were kind, and she didn't recite the theory of medicine. She even asked her if she was hungry. Hey, where is Mom? Seeing the strange look in her daughter's eyes, Yiling's eyes were sore. She couldn't help but hug her, and the tears in her eyes could no longer stop flowing. I'm sorry, Ning Ning, it's Mom's fault. Mom is crazy, so you suffer so much. Mom will never do it again. Wei Ning wanted to break free, but was hugged tighter, so she simply didn't move. She had a very complicated feeling about Yiling. Yiling decided to refine the awakening potion because of her failed awakening, and her personality changed drastically. In the end, an accident caused her mental strength to be exhausted. She couldn't accept it, and became confused. Wei Ning felt guilty and scared. She felt guilty for occupying the real Wei Ning's body, and was scared that she would find out that she was not the original Wei Ning. In this short month, she clearly felt the kindness of this family to her. Even though they knew that her personality had changed a lot from before, they did not ask any more questions. Instead, they blamed themselves and felt sorry for her. At that time, she did a lot of things, and they tolerated her unconditionally. Now she was really scared. If they found out one day that she was an outsider who occupied their daughter, would they no longer love her and even send her to the laboratory for slice research? At the end of the world, she didn't want to experience the despair of being abandoned and watching herself being drowned by zombies again. I won't give up. You let go first. You didn't want them first, so you can't blame me, Wei Ning said firmly in her heart. Suddenly, she felt that the feeling of being trapped like a shackle disappeared, and she finally reached out and hugged Yiling back. When Wei Guoyang came in, he saw the picture of mother and daughter hugging each other. With a smile in his eyes, he walked over and gently hugged the two. It was not until Wei Dong came in to remind them that the two remembered what they were here for. Yiling hurriedly broke the nutrient solution and handed it to Wei Ning. Seeing Wei Dong, Wei Ning was stunned again. He couldn't understand why he fainted once and everyone was fine again. He couldn't help but ask. The three looked at each other and laughed, which made Wei Ning even more confused. Finally, it was Wei Guoliang who explained. It turned out that, after snatching Wei Dong's mecha necklace, perhaps her behavior touched him, or perhaps her words hit the point. In short, he chased after her, but because of his physical weakness, he didn't catch up. Later, seeing Wei Ning fighting, he aroused the fighting consciousness in his heart. At the last critical moment, he rushed out and hunted the mutant rabbit. As for Yi Ling, she suddenly came to her senses when she heard such a big noise, and went out. She saw Wei Guoliang, who was injured, and she was lying on the ground unconscious. After listening, Wei Ning joked that the opportunity that her brother and her mother needed was that she and her father's hands would be fine. If they had known that they would be injured, they would not have reached the current situation. This made Yi Ling and Wei Dong feel guilty. Wei Dong also apologized to her solemnly, and promised to protect everyone well in the future. Wei Guoliang was a little guilty, and didn't dare to look at her. For some reason, Wei Ning felt that his father was hiding something from them. The next day, after Wei Ning's ability was restored, he was full of energy again, and the wounds on his body were completely healed after drinking a recovery potion. Wei Ning felt the magic of the potion for the first time. No wonder the status of interstellar pharmacists has become more and more important in recent years. A low-level potion can heal wounds quickly, not to mention that high-level potions can also relieve mental power riots. With the development of Interstellar to this day, humans can awaken their mental power on their own at the age of 18, ranging from F level to S level, and even SS level and SSS level. F level is the lowest. The highest level in the Federation is SSS, but there are very few people. Mental power level depends on innate awakening, while physical fitness can be improved later. Once awakening fails, it is just an ordinary person, and the lifespan of ordinary people is only half of that of mental power users, or even less. The higher the mental power level, the longer the lifespan. This is also the reason why Yi Ling wanted to refine the awakening potion after Wei Ning failed to awaken. Awakening potions only exist in legends. It is rumored that people who did not awaken their mental power 1,000 years ago can awaken through awakening potions, but the risk is very high, and it was finally banned by the Federation. I don't know where Yi Ling got the formula from, but she took the risk and used it, which eventually led to an accident. Walking out of the room, Wei Ning saw everyone sitting on the sofa in the living room, as if they were discussing something. After a day of transition, the cottage was filled with various daily necessities, such as sofas, coffee tables, refrigerators, dining tables, and several pots of decorations. The whole living room became a lot more crowded, but it also looked a little more warm. Wei Ning sat next to Yi Ling and asked what they were talking about. We plan to open up wasteland and plant trees to turn the barren planet into a green planet. Wei Guoliang replied. Puff, what? Wei Ning was so scared that he sprayed all the water he had just drunk, and looked at him with a strange face. Wei Guoliang looked away and coughed lightly. Dad, tell us honestly, are you hiding something from us? Didn't you say that we came to the wasteland to experience life, let Mom and Big Brother regain confidence, and then go back? Now Mom and Big Brother are fine. Why do we need to open up wasteland? Yes, Lao Wei, I wouldn't have thought it if Ning Ning hadn't told me. Aren't you the one who is most afraid of hardship? Why do you want to open up wasteland? Yi Ling still knows her husband very well, waiting for him to give her an explanation. Although the family went bankrupt, they didn't have to fall to the point of opening up wasteland on the wasteland. She couldn't make medicine, but she could still teach at the university. There was no problem in supporting the family. Moreover, she didn't believe that after running a company for many years, it would go bankrupt. Wei Dong also looked at his father seriously, waiting for his answer. Being stared at by 3 pairs of eyes, Wei Guoliang had been hiding something, and now he was sweating profusely. In the end, he simply broke the jar and told it out. It turns out that everything he did was due to a dream. In the dream, he saw his daughter's awakening failed. She was like a different person. She didn't chase stars, didn't go to school, didn't like luxury goods, and liked to eat, drink and have fun with a bunch of friends every day, collecting some strange things. Because of problems with the investment project, his company couldn't make ends meet, and no one was willing to help him, so he had to sell some of his shares. Then his wife and son had accidents one after another, and he never recovered from it. He was overworked while taking care of both the company and the family, which led to the final project decision-making error and serious accidents. In the end, he paid a large amount of money, and the company went bankrupt. In the dream, their family finally moved to this deserted planet. He didn't see the process, but only saw his son wearing a black combat uniform and coming out of the mecha cabin at the end, smiling and walking towards him, with green mountains and clear waters behind him. Dad, you are superstitious. Wei Ning didn't know why he believed it inexplicably in his heart, but he still wanted to fight for it. Apart from anything else, this desolate planet is too insecure. Mutant beasts come and go, who knows what unknown dangers are waiting for them. They are old, weak, sick, and disabled, and they really look up to them. Yes, Lao Wei, this is just a dream you had, don't take it seriously. Yi Ling also disagreed. Her daughter was raised by them since she was a child, and she couldn't bear the hardship. She almost got into trouble when she just came here. She felt uneasy. It's better to go back to the capital planet. Even if you don't go back to the capital planet, there are still many prosperous planets to choose from. There is no need to stay in the desolate planet. Wei Dong answered with a righteous face. Virtue and knowledge, science and technology, and a strong army will make the country prosperous. Although he was also moved by the last scene in his father's dream, no one has ever been able to improve their mental power after being downgraded, and he didn't want his improvement to be based on the premise of his family's suffering. Wei Guoyang looked at the three of them with an expression that said, I know you won't believe it. Not to mention that you don't believe it, I didn't believe it at first, but this series of events forced me to believe it. He played the news on the optical brain. It was the news that a major accident occurred in a project of the Hui Group, resulting in the death of workers. This is the project I was going to do in the dream. Although I don't know why it happened ahead of time, it did happen. Wei Guoyang raised his hand to stop Yi Ling, who wanted to speak, and continued. After Ning Ning's awakening failed, I tried to change, but the result was obvious. In the end, I chose to declare bankruptcy in advance and came here. I did this for a reason. If we still have to come back here in the end, why not start now? At least we have an advantage. At least in the dream, they really had almost nothing. These words touched everyone's heart. If it is inevitable to reach this point in the end, it is better to face it now. Anyway, Wei Ning has already believed it. Since you can't avoid it, just face it. Yi Ling is still a little hesitant. To be honest, she still can't believe that a dream is really so magical. But thinking of the last time that old Wei said that his son can drive the mecha again, she was really moved. She also had a glimmer of hope in her heart, hoping that she could also refine the potion again one day, even if it was just a primary potion. Where you are, I'm there. Wei Dong did not choose directly, but left the choice to them. Then stay. In the end, Yi Ling still chose to stay. In this case, let's start over. Wei Ning stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Well, start over. Wei Guoyang was the first to put his hand on it. Start over. Yi Ling followed closely. Let's do it together. Wei Dong was not willing to lag behind. Chapter 3. Now that we have talked about it, we have decided what to do next. The family began to prepare. You know, building a barren planet is not an easy task, otherwise how could the Federation have so many abandoned planets? First of all, this barren planet with no name, but only number 188, had a wave of alien beasts 10 years ago. Although alien beasts are not as scary as star beasts, their destructive power is also terrifying. The enemies of the space warriors are not only star beasts, but also various alien beasts, mutant plants, and star pirates. When the alien beast tide occurred on the barren planet 188, countless local ordinary people were killed and injured. Finally, the Federation sent out a legion to suppress it. It took half a month to kill all the riding alien beasts. The consequence is that this originally backward and remote planet was directly and completely reduced to a barren planet, and the remaining local residents were also dispersed and arranged to live on other habitable planets. As for why it was bought by Wei Guoyang, Wei Ning asked, and he said, what's the big deal about having a small planet? Everyone in the federal high level has a few private planets. I am the only one who is very low-key. Wei Ning was shocked by the information revealed in his words. It turns out that all the interstellar people are so rich. Even private planets are counted as one. It turns out that poverty limits her imagination. However, the area of 188 stars is still beyond Wei Ning's imagination. At least his brother and father drove a small spaceship for several days to scan and measure the topography of 188 stars. Looking at the data, Wei Ning couldn't help but back off. With such a large area, how long will it take for them to achieve green mountains and clear waters? These days, she has not been idle. With the cabin as the center, she and Yi Ling have simply explored the places within an hour's walk. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a barren planet. The ground is full of traces left over from the war, charred land, collapsed ruins, dead trees, dried-up lakes, and a sky always covered by a layer of black fog. The only consolation is that the plants on the planet have not completely withered. Every few alien plants stand there tenaciously, bringing a little green vitality to the planet. After Wei Guoyang and his friends came back, the family gathered in the living room to discuss what they need to prepare next. It was the first time for them, and they had no experience. They listed what they thought of one by one, and finally summarized and listed the most needed things at present. First of all, robots with different functions are needed. It is impossible to build a planet by manpower. Then various seedlings are planted. Finally, water is needed. Planting trees requires water. The rest are some trivial gadgets and so on. As for the longer-term ones, they are not used for the time being, so they are not considered for the time being. Finally, Wei Dong was responsible for checking out the dangerous hidden dangers nearby and clearing up all that needed to be cleared. He now had B-level mental strength and SS-level physical strength, and had participated in countless missions on the battlefield. This mission was none other than him. Wei Guoyang was responsible for purchasing robots. After all, he was once a boss and had connections. The purchase of robots still depended on him. Yi Ling was responsible for purchasing plant seedlings. This was also related to her previous work, and it would not be a big problem if she was given this task. As for Wei Ning, she was responsible for logistics support. To be honest, she could not fight, had no connections, and was best at eating and drinking, but the key was that she was not useful now. There is a shortage of interstellar food. Only the rich can afford rice, vegetables, and meat. Most ordinary people mainly eat nutrient solution, which is convenient and affordable. There are many factors that cause these problems. One is the environmental problem. The overexploitation of mineral energy on the planet has caused serious environmental pollution on many planets, and edible plants cannot be grown. The second is that there are different mutant beasts and mutant plants on the planets suitable for planting. Ordinary people have no resistance, and the military has no time to take care of them, resulting in large areas of arable land being abandoned. Finally, with the advent of nutrient solution, various physical energy needs are solved, and the price is cheap. Slowly, 3 meals a day are replaced by nutrient solution. Only nobles or wealthy families continue to persist, which is also a symbol of the rich. Wei Ning recalled the days when she ate and drank. To sum it up in one sentence, it was all piled up with countless star coins. Since coming to the barren planet, she almost vomited after drinking nutrient solution every day. It really doesn't taste very good. Although the flavors are diverse, the sticky taste like baby's confusion is really not very good. Wei Ning felt that it was not without reason that the nobles like to eat delicious food. Who doesn't love fragrant rice and food of various flavors? Only those who can't afford it would drink nutrient solution. After drinking nutrient solution for several days in a row, she now wants to eat meat. If there is no meat, vegetables, rice will also do. A good cook cannot cook without rice. The previous move was too hasty, so she only brought nutrient solution that she couldn't finish drinking, and didn't bring any food. You can place an order on the Star Network, but after seeing the price and delivery time above, Wei Ning decisively gave up. A 500-gram vegetable costs 5,000 star coins, and the postage is not included. The postage is 1,000 star coins. The delivery range is within 10 light years of the place of origin. If it exceeds, additional postage will be charged, and the delivery time is about a week. Wei Ning calculated that it was not worth it for a meal. Now it is not like the capital planet, where you can eat whatever you want, and it will arrive in 10 minutes after you place an order. The key is that my father has money. Since she heard about the cost of building the Wasteland Planet plan, Wei Ning has decided to change her habit of spending money without considering the price. This is simply a bottomless money-eating beast. She has decided to grow vegetables and rice by herself. Anyway, the planet is so big, and it doesn't matter if she has 1 acre and 3 mu of land to grow food. It happened that she had collected a bunch of seeds that she didn't know what they were, or she had bought them at an auction at a high price. Thinking of the star coins she spent at the time, Wei Ning felt distressed. For the star coins that will never come back, she decided to grow them well so as not to let them down. After the distribution of their respective tasks, Wei Ning proposed the idea of growing vegetables, which was passed unanimously. Wei Guoyang felt that his daughter had many strange ideas since her awakening failed, so he let her do whatever she wanted. If she lost interest, she could change to another one. Yi Ling felt that she saw that everyone had something to do, and she became redundant, so she wanted to do her part. Wei Dong felt that his sister was full of energy, so it would be good to find something for her to do, so that she wouldn't run around. He was scared by her and her mother's exploration of the nearby area before, so it was better for her to stay. Wei Ning didn't notice everyone's thoughts, and listed the small tools he needed, and various edible vegetables or fruits to his mother, hoping that she would buy some when she bought the seedlings. Of course, the most important tools such as pots, pans, and bowls should not be forgotten. Ning Ning, are you going to make it yourself? Big brother just wants to know if what you make is edible. Seeing this, Wei Dong couldn't help but tease. Humph, don't underestimate me. After all, I have eaten countless delicacies. Those star coins I expect can drown you. Wei Ning bluntly retorted to him, cooking is just like that. What's the difficulty? Seeing her so confident, everyone remained silent and smiled. Seeing that they looked down on her so much, Wei Ning decided to start tomorrow, no, in a while. Wait until she grows it, and cooks a table of dishes to make them greedy. He did it as soon as he said it. When everyone was busy, Wei Ning grabbed Wei Dong as a strong man, and asked him to open a vegetable plot for him. It was impossible for her to dig the ground with her small body. Anyway, her elder brother had good physical fitness, so it was not easy to dig some land. Anyway, this afternoon, Wei Dong was forced to open a neat plot of land in front of the hut, one ridge half a meter wide, a full 10 ridges. Even Wei Dong's SS-level physical fitness was exhausted. The top layer of the ground was dry and hard. Without the right tools, he finally used the giant sword that Wei Ning had used that day to dig. Not only was it difficult to dig, but there were also many requirements. It had to be in a straight line, the soil had to be broken, and it couldn't be dug too shallow. In short, Wei Dong felt that he had never been so tired fighting with star beasts. He hoped that his father could move faster, and buy a robot earlier, so that he wouldn't have to come. When it got dark, Wei Ning finally said it was okay. Wei Dong left immediately after hearing that, as fast as he could. Wei Ning looked at it funny. The ground was already dug, so he had no use. Why run so fast? Recalling the few scenes in his memory about growing vegetables, the ground was already dug, and then it had to be watered first, and then planted. There was no water source nearby, and they didn't bring much drinking water for daily life. The next purchase had to be delivered with the robot. The spaceport of Star 188 has been abandoned for a long time, and needs to be repaired before it can be used. Before, they came here by aircraft, and then transferred to a small spaceship. There is no special route here. Either they take a special ship or a passing aircraft. The former is too expensive, and the latter has uncertain time. Anyway, various materials should be used less and saved. There is no water for the time being. Wei Ning moved a box of nutrient solution out, and decided to use it to water the land. Although it is a bit wasteful, who makes nutrient solution cheap? When she grows it, who wants to drink it can drink it. Anyway, she will not drink it again. It took Wei Ning more than an hour to water the land. There was no rain for a long time. After pouring a box of nutrient solution, the soil did not change much. Wei Ning didn't care. It was better than nothing. Dinner was nutrient solution as usual. After drinking it, I took water to wash it, and went to bed. Wei Ning decided to ask my brother to dig a well tomorrow. It was too inconvenient without water. She hadn't showered for a few days, and she felt like she was going to stink. Wei Dong, who had just laid down on the bed, suddenly sneezed and felt a chill on his back. He was sweating all over, so he changed his clothes and wiped himself off before going to sleep, thinking that he should find some water tomorrow. He felt that he was emitting a strong smell of sweat. It was rare for the brother and sister to think of the same thing. Chapter 4. It was bright outside when Wei Ning struggled to get up. The sky outside the window was still gray. She didn't see Wei Dong when she went out, thinking that he had gone out to clean up the mutant beasts. Wei Ning didn't disturb her parents who were busy. She took a bottle of nutrient solution and went out. She had to plant all the seeds in the morning. She remembered it in the middle of the night, and got up again to nourish the seeds with Wood-type supernatural power. Maybe it was because of the long time. The vitality in the seeds was very weak. It took almost all her supernatural power to feel the slightly active vitality. Before planting, Wei Ning transferred all the supernatural power that had just recovered into the seeds. After feeling it, it was a little more than yesterday. Yesterday, Wei Dong opened a total of 10 ridges of land about half a meter wide and 3 meters long, poured a box of nutrient solution, and after a night of precipitation, the top layer of soil seemed to be a little moist. Wei Ning collected a really large pile of seeds. It took up a large bag. Each seed was as big as a soybean. It was hard to tell what kind it was. She took a handful to try planting. Yesterday, she thought too simply that all these seeds could be planted directly. At that time, she was busy taking pictures, and didn't check whether they could be planted. Now she felt like she was being tricked. She didn't know when these seeds were left. The vitality was almost lost. If she didn't have the wood ability, someone else might not buy them. The chance of planting them was also very small. Her ability level was too low. She had just awakened. She couldn't make a dead tree come back to life. She could only transfer some vitality first. Whether it could germinate completely depended on luck. She was too impatient. It would be best to germinate the seeds first before planting them. However, with her current ability, she would have to wait for a week. Plant some now to see what happens. Take some time every day to nourish the next batch with superpowers. When it's almost done, open some more land. By then, the robots will be almost in place, and the conditions will be better than now. This batch of seeds should have sprouted. Thinking about the fresh vegetables that will be available soon, Wei Ning's mind popped up various ways to cook vegetables. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva and quickened her movements. When she had finished planting all the seeds, there was still one ridge left. Not wanting to waste it, Wei Ning took out some more seeds, used up the remaining superpowers, and planted them on the last ridge, planning to do a simple experiment. Until noon, Wei Dong didn't come back. The planet signal was not stable, always up and down. When she contacted him, he only said he would come back in the evening and told her not to worry. Thinking about SS level physical fitness, B level mental strength, and that damn mutant rabbit was quite easy, there should be no big danger, so Wei Ning ignored her. While she had time, she sorted out her space button. Not to mention, Wei Ning's space button is more than 10 square meters, and it is almost full. She put all of them out, filling up the living room. There is no choice but to sort it out bit by bit. The house they are living in now is a newly researched mobile cabin by the Federation in recent years. There are several specifications, single room, suite, and the highest specification is the one they are living in now. 3 rooms with a living room, about more than 100 square meters, and it also has a built-in defense system. It is the best weapon for outdoor travel, of course, the price is scary. Knowing that it has a defense function, Wei Ning once again felt that the previous injury was a bit of a scam. Of course, the most scammed is her father, who didn't even remind her. Wei Ning sorted out the space button and occupied all the empty spaces in the living room. When Wei Guoyang and Yiling saw it, they simply stopped their work. They had already contacted the buyer, and were waiting for the other party to reply. Seeing Wei Ning was so happy to clean up, she joined in. Wei Ning put the clothes and other things aside first, mainly to sort out the previous inventory. Wei Ning didn't have many memories of the original owner, many of which were replaced by her own, and the ones left were relatively deep. So she didn't have much impression of the things in the space button. She didn't know if everyone was like this, stuffing all kinds of things into the space button, not sorting them out, and piling them up in a mess, like a garbage dump. In fact, the use of the space button requires mental power. The user can control the mental power and classify the things in the space button according to his own ideas. Wei Ning's space button is specially for ordinary people. There is no need to use mental power. Using the latest technology, a small system software chip is installed in it. Ordinary people only need to scan the things in it like operating an optical computer, enter the required name, and they can take it out. It is more complicated than the space button used by mental power users, but it is convenient to carry. This was given to her by Wei Guoyang on her 10th birthday, and she has used it for several years. There were clothes she had worn before, half-eaten snacks, various toys, celebrity posters, and a variety of small weapons. She couldn't remember many of them clearly, but Wei Guoyang took a pink princess dress and said it was her favorite dress when she was 6 years old. She couldn't bear to wear it after wearing it once. It turned out that she had put it in the space button. Yiling took another doll and said she bought it when she was 8 years old. She held it every day and said it was her sister. She dressed the doll every day. The two recalled the past bit by bit, and their tone was full of pampering. It was not difficult to hear how pampered she was in the past. Wei Ning couldn't help but feel sour when she heard this. She grew up in her hometown, raised by her grandparents. Her parents worked away from home all year round, and could only come back a few times a year. When she was a child, she looked forward to the Chinese New Year the most. At that time, her parents were there, and would buy her delicious snacks and beautiful clothes. After growing up, she got used to being alone, and the love for her parents that she once longed for faded. But now listening to their words, it aroused her deep desire again. Dad, I seem to have awakened my spiritual power. Can I change a space button? Not wanting to see them reminiscing about the past, nor telling them that she was no longer their favorite daughter, Wei Ning could only burst out her special ability to attract attention. Really? That's great. Yiling heard that she had awakened, and didn't care about reminiscing. She happily pulled her to ask. That's great. Wei Guoyang didn't look at her anymore, and gathered around Wei Ning, asking her how she felt after awakening, whether she felt uncomfortable, and why she didn't tell them earlier so that they could know earlier and be happier for her. Enjoying the deep love of her parents, Wei Ning's little man was so happy that he was about to fly, and answer their questions seriously. She only said that she found it after she fell into a coma last time, and she was not feeling unwell. As for why she didn't say it, she hesitated for a long time without saying anything. Could she tell them that she was just a soul from another world that occupied their beloved daughter's body? If she told them, would they think she was a monster? Besides, even she herself didn't know that she would become Wei Ning with the same name and surname in the Interstellar after waking up. So how could she say it? The couple didn't notice Wei Ning's abnormality, and they consciously thought of a reason for her, thinking that her level was too low, and it was difficult to say it. Yiling felt distressed again, and hugged her to comfort her. Silly child, Mom and Dad are so happy. It doesn't matter even if your mental power level is low. Yes, Dad's level is low too, Wei Guoyang said. Then he took out the new space button that was originally prepared as a gift after awakening and gave it to her. Wei Ning took it and put away the original one, intending to put it in a corner and never take it out again. Yiling also gave her a bunch of potions, which she had prepared before, and now she gave them to her. Wei Ning happily took it, first used her supernatural power to feel it, and found that she could use the space button, put all her things in it, including the old space button, and carefully put away the potions given by Yiling, which were very precious. When Wei Dong came back, he found that his family was very happy today. He asked curiously, and learned that Wei Ning had also awakened. He couldn't help but be happy for her, and subconsciously didn't ask about her mental level. Seeing that everyone was so happy, he also told the good news. He found a water source. After testing, it was found to be undrinkable, but it could be used to irrigate the land. After filtering, it could be used for washing. Wei Ning was the happiest one. She couldn't help but give him a big hug. As a result, it just happened to touch the wound, and Wei Dong couldn't help shrinking in pain. At this moment, Wei Ning still noticed it. She looked up and down at him. His clothes were still the same. There was no sign of tearing. It just didn't look like he had worn them for a day. She looked like you should tell the truth or I'd do it. Wei Dong had no choice but to say that he was slightly injured. He was supposed to inspect the area to see if there were any dangerous mutant beasts. When he was about to leave, he saw the land at the door. He inexplicably thought of his sister's entangled and distressed look when she took the water yesterday. In the end, he put down the water and replaced it with nutrient solution to irrigate the land. He was thinking about whether to go find water. Seeing how impatient she was so eager to grow vegetables right away. She would definitely be happy if there was a water source. Thinking of the smell on his body, he was more determined. The area nearby was flat and low slopes, which had been explored before. Wei Dong walked directly towards the distant mountain. When he was surveying the topography that day, he passed by this place. It should have been a forest here before, with many dead trees lying on the ground. After the war, the forest had been almost destroyed. There were plants only a long distance away, and there was a layer of black dirt on the leaves. There were dead branches that were trampled and broken next to them, which had rotted after many years. When he stepped on it, his boots sank in, and the strong smell of decay came to his nose, and he coughed. Wei Dong specifically chose places with stones to walk, and he almost tripped over pits covered with rotten leaves several times. After walking for more than 2 hours, he finally saw a valley with relatively lush plants. He didn't dare to go in directly. Generally speaking, there are mutant beasts in such places. If you look closely, you can see something that looks like feces. Wei Dong didn't dare to be careless. He approached carefully, looked around, and found several footprints. As he got closer, the footprints became more obvious, and the feces became more. After identifying it, Wei Dong determined the type of mutant beast. Mutated cuckoo chicken, a mutant beast that likes to live alone, is not big in size, and has average attack power. With his current body, he can barely deal with it. Before Wei Dong could make a move, the mutated cuckoo chicken had already discovered him. As for the alien invading its territory, the mutated cuckoo chicken flew over directly as soon as it discovered it. It was extremely fast. Wei Dong had just taken out his lightsaber, when the mutant cuckoo chicken was already in front of him. He exerted force on his feet and jumped back, carefully mobilized his mental power into the lightsaber, and slashed at the mutant cuckoo chicken. A blue sword energy brought up the rotten leaves on the ground and slashed towards the chicken's neck. Sensing the danger, the mutant cuckoo chicken spread its wings and flapped them hard, using the force to avoid it, and rushed forward with its claws moving. Wei Dong avoided the wind while dodging the chicken's claws. Countless dust flew up from the ground. As the fight became more and more intense, it affected his vision. In the end, the mutant cuckoo chicken was chopped on the neck by Wei Dong's sword, and he himself was scratched by the chicken's claws. After drinking a repair agent, Wei Dong continued to walk towards the valley while it was still early. The further he walked, the more plants there were. They were all short and small plants. They looked no more than 10 years old, and grass grew on the ground. The valley was not big, and Wei Dong finished the walk in a few minutes. He saw a pool of water near the foot of the mountain, which was covered by rotten leaves and only a layer of water. He used a detection instrument to test it. The microorganisms exceeded the standard, and it was not edible, but it could be used for watering the land. Fearing that he would be late, Wei Dong marked the location and rushed back. Fearing that he would be found injured, he changed his clothes before returning. Who knew that his sister would rush over and touch the wound? He couldn't help but be discovered. What? Big brother, you killed the cuckoo chicken and didn't bring it back? It's a waste of food. When Wei Ning heard that he had killed the mutant cuckoo chicken, he didn't remember that he was injured. There was only one thought in his mind. That's all meat. Chapter 5. Yes, Dongzi, why don't you bring back the cuckoo chicken? Wei Guoyang wanted to ask about his son's injury, but when Wei Ning interrupted him, his words changed. Father, that's a mutant cuckoo chicken. Wei Dong couldn't help but remind him. The meat of mutant beasts is not only unpalatable, but also has a strong fishy smell. Most people would not choose to eat mutant beasts. The energy contained in the meat of mutant beasts is very high. People who have awakened their spiritual power, but at a low level can eat it without replenishing energy for several days, but the taste is really bad. Soldiers who have not been treated with special drugs are reluctant to eat mutant beast meat. Generally, they will only eat it when they need to replenish energy after drinking nutrient solution during a mission. The Interstellar people eat artificially cultivated exotic beast meat, which is delicious and tender, and is completely different from the wild. That's also meat. I've been drinking nutrient solution for several days, and my mouth is full of the taste of nutrient solution. I have forgotten what meat tastes like. Wei Ning complained. It's really not delicious. Wei Dong emphasized again. He was really impressed by them. They all looked at him with resentful eyes. How could they remember that he was still injured? I want to eat it. I've seen other people live broadcast how to process mutant beast meat. I know how to make it. It smells very good. Don't you want to eat it? Wei Ning didn't give up and continued to chase him. Of course, watching others do something is fake. Anyway, no matter how many mutations it makes, it still can't change its species. The processing method is still the same. I don't want to. Wei Dong refused directly. He had eaten it once, and the taste made him unforgettable. He would rather drink nutrient solution than eat it again. Wei Ning's mind was only 108 ways to cook chicken. Thinking about it made her drool. She didn't care about so many things and kept pestering Wei Dong. Finally, he was really scared by her pestering, and promised to bring back the mutant cuckoo chicken when he went to get water tomorrow. Wei Ning got the promise, and immediately became a lackey online, asking about his well-being. Wei Dong really had no way to deal with her, and hoped that she would give up tomorrow after tossing and turning. That night, Wei Ning slept very soundly. She got up at dawn. Thinking of what she had to do today, her whole body was full of fighting spirit, and she wished that time would pass quickly. When Wei Dong came back from exercise, he saw someone looking at him with bright eyes. He quickly changed his clothes, packed up the things he needed, and prepared to drive the small spaceship over. Why are you following? Looking at the little tail that followed Jin, Wei Dong didn't want to talk anymore. Was she afraid that he wouldn't bring her the mutant cuckoo chicken? Although he did have this idea in his heart, he would not say it out loud. I want to see this planet too. I'd be here for a long time in the future, so I have to take a look. Wei Ning didn't think too much about it. She just wanted to know more. No matter how detailed the data was, it was not as real as seeing it with her own eyes. Okay, Wei Dong didn't stop her. At most, he wouldn't let her get off the spaceship. They boarded the spaceship together. Wei Dong went to the cockpit, while Wei Ning went to the window to look outside. The spaceship flew low, and Wei Ning could clearly see the vast land below, the endless mountains, and a ruined city in the distance. A world more desolate than the end of the world reminded her of the Earth in the past. Was it the same there? It had completely become a waste planet, and disappeared forever in the long river of history. At this moment, an idea came into Wei Ning's mind. She wanted to change this planet, and make the Earth in her memory reappear. Even if it is not the Earth where she used to live, it is the planet where she will live in the future. There are family members who love her here, and it is her home. With her mind firmed up, Wei Ning thought more and her expression became serious. We are here. Seeing Wei Ning in a daze, Wei Dong did not want to remind her, but he still spoke when he got off the spaceship. It is better to keep it with you to keep an eye on it. Wei Dong parked the spaceship in the valley, and when he opened the door, he could see the body of the mutant cuckoo chicken still there. Wei Dong went down to look around first, and found no traces of other mutant beasts, so he let Wei Ning down. At a distance, Wei Ning only saw a black mass over there, and only saw it clearly when he got closer. Unlike the cuckoo chicken seen on the Star Network, the mutant cuckoo chicken is half the size of the farmed cuckoo chicken, a little bigger than the previous red-eyed mutant rabbit, with black fur and extremely sharp claws. I don't know if it is because of the lack of light. The fur color of the mutant beasts here is black, and the last red-eyed mutant rabbit was also black. Thinking of the missed delicacies, Wei Ning regretted it. She had not thought of eating them before, and missed an opportunity in vain. Wei Dong also took out tools over to the pond. Wei Ning walked over and first saw a pond as big as the room, which was full of dead branches and leaves. Wei Dong was using a lightsaber as a tool to scoop the dead branches and leaves to the side, and then put them into the empty bucket that was used to hold water before. Finally, he used a simple filtering device to filter it again. It would not be possible to filter so much in a short time. Wei Ning lost interest after looking at it for a while, and turned her eyes elsewhere. The valley was originally occupied by the mutant cuckoo chicken, and there were no other mutant beasts nearby. The surrounding tender grass and leaves were all food for the mutant cuckoo chicken. Many interstellar plants have mutated, and their appearance is very different from that of the Earth era, but the names have not changed. When she was a child, Ho Yiling took her to teach her to recognize various plants, but she didn't like those dense annotations. They looked similar, but the names were different. It was a headache to read, and finally she didn't want to learn. As a result, she is now lacking in knowledge in her mind, and none of the plants in the valley are what she has seen. She wanted to use a light brain scan, but when she looked, there was no signal again. Finally, she had to give up. It took almost 2 hours to finally fill the buckets she brought. 3 buckets of 10 cubic meters were filled, and a small part of the pool was taken away. It seems that the water volume is okay. When the robot arrives, it can be expanded a little. It will be used for the time being. It was already noon when she came back, and Wei Ning's heart was filled with only meat. As soon as she came back, she directed Wei Dong to work, and Wei Dong could only pinch his nose to do it. Who let her family spoil her? What can she do? She can only continue to spoil her. He chopped off the head of the mutant cuckoo chicken, and the blood had already flowed out. As for the chicken feathers, Wei Ning tried to pull them out, but failed and almost cut her hand. Well, the chicken is so powerful that its feathers can be used as weapons. In the end, she waved her hand and peeled the skin directly, saving time, labor and water. She was really smart. Wei Dong processed it quickly. The meat weighing dozens of kilograms seemed light in his hands. He peeled the skin in a few strokes, and then took out all the internal organs, and put them aside according to Wei Ning's requirements, removed the skeleton, and soaked the meat in clean water to soak out the blood. Looking at the blood stains on his clothes, and the strong fishy smell, Wei Dong resisted, and did not throw the meat away, waiting to be slapped in the face in the end. As for who will slap whom in the face, we have to wait. While soaking, Wei Ning took out a few bottles and cans from her new space button, a piece of metal sheet that was 1 meter long and half a meter wide, and finally a can marked with dangerous goods. Wei Dong was dumbfounded. He could understand putting bottles and cans in the space button, but what was the meaning of putting a metal sheet? The most puzzling thing was that even dangerous goods were put in it. Aren't they afraid of accidents? Before he could start to scold, Wei Ning told him to continue working. Wei Dong chopped the meat of the mutant cuckoo chicken into small pieces as she asked, put it in a basin, drained the water, and marinated it with salt for a while. Wei Ning was busy washing the rack she called the barbecue plate with water, pulling open the legs on both sides to fix it, and then putting the energy gas tank under the rack. These equipments were all found by her when she was in the capital star. Energy gas is a kind of fuel that can burn. It is very magical. As long as the valve is opened, it will burn automatically, and the size can be adjusted. Wei Ning likes it very much. She can only use this instead of charcoal. She only bought 1 bottle, and it will be gone after it is used up. When Wei Dong brought the meat to her, the basic work was completed, and there was only 1 step left. Open the valve, and the light red flame came out immediately. Wei Ning adjusted the size of the fire, and waited for the plate to preheat. He found a small sword the size of a dagger and picked and picked the meat in the pot until he picked out a few pieces of meat that looked fatter, and put them on the plate to fry. Wei Dong sat opposite her, and pointed the light brain at the plate in front of her. He didn't show his face. He only saw his slender white hands, and the meat that kept turning on his hands. He pressed the recording function. As the temperature rises, the meat with fat begins to shrink gradually, and a faint fragrance spreads. When the fat on the plate increases, Wei Ning takes a few palm-sized pieces of meat, and puts them on the plate to fry. When the surface begins to turn golden brown, turn it over and continue frying. Occasionally use a small sword to cut the meat surface twice to make it easier to cook inside. Wei Dong initially planned to wait for her to cry, but he was the one who got slapped in the face. The smell of fat began to drift over, but he didn't care. It was always like this at the beginning, and the smell would be smelly, fragrant and pungent later. He was going to record a video and post it in the light brain circle. Wei Guoyang's favorite thing is to post various videos about Wei Ning in the light brain circle. He and Wei Ning have little time together, and their brother-sister relationship is all built on the videos posted by Wei Guoyang. When the strong meat aroma drifted into his nose, Wei Dong was stunned. This smell is not right. Looking over again, the original palm-sized meat has shrunk by 1/3, and the color has become golden yellow, which looks delicious. The video on the optical computer has ended and started to upload automatically. Wei Dong had long forgotten what he was going to do. He swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and his eyes were fixed on the golden meat, unable to move away. Wei Ning sprinkled each piece of meat with mutant pepper powder, and a plant powder similar to cumin powder. The spicy and fragrant smell rushed straight to the tip of her nose, making her drool. Seeing that it was ready to eat, she didn't care that it was hot, and cut the meat into small pieces with a small sword, and couldn't wait to put it into her mouth with the tip of the sword. The hot and spicy taste spread on the tip of the tongue, instantly capturing the entire mouth, burning her so much that she kept breathing, but she still couldn't bear to spit out the meat in her mouth. After his mouth adjusted to the temperature of the meat, he chewed it in small bites, eating piece after piece, and soon finished that piece, and was ready to cut another piece. Slurp. A sound that could not be ignored sounded, and Wei Ning looked up just in time to see Wei Dong raising his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth. Her eyes were fixed on the meat, and her throat kept swallowing. The corners of her mouth could not help but rise, and she shook a piece of meat, and Wei Dong's eyes followed. "Do you want to try it?" She didn't intend to tease him. "Yes." Wei Dong agreed without thinking, and his hands were not slow, and he grabbed it directly and stuffed it into his mouth. Just for this fragrance, he didn't believe it was not delicious. Sure enough, after taking a bite, the spicy juice spread from the tip of his tongue, with the unique tenderness of meat and a little bit of crispy taste, so delicious that he couldn't bear to swallow it. Unlike the fishy smell of the mutant beast meat he ate, the taste was hard, and the color was still black. He didn't want to taste it again after tasting it once. After finishing one piece, he continued to stare at the remaining piece. His meaning was very clear, and his tongue tip swept across his cheek, where the overbearing spicy taste still remained. Wei Ning swallowed the meat in her mouth, subconsciously protecting it with her hands, shaking her head like a rattle, afraid that he would grab it, so she directly pinched it with her hands and stuffed it into her mouth, her cheeks bulging, chewing slowly. Seeing that there was no last piece left, Wei Dong glanced at the basin on the side, where there was a whole basin, and his throat moved slightly. He also learned from Wei Ning to take a few pieces from it and put them on the plate, but because he didn't have a small sword, he could only watch. Wei Ning took a new one and gave it to him, doing it herself, having enough food and clothing, and no one competed with her. In the end, she was forced to give him half of the meat. Well, the anxious Wei Dong didn't fry the meat thoroughly before he started eating it, and he spit it out after taking a bite, and there was still blood in it. In the second wave, Wei Dong learned his lesson and followed Wei Ning patiently step by step. Finally, the meat was cooked through, and he was just thinking about eating it. Well, two big mountains came over, and he knew who they were without even looking. The two parents couldn't sit still because of the delicious smell. Chapter 6. Wei Guoyang stood aside, followed by Yi Ling, and they were all attracted by the smell. Originally, the two children were playing outside, and they didn't care. It happened that they didn't spend much time together, and now they had more contact, so their relationship would be better. They were also happy to watch the play between the brother and sister. At first, they didn't feel anything when they were handling things in the living room, but every time after a while, a faint fragrance floated over the tip of their noses, and when they wanted to concentrate on catching it, it floated away. Several times, they were disturbed by the smell, and simply put down their work and went out. Wei Ning and the others just started a new round of frying meat. Both of them were concentrating on turning the meat on the plate and sprinkling seasonings. They didn't notice that their parents were already beside them and watched for a long time. At this time, they looked at them with shining eyes, making them embarrassed to eat alone, and both contributed the food that had just come to their mouths. The brother and sister looked at each other and moved to the side in tacit understanding, leaving space. Wei Ning silently took out 2 small swords and continued to fry the meat. They all agreed not to work for nothing. Anyway, their parents were young and strong, and it was not their turn to serve them. They had already contributed a portion just now. Don't think about eating for free anymore, your stomach is still empty. After the couple finished eating the food contributed by their children, they were instantly conquered by the delicious taste. When they wanted to eat more, they found that these 2 dead children actually only left a place for them, and fried a portion themselves, as if they were afraid that they would snatch it and put it into their mouths without fear of being burned. What could they say? Roll up your sleeves and get moving. For a while, they were silent, each taking care of the meat in front of them, and no one wanted to cross the other. A delicious meal completely aroused the instinct of everyone's foodies. There was only one thought in their minds. The mutant cuckoo chicken was so delicious. I wonder if there is any more. Whoever wants to drink the nutrient solution can drink it. The mutant cuckoo chicken hiding in a corner of the planet felt murderous for some reason, and its cry unconsciously lowered. A pot of mutant cuckoo chicken was shared by 4 people. They all burped with satisfaction. They didn't even care about their image and lay on the sofa stroking their stomachs, with satisfied expressions on their faces. After tasting the food, everyone worked very hard. Wei Guoyang and Yiling also received good news one after another. 20 robots have been purchased, and 500 plant seedlings have been ordered. As for the seeds that Wei Ning said she wanted, they have not bought them yet. But the tools and other things she said have been bought. They will wait for them to be delivered in a week, and then they can start the great cause of land reclamation. Since there was water, Wei Ning has watered the land. The turned soil absorbed enough water, and finally it was no longer hard. The top layer began to soften slowly. Wei Ning watered the soil every 2 days to ensure that it was moist. After a few days, the robot was about to arrive tomorrow. Wei Ning finally saw a little white in the black, and the seeds began to sprout. The whole family was very happy. They gathered at the edge and concentrated on finding white buds in the soil. They felt more confident about what to do next. These newly emerged white buds were like the hope planted in their hearts. They would grow little by little over time until they were lush and leafy. Wei Ning also nurtured a new batch of seeds and was waiting to dig the ground and sow them tomorrow. Seeing the seeds sprout, Wei Ning had an idea in his mind. Although she didn't know what kind of plants would be grown, she still had to plan. She had only planned to have fun before, but now she had changed her mind and could not just plant on a small area. When this batch of plants came out and they were identified as what kind, the vegetables would be left as plants and continue to be planted, the trees would be transplanted elsewhere, and the fruits would also be planted in other places. All these needed to be planned well. Where to plant trees, where to plant vegetables, and where to plant fruit trees all needed to be marked out. The place where they lived now was supposed to be on the edge of the forest, and it was also a distance away from the city. The terrain was relatively flat, with only a few small hills. It was more suitable for growing vegetables and grains. Large-scale planting required consideration of whether the machines were convenient to enter and exit, and subsequent transportation. Trees were best planted on hillsides, and there were several hillsides nearby. Fruit trees were best planted on low slopes, so that they could be picked and transported easily. It was just a large planet with different terrains in different places. It needed reasonable planning, so there had to be a detailed plan. The most important thing was what the planet was positioned as. Whether it is a tourist planet, an ecological planting planet, a commercial shopping planet, or a residential planet, the positioning is different, and the development direction is also very different. Wei Guoyang has managed a company at most. The planning of a planet is not within his ability, but he can still do it for a small area. Yiling deals with plants all day long. If you ask her what kind of plants to plant in what place, she can tell you clearly, but it is too difficult for her to plant a planet. Let Wei Dong be responsible for safety protection. He can do it, but planning the development of the planet is a headache. Although Wei Ning has some ideas, they are just assumptions. The development of a planet is not a simple matter, and needs to be considered from all aspects. In the end, only the positioning of the planet was decided, with ecological planting as the main focus and tourism as the supplement, and the name of the planet was decided, Green Star. In fact, Wei Ning wanted to call it Blue Star, but thinking that it would be easy to associate it with the Earth, she did not say it. Instead, Wei Guoyang's Green Star was passed unanimously. Since the development direction of Green Star has been decided, the rest is to find professionals to plan it, and Wei Ning does not need to worry about these. What she has to do now is to sow the remaining seeds. They have decided to use the current location as the place to settle in the future. The cottage just happens to be backed by a low slope, so they can build a house there. The front will be used as a planting site in the future, and the hillside behind can be used to plant fruit trees. The surrounding area within a few miles is their private territory, and is not open to the public. Although the Federation will not interfere with the development of private planets, it does not mean that it will ignore it. The values of a planet after it really grows up are unpredictable. At that time, they will definitely want to get a piece of the pie. Without a strong backing, it is easy to be divided up. Only when they have enough trump cards will they have the right to speak. These are all later stories, so let's not talk about them for now. At this time, Wei Ning was watching Wei Dong researching robots. The robot Wei Guoyang bought this time was manufactured by a company under the Hui Group. The Hui Group has many industries, and even if there were accidents before, it still couldn't shake its leading position in the enterprise. This batch of robots was developed by Hui last year, specifically for planting. It has many functions, and only needs to input commands. It can work for 12 hours a day. It only needs 1 energy stone a day. The service life can reach 10 years, and the price is also high. Wei Guoyang spent a lot of money, and went through a lot of channels to order it. There are rumors that Hui Group developed this type of robot. Is it intended to enter the green planting industry? As for whether the Hui family wants to develop the planting industry, Wei Guoyang doesn't know. Now he is so busy that he wants to do 2 things at once. These days, he has been looking for a suitable planner, but he has not found anyone after a long time. Or they just refuse when they hear that he wants to build a barren planet. Every year, the population base of the Federation continues to increase, and the pressure on the habitation of planets where humans can live continues to increase. If the long-term trend continues, the habitable planets will be full, and the environment, economy, and other aspects will be difficult to support. It is inevitable to find more habitable planets and build barren planets. There are thousands of planets of all sizes in the star field where the Federation is located. There are only 600 habitable planets discovered, and only hundreds of mature planets of all sizes. In the population base of the Federation, which is in the billions, it seems crowded. There are only 10 prosperous planets, like the capital planet, and the population is still increasing every year. But the cost of building a barren planet is too high, and there is no income from the initial investment. The government does not strongly support it, but instead focuses on finding habitable planets. In recent years, the Research Institute has been studying the possibility of building a barren planet to restore the ecological environment of the barren planet and achieve habitable conditions. The investment cost is a huge amount, and the time required is even more unpredictable. So even though they know that the reputation that can be brought by successfully planning and building a barren planet is immeasurable, no one is willing to do it. For them, it is too far away. Wei Guoyang's optical computer is about to explode, and there is no one to choose. Here, Wei Dong fiddled with it for a long time, followed the video and watched it back and forth several times, and tried it no less than 10 times, and finally succeeded in 1. According to the data provided by Wei Ning, input the required data into the function section, save it, start the switch, and the robot will start working. You can also set the working time, maintenance time, and designated parking position in advance. After the robot is done working, it will return to the designated position by itself, and continue working after the maintenance time is over. Wei Ning watched the robot digging the ground with interest. He had to admit that the efficiency of the robot was more than twice that of manual labor. There was no need to worry about the robot being lazy, and there was no need to pay wages. All it needed was a place to stay and enough energy stones to have 10 years of use rights. It took Wei Dong half a day to dig the ground before, but the robot only needed more than an hour to complete it. With the operation of the first machine, Wei Dong quickly set up the next machine again. Wei Ning estimated that it would take about 2 acres of land to plant all the seeds. If he wanted to plant them earlier, he asked Wei Dong to set up a few more robots and try to plant them all today. With the current activity of the seeds, plus sufficient water and nutrient solution, they will germinate within 3 days, and the varieties can be distinguished in a week. As for the 500 seedlings, Yi Ling said that they would first open a piece of land nearby to plant them, and then transplant them after they are alive. It would be convenient to take care of them if they are close. The seedlings were too small, and Yi Ling was worried about handing them over to the robot, so she planned to plant them herself. So Wei Dong only set the command for her to dig holes and break the soil. Wei Ning also followed, taking the opportunity to transfer supernatural powers to the seedlings to stimulate their vitality, which Mugi Ling and said that she was sensible. The planting area has expanded, and more water is needed. The water in the pond is not enough, and it takes time to get and filter it every time, which is troublesome. Just when the robot arrived, Wei Dong picked a place in front of the house and prepared to instruct the robot to dig a well. Chapter 7. Artificial planting is not a simple matter. Although they only planted the seedlings, Wei Guoyang and Wei Dong also came to help during the gap. It was 3 days later when all 500 seedlings were planted. The well that Wei Dong asked the robot to dig finally saw water. It took nearly 3 days to dig to a depth of more than 1,000 meters before water appeared. The amount of water was not as much as the pond. They knew that this was due to environmental problems. There were more vegetation on the other side of the pond, but here it could be described as barren. If you want to change the environment and even the climate of this area, at least plant green plants on the surrounding land. At present, it can only be done little by little. It is gratifying that the seeds in the 2 acres of land have begun to sprout. The first one planted can now see 1 or 2 leaves. In a few days, it will be possible to distinguish what species it is. Wei Ning was afraid that the seedlings that had grown up with great difficulty would not adapt to this harsh environment, so she had to water them every other day. She checked them carefully every day. If she saw that they were obviously wilting, she would give them some supernatural powers to try their best to keep them alive and grow. For this reason, she was exhausted every day, but the good thing was that her superpowers had improved a lot. Now, every time they walked a few meters outside, they could see some pleasant greenery. Wei Ning used superpowers to nourish the seeds planted later, and they could keep up with the pace of the first ones, and they had grown to the point where the varieties could be distinguished. On the contrary, for some reason, the 500 seedlings were growing well at the beginning, but yesterday, several of them began to wither and die. If Wei Ning hadn't discovered it early, injected a lot of superpowers in time, and poured nutrient solution into them, they might have withered and died. Even so, when Yi Ling went to see them today, the leaves were still a little wilted, which made her feel so distressed. These plants have now become her lifeblood, and she can't wait to keep them every day. She felt distressed for a long time when a leaf fell, not to mention that they almost died. She was so anxious that she cried yesterday. It scared Wei Ning and the others. Their main job today is to identify the varieties of all seeds. The workload is large, and they want to assign it to robots, but unfortunately this batch of robots does not have this function. However, no one complained, but was looking forward to it. In addition to Yi Ling's wide knowledge, Wei Dong also knew a lot of varieties. Wei Ning and Wei Guoyang couldn't recognize a few, and they specially asked Yi Ling to teach them how to distinguish plant seedlings for a whole day. Now Wei Ning felt that her mind was full of various seedlings, and the embarrassing thing was that she didn't remember a few. In the end, she could only rely on her previous memory to distinguish, and the seedlings were still very similar to the plants in the Earth era. Not to mention, she actually recognized quite a few of them, mostly vegetables, including lettuce, celery, spinach, cabbage, leeks, and a few melons that she couldn't recognize, and she had to wait until they were a little bigger to distinguish them. Wei Ning marked a few melon seedlings, and when they were a little bigger, they would be transplanted to the other side of the open space for better growth. The 4 of them were busy for 2 days, marking all the varieties that could be distinguished, and distinguishing the ones that couldn't be distinguished again when they were a little bigger. If there were any varieties that had never been seen, they would be marked separately and left for Yi Ling to study. Finally, after classifying the varieties that were distinguished, Wei Ning found that the seeds in the bag had basically sprouted, and with the blessing of supernatural powers, they had all grown into healthy seedlings. There are many varieties, most of them are vegetables, followed by mutant plants, melons and fruit trees are the least, and there are more than 10 plants whose species are unknown. In any case, everyone is very happy. When these seedlings grow up, the vegetables can be kept for seeds, the plants can be used to green the environment, and the melons and fruits can be eaten, and the seeds can be kept for further planting. Even if you are very tired every day, as long as you go out and take a look, the fatigue is worth it. That day, when Wei Ning was about to water the land, the robots digging the ground not far away were attacked, and the outermost one fell to the ground. Wei Ning put down the water pipe and looked over, and saw what it was at a glance. The scarlet eyes, black, jumping, it must be the red-eyed mutant rabbit that I encountered when I first came. Seeing that the mutant rabbit was about to come over, Wei Ning hurriedly called for help and ran over there. The 3 people who were working in the room heard Wei Ning's urgent shouting, and they all put down their work and ran out. At this time, the mutant rabbit had already jumped to the edge of the 2 acres of land. The seedlings growing very well in the land were like a delicious feast. Its scarlet eyes were shining, and it was about to bite. It took a lot of effort to protect it until now. How could Wei Ning let the mutant rabbit succeed? As soon as she saw it, she looked for weapons from the space button. As soon as she ran over, she saw the rabbit's open mouth biting the seedlings. The movement of her hands was faster than her brain, and she chopped it directly with a sword. The delicious food in her mouth was disturbed, and the mutant rabbit was very angry. It bared its teeth at Wei Ning, arched its body, jumped hard with its hind legs, jumped towards Wei Ning, and swung its front legs at her. Knowing that she couldn't beat the mutant rabbit, Wei Ning jumped away, but she was still a step too slow. Her hand was swung by the mutant rabbit's front legs, and the pain spread instantly in her hand. She kicked the mutant rabbit with great pain, thinking that she could stop it to some extent. Unexpectedly, the mutant rabbit did not move at all after kicking it, and she was bounced back by the force and flew out directly. Being thrown to the ground fiercely, Wei Ning felt that her internal organs were in pain. She was so painful that she had no strength left. She could only watch the mutant rabbit eat the seedlings. One by one, they were pulled up by the roots. She felt even more painful when she saw it. This was not enough. 2 more mutant rabbits jumped out from nowhere. When they saw the seedlings, they jumped over and gnawed them randomly. In just a few seconds, a small piece of seedlings was eaten up. Not even the roots were spared. She felt her heart bleeding. She had watched them grow from seeds to germination, and then to leaves. It was not easy for them to grow to 10 centimeters in height. Now they were all gone. Wei Ning was so angry that she wanted to eat their flesh. She was even more angry at herself for being so useless. If she were stronger, she would not have to watch helplessly. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots. The mutant rabbit that had just proudly eaten the seedlings fell to the ground, twitching a few times, and could no longer move. Wei Ning looked in the direction of the gunshots, and was stunned. He saw Wei Dong holding a small energy gun in his hand, with a murderous look on his face, as if he had just killed not a mutant rabbit, but a large star beast. Ning, how are you? Are you injured? Yi Ling and Wei Guoyang looked at Wei Ning on the ground and ran over. Looking anxious, he didn't dare to touch him. Wei Guoyang took out the recovery agent from the space button and fed it carefully. After drinking a potion, Yi Ling carefully helped her up, moving gently, for fear that she would accidentally touch the wound. I'm fine, I just got hurt from the fall. The medicine took effect. Wei Ning felt much better, not in so much pain, and then she spoke. After confirming that she was really not injured, the couple breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did they feel like looking at the place that had been ruined. Almost all the seedlings near the edge were uprooted and eaten, and the ridged land was trampled down. There were several footprints on the ground, and even several seedlings were crushed under the mutant rabbit. Yi Ling and Wei Guoyang were heartbroken. These were all planted with great difficulty, and many of them were gone at once, and they felt like they couldn't breathe smoothly. Wei Dong came over with a cold face and moved the body of the mutant rabbit away, revealing the crushed seedlings, all broken, with only the roots left. Yi Ling carefully checked each one, and found that almost all of them were like this, all broken. She pinched the broken leaves, her eyes slightly red, and they were all dead. Wei Ning walked over, took the leaf from her hand, squatted down, found a seedling that was not completely broken and still had leaves, held it, and activated the supernatural power. As the supernatural power continued to flow to the seedling, the broken part was repaired little by little, and the leaves grew out slowly little by little, until the seedling was full of vitality again, and then let go and continued to the next one. This. Yi Ling looked at the scene in disbelief, her face full of disbelief. Wei Guoyang was also shocked. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak when he saw the seedlings recovering their vitality in her hands one by one. The calmest one was Wei Dong. Except for being shocked at the beginning, he quickly reacted, but he was very surprised in his heart. If he guessed correctly, the magical scene that made the plants revitalize just now was the same as the supernatural power mentioned by the teacher in the military academy. It is said that humans will awaken various superpowers in the end times, one of which can make plants grow wildly instantly, and even promote the growth of seeds to maturity. Their mental power also evolved from this, but there are no such complex types, only the hierarchical differentiation is retained. At that time, the teacher also lamented that if such superpowers still existed, there would not be only nutrient solution left on the dining table of interstellar humans. Their warriors would not have to suffer the pain of mental power riots. Wei Dong did not expect that his sister, who was said to have failed to awaken, would actually awaken the legendary superpowers. This is simply incredible. The regret in the teacher's eyes when he said this flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help thinking that if the teacher knew, he would definitely be surprised. Wei Ning didn't care about what they thought after he exposed his superpowers, and only activated the superpowers one by one until the superpowers were exhausted and fainted. In the end, he only knew that he fell into a broad and warm embrace, and Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling's anxious calls were in his ears. She thought, if they asked, she would tell them everything. If they didn't ask anything, then When she woke up again, there was no one in the room. The exhaustion of her superpowers made Wei Ning's body weak. She thought she would see the scene of being surrounded and questioned, but she didn't see it, so she was relieved for the time being. Ning, are you awake? Are you okay? You fainted before and scared us. Fortunately, the examination showed that there was nothing serious, just tired. Don't scare us like this next time. We were all worried. Yi Ling came in and saw that she was awake. She couldn't help but blame her a few words. Wei Ning looked over, but didn't see the anger she expected, but full of worry, and was slightly stunned. What's wrong? Don't you recognize your mother? Seeing that she didn't speak, Yi Ling raised her hand and touched her face, saying softly, Don't you have anything to ask, mother? Wei Ning lowered her eyes and spoke softly, not wanting her to see the uneasiness in her eyes. Oh, what's there to ask? As long as it doesn't harm your body, even if your mental strength is different, you are still my child. Yi Ling hugged her and patted her back gently, without asking any more questions. If it was at the beginning, she might have asked, but since her daughter fainted during the coma, her son told him his guess. They were not people who knew nothing, especially Yi Ling, who was a senior pharmacist and had heard of the existence of superpowers, but she didn't expect it to happen to her daughter. Only then did she realize that her daughter had not said it before. In fact, she was afraid that she was different from everyone else, afraid that she was an alternative existence, so she had not said it. If it weren't for what happened today, maybe they had never known that their daughter was so powerful. Superpowers. It is said that there is no possibility of riots. I am happy just thinking about it. Although the possibility of mental riots in low-level psychics is only 0.1%, which is almost negligible, it is possible as long as they are awakened. Now that my daughter has awakened superpowers, there is no need to worry. Thinking about what happened to her son before, she was afraid of what would happen if it happened to her daughter. Now it's good. Knowing that there is no possibility of mental riots, I am only happy. Chapter 8. Wei Ning nestled in Yi Ling's arms, tears streaming down her face, and hugged her tightly. Yi Ling sighed, noticing something strange about the person in her arms, and patted her back one by one, just like when she coaxed her to sleep when she was a child, with slow and gentle movements. The door opened quietly, and the person who came in saw the mother and daughter hugging each other on the bed, and then quietly closed it, leaving the space for them. When Wei Ning calmed down and came out again, there was no one in the room, but there was a sound coming from outside. Outside the room, 1 meter away from the well, Wei Dong was skinning a mutant rabbit, and Wei Guoyang was watching beside him, muttering to him to hurry up, otherwise he would not have meat to eat at night. Wei Dong ignored him, but he couldn't help but speed up his movements a bit, thinking about the delicious food he had eaten. His mouth was watering. What are you doing? Yi Ling followed them out, and saw the father and son killing mutant rabbits, especially the son's neat movements, and couldn't help asking. Kill it and eat it. Wei Guoyang answered without turning his head, and prepared water for Wei Dong. Isn't it obvious? Why not eat it? Kill it for fun? Who has the time to do that? You don't know how to do it, why bother? Seeing how active they were, Yi Ling couldn't help but spoil it. What's the big deal? Just do it the same as last time. Wei Dong didn't care to answer. He killed the mutated cuckoo chicken before, and watched it all the time. It was very simple. That's right. Besides, there's Ning Ning. Wei Guoyang also replied. Ning Ning is not your exclusive chef. Yi Ling's tone was unfriendly. How can it be? I'm just afraid that Dongzi will be clumsy, and can't do it well, so let Ning Ning watch him. Wei Guoyang begged for mercy, when he heard the tone was wrong. Clumsy Wei Dong. Forget it, as long as they are happy. Following the method of dealing with the mutant cuckoo chicken, peel the skin, open the belly, remove the internal organs, and then prepare to deb one. Brother, don't deb one it. Let's change the way of eating it today. Wei Ning saw it and stopped him. She didn't want to eat fried meat anymore. She wanted to change the taste. The way you did it last time was very good. Wei Dong didn't want to change it. If he didn't do it well, it would be a waste. The previous way of eating was pretty good, but the key was that he only knew that method. No, you want to eat today's more. Wei Ning insisted that the chicken steak was delicious, But the roasted rabbit meat was also delicious. Thinking of the roasted rabbit meat she had eaten before, a whole roasted rabbit was served on the table. The skin was golden and crispy, and it was very charred when you took a bite, and the thought made her drool. Unable to persuade her, Wei Dong had to do it. After all, she was the chef. Sighing, I hope that today's meat can be used to its full potential. Barbecue must be marinated before it tastes good. Wei Ning instructed him to poke holes all over the mutant rabbit, and then put it in water to soak the blood. In order to eat it at night, she asked Yi Ling for a special potion that could soak out the impurities faster. After Wei Dong finished soaking, he dragged another mutant rabbit over to peel it, planning to cook this one the same way as before if it didn't taste good later. Wei Ning went to the house to pick seasonings and didn't notice him. Last time, she bought a lot of things and didn't have time to sort them out. Today, she remembered that she put the things in the corner of the living room when she needed them, so she went to find them. At first glance, there were quite a lot of them, including pots, pans, and all kinds of kitchen knives. However, Wei Ning felt that the small lightsaber was quite easy to use, so she didn't plan to change anything else, so she didn't touch the knives and focused on finding seasonings. Interstellar seasonings were also scarce. She had searched for a long time before finding 3. Now she looked through them, and found that there was more vegetable oil and 2 more. One bottle was labeled giant pepper powder, and the other was labeled black pepper powder. She couldn't tell whether it was chili or Sichuan pepper, so she just opened it. A strong smell of Sichuan pepper spread out, and Wei Ning quickly covered it and opened another bottle. It was pepper powder. The color was black, so no wonder it was called black pepper powder. It was too straightforward, but when she thought about chili powder being called red pepper powder, she didn't say anything. Adding the salt, chili powder, and cumin powder in her hand, it was almost done. Interstellar seasonings have a strong taste. A small bottle can be used for a long time. Last time, she only used 1/3 of it after eating a pot of meat. This was because the mutant cuckoo chicken was big. But the mutant rabbit was not small either. It seemed that she had to find some seasonings. Food without seasonings would not be considered food. She came out and took a look. Well, it seems that there will not be so many seasonings next time. Seeing that Wei Dong had already killed another one, she had to add another portion of seasoning. Brother, can't you save some? After eating it last time, she didn't need to drink nutrient solution for 3 days. She also thought about freezing the remaining 2 and eating them in a few days, so that she wouldn't need to drink nutrient solution for many days. Why save? Wei Dong asked back. It's not like he couldn't find any mutant beasts in the area. He must have hunted them every day. If I had known that mutant beasts would taste so good, I wouldn't have thrown away the previous ones. I felt like I missed a lot of delicious food. Forget it. Wei Ning didn't want to ask someone who had just tasted the delicious food not to eat it. She handed him the prepared seasoning and asked him to spread it all on the mutant rabbit. Make sure to apply it evenly, apply it everywhere, and give it a massage. Wei Ning instructed. Taking the seasoning and smelling the pungent smell, Wei Dong was a little reluctant, wondering if it could be eaten after applying it. He wanted to refute, but then he remembered how quickly he got slapped in the face last time, so he just did it obediently. Ding. Just as he applied the seasoning to a mutant rabbit and gave it a full body massage, and was preparing for the next moment, his light brain rang, and someone was looking for him. Ning Ning, help me press it and see who it is. Wei Dong stretched out his hand, revealing the light brain on his wrist, wondering who was looking for him. Since he came back from injury, his teammates would contact him at first to care about his injury, but later he didn't want to face them, and had refused to contact them several times. No one had contacted him for a long time. Wei Ning clicked on his light brain screen, and it lit up. Out of politeness, she didn't look at it for long, and clicked a certain place according to memory. Hey Dongzi, you still? The man on the other side was about to say hello, but he didn't expect to appear in front of him. Seeing what Wei Dong was doing, he exclaimed. Fuck Dongzi, what are you doing? How did you fall to the point of eating mutant beast meat? Even if your family is bankrupt, you can afford nutrient solution, right? Hey, why did you move? That's enough, what has fallen, you know nothing. Wei Dong didn't expect it to be a holographic projection. Hearing the man talking non-stop, he couldn't help interrupting him. The one who contacted him was Chenhao Jia, a teammate in the same team with him. He had been saved by him before, and the two of them had a deeper friendship than others. Although the words he said were not pleasant, he talked a lot. If he wasn't stopped, he could talk for half a day. If Wei Dong didn't know that he really cared about him, he wouldn't want to pay attention to him. He was really talkative. How can you say that? Who ate the mutant beast meat, and said he would not eat anything in the future. What are you eating now? You ate something else last time. If I hadn't been on a mission, I would have asked you a long time ago. Why did you move to this damn place now? If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Don't be embarrassed. Brother, I don't have anything else, but I still have some star coins. Shinha looked around and felt that this place was worse than where they lived. It was a deserted planet. No matter how bad the conditions on the border planets were, their bases still had everything, unlike here, where there was nothing. It's pretty good here. Our family is used to living here. Besides, we have lived in worse places than here. It's not that delicate, Wei Dong said, without stopping his hands. He applied all the seasonings and washed his hands. That's right. I thought you would never let it go. It seems that you have come out of it. Shinha remembered how crazy he was when he first knew that his mental power had been degraded. He was finally unable to recover. Now seeing him like this, he was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. From the moment they became soldiers, their lives were no longer in their hands. Thinking of their teammates, who would never come back after this mission, they felt that no matter if their mental power was downgraded or they became ordinary people, at least they were still alive, right? Yes. Thanks to my father and my family, if it weren't for them, maybe you wouldn't see me like this today. After all, he wouldn't answer his calls if he was like that. Although he didn't know what happened, Wei Dong still understood him. Even if he tried his best to cover it up, he could still see some heaviness between his brows. This was how he behaved every time a teammate died, but he didn't notice it, and he didn't say it. Both of them deliberately didn't mention it, and picked out some things to talk about. Most of the time, it was Shinha who was talking, and Wei Dong occasionally replied, "Brother, come and help." Although it is impolite to interrupt others' conversation, they are really too talkative. I don't know why two grown men talk so much. If it wasn't necessary for him to do this, he wouldn't want to call, and he was annoyed that he didn't click to reject, but clicked on the holographic projection instead. Hey, do you really want to eat mutant beast meat? Isn't the nutrient solution delicious? Shinha saw Wei Dong coming over, and hung the mutant rabbit on a strange rack with fire underneath. Just turn it slowly in one direction, pay attention to the heat, and make it even. If it burns, you can eat it all yourself. Wei Ning reminded him specifically because he was afraid that he would just talk, and then he walked away quickly after that, not wanting to listen. Hey sister, don't leave, come and chat, brother. Shut up, that's my sister, don't recognize her randomly. Wei Dong couldn't bear it anymore. If it weren't for his bad mood, I would have wanted to turn off the communication. What's our relationship? Your sister is my sister. Shinha curled his lips, and squatted aside curiously. You look quite skilled. Have you eaten it a few times? Is it delicious? If it's delicious, I hunt it next time to try it. It's delicious. For some purpose, Wei Dong answered seriously. Really? Then I try it. I go hunting tomorrow and come back. I just happened to be on leave recently. They suffered heavy losses in this mission, and he was also injured and temporarily on leave. Yeah. Wei Dong didn't ask, nor did he say that it was his first time to eat it. He wanted to know that after eating it, this guy would hunt a mutant beast tomorrow and eat the same taste. He must be very desperate. Time passed as the two talked, and the fat of the mutant rabbit meat slowly overflowed in the flames, accompanied by a rich aroma. Shinha had no time to talk, and his eyes were shining as he looked at the mutant rabbit meat. He smelled the fragrance and wanted to transform into a giant beast and swallow the delicious food in front of him. Wei Ning also came on time. When he saw Shinha, he paused and walked slowly. Haojia is in for a treat today. Wei Guoyang and Yiling had met Shinha several times, but they were not surprised and laughed happily. Uncle and aunt, hee hee. Shinha didn't know how to write embarrassedly at all. He was very familiar. After greeting, he stared at the meat again. Sister, is it ready? Can we eat it? I'm so greedy. Shinha already knew who the chef was, and asked with his hands rubbing. Wait a minute. Wei Ning was too lazy to correct him. He took a look at the appearance, and it was almost done. After a few minutes, Wei Ning finally said it was okay. Wei Dong quickly turned off the fire, and waited to eat. Wei Ning thought it was funny. You are a virtual projection. Even if the taste is exactly the same as the real thing, it is fake, and you can't really eat it. What's the excitement? Shinha didn't answer him. He was eager to try. If he hadn't been concerned about his identity, he would have eaten it directly. The family, each holding a small sword, attacked the position they liked. One bite, unlike the tenderness of the mutant cuckoo chicken, the mutant rabbit meat has a crispy taste, and all kinds of seasonings are fully utilized. It is salty, spicy, fragrant, crispy, and not greasy. Even if they have eaten it once, the different taste this time still impressed the taste buds of everyone present. Not to mention Shinha, who was eating it for the first time. The little bit of rationality did not let him make a disrespectful move of throwing his whole body on it, and he ate it in big mouthfuls. Weidong couldn't bear it anymore, and ended the call maliciously. Chapter 9. Border Star, the 4th Army Base. In a dormitory, looking at the familiar furnishings, someone cursed angrily. Fuck. Damn Dongzi, so unkind. Thinking back to the endless aftertaste just now, Shinha touched his stomach and felt even hungrier, even though he had just drunk the nutrient solution before the communication. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He looked at the time and pushed the door open and went out. 3 hours later, a fire started somewhere in the base, and soon after, a familiar stench with an indescribable fragrance slowly spread. Uninformed, Shinha looked at the mutant meat in his hand, and the familiar smell in the air, and felt deeply that he had been deceived. Which team are you from? Don't you know that burning mutant corpses is not allowed in the base? A low and majestic voice came from behind. Shinha didn't care about the meat in his hand, and immediately turned around, stood at attention, and raised his hand to salute the visitor. Report, Shinha from the 6th squad of the 7th team meets the commander. Hearing who was under his command and thinking of the mission, the man frowned slightly. Go to your superior and accept the punishment. Don't do it again. I've dealt with it. After saying that, he turned and left. Yes. Shinha saluted again, and dealt with it neatly. In the end, everyone in the 6th squad of the 7th team knew that Shinha was caught by the commander for craving meat. After being punished, he became obsessed, and kept talking about how delicious mutant meat was. He even went to the logistics support department to ask for it. You've almost made me lose face. If I find you in the logistics department again, get out of here, and deal with the mutant corpses. The man threw Shinha to the ground and cursed angrily. If it weren't for the fact that this kid was seriously injured after escaping death last time, he would have been beaten to a pulp. Colonel, I'm telling the truth. Shinha retorted on the ground. That day he knew that he must have been deceived by Dongzi, and he was willing to conceal himself, so after receiving the punishment, he immediately contacted Dongzi, but there was no signal over there, so he had to bother the logistics. Who knew that it would be spread like this, and now he was caught by the colonel, and he knew that it was not good to tell them, this time it was miserable. I really want to beat you. As he said, he directly mentioned Shinha and started to beat him unilaterally. Alas, Halsey is too miserable. In a corner in the distance, looking at the bruised and swollen man, the people hiding and watching showed sympathy at the same time. Green Star, Wei Ning, and Yi Ling were taking cuttings. After this period of care, all the seedlings have grown, and can be clearly distinguished. Even the seedlings that were crushed by the mutant rabbits survived under her daily transmission of superpowers. She also accidentally discovered a plant that could be propagated by cuttings among the seedlings of unknown species. Wei Ning had no hope that the seedlings that were broken into 2 sections would survive. In the spirit of trying her best, she used her superpowers to rescue each one, and planted the broken ones in the soil. A few days later, when she went to see the crushed seedlings, she was surprised to find that one of the broken ones had begun to grow leaves again, and the other half next to it was alive, and even new leaves grew at the rhizome. She knew that flowers and plants such as succulents, sunflowers, cacti, roses, crabapples, money trees, and tiger plants could survive by cuttings. When I was a child, I saw the beautiful flowers in my neighbor's house, and wanted them too. I learned to plant them, but I couldn't plant them well. In the end, all of them died. Only 2 kinds of flowers were left. They don't need special care. They can survive as long as there is soil. If the leaves break off and are planted in the soil, they will take root and sprout after a while. One is sunflower. Plant one plant, and you can have many pots. The other is tiger skin plant. Cut a leaf and stick it in the soil, and it will survive. She didn't know what kind of plant it was. Maybe it was because she had given it supernatural powers, so it took only a few days to take root and grow leaves. However, this plant is not picky about the environment and has a very strong vitality. It can survive as long as there is soil and water. Wei Ning was very concerned. She came here every day to give it supernatural powers, and watered it every 2 days. In less than half a month, it had grown more than a dozen leaves. Each leaf was as big as a palm. It went from 1 plant to 2 plants. It looks a bit like tiger skin plant, but the leaves of tiger skin plant are long and pointed. The newly grown leaves are yellow with green or white with green, but the one in front of her is all green. But thinking of the mutated interstellar plants, Wei Ning didn't dwell on this issue, just treat it as a tiger skin orchid. In order to have more tiger skin orchids, Wei Ning chose cuttings. Just cut the leaves from the petiole and directly insert them into the soil. After a few days, they will grow into new plants again. She planned to use her superpowers to cultivate more of them first. Plant more, one plant becomes 2 plants, 2 plants become 10 plants, and so on. Soon there will be a large area of tiger skin orchids, which will definitely be beautiful when they bloom. Since the superpowers have passed the clear path, Wei Ning no longer needs to secretly transfer superpowers every day. She soaks in the planning field every day and exhausts her superpowers every day. Seeing her hard work, everyone felt distressed. They wanted to help but couldn't, so they could only watch. Now that there is finally someone who can help, Yi Ling put down her work without saying a word to help. Wei Guoyan wanted to, but he had to contact many people for many things, so he had no time. Wei Dong was also busy. He had to search the nearby places carefully again to prevent the situation from happening again. He was careless before, thinking that there were few plants nearby and mutant beasts would not come over. He looked once and came back. This time he searched very seriously. He actually found the cave of red-eyed mutant rabbits 3 kilometers away. He used the last nest of mutant rabbits as reserve food. He would hunt one every few days to have a snack. Let's not talk about these for now. Wei Ning cut off the leaves of the 2 tiger plants, leaving only the middle leaves of each plant. After cutting, she lost a lot of supernatural powers, and watered them with some water diluted with nutrient solution. After observing for these days, she found that watering with water diluted with nutrient solution can make the plants grow better, and watering the whole tube of nutrient solution before the seeds germinate will increase the germination rate. Yi Ling has already bought seeds, and is preparing for the experiment. If the result is true, it will be a major discovery, and will be of great help to their future planting. There are a total of 20 leaves cut off, and 1 leaf is divided into 2, which is 40 leaves. Tiger skin orchid is most suitable for indoor potted plants. It likes both sun and shade, and a semi-sun and semi-shade environment is most suitable. There is no strong light in the daytime on Green Star, and it is always gray and cloudy. Planting it outside is not afraid of being exposed to the sun. When enough tiger skin orchids are grown, they will be planted in pots and cultivated as potted plants. You can also open a store specializing in potted plants on the Star Network. There are few ornamental plants in the interstellar space. Most of them are mutant plants with aggressiveness, and the rest are medicinal plants that can be used for medicine. At least the decorative potted plants in their home are fake, carved with the least valuable crystal in the interstellar space. They look exquisite, but without a trace of vitality and lifeless. If I sell pure natural ornamental green plants, they will definitely be very popular. Thinking that there will be a lot of star coins, I am careful with my movements. 40 leaves. Wei Ning used half an acre of land for cuttings. The distance between them is wide enough for these tiger plants to grow into a large area without feeling crowded. The land was dug by robots, and they only needed to use a small shovel to plant. The 2 of them divided the work and cooperated. Yi Ling was responsible for digging small holes. Wei Ning put the leaves in, buried the soil, and transferred supernatural powers. Finally, Yi Ling watered them. It took 2 hours to plant all the leaves. Looking at the small piece of green on the ground, both of them saw expectations in each other's eyes. Now, the land in front of the cottage has changed a lot. The first thing I saw when I went out was the 10 ridges that Wei Ning planted first. The seedlings on them had grown to the height of my calf, and were lush and green. Further ahead is the 2 mu of land planted at the back, where the plants are growing very well. There are 500 plants near the hillside, each of which has survived and grown new leaves. In order to facilitate access, Wei Dong instructed the robot to divide the land into 2 halves, with a 5-meter wide road in the middle, which extends far from the hut. Currently, all the plants planted by Wei Ning are on the right side of the front of the hut, in sharp contrast to the bare land on the left. During this period, 20 robots work 10 hours a day to trim the land, fill the soil where it should be filled, and dig the land where it should be dug. It has extended to 1 kilometer away. If Wei Ning needs it, the robot will come to dig the land for her to facilitate her planting. Their initial plan was to level the land first, and then divide it into countless parts in the shape of a, leaving enough space in the middle for various machines to enter and exit. Now half of the robots are continuing to level the land in the front, and the other half are dispersed, dividing the leveled land 1 by 1 according to the specification of 1 acre and 1 point, and building roads. As long as there are enough seeds, they can dig the ground and plant them at any time. Next, They move the melon seedlings that need growth space to the open space on the left so that they can grow better. Fruit trees or other plants will not be moved for the time being, and will be moved to the hillside when they grow to a point where transplanting will not affect them. After more than half a month, the vegetables have grown to be edible. Wei Ning counted them several times and found more than a dozen varieties and more than 500 plants. There are lettuce, cabbage, spinach, celery, coriander, Chinese cabbage, Shanghai greens, lettuce, water spinach, kale, lettuce, leeks, garlic, etc. I don't know if it's the soil or the environment, but all the varieties have mutated. Although they look similar to the Earth era, they are several times bigger. Take lettuce for example. In the past, one leaf weighed only about 1 pound at most. Now each plant is half a person tall, and one leaf is 30 centimeters wide. One plant weighs more than 10 pounds. In the past, 2 leaves could make a dish. The only flaw is that all the leaves have a thin layer of black ash, which looks like they have inhaled car exhaust on the roadside. Fortunately, they are all healthy and edible after testing. Wei Ning has seen it several times. Wei Guoyang, Yi Ling, and Wei Dong have secretly picked the leaves, washed them, and eaten them. I haven't seen them get sick. This makes Wei Ning feel more at ease. He decided to make a vegetable feast, with a plate of each variety, and eat them to his heart's content. Chapter 10. Do it if you want to. Wei Ning shuttled between the planting fields, picking vegetables that were growing well. She picked off the yellowing leaves, and put them aside as fertilizer. After more than an hour of hard work, she picked so many that she couldn't hold them all. Yi Ling came out to see how hard she was holding them, and took half of them. Why did you pick so many? Didn't you say you were going to save them for seeds? Yi Ling looked at the various vegetables in her hands, and felt a little distressed. Since they knew that these vegetables were for seeds, they didn't expect to have a full meal. Occasionally, they couldn't help but secretly pick a piece to satisfy their cravings. Recalling the first time she ate them, the unique fragrance, crisp taste, and sweet juice of the vegetables were so delicious that she even thought they were better than mutant beast meat, and had fallen in love with them. The vegetables in the interstellar space are cultivated and grown with special chemicals, and the yield is not high. Yi Ling once went to a vegetable plantation, but the growth was not as good as her own, and the appearance was also reduced by half. There was a bitter taste when eating, which was incomparable to her own. Seeing Wei Ning pick so many at once, she felt very complicated, feeling distressed but also wanting to eat. It's okay to eat some, I lose my supernatural power if I pick them, it won't affect anything. Wei Ning replied indifferently. If it was a small plant, she would definitely be willing to pick so many, but now she only picked a leaf, not every plant, so there is no impact at all. Since she ate them all, she would eat enough, and the rest can be picked several times. It would be great if there was rice. She really couldn't get used to the nutrient solution after eating rice for more than 20 years. She regretted a little that she didn't think of buying rice seeds before, and she didn't know if she could buy them this time. It was only now that she realized that the various technologies were not as common as in her previous life, and everyone could grow them. Only the planting families had the planting technology, and ordinary people could not even buy seeds. This is why interstellar vegetables are sold at sky-high prices. Not only because planting is difficult, and the yield is low, but more importantly, the families that own the planting land do not want to expand planting, and use hunger marketing to gain more wealth. Some people even think that psychics should be born superior, and ordinary people should be slaves of the nobles, and should not have human rights. Fortunately, only a few ancient families have such ideas. The federal government is still very humane to ordinary people. In addition to the high welfare benefits enjoyed by those without psychics, there are still personal safety and property guarantees. In the evening, Wei Ning had a vegetable banquet as she wished. There were vegetable salads, cold dishes, boiled vegetables, stir-fried vegetables, and vegetable soups. They were served on the table in bowls as big as wash basins, filling up the table for small people. Wei Ning thought that they would not be able to finish the food. Except for Wei Dong, the three of them did not eat much. They could only eat one bowl from a bowl as big as a basin, but Wei Dong could eat 3 bowls by himself. According to him, the higher the spiritual level, the more nutritional energy is needed. Of course, the biggest reason is that vegetables are so delicious. Why would you want to drink nutrient solution? It's okay if you don't have a choice at ordinary times, but who would be willing to drink nutrient solution if there is a better choice? Moreover, I don't know if it's his illusion. He used to need to drink nutrient solution every time he finished eating vegetables, but now he doesn't need to. Could it be because of the large amount? Wei Dong thought while eating. His movements were quick but not rude. The next day, Wei Dong went out for inspection as usual. After the mutant rabbit, he patrolled 5 kilometers around his home every day, fearing that there would be mutant beasts to harm the planting area. Now the vegetables and plants in the planting area are growing very well. If they are harmed, there will be no regrets. Wei Ning walked around the planting area every day, looked for places that needed superpowers, and input some superpowers. She now relied on planting to upgrade superpowers, and could not relax. Yi Ling was soaking in the planting area to record various plants and collect as much data as possible to facilitate later planting. Wei Guoyang was busy with external affairs, material purchases, looking for planters, and product plans for sale later. He was very busy. In the afternoon, Wei Dong came back with a sour face. At this time, Wei Ning was squatting beside the tiger skin plant to check the growth. She found that white roots had grown and new leaves would grow soon. She looked up and saw Wei Dong walking back from the other side of the road. His face was very sour, as if someone owed him money. And this is not the time when he usually comes back. Usually he comes back when it is almost dark. Wei Ning couldn't help asking. A guy came uninvited. I came back to tell you. His tone is as bad as his face? Wei Ning was puzzled. Since he came to Green Star for nearly 2 months, no outsiders have ever come. Usually he communicates with the optical computer. Sometimes, the signal is unstable, so he just looks at the downloaded information. There is an illusion of being at peace with the world. If there are green mountains and clear waters, birds singing and flowers blooming, it would be a paradise. Who? For some reason, someone's figure appeared in his mind. Sure enough, the next moment, Wei Dong revealed the answer. Shinha. I don't know what the guy is crazy about, running all the way here. Today he went out for patrol as usual, and the road was very peaceful. He didn't find any traces of mutant beasts. He just went around the last hill. As a result, a mecha flew towards him. If he hadn't had good eyesight, he would have seen that it was Shinhaojia's mecha, and he would have almost subconsciously released his own mecha. You know, with his current mental power, forcibly driving a mecha beyond the level is likely to cause secondary damage, and the consequences are very serious. That's why he was so angry. Now he has become accustomed to life here. He goes out for patrol every day, occasionally walks a little further, looks for mutant beasts, and if he's lucky, he can have a delicious meal. If he's unlucky, he can pick some vegetables from the field. Such a life is simple and peaceful. Even if he only has B-level mental power, he is very satisfied. That guy suddenly appeared, and he thought it was an invader, and he almost took action. Why is he here? Where is he? Last time he was on a mission on the border star, and it has only been a short time, and he ran here. Looking back, he didn't see anyone, and Wei Ning thought he was joking. He went to catch mutants. This is why Wei Dong was so angry. He thought Shinhaojia came to see him specially, so he ambushed him in front of him to give him a surprise. But he didn't expect that as soon as he opened his mouth, he wanted to beat him up. Dongzi, tell me quickly, where are the nearest mutants? I catch a few, and have a good meal tonight. The taste last time was amazing. I was greedy all the way, and I could eat a wild bull. His face darkened in an instant. You came here just to eat. I came to see you, and have a meal, hee. Shinhaojia jumped off the mecha and punched him in the chest. This was their usual way of greeting. Wei Dong punched him back, and said angrily, Heh! I don't know what kind of person you are. Why do you still taste the same when you cook it yourself? Hey! You are worthy of being my good brother. Shinhaojia didn't dare to say what happened later. It was too embarrassing. If he did, Dongzi would definitely laugh to death. Okay, let's talk about it later. Tell me first where there are mutant beasts. I don't have much vacation time, and I have to rush back to you. Shinhaojia asked anxiously. You can look for places with many plants. Generally, there will be some. Wei Dong saw that he didn't seem to be joking, so he didn't say anything else and pointed in a direction. This place is too far from the depths of the forest. Even though there are not many plants in the forest now, he rarely goes in. It will take too much time. Even with a small spaceship, it will take several hours. He is worried about his family, and is afraid that the last incident will happen again. Now he is the only one who has fighting power in his family. He patrols the area every day, so there will be no danger. If he walks too far, he is afraid that he will not be able to take care of it, so even if he wants to eat mutant meat, he will not walk far. Shinhaojia has a mecha and is very fast. With his ability, he can easily hunt high-level mutants. This is the difference between high-level mecha warriors and low-level psychics. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinhaojia jumped on the mecha and went deep into the forest, only saying wait for him to come back. Looking at the black spot disappearing from the mecha, Wei Dong's mood inexplicably became low. He knew what it was, and his hand subconsciously rubbed the mecha necklace. Finally, he lost the mood to patrol, thinking that the guy was there, and there was not much road left, so he came back. Don't worry about him. He will come here by himself later. Knowing Shinhaojia's character well, he will not come back if he doesn't catch the mutant beast today. Seeing that he said so, Wei Ning didn't ask any more questions. If she could be teammates with her brother, her mental strength level must be high. Just wait and eat it in the evening. She thought of the vegetables that had not grown up when she ate the mutant beast meat several times before. At that time, she wanted to pick them when they grew up to eat with barbecue meat, which was sweet and refreshing. It was still early, so she looked at all the tiger skins first, and input all the superpowers that needed to be input, and finally picked lettuce leaves. Barbecue roll lettuce leaves, perfect match. When Wei Ning picked the lettuce, washed it, and put it aside to drain the water for later use, Shinhaojia's urgent shouting sounded from a distance. Dongzi, come out and help, I can't wait. When she looked up, she saw the huge mecha giant falling down. Shinhaojia jumped out of the mecha cabin, put away the mecha, walked over quickly, and waved his hand towards the open space beside the well. The mutant beasts as big as a small mountain fell directly to the ground, with a huge sound, splashing countless dust. Hearing the sound, everyone came out of the house, and saw the mutant beast corpses as big as a mountain. They gasped. This is a mid-level mutant beast, a mad pig. I don't know where it was hunted. Don't let it be near them. If this guy runs to the planting land, the plants in the land will not be enough for it to fill its teeth. Where did you hunt it? Wei Dong frowned and asked. The mad pig is huge, greedy and thick-skinned. Ordinary lightsabers can't cause damage to it. It needs a powerful light energy cannon to kill it. At present, he can't use the light energy cannon, but only a small particle gun. In the direction you pointed, about 200 kilometers away, there is a small forest with many mutant beasts. Wei Dong recalled that when he went to measure the topographic map before, he did see a small forest over there. Don't worry, I've gone around, the only big thing inside is the mad pig, hee. I brought them all back. Shinhaojia knew what he was worried about, and waved his hand again, and there were a few more loud noises, and 4 mad pig corpses of the same size were piled on top of the previous one, and the small hill became a big hill. Wei Ning smacked his lips. It was indeed different at a high level. Such mutant beasts were dangerous to them. But for high-level mecha warriors, they didn't even need to get on the mecha, and they could be solved with one move. Wei Dong's eyes flickered, and without saying anything, he asked Shinhaojia to help deal with it. Shinhaojia was happy to help, and he just wanted to see how it was handled. Chapter 11. Wei Dong has become very skilled in handling mutant beasts. He asked Shinhaojia to keep one, and put the rest into the space button. The space button used by high-level psychics has a shelf life of 1 week. As for his own, it has been disabled. His level is too low and frequent use will cause mental riots. Now he uses an ordinary space button. In order to be able to eat the delicacies of the world, Shinhaojia now does whatever Wei Dong says. He collects when he is told to collect and peels when he is told to peel. Wei Dong uses it very smoothly. He is very happy to have him so obedient, even for the sake of mutant beast meat. With Shinhaojia's help, even a wild pig as big as a hill can be easily peeled by him in a few strokes. The sword in his hand is like cutting a watermelon, and he can easily open the belly and remove the internal organs. Wei Dong was about to take the internal organs and to deal with it, but Wei Ning stopped him and asked him to keep the pig's stomach and large intestine. What? Did I hear you right? You want to keep this and this? Wei Dong was stunned, pointing at the pig's stomach that was bigger than a basin and the large intestine that was as thick as a fist and asked. He looked disgusted. Don't think he didn't know what it was. He couldn't help but want to vomit when he thought about what was inside. The other people looked over, showing disgust and disapproval. Sister, look at such a big crazy pig. The meat is enough for us to eat. Let's forget about that one. At worst, we can get another one. Shinhaojia persuaded earnestly. He really couldn't understand why some people like to eat. Eating organs that hold excrement, rounding it off, is not eating excrement. He shuddered. No, it's too disgusting, unacceptable, and resolutely refused. Seeing that they were all so strongly opposed, Wei Ning did not insist. She just suddenly remembered that grilled large intestines and pork tripe stewed with chicken were also delicious. Since they didn't like them, forget it. At present, she didn't have enough materials to handle large intestines and pork tripe, so she would wait for a chance to make them. Seeing that she didn't insist on staying, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and finally let go of their worries. With Shinha, the super laborer, they quickly cleaned up the crazy pig, picked out all the bones, divided the meat, soaked it all in water, and added some salt. The rest of the time was waiting. Wei Ning took the opportunity to prepare the seasoning, and Wei Dong also had time to ask him why he came. Come on, don't say you came to see me specially. You don't believe it yourself, and you want me to believe it. Wei Dong took the initiative before he could speak. Ha ha. Isn't this just on the way? Shinha felt guilty. Yeah. It's quite on the way. Wei Dong looked at him sideways. The border star is at least tens of thousands of light years away from the green star. It takes at least several days to get there, not to mention that there is no direct route. You need to change routes to get there, which takes at least 7 days in total. Alas, you can't just think that I came here to see you. Shinha was fed up. He couldn't tell him that since he tasted the roasted mutant rabbit, he couldn't forget it. He ran to catch one and roasted it. Not only was he punished by the commander, but the whole team was saying that he was mentally ill and couldn't forget the mutant beast. And that mean teammate, who deliberately caught the mutant beast and brought it back to the logistics department to process it and brought it to him to eat, under the pretext of caring about his teammates. He also went to the logistics support department for a long time. Even though the mutant beast meat they made had been processed, it still didn't taste that good. Finally, he was so annoyed that he reported it to the captain, who beat him up and made him lie in the treatment cabin for a day before he came out. He didn't think about it before he ate it, but he didn't enjoy it after he tried it, which made him feel anxious and unmotivated all day long. He was distracted during training for several years, and was caught by the captain again. He was severely scolded and told to get out. Knowing that the captain was giving him a holiday in disguise, he immediately left with the starship that delivered military supplies. He drove the mecha to the last distance. It was obvious that there was something fishy. He didn't say anything, and Wei Dong didn't ask any more questions. He planned to find time to catch up with his old teammates. He was afraid that he didn't know. Hey Dongzi, you have changed a lot since the last time I saw you. There are so many green plants. Shinha changed the subject forcefully, and said, as he looked at the green in front of him. Get out, these are all vegetables, edible. Wei Dong replied angrily, stupid guy, you think green is green plants, you haven't seen the world. Of course, he would not say that he thought it was a green plant when he saw such a big one. What? When did vegetables grow so big? They are not all mutants that will attack, right? Shinha was dumbfounded. It's not that he has never seen vegetables before, but how could one be so big? It's worth 2 of them. You are going to get rich. So many. He was amazed at such a large piece. You know, a portion of vegetables in the interstellar space can be sold at a sky-high price, and even they don't eat it often. They usually have nutrient solution, and only have the opportunity to add food occasionally. He walked over, touched the large leaves of vegetables, and shed tears of envy. What should I do? I really want to eat a bite. Put away your greedy look, your saliva is about to come down. Wei Dong couldn't bear to watch it anymore, and reminded him to pay attention to his image. You can't blame me for this. I've never seen such vegetables since I was a child. It has been tempting me. You can't blame him. What we usually see are mutant plants with strong aggressiveness. As for vegetables, they are all cooked and served. Who cares what they look like, Wei Dong? Ahem, it seems that I was like this before. I feel so embarrassed. Okay, my sister has picked a lot. You can try them later. Yeah, my sister is still good. Unlike my brother, he always asks me for things every time we meet. I'm so annoyed. I just want to beat him up. Thinking of his spoiled brother, Shinha was in a bad mood. Well, Wei Dong also thinks that his sister is very good. She is obedient, good at planting and making delicious food. Let's go. I'm hungry. Shinha didn't want to talk and urged him to go back. It was almost time. The two walked back, and Wei Ning just came out of the house. Ever since the first time I ate the mutant cuckoo chicken outside, that area has become a place for eating meat. With tables and stools placed there, it's almost like a picnic. In addition to the fur and internal organs, there are also 3 large basins of crazy pigs, 1 basin of bones, and 2 basins of meat, which are piled up to the top, at least 200 kilograms. Wei Ning asked them to pick out the big bones, put the ribs aside, drain the meat, and cut it into thin slices as thick as a palm. Shinha volunteered to slice it, and Wei Ning instructed his brother to put the big bones in the pot he bought, add water, and turn on the fire to cook soup. The pot is very large, with a diameter of more than 1 meter. It is placed on a special tripod, and energy gas is put below, and it is cooked on the fire. The energy gas was delivered recently, with more than 10 cans, which can be used for a long time. The ribs were marinated in another pot, and the seasonings were the same as last time, but they had been replaced with new ones. Except for the plant-extracted seasonings, the remaining soy sauce, vinegar, wine, etc. in StarCraft were all artificially made, and the taste was not as good as brewed ones. Wei Ning did not add any of them, and only used the previous ones for marinating. Here, Shinha had also cut the meat. His hand speed was very fast, and he cut a pot of meat in a few strokes. Each piece was evenly thick, and of the right size. Wei Ning was very satisfied, and waved her hand, asking Wei Dong to add the seasoning and marinade. Soon, the water in the big pot also boiled, and she instructed Wei Dong to use a big spoon to skim off the floating foam on it. When the 2 pots of meat were cut, the marinating in front was almost done. Seeing that they were all looking at it eagerly, Wei Ning did not dare to taste it, and said that it was ready to fry. She took out the previous plate, and Wei Dong took it. Without her telling him, he neatly arranged it, turned on the energy gas, and waited for the plate to preheat. Why not do it the same way as last time? Shinha couldn't help asking when he saw that the props were different. This time, changed the way to eat it. Wei Ning took out another square metal box that was half the height of a person, handed him the tin foil in his hand, and asked him to wrap the ribs with tin foil, open the square box, and put everything in. This was a space-like oven that Wei Ning had just received and had not used yet. It was similar to the principle of an oven. A kind of energy stone that could heat was placed underneath, and it had the effect of an oven without being plugged in. It just consumed too much energy stone. A fist-sized energy stone was needed at a time, and the energy stone was disposable. Shinha looked at this strange thing, and was very curious. Can it be eaten like this? Well, it's about right. This is her first time using it, as long as it's cooked. Shinha wanted to say something, but Wei Ning looked at him, and he shut up immediately. Forget it, at worst, he won't eat this. The big pot of soup not far away was constantly boiling, and the aroma was floating in the air with the heat. He sniffed hard, and the faint fragrance instantly attracted all his attention. Wei Dong here has also started to work. Wei Ning specifically asked him to save the lard and put it aside. Now he took a few pieces, and put them on top to fry out the fat. Interstellar oil is extracted from a certain plant, and the taste is not as fragrant as the fat of the animal itself. Wei Ning prefers to use animal fat. After the first time, Wei Dong has mastered the skill of frying meat. When the fat is fried out, sprinkle some salt and chili powder on the residue, and throw it into his mouth. It is fragrant, crispy and delicious. Hey, why are you eating it? Shinha saw Wei Dong eating it out of the corner of his eye, so he hurried over and waited to feed him. Do it yourself. Wei Dong was too lazy to pay attention to him, so he made room to the side and continued. I am a guest too. How can you treat a guest like this? Where is your manners? Shinha couldn't help but mutter. Running away from home. Wei Dong replied unceremoniously. Ha ha. Haojia, you have to do it yourself to make the meat taste better. Wei Guoyang smiled. Wei Ning also found a seat, and took a few pieces of pork belly with fat and meat from the basin, and put them on the plate. Seeing that the 2 heads of the family, Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling, did it themselves, Shinha quickly took out a giant sword. It was really a giant sword. The one he used to slice just now was more than 1 meter long. Wei Ning covered his face, and silently contributed a small sword. Ha ha, thank you. Shinha scratched his head, embarrassed to thank him, and took back his giant sword. They already had experience. They were very patient, and waited for the meat to slowly turn golden brown, turned it over and fried it again, and when both sides were the same, sprinkled various seasonings. Wei Ning took the lettuce, divided it in 2, put half in his hand, put the fried pork belly on the leaves, wrapped it up, and put it in his mouth. Well, this is the taste, fragrant and crispy, not greasy at all. The 3 people of the Wei family followed suit, and now they are sure that they will follow it. Sure enough, after taking a bite, the 3 of them were satisfied. It was so delicious. The meat of the crazy pig has not changed. The chicken is tender, a little bit of material, and the taste is also chewy. For them, this shortcoming is nothing, but another different taste. Seeing this, Shinha followed suit. His meat was put in last, and he was eager to eat it before it was fully cooked. Not surprisingly, a fishy smell spread on the tip of his tongue. Pooh, 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 why is it so unpalatable? He looked disgusted, seriously suspecting that he had been cheated again. Wei Dong couldn't stand it anymore, so he kindly gave him the rest of his meat. Shinha took it hesitantly, and opened his mouth to bite it with a tragic look. The sweetness of vegetables, the charred aroma of meat, and the overbearing spicy taste exploded in his mouth. It was delicious. His eyes lit up, and he swallowed the meat after chewing it twice, staring at Wei Dong with shining eyes. Don't think about it, do it yourself. Wei Dong refused mercilessly. He hadn't eaten enough, and his share was already a reward for his efforts. If he wanted to eat more, he should stop dreaming. Dongzi, you don't love me anymore. Qin Haojia instantly turned into a resentful young wife. Ahem. Wei Ning was choked by his behavior. Get lost? Ha ha ha. Chapter 12. Seeing that the second portion was ready, Wei Dong didn't even look at Qin Haojia, and quickly rolled it into the lettuce leaves, not giving him the chance to grab it. Qin Haojia looked at him pitifully, silently accusing him. Or Wei Ning couldn't bear it anymore, and handed him her own portion. Sister, you are so nice. Qin Haojia's eyes lit up, and he quickly took it, and stuffed it into his mouth. Wei Ning. No, I just don't want to see your aggrieved look, it affects your appetite too much. She silently moved to the side, not wanting to get too close to him. Qin Haojia. Is he being disliked? Hurry up, learn by yourself, don't expect my sister to serve you. Wei Dong saw that he was shamelessly eating from his sister, and knocked on the board to urge him. Okay. Qin Haojia was not the kind of person who would sit and wait for food. He did that on purpose just now, because he wanted to tease her. This time, he followed Wei Dong and waited patiently until the meat was cooked. He added some giant pepper powder, and then wrapped it with lettuce leaves and put it in his mouth. He liked the flavors that were strong. The spicy taste of giant pepper was very flavorful. It was spicy, fragrant, and crispy. It was really delicious. For a while, no one spoke. They all cared about the meat in their hands. The new way of eating was very popular. The whole pot of meat was finished in less than an hour. Wei Ning wanted to save some space for the ribs and soup, so she didn't continue. Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling had the same idea as her and stopped. The big bone soup on the side was almost done. The soup was milky white with a thin layer of fat floating on it. The aroma was fragrant and looked delicious. Wei Ning changed to a small spoon and poured half a spoonful of salt. Wei Guoyang was responsible for stirring it evenly with a large spoon and scooping it into a bowl to taste it. As soon as he took a sip of the soup, his eyes lit up. He quickly swallowed it, and the warm current flowed down his throat to his stomach and then spread to his whole body. His whole body seemed to be immersed in the warm sun, so comfortable. Wei Guoyang took another sip, squinting his eyes and savoring it carefully. It was really delicious. Wei Ning saw that he was immersed in the delicious world of the soup, so he didn't disturb him, and served a bowl for himself and Yi Ling. Except for salt, there were no other seasonings. The soup was thick and 100% original. The essence of the bones was stewed out, which was particularly delicious. After eating too much fried meat, Qin Haojia's mouth was full of spicy taste. Seeing that everyone here was drinking, he quickly came over with a large bowl, looking eagerly, like a big dog waiting to be fed. Wei Ning gave up his seat to him, and motioned for him to do it. Didn't you see that your bowl is so big? The spoon in my hand is small, so you can use the big spoon to scoop it yourself. Qin Haojia didn't treat himself as an outsider, and Wei Ning didn't treat him as a guest. Everything was done by himself. Qin Haojia filled his big bowl without hesitation. He smelled the strong and fresh aroma, and his stomach seemed to be even hungrier. Wei Dong was not willing to lag behind, so he changed to a basin to serve, and instantly surpassed his big bowl. After the two people each served a bowl, the soup in the pot obviously shrank by one layer. Qin Haojia. What should I do? I really want to hit someone. I don't know if I will be driven away after the fight. Thinking of this possibility, he suppressed the impulse in his heart. Humph, he can serve a few more bowls. The three people of the Wei family were simply amused by the childish behavior of these two people. It's just a bowl of soup, but they still have to compare the size of the bowl. They give up. What's even more ridiculous is that these two guys are like they are going to fight. You have a basin, I have two big bowls, you have a piece of meat, I have 3 pieces of meat, you go back and forth, and soon the remaining meat and soup are eaten up, leaving only a pot of bones. It was rare to see their son behave in such a childish way after he came back from injury. Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling were indulgent. Wei Ning was even happier. It happened that they were full, so they could eat 2 more ribs. She had no doubt about their appetite. It just so happened that the energy stone of the oven had been used up, so it was time to start the oven. She found some heat-insulating gloves, opened the lid, and could smell the spicy meat aroma through the tin foil. She carefully took out a ball, and put it on the table on the side. The mad pig was big, and the ribs were also long. They were cut into 2 pieces before they could be put into the oven, and they were wrapped in 4 large balls. Cut the tin foil with a small sword, and a stronger spicy smell came to the nose. Just smelling it made people salivate. It was even more delicious. The heat from the energy stone dried up the moisture in the ribs, and even charred them a little. That's why they tasted even better. When you took a bite, your mouth was full of spicy meat flavor, and the more you ate, the better it tasted. Wei Dong and Shinha were a little full after finishing a pot of meat and a pot of soup. They were lying on the chairs without any image, staring at each other, which was very funny. At this time, Wei Ning was eating happily beside them, and the spicy smell wafted into their noses from time to time. They couldn't help swallowing their saliva, touching their slightly bulging stomachs, looking at each other, and quickly rushed to the oven. The ribs were very filling, and Wei Guoyang and Yiling didn't eat as much as they did. They only took 1 ball, and the remaining 2 balls were in the oven. When they went over, they each took a ball with their hands and feet, not afraid of the heat, and opened it directly. Smelling the tempting smell, they didn't need to say anything, and just buried their heads in eating. As for being full, no problem. If they had more of this delicacy, they could have eaten it all. At most, they would go out for some exercise after they finished eating. In the end, the two not only finished their own ribs, but also the ones that Wei Ning couldn't finish. They almost fought over the ownership of the last rib. Wei Guoyang couldn't stand it anymore, and gave the ribs to Shinha. After all, he was a guest, and he hunted the wild pig. Under Wei Dong's murderous gaze, Shinha ate happily and smiled triumphantly at him. Wei Ning saw that the eldest brother's hand on his knee was clenched, with veins bulging, as if he was about to jump up and beat someone up at any time. Looking at the face of someone who looked like a villain, who had succeeded and deliberately declared his sovereignty, if she were him, she would also want to beat him up. Shinha stayed in Green Star for 3 whole days, and he was so happy that he didn't want to leave. Every day, he drove the mecha deep into the forest and killed all the mutant beasts, scaring them so that they didn't dare to leave their nests. This just suited Wei Dong's wishes. Previously, he wanted him to scare the mutant beasts so that they wouldn't dare to come out casually. But he was too busy, bringing back several mutant beasts every day, and they couldn't eat them all. The refrigerator was full, and finally Wei Ning had no choice but to learn the way his grandfather made bacon when he was a child, and made the mutant meat into air-dried bacon and kept it for later. During these 3 days, Wei Dong didn't go out for inspection, and Wei Guoyang put down his work and processed the mutant meat, skinning, opening the abdomen, taking out the internal organs, chopping it into strips of varying sizes, soaking the blood, draining the water, marinating it with seasoning, and hanging it on a special metal pole. This was repeated every day until the open space outside the hut was filled with rows of meat, and there were estimated to be more than 1,000 pieces. All the newly bought seasonings at home were used up. If Wei Dong hadn't specifically told him to hunt high-level mutant beasts, Shinha would have hunted back all the high-level mutant beasts he saw. Even so, there were many species, including crazy pigs, barbaric bulls, unicorn sheep, black deer, and even black-wind wolves. Shinha went to almost every place on Green Star with green plants. These high-level mutant beasts were still very dangerous to the Wei family. It was just right for him to use them to exercise his hands and feet, and he could also eat them by the way, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Eating different delicacies every day, he was a little reluctant to leave. When he returned to the border star, he could only drink nutrient solution. After eating delicious food, the nutrient solution tasted like poison. He was particularly mean, taking photos of his daily gourmet meals and editing them to make people salivate just by looking at them. He posted different ones on the Light Brain Circle every day, and he was as arrogant as he could be. Not only that, he ignored them every time he posted them. If he couldn't turn off the light brain, he would probably have turned it off. He would not answer any requests for holographic projection videos every day. Those who sent messages would brag about what they ate every day and how good they tasted, making his teammates far away on the border star so angry that they wanted to beat him up through the screen. He sent another message, with a smug smile on his face. "Humph, I let you laugh at me, and now you are greedy to death. If you don't believe me and want to take advantage of me, don't even think about it, even if it's a holographic projection." What Shinha didn't know was that because he posted food so arrogantly every day, the members of the 6th team were all greedy. After training that day, several people sneaked out to hunt a wild bull, borrowed a place from the canteen, and learned to roast wild beef. They still remembered that Shinha was caught by the commander while roasting mutant meat, so they didn't dare to go outside, so they went to the canteen kitchen. When there is no mission, Except for the training to be completed every day, the management of the 4th Corps is very humane, with strict military discipline and clear rewards and punishments. As long as there is no violation of military discipline and the impact is too great, everything else can be done. After all, the conditions on the border are difficult, and the soldiers are on the verge of life and death when they go on missions, so they will be given enough personal time in normal times. Unlike other legions, the competition is fierce and the levels are clear, and the soldiers have to work hard to get ahead. Although several people did not violate military discipline, they only saw the pictures sent by Shinha without any specific methods, just killed directly, removed the internal organs, and roasted directly. As you can imagine, the result was no different from that of Shinha. The biggest difference was that the canteen kitchen was full of odor, which made the people in the kitchen unbearable and complained. Then, the people in the 6th team not only did not eat the delicious food, but were beaten by the captain and lay in the treatment cabin for a day. It was a close call. I was going to get food from the canteen today. Fortunately, the other members of the 6th team looked at their teammates, who were beaten black and blue on the training ground, and were very glad that they were a step slower. Yeah, me too. Everyone looked at the training ground and found that they were the teammates who laughed at him the most last time. For the first time, they gave Shinha a thumbs up in their hearts. It's amazing. With only a few pictures and no effort, he got his revenge even though they were thousands of light years apart. It's amazing. Chris looked at his subordinates lying on the ground with bruises on their faces, and his anger finally dissipated a lot. Tell me the truth. You all have damaged your mental strength. You still don't bring your brains with you. The training intensity is too low, and you still have the energy to cause trouble for me. Do you know that I have been laughed at by other teams several times because of your 6th squad? The more he talked, the angrier he got. Chris kicked the person closest to him away. Last time, he was complained by the logistics support department that his soldiers were mentally ill, and went to the logistics department to bother them every day. Today, he went even further. He went directly to the logistics department, and made people unable to stay in the other's territory. It happened that the captains were in a meeting, and the person in charge of logistics communicated with him through a light brain. Not only did the other captains know about it, but even the commander asked about it. I have lost all my face because of these guys. If I don't have a reason to convince myself today, I will beat them every time I see them, so as not to forget it. Colonel, it's none of our business. It's all Shinha's fault. Zhujian, who was kicked away, suddenly wanted to survive. He betrayed Shinha without any burden. The colonel was too cruel, and it hurt everywhere. Yes, yes. Others echoed, no matter what, it's better to die than to die. Anyway, it was Housie who caused it. Why should they suffer while he eats and drinks? Do you think I'm stupid? That guy is on vacation. Chris glared angrily. He approved the fake one. The person was not in the base. It was none of his business. It's true, Colonel. Seeing that Chris was about to take action again, Zhujian endured the pain and limped over to bring out Shinha's light brain circle to show Chris. It was full of photos, with meat cooked in various ways and green vegetables. After being retouched, they looked very realistic, making people salivate. Chris, as the captain of the 7th Squadron of the 4th Legion, had a good family, and thought he had eaten all kinds of delicacies. Looking at the photos in the computer, he swallowed shamefully, then got angry, beat them up again, took Shinha's computer number, and left angrily. Zhujian and others. Why? What did they do wrong again? Chapter 13. Green Star. Shinha didn't know that his brain had triggered a bloody battle. He was reluctantly eating his last meal on Green Star. His vacation was about to end. Excluding the time spent on the road, he had only been here for 3 days. He hadn't stayed long enough, hadn't eaten enough meat, and hadn't eaten enough vegetables. He had to leave, and was very reluctant. The seasonings at home are all used up. You know how much you can eat. We are almost bankrupted by you. Weidong couldn't stand him pretending to be pitiful, and spoke in a bad tone. How is it possible? There are still so many vegetables in the field? I hunted all the mutant meat over there, and I haven't eaten a single bite. Shinha retorted that there were still many mutants on Green Star. He would catch them again after eating them. Of course he knew Weidong was joking, but he really couldn't bear to leave. It was said that he had never tasted the bacon over there, so how could he be willing to leave? Why don't you take some bacon back with you? Once it's dry, you can steam it and eat it directly. It's best to pair it with rice if possible. Wei Ning was very generous to the great contributor. After all, without him, they wouldn't have so much mutant meat. He also helped solve the existing dangers. It was impossible to give him all of it. She also paid him wages, a vegetable mutant meat feast a day. The vegetables in the field have all been pulled out, and they can't be pulled out anymore. Ding ding. Shinha was about to turn his reluctance into food intake and try to eat more. His optical brain thought again, thinking that it was his teammates bombarding him every day, so he turned on the screen as usual. Hey, it's someone he doesn't know. He was about to press the button and found that the communication was wrong. This is a special information channel in the Legion, used by superiors to issue special instructions to soldiers below. Thinking it was an emergency, he immediately sat up straight and clicked to connect. A tall man with regular features and a clear scar on his forehead appeared in front of everyone. As soon as they saw the man, Shinha and Wei Dong's faces changed drastically, and they stood up and saluted the man. Colonel. Chris nodded to the two of them, looked around, and his murderous aura was fully revealed. The three people of the Wei family, who had never seen such a scene, were frightened by his momentum and dared not move. This was the level of suppression of the high-level spiritual power people over the low-level spiritual power people, not to mention Chris's murderous aura. That was an instinct engraved in his bones after countless battles and life-and-death struggles. Seeing other people, Chris restrained his breath and responded lightly, "Yeah. Colonel, you are looking for me." Shinha was not sure what the captain wanted him to do. He was still on vacation, and not on the border star. Could it be that there was a special task for him to do? Ahem, old. I want to inform you that the vacation is over, and return to the team as soon as possible. Chris said seriously, his eyes drifting to the things on the table. Today they were eating braised meat, using the tenderest part of the man beef, which was processed and braised since morning. Even if there was a lack of seasoning, after a day, the beef was stewed to be fragrant and soft, and it melted with a light chew. If it could be paired with rice, it would be perfect. Colonel, have you eaten? How about some? Seeing that Chris didn't speak and his eyes were erratic, Shinha boldly came up with an idea, so he whispered to test. Yeah. Chris responded expressionlessly. Shinha immediately put a stool in front of him, filled a large bowl with food, and invited him to sit down, treating this place as his own home. Weidong only met Chris once after the incident. Usually, they only saw each other from a distance during the team training. He was very awed by this boss, who was said to have a bad temper, and dared not look him in the face. After Chris sat down, Shinha warmly invited everyone to eat. Wei Ning, Wei Guoyang, and Yi Ling had almost finished eating. Facing evil like Chris, they really didn't have the courage to continue eating, so they quickly found an excuse to leave. Only Weidong and Shinha were left at the table to face Chris together. Since Shinha was beaten last time, he was granted a vacation again. His favorability towards Chris has risen sharply. If he hadn't approved the vacation, he wouldn't have had so many delicious foods. Moreover, he thought that Chris came to him today just to eat meat. He secretly glanced at Chris, and found that although his face still had a cold and aloof look, his hands were slowly moving faster, which made him more certain of his guess. Of course, Chris still remembered whose meat he ate, and he comforted Weidong, which made him so excited that he couldn't speak. Seeing that he was there, they were somewhat uncomfortable, so Chris stopped talking and hung up the communication after eating. The Colonel. Weidong waited for Chris to leave before he came back to his senses from his excitement. Looking at the stool with a bowl on it, he couldn't believe that the man just now was really his captain. Hee. I think the captain wanted to see me just to eat meat. Shinha had such an expression on his face. How is that possible? Wei Dong didn't believe it. Then why did he come? To inform me that the vacation is over? If you tell me, someone will naturally inform me. The more Shinha spoke, the more certain he became. It was strange to use the military's special information channel just to inform him that the vacation was over. And he didn't seem to eat happily. It was obvious that he came here just for food. I just don't know how the captain knew it. Shinha, who had no idea that he was betrayed by his teammates, just wanted to eat more now, otherwise he wouldn't be able to eat tomorrow. Border Star. Chris's residence hung up the call. Chris's resolute face showed a satisfied smile. His hand unconsciously touched his empty belly, as if the aroma of stewed meat was still lingering in his mouth, and the whole person was lazy. Only a very few people who were very close to him knew that Colonel Chris, the captain of the 7th Squadron of the 4th Legion of the Federation, was a veritable foodie. Chris was born in the Cole family, a famous military and political family in the Federation. He had a wealthy family. Before joining the army, he was a frequent visitor to major restaurants on the capital star. He had eaten the delicacies cooked by their famous chefs, but none of them were as delicious as the stewed meat he ate today. This time, he finally experienced Shinhaojia's repeated troubles with the logistics support staff for stuttering. If it were him, he would also have such an impulse. Thinking of the various food photos in the kid's mind, he was angry. The kid ate so many delicious foods, but he didn't bring some back to his direct superior. If he hadn't approved the leave, the kid wouldn't have had such a good time. No, if the kid doesn't bring some back to honor him as a superior, he will beat him up again to make him remember it. Chris touched his chin and sent a string of messages to the captain of the 6th team. Shinhaojia, who had just left Green Star, felt a chill on his back in the cockpit. He concentrated his mental power and carefully observed the surroundings. In the vast universe, large and small planets were moving along their own trajectories, and everything was normal. He didn't dare to relax at all along the way, until he saw the starport of the transit star. He dared to let go of the heart that had been hanging all the way. He booked the fastest starship ticket to the border star, found the person in charge of the star, used the military privilege to ask for a rest room, adjusted the time, and fell asleep directly. After concentrating his mental power for more than 10 hours in a row, and driving a mecha in the universe, even his S-level mental power and SS physical strength could not withstand the consumption. Before the aircraft carrier set off, he had to make up for it quickly. After sleeping for 3 hours, Shinhaojia went to board the ship in high spirits. A few days later, the civil aircraft carrier arrived at Carlo Star, the planet closest to the border star. Carlo Star is a very small planet. Most of the residents on it are family members of the 4th Legion or soldiers who have retired from the front line with serious injuries. It is firmly controlled by the Legion, and the starport is heavily patrolled by the Army. Passengers must go through layers of screening before being released. Carlo Star stores all kinds of materials shipped from various planets. These materials are transported from here to the border star. If there is any situation on Carlo Star, the border star will face the phenomenon of material shortage. Except for the military and the family members of the Army, other civil aircrafts that transport materials need to be inspected. Shinhaojia showed his identity card, passed the inspection quickly, and successfully boarded the starship that transported materials to the border star. A few hours later, Shinhaojia arrived at the border star with the starship. As soon as he returned to the base, he immediately sent a message to the team leader to indicate that he had returned to the team. At this time, it was the training time of the Legion in the base. Except for the soldiers who needed to patrol and stand guard, all the soldiers were training. The 4th Legion has 20 battalions under its jurisdiction, each battalion has 20 squads, and each squad has about 500 people. Each brigade has its own training ground. Each squad usually trains separately, and there is a collective training every 10 days. Today happens to be a collective training day. As soon as the captain of the 6th squad, Andrusen, received Shinhaojia's message, he immediately replied to him, and then sent a message to Chris to inform him that Shinhaojia had returned. Chris stood on the high platform and watched the soldiers training below. His eyes were sharp. He saw at a glance who was not in place. Just as he was about to teach them a lesson, Andrusen's message came. He opened the light brain to watch, and then continued to watch the soldiers training. He caught a few people with non-standard movements and taught them a lesson personally. Then he handed the rest of the training to his deputy and strode away. Although the deputy was surprised that his superior skipped work, he did not dare to ask, because of the superior's majesty, and continued training. After receiving Andrusen's message, Shinhao was confused. He did not ask more questions, and went directly to wait outside Chris's office, where he handled military affairs. Chris walked back to the office, and saw people standing at the door in standard military posture. He opened the door, and went in first. Shinhaojia followed him in, and closed the door. Colonel. Chris sat behind the desk, and looked Shinhaojia up and down. He found that he was a little fatter, and his face suddenly became bad. Shinhaojia. Why do I have a bad feeling? What does the captain want to do? Don't look at him like that. I was panicking. Hand it over. Chris didn't beat around the bush. There were only 2 people here, and he didn't think his behavior was overbearing at all. Hand it over for what? Shinhaojia was confused. As soon as he came back, Andrusen said that the captain was looking for him, so he came. It's not enough for him to stare at him when they met, but he also said inexplicable things. It's too wrong. What do you think? Chris clenched his fists, very dissatisfied with this kid, pretending to be stupid. Light brain? Shinhaojia asked tentatively, and Chris's face became even more ugly. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind, meat? Hearing this, Chris restrained his facial expression a little, thinking, it's still reasonable. Colonel, no more all even. Shinhaojia's voice became smaller and smaller. When he left, he did pack a pot of meat, but after so many days on the road, he had eaten it all, and there was no bone left. And he couldn't believe that the first person to rob him after he came back was actually their captain. He thought at most that only his teammates would rob him, so he ate nothing. Chris stood up, moved his hands, and said coldly, "Go to the training ground." Thinking of the pain of being beaten last time, Shinhaojia's back was sweating, and the desire to survive suddenly rose. "Colonel, I brought this." He took out a piece of dried meat weighing about 4 or 5 pounds from the space button and put it on the metal table with a look of reluctance. Chris looked at the table, where there was a piece of dark red dried meat with a faint spicy taste. He sat back in his chair and looked at Shinhaojia. This time Shinhaojia understood immediately and explained, "This is a kind of bacon made from mutant beast meat. It can be eaten after drying, washing and steaming. It can be eaten with staple food and tastes good." "Have you eaten it?" Chris was unhappy that he didn't get what he wanted. When he heard that the bacon tasted good, his eyes flickered. "No, it wasn't dry at that time, but I heard from Weidong's sister that these were all made by her. She made everything we ate." Shinhaojia quickly added, fearing that he would be pulled to train if he was not satisfied. It was too painful to be trained by the captain. "That's it?" Chris was very dissatisfied. It was just this little, not enough for him to taste. Shinhaojia was scared by his gaze. Finally, under Chris's gaze, he took out half of the bacon very reluctantly before he was released. Heartbroken, why is his boss such a person? He doesn't have much bacon, and there won't be much left even if he hands it in. After Shinhaojia left, Chris's stern face immediately changed to a happy one. With a wave of his hand, he put all the bacon on the table into the space button and happily sent a message to his deputy. Chapter 14. Wei Ning and the others didn't know that Shinhaojia was robbed as soon as he returned, and they were busy at this time. The vegetables in the field began to bloom, and the transplanted melon seedlings grew a lot. In order to facilitate care and picking, they had to build a rack for the melon seedlings. The rack material was the abandoned window guardrails they picked up from the ruins of the city. It took them several days to collect intact and unpainted ones. For these, everyone went out, and today was no exception. Even though many things can be handed over to robots, Wei Ning still prefers to do simple things by herself. This may be the nature of Wood-type superpowers, who like to be close to nature. Influenced by her, as long as they are not too busy to get away, the other 3 people in the Wei family have developed the habit of doing most things by themselves. This kind of life of working from sunrise to sunset has changed their state of mind a lot. They are no longer as obsessed with fame and fortune as before, but value life with their family more. Why do you have to build a rack? It's not good to let them grow on the ground? Wei Dong didn't understand. The place is big enough for the melon seedlings to grow. Why do you have to spend so much time to build a rack? Finding a rack and building it, what difference does it make? I told you to read more books, but you didn't listen. You just know how to play around all day. This melon seedling is a loofah. The vine needs to grow fast, and needs enough sunlight to grow better. Yi Ling was explaining science on the other side. The environment of Green Star is special. Plants lack sufficient light, so they should not grow well. But because of Wei Ning's ability, they grow very well. Brother, don't you think it will be more convenient to pick if the rack is built? Wei Ning said while holding the rack. Wei Dong looked at the newly built rack, which was in the shape of a triangle. A window guard was placed on each side of the melon seedlings, fixed at the bottom and the corners at the top. Since the window guard was large enough, the triangular rack could accommodate 1 person. It was convenient to hang the melons under the rack. Why not put it on the watermelon? Wei Dong asked while tying the wire. You can do it if you want to. Wei Ning did not object. In fact, she had never seen a watermelon rack in her hometown, but she had seen a rack made of ropes when watching videos. However, thinking of the vegetables that doubled in size, I wonder if the watermelon will be the same. If so, the rack may not be able to support the weight of the watermelon. Forget it. Wei Dong also thought of the vegetables that doubled in size. The rack can be reused. When this batch of melons is ripe, the next batch can be planted with beans. It just so happens that beans also need to be put on the rack. Yi Ling pointed to the bean vine not far away and said, "Now all the seed varieties have grown, and there are only a dozen melon seedlings, including more than 10 loofah seedlings, 2 watermelons, 1 pumpkin, and 1 bean. No matter how large the distance between loofahs is, they can be divided into 2 ridges. There is no need to build too many racks, just enough for them to grow. It will be built in a short while, and then the vines will be carefully coiled on the racks to facilitate the vines to climb later." It takes less than half a day to do all this. Now the vegetables have entered the flowering period, and the seedlings mixed with the vegetables have been transplanted to the hillside. The robot is not continuing to cultivate the land now. During this period, the planting area has expanded to 2 kilometers away. There is a dry lake there, and it is impossible to fill it up. After discussing, the family decided to stay and wait for water to fill it up slowly in the future. They can raise fish or ducks, or use the water in the lake for irrigation. The planting land is enough for them to plant now, so they will not continue to cultivate it for the time being. They will carefully plan the land they have cultivated and expand the planting area after the harvest of this batch of seeds. Yi Ling's experimental results have also come out. The germination rate of seeds that have not been soaked in nutrient solution is only 10%, but the survival rate increases to 60% after they are fully soaked and germinated before sowing. If they are nurtured by Wei Ning's supernatural power, then soaked in nutrient solution for germination and then sown, the survival rate is as high as 100%. And watering with water diluted with nutrient solution can shorten the growth cycle of plants. For the same kind of vegetables, the growth cycle of vegetables cultivated by ordinary methods is the shortest, and the size is the smallest. The cycle of vegetables cultivated by diluting nutrient solution is slightly longer, but the size is twice as large as that cultivated by ordinary methods. As for the vegetables cultivated by Wei Ning using supernatural power and diluted nutrient solution, the size has increased several times. It was also through experiments that everyone knew why the plants they planted could survive in such a bad environment and grow better than ever before. It turned out that it was all because of Wei Ning's supernatural power. For a time, Wei Ning's status in the family surpassed that of the head of the family, Wei Guoyang. As long as it was related to planting, they all believed in her unconditionally. In order to prevent herself from making mistakes, Wei Ning began to spend most of her time on the Star Network every day, learning all kinds of planting knowledge. However, there was little relevant information on the Star Network. Wei Ning guessed that the real planting technology should be controlled by the family. She could only read the complete collection of mutated plants and the complete collection of federal medicinal plants, mainly to know the various plants recorded in the Star Network. As for the planting method, she could only rely on what she had seen in her memory, but the planting methods of general vegetables were basically the same. With the cheating artifact of wood power, there is no need to worry about not being able to grow the plants, but rather worry about the big difference causing unnecessary trouble. However, for this batch, Wei Ning still inputs some power every day to see if there will be any changes when the seeds are planted in the end. When the loofah vines climb all over the racks and bloom yellow flowers, the first batch of vegetable seeds of Green Star are ripe. No robots are used to help, all harvested by hand. Looking at the seeds that have been sorted, harvested and piled on the side, the sweaty face is full of joy of harvest. At first, it was because of the dream that they stayed there, and they didn't have much hope for everything in the dream. After all, it takes a long time for a planet to be built from scratch. They were all prepared to spend decades, or even hundreds of years, to transform Green Star. But they didn't expect that Wei Ning awakened the wood power. In less than half a year, they not only ate vegetables, but also harvested a batch of seeds. The four spent 2 days harvesting all the seeds, tying them up, and drying them in the open space in front of the house. The robot crushed all the vegetable stems in the field and buried them in the soil to make fertilizer. After planting these vegetables, we can try to open a store on StarNet to sell them. Wei Guoyang looked at the robot busy in the field, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with a smile, all of these vegetables were given supernatural powers by Wei Ning from time to time, which caused a huge change in appearance and a lot of seeds. One vegetable can be visually estimated to receive about 300 to 500 seeds. There are more than 100,000 vegetable seeds alone, plus other things. The number is very considerable. It looks like a lot, but it won't be enough to sell. One batch for trial sale, and another batch for continued seeding. The seeds that had just been harvested had been arranged for their destination again. The robot turned the land again, the soil was broken into small particles, and the ridges were divided, waiting for sowing. The seeds were dried and threshed, and all the shriveled ones were picked out, and the rest were sorted and placed in glass containers. The liquid inside was all nutrient solution, and the seeds were precious. Yi Ling did not dare to be careless, and asked Wei Ning to input supernatural powers into each glass container. In just 3 days, all the seeds sprouted. They started a new round of sowing. For a while, except for Wei Ning's family, the rest of the land was all robots working continuously. With the help of robots, all the seeds were planted in 1 day. Watching the robots watering the sown land, the family standing by were very excited. This was their real reclamation of Green Star. All the seeds were planted in more than 20 acres of land. The land near the hut was full of them. When the vegetables grow up, the lush green will be the most dazzling existence on Green Star. After the planting area expanded, Wei Guoyang was worried that all the mutant beasts on Green Star would come here. Before, Shinha hunted all the high-level mutant beasts, and the low-level mutant beasts were also scared and did not dare to leave their nests. Now that so much time has passed, those mutant beasts have long forgotten, and when the vegetables grow up, they will be food for the vegetarian mutant beasts on Green Star. Compared with the sparse green plants in other places, the planting land is in large areas, which is very attractive. Can't we buy a protective cover? Wei Ning saw that everyone was frowning and asked in surprise. There are restrictions on the conditions for purchasing protective shields. Green Star cannot meet the requirements at present. Wei Guoyang replied. Then what about smaller ones? Wei Ning thought that it was not possible to buy planetary protective shields, so small ones would be fine, right? She knew that big stars would have planetary protective shields. Since the star beasts crossed the defense line 500 years ago and ran to nearby planets to harm humans, humans have developed protective shields that can resist the attacks of star beasts and installed them on all inhabited planets. Even if there are no more star beast attacks in the end, the protective shields of each star still exist, from preventing star beast invasion to protecting the safety of the planet. Star-level protective shields are for external use, and we will buy them in the future. Wei Dong thought of the last time Shinha came without saying anything, and they didn't know anything about it. With star-level protective shields, anyone who enters Green Star must be approved by the planet owner before entering, otherwise they will be attacked by the protective shield if they force their way in as an invader. We must at least buy an intermediate protective cover to enclose the planting area. The small protective cover is still too small. Then can't we buy it? Intermediate protective covers are also subject to conditions. Wei Guoyang sighed. At present, all the protective covers of the Federation are developed by the Research Institute, but the production and manufacturing are monopolized by Huas. At the beginning, there were no conditions and restrictions. Anyone with money could buy it, but later, criminals used the protective cover to do a lot of illegal things, causing a lot of impact. The federal government stipulated that all purchases of protective covers must be applied for. After the federal government department approves the application, it will send people to investigate to see whether the purpose of the protective cover is the same as the application, and finally approve the purchase qualification. Chapter 15. Wei Ning was not interested in these, so he did not understand. Then should we apply? She looked at the planting area outside, and was afraid that mutant beasts would suddenly appear. We are not eligible to apply for it under our current conditions. Yi Ling told the truth. Why? Wei Ning was even more confused. Because Green Star is still a barren planet. Ah? Wei Ning frowned. This was difficult. Unless the planting area exceeds 10,000 mu, we cannot apply to buy a protective shield for a while. Wei Guoyang was helpless. Then build a wall? Red-eyed mutant rabbits can dig holes, and mutant beasts have thick skin and flesh, so walls can't stop them at all. Wei Dong was the first to object. The wall can at most stop some low-level mutant beasts with little attack power. For some mutant beasts, it is useless to stop them, and they will fall down with a bump. Don't worry in the short term. Advanced mutant beasts generally won't leave their nests too far. If it's just a mutant rabbit, I can still deal with it. Seeing everyone's worried face, Wei Dong comforted them. However, as the area of the planting land becomes larger and larger, it is necessary to buy intermediate protective shields. Can the protective net stop mutant beasts? Wei Ning thought of the modern high-voltage power grid, wondering if it would be useful for mutant beasts. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? Wei Guoyang's eyes lit up when he heard it. They can't buy protective shields now, but they can still buy protective nets. The protective shield is an upgraded version of the protective net. At first, humans developed the protective net to isolate the forest from the living area. Later, star beasts attack humans, and the protective shield was born. The protective net was gradually eliminated. Except for remote planets, protective nets were used, and large stars all use protective shields. Moreover, you don't need to apply for the purchase of the protective net. Anyone with money and channels can buy it. I will contact someone to buy the protective net. Without further ado, Wei Guoyang immediately contacted people to try to buy the protective net as quickly as possible and install it as soon as possible. Do we need to hire someone to install it? Yi Ling was a little worried. The planting site has just started. If outsiders come, they will definitely find out. If it is spread out, it is hard to guarantee that those families who own the planting site will be targeted. We can install it ourselves. Wei Dong also thought of it. there will usually be an installation video. Let's try it ourselves first. 7 days later, the protective net was delivered urgently. Is this the protective net? Wei Ning opened a space button, and the protective net inside was released. It was a ball of net, which looked a bit like a fishing net. She was a little skeptical that it could really prevent mutant beasts. Don't underestimate this net. It is very flexible, fireproof and waterproof, and as hard as iron. The most important thing is that it can generate extremely high voltage flow when equipped with energy stones. Any living creature that comes close will be electrocuted by high voltage. As long as there is no large-scale mutant beast attack, it is very safe. Wei Dong had seen such a protective net during a mission. It can stun high-level mutant beasts. It's just that it is rarely used now. He has forgotten that when there was no protective cover, all mutant beasts were blocked by protective nets. Installation is time-consuming. Wei Ning said after watching the attached installation video. The protective net is 5 meters high in total. 2 meters must be buried underground, leaving 3 meters on the ground. It needs to be surrounded in a circle, and the 2 ends must be connected together. There is a device for placing energy stones at the interface. After installation, put the energy stone into the device, and the protective net will automatically open until the energy stone is exhausted and automatically closed. The larger the range, the more energy stones are consumed. They have to enclose all the reclaimed land, starting from the hut, to form a semicircle with a radius of about 2 kilometers, which requires 10 energy stones a day. Nowadays, the price of an energy stone is about 500 star coins, which means 5,000 star coins a day. In the long run, it will be a huge expense. We have to order more dishes to sell quickly, otherwise the daily consumption of energy stones will be a huge sum of money. Wei Ning couldn't help but sigh after reading it. The energy stones we are using now are already the lowest level. If it is an energy stone used for a protective shield, 1 piece will cost 100,000 star coins, and 2 pieces will be consumed a day. The star-level protective shield is even more of a money-eating beast. Wei Dong explained while looking at the installation details. No wonder the threshold for star-level protective shields is so high. You have to be able to afford it and use it. Otherwise, how could the Federation control the mining rights of energy mines? Every year, just paying for the protective shields of each star is a huge expense. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Let's install the protective net quickly. The seeds have already sprouted. When they are installed, they can be picked almost immediately. I will feel uneasy if they are not installed today. Wei Guoyang stopped the brother and sister from talking anymore, took the tools and prepared to go out. They had already marked where to dig the trench, and had already asked the robot to start digging. Now all they had to do was bury the protective net in the trench, and let the robot fill it with soil. They started from the hillside where trees were planted, opened the protective net first, and fixed it. Someone was needed in front to pull the protective net, and someone was also needed to fix it at intervals. For people plus 20 robots need to dig trenches, place protective nets, and finally fill the soil. They can only install 1 kilometer in a day, while the range they need to install is more than 20 kilometers. This is a tiring job. Robots can only help dig trenches and fill the soil. The rest has to be done by themselves. Moreover, digging trenches requires more robots. In order to install it quickly, the 4 people take turns to fill the soil every day. Every day, they go out clean and refreshed, and come back sweaty and dusty. After more than half a month of busy work, they finally got back to the original place. Weidong buckled the joints on both sides of the protective net and installed the energy device, half buried in the soil and half left outside. There are 10 concave nests in the square special box, and a bunch of lines are connected to a button. He put 10 energy stones into the groove and pressed the switch button. A white light flashed by, and the protective net seemed to be attached with a thin layer of light, which was particularly bright under the gray sky. Is that all? Wei Ning rubbed his sore shoulders, and asked curiously when he saw that it was so simple. Almost. I go around and see, and try the effect. As long as the energy stone is not used up, the protective net is in the open state. You must not get close. It's very dangerous. Wei Dong was talking to Wei Ning, mainly because he was afraid that she would bump into him rashly. Brother, why are you looking at me? I'm not a child, and I still like to play exciting games. Wei Ning glared at him unhappily. The protective net is different from the protective shield. The protective net attacks indiscriminately. As long as you get close to it, the high voltage current will directly electrocute you. It's best not to get close to this 1 meter distance, whether it's a robot or us. Wei Dong tapped the empty space on the ground with his foot and said seriously, He was not worried about his parents. The robots had programs. As long as the range of activities was set, they would not approach. The only thing was that he was afraid that his sister would forget. "We will watch you," Wei Guoliang also said seriously. "Oh!" Wei Ning stuck out her tongue mischievously, indicating that she would pay attention. "Our protective net has no exit. If you want to go out, you can only take a small spaceship to go out from above," Wei Dong continued. The protective net they bought is comprehensive protection. It is different from the commonly used ones that require the installation of 2 energy devices. It is more energy efficient. The only inconvenience is that you need to take a spaceship to enter and exit. However, after the protective net was installed, their safety level was greatly improved, the range was large, and everything was complete inside, so there was no need to go out. Anyway, the range of activities was large enough, and Wei Ning didn't care about these details. After being busy for so long, it was finally done. She decided to make a delicious meal today to reward everyone's stomach. "Let's have clay pot rice tonight." "What is clay pot rice?" When they heard about the new food, the 3 of them looked at her in unison, their eyes full of anticipation. Since Shinha left, they have eaten bacon made from various mutant beast meats, steamed, fried, stir-fried, and stewed. Every way of eating is delicious. They have never eaten it before. It is the first time they know that mutant beast meat can be eaten in this way. Now this so-called clay pot rice is also the first time I hear it. It must be delicious. It's the new way of eating that I figured out. It just so happens that rice has arrived recently. We have been busy for so long, and we need to make up for it. Then Dongzi, go check the protective net quickly. Your mother and I will go to the planting field to dig grass. Ningning will go back to prepare first. If there is any heavy work, leave it to your eldest brother, or ask Dad to help. With new food, Wei Guoliang immediately arranged their respective tasks. Then Mom and Dad, don't be too tired, come back early, and Big Brother should go and come back soon, Wei Ning urged. Since the second batch of vegetables were planted, for some reason, weeds have grown with them. Yi Ling guessed that it might be with the water source. They have to go to the pond to fetch water every week, and the water in the well cannot be used for irrigation frequently. Weeds cannot be directly pulled out and thrown away. Now they have to take time to dig them every day and plant them on the hillside. Now there is a small piece of grass. This batch of robots has many functions, even the function of pulling weeds, but Yi Ling and Wei Guoliang insisted on doing it themselves, and Wei Ning did not stop them. Let them do it if they like. The 4 went their separate ways. Wei Dong went to check the protective net, Wei Guoliang and Yi Ling went to the planting area, and Wei Ning went home. The days passed quickly. They have been in Green Star for half a year, and a kitchen has been expanded next to the cabin. It was not bought like the hut, but they built it themselves, and the materials were picked up from the ruins of the city. For this house, they went to the ruins to search for a few days, and then went to the Star Network to find various materials, videos, and models. It took half a month to build it. The appearance is not good looking, because there is no experience. It does not look particularly solid, but it is actually a large frame built with wall panels put together, and there is a lot of space inside. Wei Ning put all the pots, pans, kitchen utensils, and various seasonings he bought inside. The energy gas stove, oven, chopping board, and folding rack that were added later were all put inside, and it looked like a kitchen at last. Outside is the dining table, in the middle is the stove, and the innermost is full of various mutant beast bacon. After giving half to Chenhaojia, they eat the rest every 2 days. Now there is still a lot, and it is estimated that it can be eaten for a few months. Wei Ning has stocked up various seasonings, waiting for the next time he comes, to catch more mutant beasts and make bacon, which can be eaten for a long time. Chenhaojia, who was far away on the border star, suddenly sneezed and muttered, who was thinking about his few bacon again. Chapter 16. The best part of clay pot rice is the rice crust. Wei Ning eats it up every time she eats it. When she was a child, the rice crust in the big pot rice was the most common snack. Later, when she didn't have the rice crust in the big pot rice, the rice crust in the clay pot rice became Wei Ning's favorite. There are only 10 kilograms of rice in total. According to their appetite, they will eat it all after 3 meals. Rice is really hard to buy. It can be bought occasionally in the capital star, but now it all depends on luck. She has been looking forward to this bag of rice for half a year. In the future, it would be best to grow rice so that the Interstellar people can eat it whenever they want, Wei Ning thought, while washing the rice. After washing the rice, wash the big pot, put the rice in, pour water, and cover the rice. Open the energy gas valve, and adjust the fire. Wei Ning began to prepare side dishes, a small piece of each kind of bacon, wash it, slice it, and some vegetables. There are no onions, ginger, garlic, etc. in the StarCraft, and the seasonings are pitifully few. Wei Ning has been saving for so long, and still has oil, salt, soy sauce, pepper, Sichuan pepper powder, cumin powder, and chili powder. She chose the animal fat she refined herself for the oil, salt, soy sauce, and chili powder, and didn't want anything else. After she cut the side dishes, the water in the big pot also boiled, and the snow-white rice grains were lifted up in the rolling, and the faint rice fragrance spread with the airflow. Wei Ning used a large colander to stir a few times, picked up the rice grains, and stuck them on her fingertips, and the rice broke into pieces. Turn off the heat, fish out the rice, pour out the rice soup and save it for later, turn on the heat again, wait for the water in the pot to dry, add a small spoonful of animal oil, swish the bottom of the pot, then put the rice in the pot, add the rice soup to cover the rice, cover the lid and simmer for 5 minutes. Then put all the sliced meat on the rice, cover and simmer until cooked, turn off the heat, and finally pour the prepared sauce on the meat and simmer for a while. Switch to another pot and fry some vegetables, and then you can start eating. Wei Ning had just finished frying the vegetables, and put them on the table, when Wei Guoyang and Yiling came back. The two washed their hands, changed their clothes and came out, and Wei Dong also came back. Wei Dong was in a hurry to eat, so he quickly changed his clothes, washed his hands and came over. Just in time to see Wei Ning bringing rice to the table. Seeing the neatly arranged thin slices of meat in the bowl glowing with a shiny red light, the tip of his nose could faintly smell the fragrance of rice. He quickened his pace and walked towards the stove. The lid of the pot had been opened, and there was still half a pot of rice in the pot, with meat slices on top, rice grains soaked in sauce, and a layer of golden rice crust underneath. Wei Dong took the bowl, scooped a full bowl, and couldn't wait to get to the table, so he ate while walking. The sweetness of the rice, the salty fragrance of the bacon, and the crispness of the rice crust made Wei Dong finish most of the rice in the bowl before he got to the table. Although they had eaten rice before, this was the first time for Wei Ning to eat it this way. Wei Ning hadn't eaten it for a long time. At the end of the pot of rice, there was not even a piece of rice crust left. She ate it all up. After the meal, the family moved to the living room and chatted. The second batch of vegetables will be ready to eat soon. Since they have grown a lot, it's time to consider selling them. Wei Ning basically doesn't care about these things. She has no talent for business in her previous life or this life. Wei Guoyang has always been in charge. What they are talking about now is how to sell them. Although the interstellar population is large, only a few people can afford to eat vegetables. The high price of food in recent years is all intentional by people with ulterior motives. They are now snatching food from the tiger's mouth. You know, with their current planting method, within half a year, the vegetables in the planting area can be supplied continuously. If the price is too low, it will definitely be noticed by those people. If the price is too high, Wei Ning doesn't want it either. She hopes that one day all interstellar people can eat natural food instead of nutrient solution. Now it's not only a pricing issue, but also a transportation issue. Green Star is too far away from other big stars. Although it is easy to keep food from spoiling for about a week with today's technology, the cost of long-distance transportation is high, especially since Green Star does not have a dedicated route now. If they buy a special aircraft carrier for transportation, they will not make any profit in a short time. An aircraft carrier costs at least tens of millions of star coins. Not to mention that they also need to build a packaging line, even if it is just one line, from picking, packaging to final shipment, all these require star coins. And once the vegetables are sold, they will always be discovered. Now they are still in the early stages of development. Once they are discovered and suppressed, their efforts in these days will be in vain. Wei Guoyang was very distressed. His company had not been involved in the planting industry before, and he was not aware of the twists and turns in the process. Since he decided to open up new land, he kept collecting information in this area, and only then did he know why those planting families have been able to control the lifeline of planting in the entire Interstellar over the years. Because their planting technology is unique to the entire Federation, ordinary people can't buy seeds at all, let alone plant them, which has led to the fact that the entire industry is now controlled by the family. If they want to develop the planting industry, and don't want to rely on the family, they must find a strong backer, so strong that those people dare not act rashly. But none of the people he knows have this ability. Seeing that the vegetables are about to be harvested, Wei Guoyang is anxious. Even Wei Guoyang had no solution, let alone Wei Dong. He went directly to the battlefield after graduating from the military academy, and everyone he knew was a soldier. Yiling also talked to the friend who helped her buy plant seedlings and seeds. The friend didn't know that she was planting in Green Star and thought she wanted to study in this area. He did tell her a lot, but most of it was information collected by Wei Guoyang. In the end, he reminded her that if she really wanted to develop in this direction, it would be best to find a reliable family to rely on. This news was not good news for them. What they wanted was independent development, not relying on a family. Once they joined a family, it meant becoming a subsidiary of the family, and everything had to be arranged by the family. This was not what they wanted. "Brother, does your army need vegetables?" Wei Ning turned around and asked Wei Dong. She didn't know much about the army, but she saw that Shinha Jie was eating happily before, and he seemed to have said that the dishes in the garrison didn't taste this good. "Yes, we have vegetables, fruits, and meat as extra meals every month, but the portions are small. The taste is not as good as at home." Wei Dong recalled the vegetables he had eaten before, which were soft and flabby. If it weren't for the fact that they tasted better than the nutrient solution, he wouldn't have particularly liked them. "You want to cooperate with the Legion?" Wei Guoyang instantly grasped the point. "Since we can't join the noble family, we can still develop independently by cooperating with the Legion. I believe the Legion won't care about these. We can provide the supply, and the price can be lower than others. If the noble family can be backed by the Legion, they don't have to be afraid of the noble family. They don't need the Legion to do anything. As long as they can come forward to solve the problem, when the noble family is looking for trouble, that's enough." The reason why the noble families dare to control the price of vegetables is entirely because all the noble families who grow vegetables have united. They raise the prices for various reasons, and even the government can't do anything about it, because the planting methods are in the hands of the noble families. It's not impossible, but doing so is tantamount to going against the noble families. After all, the various materials in the Legion now have fixed suppliers. Anyway, no matter what we do, we are destined to have a share of this industry since we decided on the development direction of Green Star. This is a matter of time. How do you know that the Legion is unwilling if you don't try it? Even if they raise the price like the noble families, they are still the opposite party if they don't join the noble families. Indeed, Yiling also doesn't like the noble family's approach, but there is nothing they can do. They can't grow safe and edible food. They can only watch the noble families dominate and slowly control prices. But it's not easy to cooperate with the Legion. I have to think about how to do it. Why don't I ask Shinha Jie? That guy has been transferred to the captain's personal guard. I can ask him, Wei Dong suggested. He only found out about it recently. With that guy's personality, if he stays in the guard for a while, he will be able to get along with others, and it will be easy to get information. Will it have any impact on Haojia? Wei Guoyang was worried. No, it's not core information and can be disclosed to the public. If it doesn't affect, just ask him and don't embarrass him. If it doesn't work, we can think of other ways. After hearing that it won't affect, Wei Guoyang was relieved and told him to do his best. If they can help, they will owe each other a big favor. If not, he also has to consider what to do next. If there is really no other way, he can only cooperate with the Research Institute. I believe the Research Institute will be very interested. After all, the vegetables they grow are different from those on the market. But he doesn't want to cooperate with the Research Institute unless it is absolutely necessary. If he cooperates, Wei Ning's ability will be exposed, and the consequences are unimaginable. All along, Wei Guoyang and Yiling believed that it was because of Wei Ning's ability that the vegetables they grew so well, and did not taste bitter when eaten. And Wei Ning did not have a deep understanding of this aspect. She only knew that plants were difficult to grow and prone to mutation. As for the reason, she did not delve into it, and thought it was environmental factors. And she grew vegetables. For her, vegetables and plants are two different species. One is for eating, and the other is for viewing. Yiling knew that plants are prone to mutation because of the interstellar environment. Plants contain a kind of violent energy, similar to the riot of human mental power. And she has never grown vegetables. She has always thought it was because of Wei Ning's ability. Now she had to do further research. If she could grow the same vegetables without relying on superpowers, it would not be a bad thing to cooperate with the Research Institute. The Research Institute has also been studying how to grow safe and edible vegetables without using special chemicals, so that all interstellar people can eat natural food. That person is dedicated to the people. If it were him, the noble families would not dare to easily become his enemy. As long as she could do it, master the planting method and hand it over to that person, I believe he would protect them. The most important thing now is to start the experiment again, and this time more detailed data is needed. Yiling has a new research direction and mentioned it to Wei Guoyang. He also thinks it is feasible. If it is not possible to cooperate with the Legion, the Research Institute is the best choice. Chapter 17. Wei Dong didn't contact Shinha Jia, probably because he was on a mission. He left a message for him to reply when he was free. Yiling found a friend again to buy seeds for research. Then she continued to dig grass and plant it on the hillside every day. Seeing that the vegetables were ready to be picked, Wei Guoyang still opened a store on the Star Network. He spent a lot of star coins to open the highest authority, took a few pictures of vegetables and uploaded them, and finally put the food safety certificate up. The privacy of the Star Network Mall is very confidential. After the user opens the highest authority, personal information will not be easily leaked, unless the Star Network detects that the user uses the store to commit illegal acts, or the Star Network intelligent brain uses the highest authority to know. Since the establishment of the Star Network for thousands of years, except for a few people who violated the regulations and had their information exposed, no one has allowed the Star Network intelligent brain to use the authority. Wei Guoyang was not worried about his information being leaked. After uploading the information, he waited for the Star Network intelligent brain to review and approve it. In just 2 minutes, Wei Guoyang received a notification that the review was passed. He returned to the store backstage, set the price of vegetables, delivery range and time, and finally enabled smart reminders. As long as someone placed an order, he would receive a notification on his computer. After finishing, he exited the mall and opened another software, which contained the recruitment information he posted. A few months had passed. He had not read it for a month, since he started to read it every day. He thought that he would see no resumes this time, and was about to close it, but he saw an unread message in the empty backstage. Wei Guoyang was slightly excited. He clicked it, and took a closer look. He found that the person who submitted the resume was a college graduate. He wanted someone with work experience. When he was about to reply to reject, he saw the graduate school, which was Federal University. The Federal University is the only university in the capital Star that is named after the Federation. It has the best teachers. Every year, countless students apply for the Federal University, but only a few are admitted. However, every student who is admitted is very outstanding. It is an extremely honorable thing to have a child in the Federal University in the capital Star. The Federal University is the only university in the Federation that does not look at family background, but only at strength. Anyone in the interstellar space who is old enough can apply for the exam. As long as they meet the admission score and have no criminal record, the Federal University will admit them. If they are poor students, the Federal University will also reduce tuition fees and subsidize a certain amount of living expenses every year. But the premise is that they must pay 3 months' salary to the Federal University every year after graduation, no matter how much. 3 months is enough. This can be regarded as a disguised way of recovering tuition fees, but there are still many poor students who apply for the exam every year, and they also comply after graduation. For them, exchanging 3 months' salary for a place in the Federal University is something they dare not dream of. Seeing this, Wei Guoyang read the information again. This boy named Hiffing is a poor student. Not only that, but also an orphan. He was admitted to the Federal University with excellent grades and graduated with excellent grades. It stands to reason that he would be the object of many companies' competition, but he applied for himself. Wei Guoyang was very puzzled. Looking at the time, Hiffing had just submitted his resume yesterday. Wei Guoyang originally wanted to reject it, but after seeing a sentence in his self-introduction, he decided to interview him. He sent him an interview notice and did not exit the software, waiting quietly. This software has a new function that allows online interviews, without the need for job seekers to be on site. If they pass, they can report directly. 5 minutes later, the other party appeared on the screen. He was a boy who looked to be in his 20s, with a smile on his face. When he saw Wei Guoyang, he greeted him politely and introduced himself. Wei Guoyang asked him a few questions, and he could answer them simply and clearly. He didn't look like a poor orphan at all, but rather like someone who had been carefully trained. Wei Guoyang frowned and didn't want to admit him. To be honest, he wanted to see him because of his words, "Building a wasteland planet is my lifelong dream." Now seeing him like this, he felt that he was hindering the development of a great young man. He was so outstanding, and it was a bit of a waste of talent for him to come to Green Star. The current Green Star couldn't give him the best, and he deserved better. Wei Guoyang was about to refuse, but Hiffing suddenly became anxious, and the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a plea. "Can you please not reject me? I really have nowhere else to go." I accidentally offended a rich second generation at school. He has informed many companies not to hire me. You are the only one who is willing to interview me. I really like this job and don't want to change to another one. Can you give me a chance? I can give up the salary, as long as you can give me a place to live. At the end of his speech, Hiffing's eyes were red. Wei Guoyang felt that he had rejected him and might cry. He said it so miserably that Wei Guoyang couldn't bear to reject him. So he gave the other party the right to choose: if you can accept unstable signals, uncertain danger index, and desolate places, then come. He turned off the screen, sent the other party a location and contact information, and then exited the software. Capital Star. Hiffing saw that the other party had gone offline, put away the expression on his face, rubbed the place where he had just twisted it, wrote down the location and contact information, and left the room. The decoration style outside the door was low-key and luxurious, not at all the life that Wei Guoyang saw that poor orphans should have. It was bigger and more luxurious than the place he lived before. Hiffing, how was your interview just now? Did you pass? A young woman downstairs saw him coming down and asked with a smile. It has been more than a month since her nephew graduated, and he went out to travel and just came back. She wanted to find him a good job, but was rejected. Knowing that he was a big shot, she didn't say anything more. He just received the interview notice, so she waited for him to come down. Forget it, you passed. Hiffing answered while sitting on the sofa next to him. What do you mean by count? You are so outstanding, which company would reject you? Elena was puzzled. It's a private planet. The other party didn't refuse and left the choice to me. Hiffing didn't hide it. He planned to check it later to see where the other party would say such a thing. Private planet? It's not bad for practicing. Elena didn't ask much. Those who can own private planets in the Federation are either rich or noble. They have to sign a confidentiality agreement until the work is completed. Hiffing is not a poor orphan as written on his resume. He has a good family background. His grandfather is the famous planning master Hellos. It's just that Hiffing didn't want to attract attention. When he went to college, he changed his identity information and was admitted to the Federal University as a poor student, but his parents were indeed not there. Elena is his aunt. After the graduation ceremony, he refused the job that Elena introduced to him. He didn't rely on his family's relationship to find a job. He submitted dozens of resumes, but in the end, he only had the interview just now. He didn't want to rely on his family, didn't want others to say that he was Hellos' grandson. What he wanted was for others to say that Hellos was his grandfather. He thought that he would be admitted to the Federal University with his own efforts, graduated with excellent grades, and would have a smooth career, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Reality once again taught him what cruelty is. Green Star. Wei Guoyang dealt with today's affairs. It was already noon. He didn't see the two children at home, so he went to the planting area. In the planting area, only Yiling was digging grass. The weeds had been almost dug up, leaving only some smaller ones. Yiling was afraid that the seeds would not survive after digging them up, so she waited until they grew to a certain extent before digging them up. This batch of vegetables grew well, and the appearance was not as big as the first batch. Each plant looked much bigger than the ones on the market, and they could be picked. Beans, loofahs, and pumpkins were all ripe, and in order to save seeds, they were left on the vines. Seeing that the second batch of vegetables could be picked, the watermelons were just ripe, which made people anxious. Where did they go? Wei Guoyang looked around, but didn't see the brother and sister. He took the small shovel from Yiling's hand and asked. They went out. Yiling stood up and rubbed her sore waist. She had been squatting for a long time, and her waist was sore. Wei Guoyang carefully dug out the weeds growing beside the vegetables, and put them aside with the mud. He didn't ask again. Old Wei, don't worry. Things will get better. Yiling looked at him and said. No one knew better than her that their expenses in Green Star had exceeded the budget. He felt bad. If the vegetables in Green Star could not be sold, then everything they did would be in vain. I'm fine. Wei Guoyang stood up and continued to look for the next weed. He had nothing before. He had to rely on himself to accumulate experience bit by bit to have a place in the capital star. Now he is just starting over. He looked at the lush planting land and the people around him, and the depression in his heart dissipated a lot. At least he is not alone now. He looked up and smiled at Yiling. No matter how difficult this road is, we have taken a big step. I believe that as long as we get through this hurdle, we will get better and better. Wei Guoyang was not lying. The problem they are facing now is that the vegetable output cannot be sold. The most serious problem is that they are suppressed and acquired by the noble families. If this problem can be solved, the development of Green Star will only get better and better in the future. You are right. Yi Ling also understood that the noble families can dominate only by relying on the planting technology in their hands. If this technology is no longer a secret, they will have nothing to rely on. If it weren't for the technological gap between planting and breeding, the Federation wouldn't have watched the aristocratic families dominate. Food is the most important thing for people. Even though the interstellar world has been around for thousands of years, humans have not changed. Who would want to drink nutrient solution when there are delicious foods? It's just that the aristocratic families are unwilling to open up their technology, the research institute can't find a direction, and the federal government has people who speak for the aristocratic families, which has led to the current situation. I just interviewed someone. We will have a planner on Green Star soon. You see, we have successfully grown vegetables, fruits, and trees. Now we have a planner. Everything is developing in a good direction. In time, Green Star will appear in the interstellar world with a brand new look. Although all this is largely due to Wei Ning's ability, at least they have done what others have not done, right? Wei Guoyang told Yi Ling about Hiffing's situation again. He intuitively felt that Hiffing was coming. Then should we prepare a house? When Yi Ling heard that she needed to stay, she remembered that there was no spare room at home. The last time Shinha came, he lived with Wei Dong. We can't let this young man named Hiffing live with Wei Dong, but they don't know each other, and it's always difficult for the boss and the employee to live together. Well, I've bought a mobile house. When he comes, he can live wherever he likes. Wei Guoyan also considered it, so he placed an order after the interview. When Dongzi comes back, we take some time to go to the city again, find some materials, and build a warehouse. Looking at the kitchen, Wei Guoyan thought it wouldn't be difficult to build another warehouse. Didn't they say where they were going? At this point, Wei Guoyan remembered that the brother and sister had been out for a long time and hadn't come back yet. They just said they were going out for a walk. Yi Ling looked at the light brain and saw the message Wei Ning sent her, saying that he would be back later, and asked her not to worry. Chapter 18. At this time, Wei Dong and Wei Ning were standing next to a tree 3 or 4 meters high, which was full of red and green fruit. Both of them were covered with red juice and looked very embarrassed. The thing was, he came out today to try his luck and see if there were any low-level mutant beasts. He had eaten too much bacon and wanted to change his taste. As soon as he got on the spaceship, Wei Ning followed him, and said that she also wanted to see it. He couldn't resist and let her follow. It was agreed that they would not go deep into the forest, but Wei Ning insisted on coming to the place where the crazy pig was found. Of course, he didn't agree. The crazy pig was so dangerous, and he brought her here, wasn't it looking for death? Finally, she asked herself, "Brother, do you know why the crazy pig is so big?" He really didn't know, so he asked why. Then she said that the mad pig must have grown so big because there was a lot of food in its territory. Pigs are the best at finding food. We can find the food of the mad pig. Maybe it is suitable for us to eat. It is always good to have more ingredients. She talked a lot and made herself dizzy. Thinking of the clay pot rice that day, Wei Dong was moved. He thought that Shinha had hunted all the mad pigs last time, and the danger was greatly reduced. There were no adult mad pigs, so it would not be a problem for him to protect her, so he came. Wei Ning was very happy to see that he agreed. She came out today just to see what edible plants there were on Green Star. She had been here for so long, and she had not been to any other place except the call where she went to the water pool. She had this idea when she saw Shinha hunting so many mutant beasts last time, but she was busy all the time and had no time until now. To be more precise, she was stimulated by the clay pot rice. They now have vegetables, meat, and will soon have fruits to eat, but they don't have staple food, which always feels uncomfortable. But let alone rice seeds, even rice is hard to buy, so she doesn't think about growing rice herself. She thinks wild boars are good at finding food. Last time Shinha hunted those fat and strong ones, she was curious about what they ate to grow so big. You know, 1/3 of the area of Green Star used to be forests. Although it was almost destroyed by the war, there are still a few places where vegetation grows well. After years of recuperation, the mutant beasts have gradually increased. If Green Star is given a few more decades, the former forest will slowly grow. If it weren't for the serious damage caused to Green Star by the beast tide, with countless casualties, the federal government would not have dismissed the indigenous people and designated Green Star as a waste planet after the army withdrew. With the indigenous people, it is only a matter of time for Green Star to restore its ecology. But the federal government is unwilling to spend too much money to restore a small planet with no value. There are many small planets like this in the federal government. They would rather sell it as a waste planet than rebuild it. For the federal government, it is more cost-effective to sell a waste planet, give the planet authority, and let the star owner develop it on his own than for the government to develop it on its own. Wei Ning persuaded Wei Dong to take him to the territory of the crazy pigs, and also wanted to see what the crazy pigs eat. They took the spaceship all the way to the outskirts of this small forest. When they got off the spaceship, they saw a small mountain covered with various trees, lush and green, and looked full of vitality. Wei Ning felt that the air here was much better than where they lived. There was no black dust on the leaves, and even the sky was much brighter. Compared to where they live, this place can be said to be a paradise. At this moment, she couldn't help but envy the crazy pigs. The place where the pigs live is better than theirs. They are such failures in life. Wei Dong was also quite surprised. He didn't expect that the ecology of the crazy pigs' territory was so good. He only knew that there were many green plants in the forest, but he had never come into close contact with them. Now that he saw it, he inexplicably felt that building a barren planet was not a problem. It has been a long time since the crazy pigs here were hunted by Shinha. Crazy pigs are social animals. Wei Dong was afraid that there were more, so he didn't dare to go up directly. After waiting for a long time at the foot of the mountain, carefully checking the surroundings, and finding no trace of crazy pigs, he dared to take Wei Ning up the mountain. He was very careful all the way, and he didn't dare to let go of the particle gun, and he was fully alert. Compared with Wei Dong, Wei Ning was much more relaxed. She mainly looked for plants that she knew. If she could find one, it would be a good thing for them. But along the way, let alone plants that she knew, she didn't even see the shadow of a small animal. After walking for half an hour, they came to a flat open space. The trees around them had changed from multiple species to a single species. Wei Ning looked around and saw the 3 or 4 meter high tree in the center of the open space, which was full of red and green fruits. "Brother, look, there are wild fruits there." Wei Ning pointed at the tree and asked Wei Dong to look. This was the first time she saw a fruit-bearing tree on Green Star. She was so excited that she didn't care about the surrounding environment and ran directly to the fruit tree. Wei Dong also saw it. He always felt that he seemed to have seen such a tree before, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it for a while. He looked around again. With the tree as the center, there was no plant within a few meters around it. There were only a few scattered plants farther away, and they were all far away. It was like marking territory within a certain range. Fearing any accidents, Wei Dong didn't think much and followed Wei Ning, and then, they were hit by countless red fruits and covered in juice. Because he had to protect Wei Ning, Wei Dong was hit the most. He was wearing light-colored clothes today, and now his clothes were all red, which looked scary and exuded a strong sour smell. This is red fruit. Wei Dong felt familiar with it, and finally remembered what it was when he smelled the sour smell. What red fruit? Wei Ning raised his hand to wipe the juice on his hair, looked at the red fruit on the ground, and then looked at the red and green on the tree. It was clearly an interstellar version of tomatoes. This is the red fruit, and it's a mutant. Let's leave here quickly. The mutant red fruit has a domain. If you get close, you will be attacked. The fruit is also very sour. Wei Dong explained while trying to help Wei Ning walk out. No, I want its fruit. Wei Ning refused to leave. She had never seen tomatoes before. Now that she had encountered one, she had to pick some to take back, otherwise she would have smashed them for nothing. Red fruits are inedible, and so sour. What are you doing here? Wei Dong didn't want them. He had encountered red fruits on a mission before. Once he entered its territory, he was smashed all over. The smell of red fruits was so sour that it could make people faint. I want to try to plant them. Wei Ning pinched a few tomato seeds with her fingertips. The white grains were as big as sesame seeds. She could feel the vitality inside. Okay. Knowing that it was useless to say anything, and that she had come out to find edible food, although she didn't know if the red fruits were edible, Wei Ning wanted them, so Wei Dong had to agree. Otherwise, she would come to pick them herself, and she would be the one who would suffer in the end. The mutant red fruit tastes sour, and will be smashed if you get close to it. It is not very lethal. As long as you can bear the sour taste and pick it quickly, it is not a problem to pick some. Wei Dong asked her to go far away and pick it himself. He was hurt all over when he ran to protect her just now. It is better to stay away. Brother, don't choose green ones. Choose red ones, with a slightly harder and elastic skin. Don't choose those that are too soft. Wei Ning didn't walk far either, and walked back a short distance. When Wei Dong approached the place where he had just walked, the tomato tree began to shake. As the branches shook, red fruits hit Wei Dong one by one. Wei Dong dodged quickly left and right. When he was 2 meters away from the trunk, he exerted force on his feet, jumped into the air, and climbed up the trunk with his hands and feet. Strangely, after Wei Dong climbed up the tree, the tomato tree stopped shaking. It seemed to have lost its target and remained motionless. It was also the first time that Wei Ning saw tomatoes that could attack people, so she slowly moved towards the tree trunk. 1 step, 2 steps. Until she reached her previous position, the tree shook again, and then the fruit hit her, and she quickly jumped away. The fruit hit the place where she had just left. If she had been a little slower, she would have been hit. Looking at the smashed peel on the ground, revealing the white seeds inside, Wei Ning took a few more steps forward. This cycle repeated, and when Wei Dong picked them up, there was already a small pool of juice on the ground in front of Wei Ning, and she herself was hit by a lot of juice because she didn't dodge in time. Even her hair was affected, and she looked very embarrassed, like a refugee from a garbage dump. However, Wei Ning didn't care about her image. She found a bowl from the space button and put all the juice on the ground into the bowl. I picked a lot of red fruits. Why do you want this? Wei Dong saw her collecting all the juice like a treasure, and wondered if she had been hit on the head and became stupid. These are all ripe, and should be better than those on the tree. Wei Ning didn't say that she could feel the vitality in the seeds. Here, just picked all red for you. Wei Dong took out all the red fruits he picked from the space button and put them in a net bag. At a glance, there were dozens of them, and each one was as big as an adult man's fist, red and looked very festive. Wei Ning took it and put it back in her space button. Because of the tomatoes, their clothes were all dirty, and they didn't have the mood to continue going up the mountain. Wei Ning wanted to go back first and come out next time. She was really full of juice. At first, she didn't feel anything, but now her whole body smelled sour, and it was like a sour smell after fermentation. It was a bit unbearable. Wei Dong didn't want to smell the sour smell on his body. They would go back to the spaceship to change clothes and come up. It was getting late. If they went back too late, they would be worried. It didn't matter if he went back late with his sister, his father and mother would definitely scold him. Wei Dong was still thinking about how to persuade Wei Ning if she still didn't want to go back, so she said she wanted to go back. Fearing that she would regret it, Wei Dong quickly pulled her down the mountain. Not long after they left, 4 or 5 black crazy pigs on the other side of the tomato tree came running with a grunt. As soon as they entered the tomato area, the tomatoes on the tree fell down. The crazy pigs had thick skin and were not afraid of being hit. Instead, they ate all the tomatoes that fell to the ground, including the juice and skin. Until the tomatoes stopped smashing, he hummed and ran in the direction he came from. Chapter 19. After descending the mountain, Wei Ning went back to the spaceship to clean herself up and change her clothes before going down to change clothes for Wei Dong. They were not going back with just the same clothes. After Wei Dong changed his clothes and opened the door to let Wei Ning in, she went to the cockpit to set up the route back before coming out. The small spaceship was not big. There was a row of folding chairs on the side. They could be retracted when not in use and open like chairs when in use. They did not take up space at ordinary times. When Wei Dong came out, Wei Ning was looking at a tomato and even sniffed it close to her nose. She did not smell the sour smell from before, but only the unique fragrance of tomatoes. It looked normal no matter how she looked at it. She really did not understand why the tomato that hit her body before had such a strong sour smell. Unable to figure it out, Wei Ning simply washed the skin with water and opened her mouth to bite it. "What are you doing? I told you not to eat red fruits." Seeing this, Wei Dong took 2 steps at a time and rushed up to grab it, not letting her eat it. "It smells good, so I want to try it. Besides, we were all covered in juice just now. If it was poisonous, it would have been poisonous long ago." Wei Ning was talking nonsense seriously. She had never eaten the juice just now. Just smelling the sour taste was enough. Why would she try it? She was just lying to Wei Dong. She had read a lot of information these days. Although the species in the interstellar space have changed to a certain extent from the Earth period, they are still the same in essence. What can be eaten on Earth can also be eaten in the interstellar space. It's just that due to environmental and geographical factors, and the cultural gap, the interstellar people think that many inedible things are actually edible, but the processing method is wrong, which leads to a big change in the taste, making people unwilling to eat it, and instead rely on nutrient solution to live. Wei Ning thought that humans were too dependent on drugs. Whether it was planting or breeding, special drugs were needed. But animals and plants are actually similar to humans. Since the interstellar environment can adapt to human life, animals and plants can also adapt. Survival of the fittest is an eternal truth. I have never heard anyone say that red fruit can be eaten. Wei Dong still didn't give it to her. Brother, no one has said that it can't be eaten, which doesn't mean it is poisonous. If you don't believe it, you can use instruments to test it. As long as there is no toxin, it means it can be eaten. It's just because it tastes unique that no one eats it? Seeing that he was so stubborn, Wei Ning had to change his statement. Wei Dong thought it made some sense. Maybe it was because of the unique taste that no one tried it. Besides, no one even eats mutant beast meat. His sister also made it, and it tasted good. Maybe the red fruit is the same. Although Wei Dong has agreed with Wei Ning's statement, he still took out the testing instrument and cut off a little of the red fruit and put it under the instrument for testing. This kind of testing instrument is the most common tool used by the Federation for survival in the wild. It cannot distinguish whether the object in hand is poisonous or not. As long as a small piece of object tissue is used, it can be quickly tested in 1 minute. When the result came out, Wei Dong took a look and found that it was safe. He returned the red fruit to Wei Ning. Even if it is safe, don't eat more, at most one. Wei Ning disliked the tomato that he had cut off, and didn't want it, so he threw it back to him and took out another one and washed it clean. Just when she was about to take a bite, she thought about it, and didn't take a bite. Instead, she took out her lightsaber, gently scratched it, put away the lightsaber, and broke the tomato into 2 pieces, revealing the red flesh inside. The red juice flowed out through her fingers. Wei Ning smelled it, and found that it didn't have a particularly sour taste. She took one of the pieces, and put it to her mouth, and took a small sip of the juice. The sour and sweet taste spread on the tip of her tongue. She took another bite, and found that it had a slightly sandy texture. It was very refreshing to eat. She hadn't eaten fruit for a long time. Wei Ning completely ate tomatoes as fruit. The skin was thin, the flesh was thick, and it was juicy. It was big, but it was rumored that it couldn't be eaten. It was a waste of food. Wei Dong watched Wei Ning take a small bite carefully at the beginning, and then finish one piece in 3 or 2 bites, and then continued to eat another piece. After finishing it, it was still not enough, so she took another one out to eat, and saw her enjoyment expression. He didn't even notice that the red fruit in his hand had been squeezed out of juice without him noticing. It was only after Wei Ning reminded him that he realized it. Brother, if you don't want to eat it, just throw it away. You're almost squeezing it into juice. Wei Ning bit a tomato and reminded him that the one in his hand had been rotten. Wei Dong looked at the red fruit that had been squeezed out of shape, then looked at her, and finally couldn't resist the desire for food and took a bite. He just wanted to take a bite to taste it, but in the end, the red fruit that was squeezed out of shape was eaten by him in a few bites. Looking at his palm with only juice left, Wei Dong was completely confused. Who can tell him what's going on? Why is the red fruit that is so sour that it can make people faint so delicious? Who said it can't be eaten? Come out, I promise I won't beat him to death. This red fruit tastes better than the apples he had as a snack at the base. He now deeply doubts whether the vegetables, fruits, and meat he has eaten are authentic. Wei Ning found it funny when she saw his silly look, but she didn't think wild tomatoes were any worse after eating vegetables she grew herself. Thinking about the food she ate at a high-end restaurant when she came here, she found it hard to describe after comparing it. Alas, it's really uncultured, so terrible. It must be because he hasn't eaten in the end of the world for too long, so he thinks the food in the high-end restaurant is so delicious. Wei Dong looked at Wei Ning after eating one, and it was obvious that he wanted to eat more. Wei Ning gave him 2 more. Wei Dong took it carefully and regretted it a little. If he had known that the red fruit was so delicious, he should have picked all the ripe ones on the tree just now. It would be a waste if he didn't eat it anyway, so it would be better to put it in his stomach. Wei Ning ate too and felt a little full, so she stopped eating. She took the rest back to her dad and the others as fruit. When they came back, it was already afternoon and it was getting dark. Wei Guoyang and Yiling had been waiting for them to come back, but they didn't see anyone coming back until it was dark. Both of them were anxious. They had no means of transportation and could only wait in the house. As soon as they saw them come back, before Yiling could say anything, Wei Guoyang had already scolded Wei Dong with a stern face. It's okay for you to go out and come back late, but you also took Ning Ning with you. It's so dangerous outside. What if you get hurt? You didn't tell us in advance that you came back so late, and made us worry. Wei Dong didn't say anything. He knew it would be like this. Dad, I've already told Mom that I'd be back later. Why are you blaming my eldest brother? Wei Ning didn't want her eldest brother to be scolded because of her, So she quickly explained that her dad was like this, and every time she did something wrong, it was her eldest brother who took the blame. Fortunately, Wei Dong had a good temper and really doted on her. Otherwise, if her dad did this, she wouldn't be surprised if Wei Dong turned evil one day. It's good that you're back. This is the first time you've come back so late, and we're worried about it. Yiling pulled Wei Guoyang and signaled that it was okay. Just say a few words. Mom, it's all because of me that I've held my eldest brother back. If I was physically fit, I wouldn't have to rest after walking a few steps. Wei Ning blamed herself appropriately. Don't listen to your dad, he just said that because he was worried about you, but he actually wanted to go, so he blamed you for not taking him. Yiling didn't know Wei Ning's little thoughts and deliberately discredited Wei Guoyang. Really? Then my brother, and I will take you with us next time. Wei Ning looked happy. Dad is busy, you can go by yourself, just remember to come back early. Wei Guoyang didn't bother to stop. Wei Dong also understood that his current strength was not as good as before, and his father said this out of worry. Dad, Mom, my brother and I picked a lot of red fruits today, they are delicious, you can try them too. Wei Ning wanted to say tomatoes, but then remembered that they all called them red fruits, so he changed his mind. Red fruits are so sour, how can they be delicious? Yiling didn't believe it. She had eaten it once, and it was so sour that she couldn't stand it. It's really delicious, my brother, and I have eaten it. Wei Ning said, as he took out 7 or 8 fruits from the space button and put them in a fruit plate. They were bright red with green stems, and they were quite tempting. Let me try it. Wei Guoyang had never eaten it before, and with Wei Ning's strong praise, even Wei Dong quietly reached out to take one, and took one. Delicious. After just one bite, Wei Guoyang fell in love with this sour and sweet red fruit. Seeing how happy they were eating, Yiling couldn't help but take one, and then she was also shocked by the taste. Why is it different from what I've eaten? She was very surprised, because what she ate at that time was indeed very sour. Mom, where have you eaten it before? Wei Ning couldn't help asking. In the field experiment class when I was in school, it was a long time ago. Yiling didn't elaborate. At that time, she accidentally left the team and ran out of nutrient solution. She happened to enter the red fruit area and was hit by the red fruit and was covered with juice. She was tired and hungry, and didn't care whether the red fruit could be eaten or not. As a result, the sour taste was so sour that she couldn't forget it until now. It should be that ripe red fruit is very sour, but this kind is not. Wei Ning said what she guessed in her heart. The taste of fully ripe tomatoes is indeed not as good as that of freshly ripe tomatoes. In addition, so many tomatoes were hit today, and the smell is also very pungent. She suspected that the tomatoes in the interstellar space can only be eaten when they are just ripe. I think what Ning Ning said is right. Wei Dong was also deeply affected by it. Thinking carefully, the juice that hit them was all juice, and the skin was rotten, which was completely different from what they ate. We can try it. If it is really like this, just pick the red fruit when it is just ripe. Wei Ning likes to eat tomatoes raw, and has collected a lot of seeds, so it's just right to plant them. This red fruit has mutated, are you sure the ones you plant won't mutate? Wei Dong was a little worried. Imagine a forest of mutated red fruits, wouldn't you be hit by red fruits from all directions when picking them? Did I plant a few? This was also the first time Wei Ning used wild seeds to plant, and she was unsure, so she gave up the idea of planting them all at once. I try it too, everything has a first time, and you know what's going on after you plant them. Yiling also said. Okay. Wei Ning didn't know that Yiling wanted to do an experiment and collect data, so she happily washed the seeds she brought back, put them aside to dry, and picked out a few plump and lively seeds, held them directly in her hands, and activated her supernatural power. After continuous practice, Wei Ning's supernatural power can now directly produce 1-foot-high seedlings from seeds. But she didn't do this often. At most, she would just germinate the seeds and use up her superpowers when they grew 2 leaves. It still took a lot of superpowers to germinate several seeds at once. When all 6 seedlings had grown 2 leaves, Wei Ning's face turned pale. Feeling the weakness caused by the consumption of superpowers, Wei Ning didn't continue and handed the 6 seedlings to Wei Dong, asking him to plant them. Ning Ning, are you okay? Seeing her pale face, Yiling asked worriedly. It's okay, just take a good sleep. Then you should rest early. Superpowers are different from mental power, and they can't help, so they urged her to rest early. Chapter 20. After waking up, Wei Ning was full of energy. As soon as he left the house, Yiling told him a good news, saying that all 100 vegetables on the shelves of the store were sold out, and they had to pick and pack them today. This was indeed good news. Wei Ning looked at Yiling, who hurried to the planting field after telling her the news, and wanted to tell her that they could just leave it to the robot, and they didn't need to do it themselves. Forget it, it's the first time, just treat it as a pleasure. Wei Ning shook his head, and took a tomato out of the refrigerator to eat. Then he walked slowly to the planting field, and casually looked at the tomato seedlings planted yesterday. In the planting field, Wei Guoyang and the other two were so excited that they didn't even use robots, and they all went into battle personally. Dad, what is the price? Wei Ning was really curious. Even if the price of 100 vegetables is 5,000 per serving, it's only star coins. Is it worth being happy? 5,000 star coins per serving, free shipping, 1 plant per serving. Wei Guoyang just remembered that he hadn't told his daughter about the price yet, and he felt a little guilty. It's okay. Wei Ning thought it was reasonable. Anyway, except for the seeds, which she spent a lot of money on, she didn't spend much money on other things, just some supernatural powers. Father, are these 100 vegetables enough for postage? Wei Dong was shocked by the news of being sold out when he woke up in the morning, and he didn't ask in detail. Why did he feel like his old father was cheated? Green Star doesn't have a special route now. If they rely on the aircraft carriers that usually deliver supplies to them, they don't know when the vegetables will be delivered to the buyers, and they probably have forgotten what they bought. If they open a FedEx branch, they must build a logistics tower, and they must deliver thousands of items per month, otherwise the postage will be ridiculously high. The planet closest to Green Star is Kaiyang Star, which does have a FedEx branch, but the number is too small, and they will not send a special ship to collect the items unless they are willing to pay a high postage. After Wei Dong said this, Wei Guoyang's excitement disappeared like a deflated balloon, and he looked a little depressed. Father, have you set the delivery range? If it's not far away, send it out this time. Don't put it on the shelf for the time being, and put it back on the shelf when it's ready. Wei Dong couldn't bear to see him like this, and asked again. There is a setting. Wei Guoyang hurriedly turned on the light brain, and opened the privacy rights, so that they could all see the buyer and address. They were stunned when they saw it. Kaiyang Star? Wei Guoyang didn't expect that the buyer was actually from Kaiyang Star, and it was the same buyer, which means that these 100 vegetables were all orders from one person. It was much easier to handle knowing that it was an order from one person. They could deliver the goods directly to the door. It just so happened that the distance between Kaiyang Star and Green Star was enough to fly a small spaceship to the door. Since they had to deliver the goods themselves, they had to hurry up. After all, it would take 7 hours to get to Kaiyang Star. Wei Guoyang put 100 portions of lettuce on the shelf. If they counted 1 portion per plant, they had to pick 100 plants. Wei Dong simply asked the robot to pick the lettuce, and they went back to the house to take out the simple packaging bags and prepare to pack them. It was really simple. The most common packaging bags on the market had no preservation function. They just put the lettuce in and then sealed it. It was so simple that Wei Ning suspected that the buyer would give a bad review after the order was completed. She didn't even know who bought the packaging bags and piled them there. Wei Ning did not often lose his supernatural powers in this batch of lettuce, so it grew normally. 1 portion weighed about 1,000 to 1,500 grams, which was very cheap compared to other stores on the Star Network. Worried about the poor packaging and getting bad reviews, Wei Guoyang specifically asked to remove the yellow leaves and not have any soil. It took the 4 of them more than an hour to pack these 100 portions of lettuce. Since they all drove the spaceship there, they might as well go with the whole family. They had been on Green Star for half a year, and had never been out. It was a good opportunity to go out for a walk. Even if Kaiyang Star was not as prosperous as the capital star, it was still a mature and developed planet for living. The packaged lettuce was packed into boxes, put into the space button, changed clothes, and boarded the spaceship. The spaceship had an automatic driving mode, so they just had to set the destination. It turned out that there was a route between Green Star and Kaiyang Star, but after Green Star was abandoned, the route was also closed. The route that Wei Dong set to take now was the original route from Green Star to Kaiyang Star, and this route was safer and more stable. Even if it was autonomous, it was still driving in space. Wei Dong and Wei Guoliang took turns watching along the way to ensure safe arrival. The spaceship was not as comfortable as the starship. After sitting for 7 hours, Wei Ning was very uncomfortable sitting on the hard chair. He thought he had to buy a cushion when he came back. Yiling also looked tired. This was the first time for their family to travel long distances by car. Except for Wei Dong, everyone felt tired. After leaving the spaceport, Wei Guoliang took Yiling and Wei Ning to the hotel where they were staying to rest, while Wei Dong went to deliver goods. Brother, come back early. I wait for you to go shopping together. Wei Ning waved to Wei Dong before getting on the hotel's hovercraft. You can't drive a spaceship after entering Kaiyang Star. Wei Dong watched the hovercraft drive away and called another one. The fast car arrived very quickly. The driver was a taciturn middle-aged man. After Wei Dong got on the car and told him the address, he repeated the address and didn't say a word until the destination. Before getting off the car, Wei Dong thought that he was just delivering goods and would come out soon, so he asked the driver to wait for him at the intersection. He only got him. After getting off the car, Wei Dong followed the navigation of the optical brain and walked until he stopped at the last house at the end of the street. This is a 3-story villa with a yard. From the hollow gate, you can vaguely see a large swimming pool inside. It can be seen that he is a rich man. No wonder he can afford to buy vegetables for 5,000 star coins. Wei Dong approached the gate and stopped about half a meter away from the gate. A mechanical male voice came out. No visitor privileges, please stop. Sure enough, this hollow door that looks unsafe is also made of high technology. If I guess correctly, this door has a function that people without privileges will be attacked unconditionally by the door. It is a second-generation smart door that has been eliminated on the capital star. But on Kaiyang Star, this door is not something that ordinary people can have. The owner of this villa must be a very rich person on Kaiyang Star. Wei Dong turned on the optical brain, found the buyer's optical brain number, and made a call. The other party did not answer the call. Just when Wei Dong was about to hang up and call again, he finally answered. I don't know what the other party was doing. The background noise was very loud. Wei Dong almost didn't hear the other party's voice, except for a hello. Word. Hello, your express has arrived. Please sign for it at the door. Wei Dong quickly explained his purpose. What? Who are you? The other party seemed to not hear clearly, and asked loudly. Wei Dong suppressed the urge to leave, and repeated it again. If it weren't for the regulations that express delivery requires personal signature, he would have wanted to put the things directly at the door. Fortunately, this time the local finally heard clearly, said I know, and then asked Wei Dong to wait, he would be there soon. Then, Wei Dong waited for half an hour, he was almost impatient. A hovercraft flew from a distance at a very fast speed, braked suddenly in front of the villa, and was just a little bit away from hitting the wall. It wasn't his own wall anyway. Wei Dong didn't care, he just wanted to deliver the goods and leave early. The floating door opened, and a tall boy with golden hair that almost blinded Wei Dong jumped down, followed by a red-haired girl, a short blue-haired boy, and finally a brown-haired boy, all of whom looked like dandies. Wei Dong. Well, needless to say, this is definitely a rich second generation. Are you a courier? The blonde boy saw Wei Dong in casual clothes, and didn't see any courier logo, so he didn't believe him. Can courier companies wear casual clothes now? The red-haired girl looked at her companion. No, I received a courier yesterday wearing a FedEx uniform. The blue-haired boy replied lazily. Who cares what he wears, Brother Bo? Sign for it quickly. The brown-haired boy urged impatiently. Panboy? Wei Dong looked up and down at the blonde boy and asked. It's me. Here are the 100 lettuces you ordered. Wei Dong confirmed that he was the buyer, and put a few boxes in front of him from the space button, asking him to check the goods. How come there is no courier number? Which courier are you? You are too careless. Before Pang Bo could speak, the blue-haired boy behind him shouted. Well, since you are the first big customer of the store has provided special services. I was hired by the store to deliver the goods. Wei Dong said nonsense seriously. Brother Bo is really different. He is generous when he makes a move. Even the store owner treats him specially. We will definitely win this time. Let's see if the AI still has the nerve to show off in front of us. That's right. I have long disliked him. He thinks that having an uncle is great. Our brother Bo can defeat him even without his uncle's help. Ha ha. Seeing that they were busy talking, Wei Dong couldn't help but urge them, if there is no problem, remember to give a 5-star rating. Then he didn't care about how the few people boasted and walked in the direction they came from. Seeing the hover car still parked at the intersection, he quickened his pace. Sorry, I kept waiting. As soon as he got in the car, Wei Dong apologized to the big man. He was in the wrong first, but the other party was willing to wait for so long. Wei Dong felt bad and decided to pay more star coins later. Where are you going? The middle-aged big man nodded to accept it and asked him. Wei Dong returned the name of the hotel and wanted to chat with him for a few words, but found that he didn't know what to say, so he simply didn't say anything. If he was riding in a car with Shinha, He could talk from getting on to getting off without repeating a single word. I wonder what happened to that guy. Wei Dong glanced at the message he left for Shinha. It had been a few days. Finally, when they arrived at the hotel, Wei Dong paid the driver double the star coins before getting off. The driver glanced at him and drove away. Chapter 21. Kaiyong Star is a planet full of life. Unlike the high-tech architectural style of the capital planet, the buildings on Kaiyong Star are very down-to-earth. The tallest building is only 30 stories high, which is the hotel where Wei Ning and his friends live. Looking out from the window on the 20th floor, the residential buildings are like matchboxes next to each other, and the people walking on the street are as small as black ants. In the farthest distance is a stretch of endless green. Dad, where is that? It was the first time that Wei Ning came to Kaiyong Star, and saw such a scenery for the first time. He chased Wei Guoyang and asked. That's the forest. Half of Kaiyong Star is forest. Wei Guoyang glanced at the distance and answered. The area of Kaiyong Star is twice that of Green Star. Unlike Green Star, where the forest area is only 1/3 of the planet, the forest of Kaiyong Star occupies half of the planet. Due to the remote location of the planet, the technology here is not developed. Compared with other mature medium and large planets, Kaiyong Star still relies mainly on manpower in life. For example, in industries and mining, robots have replaced human labor in other planets, but the main labor force here is still human. Just like the express delivery industry, the capital planet has realized robot delivery. As long as it is in the capital planet, the express delivery order will be delivered in 10 minutes, but here it is delivered manually. If the capital planet is a big city, Kaiyong Star is an underdeveloped village. The average annual income of ordinary people here is only 100,000 star coins, and the monthly income is less than 10,000. In the capital, only 10 star coins are needed for a nutrient solution, but here it costs 50 star coins, not to mention other things. Kaiyong Star can develop to this point, all thanks to the output in the forest. Yiling came over and looked at the green road in the distance. Wei Ning really didn't know that there was no such a large forest on the capital planet. There were only a few small mountains, and the rest were high-rise buildings and various commercial plazas. There are many medicinal plants on Kaiyong Star that are raw materials for primary medicines. Yiling explained. If it weren't so far away, Kaiyong Star would have developed better than it is now. Even if the raw materials for low-level medicines can be cultivated artificially, the effect is not as good as wild ones. If there is a choice, primary pharmacists are more willing to use wild raw materials to refine medicines, but not all planets have medicinal plants, and the forest is dangerous. When there are artificially cultivated raw materials, pharmacists are not willing to take the risk of looking for them in the wild. Of course, there are also people who are willing to go to remote planets to purchase these medicinal plants and then sell them to other planets. They can buy materials with better medicinal properties without taking risks, so pharmacists are of course willing to use wild ones. Most of the residents of Kaiyong Star rely on collecting various medicinal plants in the forest to make a living. Aren't there mutant beasts in the forest? Aren't they afraid? Wei Ning asked in confusion. It's all for living. Wei Guoyang touched her hair. When Ning was born, his company had already gone public. She had never suffered from hardship since she was a child, let alone financial troubles. She didn't know that children born in poor families learn to help their parents make money early in order to make a living. Some went to the forest with their parents to pick medicinal plants, some searched for useful waste that could be exchanged for money in the garbage dump, and some were child laborers hired by unscrupulous merchants. These were things Wei Ning had never seen or experienced. Even though Wei Guoyang's company ran into trouble, and he declared bankruptcy, he had never lacked anything in terms of material things, except that it was inconvenient to shop at Green Star and most of them needed to drink nutrient solution. Since they had mutant beast meat and vegetables, they rarely drank nutrient solution now. Wei Ning was silent. She could understand that not everyone could be as lucky as she was. The gap between the rich and the poor existed at all times. Just because she hadn't seen it didn't mean it didn't exist. Even in the interstellar space, it was inevitable. Although it was dangerous, most of them went there in teams. As long as they didn't encounter a beast tide or a high-level mutant beast, their safety was guaranteed. Wei Guoyang saw that she looked unprepared and continued. What he didn't say was that it was already pretty good to have such a life. On a barren garbage planet or mining planet, being able to survive was the best. Let's not talk about this anymore. When Dongzi comes back, we go out for a good walk and taste the characteristics of Kaiyong Star. You can buy anything you like. I don't know when we come back next time. Wei Guoyang didn't want to continue talking about this and hurriedly changed the subject. When Wei Dong came back, It was dark, and there was a bright light outside the window. Wei Guoyang chose a high-end restaurant for dinner. Wei Ning thought it would be similar to the Capital Star, with more food. But when he ordered, he found that there were only set meals, no a la carte, even though the price was not affordable for ordinary people. Since he was here, Wei Ning didn't say he didn't want to eat, so he ordered a set meal that he liked. It was already past dinner time, and there were not many tables of guests in the restaurant. The dishes came up quickly, and Wei Ning lost his appetite immediately. A piece of fried beef that was a little burnt, a few slightly yellow-green leaves, a small portion of boiled rice, and a bowl of broth. After eating the food made by Wei Ning, not to mention Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling, even Wei Dong, who was not picky about food, lost half his appetite when he saw such food. It is natural that the food in the restaurants here is not as good as that in the Capital Star. All the ingredients in the high-end restaurants in the Capital Star are the best, otherwise they would not be sold at a high price. Wei Guoyang was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak. This was the high-end restaurant he chose. No wonder there were no customers with such a good food. Based on the principle of not wasting, they had the fastest meal. After dinner, the family went shopping in the mall again. However, Taiyang Star was not as good as the Capital Star after all. They were used to the prosperity of the Capital Star, so they didn't like the things on Taiyang Star. Basically, they were things that were eliminated from the big stars, and sold here by Interstellar merchants. After a round of shopping, the four people each bought a few things they liked, without spending many star coins. Dad, let's go shopping here later? It looks good. While Wei Dong was buying them drinks, Wei Ning used the optical brain to search for the most distinctive places in Taiyang Star. Someone recommended a street stall street with pictures. It looked like a market, and had a large flow of people. Where? Wei Guoyang asked closer. It was he who suggested going out for a walk, but he didn't buy much, which made him feel a little embarrassed. When he heard Wei Ning say there was a good place, he became more interested. But when he saw the place she mentioned, he immediately lost interest. There's nothing good to see here. Dad, how do you know it's not good to see when you haven't been there? Wei Ning looked like he was kidding. It's okay to take a look. Yi Ling also came over to take a look. Seeing their expressions that they understood everything after just one look, Wei Ning was even more confused. This place is close to the outskirts of the forest. At first, it was a purchasing point opened by interstellar merchants in order to purchase medicinal plants first. Later, it gradually became what it is now. Wei Guoyang explained that there are such places on many planets. He had been there once, and most of them sold various medicinal plants. Wei Ning's eyes lit up when she heard this. Isn't this the town formed outside the secret realm in fantasy novels? There are not only medicinal plants in the forest, maybe there are others. She can go and see if there are any suitable ones to plant. Dad, let's go and see. There are many things in the forest. Maybe there are some like red fruits that people pick but don't know how to eat. We can go and pick them up. Wei Ning looked excited. This is the closest she has ever been to the interstellar forest. She must go and see it no matter what. Okay, but the place is a bit messy. You have to follow closely when the time comes. Wei Guoyang thought of the green star, which is now short of everything, and agreed. Yeah. As long as she can go, Wei Ning agreed to everything. When Wei Dong came back from buying drinks, Wei Guoyang arrived quickly, and they turned to the street stalls. Drinking the synthetic drink, Wei Ning missed the milk tea he had drunk before. Even the ones that cost a few yuan a cup on the street tasted better than the synthetic drinks from Interstellar. An hour later, the hovercraft stopped at the intersection of the street stall street. After getting off the car, all I saw were low houses. Although there were people coming and going, it was very different from the pictures, and I didn't see anyone setting up stalls. Where are we going? Wei Dong was confused. He didn't understand why they didn't go shopping in the city center and came here. Go this way. Wei Guoyang had been there once with someone, and knew that this was not a real street stall street. He took them to follow someone, and turned into an alley. The alley was not long and it took a few minutes to get out. Once out of the alley, there was another world outside. There were two long awnings on a wide open space, and stalls were placed on both sides of each awning. There were more or less a few people standing in front of the stalls. As soon as you get closer, you can see various plants with soil on the stalls. Although Yi Ling's mental strength was exhausted, and she couldn't make potions, she was still very happy to see these fresh medicinal plants. As soon as she got closer, she couldn't help but look at one of the stalls. Wei Ning likes to walk around, and then slowly see if there is anything she wants. The two of them couldn't walk together, so Wei Guoyang asked Wei Dong to follow, and he followed behind Yi Ling. Wei Ning was curious and walked from one end of the first awning to the other, then walked back to another awning, and then walked again. The types of things on each stall were similar. Some were few, some were more, most of them were plants, and many of them were things Wei Ning had never seen before. After a rough look, Wei Ning began to look slowly, and sometimes he would also look at how others bought. Not all the people who come here are Interstellar merchants. Most of them are small vendors. Most of these small vendors buy at low prices, and then resell to Interstellar merchants to make a high profit from the difference in price. Generally, Interstellar merchants will only appear before dark, stay for more than an hour and then leave. And most of the people who are still setting up stalls here at this time are people who can't get back before dark. Medicinal plants need to be well preserved to have better efficacy and higher prices. They picked them from the forest, but didn't have a box to preserve them. After a long time, the medicinal properties would be lost and the price would be lower. So even though they knew that the price offered by these small vendors was much lower, they still had to sell to them. Wei Ning watched a small vendor buy a bundle of medicinal plants that looked like plantain for 10 star coins each. A large bag of stamens that looked a bit like honeysuckle only cost 100 star coins, at least several kilograms. The most exaggerated thing is that a wild radish, as big as a bowl, was only sold for 5 star coins. Even Wei Dong couldn't help but be amazed at such a price. It was really too cheap. The stall owner finished selling, packed up and left. As soon as he left, another person came over. They were about to leave when the person called them. Chapter 22. Customer, do you want to see? I just picked these in the forest. Wei Ning turned around again when she heard the voice. No other reason, because this voice with a sense of embarrassment, nervousness, and a little childish aroused her curiosity. The stall owners in the shed were all middle-aged uncles, or women with vicissitudes of life, and they were all young men. Only this one sounded like a minor. How old are you? Wei Dong, who was standing by, saw the thin boy who was not as tall as his shoulders, and asked unexpectedly. 10, 16. The boy didn't expect someone to ask him this, but he answered it anyway. 16 years old is still a minor under federal law. He should be a carefree age, but he has to take risks in the forest for a living. What do you have? Wei Dong felt very uncomfortable, and couldn't help but want to help him. He Chung didn't expect that he just stopped the two people who looked like brother and sister with the idea of trying it out. He thought that the girl would be easier to persuade, but unexpectedly, it was the man who asked first. He hurriedly took out his harvest of the day from the big bag carefully. First, a bunch of yellow, white and green flowers, then a small bundle of small white radishes, then a bundle of mint, and finally half a bag of earth lumps as big as a bowl. Waiting. Except for the flowers, he didn't want anything else. Sorry. I'm sorry this. I picked it today. He Chung saw the disappointment flashing in Wei Dong's eyes. His expression was gloomy, and his speech was incoherent. He knew that these things of his probably looked down on them, but they were his harvest of the whole day. Thinking of his injured father, his mother who washes a lot of clothes every day and has a hunched back, and his sister with light in her eyes, he couldn't help but blame himself. Today is his first time to go to the forest. In the past, his father followed the team to the forest to pick fruits every day. However, half a month ago, his father's team encountered a high-level mutant beast grizzly bear. In the end, only 5 of the dozen people came back, and his father was seriously injured. In order to buy recovery potions for his father, all the savings in the family were used up, but his father's injury still didn't heal. The doctor said that he needed an intermediate recovery potion. But the family had no money. For them, his mother helped people wash clothes every day, from morning to night, and the star coins she earned were only enough for their daily expenses. Today, he secretly asked for leave without telling his family. He only heard from his father that the forest was dangerous, but he didn't know it was so dangerous. Because he came out without telling his family, he didn't form a team with anyone, but just followed behind others, relying on what his father taught, and what he learned in school to identify which were medicinal plants and which were poisonous. The outer part of the forest had been basically turned over, and there were not many useful things. The bundle of radishes was picked by him from the outer part. He was unwilling to risk his life and only pick radishes, so he bravely followed the team into the central area. He was also lucky. He had just entered for less than half an hour and found a small bunch of golden vine flowers. Maybe because of the small number, those people didn't like it, but it was very precious to him. He didn't follow the team anymore, but picked the golden vine flowers. After picking the golden vine flowers, he saw mint grass again. He was very happy and ran to dig mint grass again. Although these two things are few, they can be exchanged for a few star coins. Even if there are only a few star coins, it is a considerable income for their current life. These two things stimulated him, making him forget his father's instructions for a while, and he walked deeper and deeper unconsciously. Then he saw an amazing scene. In a small valley, he saw the team he followed earlier encountered a group of crazy pigs. More than a dozen fat crazy pigs chased those people, and their long fangs hit them, and they were instantly blood red. He watched on the hillside, not daring to make any sound, for fear that the crazy pigs would hear the sound and turn back to find him. Fortunately, the team was rescued by another team in the end. Except for serious injuries, there was no death. He lay there, and didn't dare to move until there was no one in the valley, and no trace of crazy pigs. He didn't dare to stay any longer at this time, and hurriedly left with his things. Maybe he was anxious, and didn't pay attention to his feet. He didn't know what tripped him, and fell directly. He hurried to see what tripped him. At first glance, he found that it was a large clod of earth with a tooth mark on it, and the pale yellow meat inside could be vaguely seen. Thinking of the crazy pig just now, he judged that this should be the food of the crazy pig. Those people might want to hunt the crazy pig, but they didn't expect to be chased by the crazy pig. Seeing that there were many clods of earth exposed on the ground, thinking that he could not even drink the nutrient solution at home, he gritted his teeth and picked up half a bag, and did not dare to stay any longer, and left quickly. Who knew that he lost his way again halfway, and didn't come back until it was dark. Do you sell this too? He-chung was ready for the possibility of not being able to sell them, but the girl next to him pointed at the half bag of dirt. Ah? Sell. He-chung was stunned. He didn't expect Wei Ning to be interested in dirt. Ning, why do you want this? Wei Dong tugged at her clothes, puzzled. Although he sympathized with the child, it didn't mean that he would spend star coins to buy a bunch of useless dirt. I have a use for it. Wei Ning couldn't just say that she wanted to plant it, otherwise they would not believe her. How could she explain that this inconspicuous dirt was actually a potato, which was edible and could be planted, and the yield was very high? With outsiders around, she couldn't explain in detail, so she simply didn't explain. How are you going to sell this? Wei Ning pointed at the half bag of potatoes and asked. How do you want to buy it? He-chung didn't know how much star coins this lumps of earth were worth. Originally, he just thought that if there was no nutrient solution, he would use it as food. Anyway, the mad pigs could eat it, so it should be okay for them to eat it, right? Okay, seeing that he was younger than himself, and it was his first time out, he didn't even know how to call out the price. If it were someone else, they would have called out a high price a long time ago. How about 50 star coins each? Wei Ning didn't know the price here very well, but she felt that these potatoes were worth this price, or even higher. It was just that she thought that the man just bought so many at a low price, and she was afraid that she would give a high price and be targeted by other stall owners. What? Even so, He-chung was frightened by the price she said, and his voice was raised a lot. The stall owner next to him also looked over when he saw this, but was glared back by Wei Dong. He didn't dare to look again, but couldn't help but listen with his ears perked up. Sell? If not, we leave. Wei Dong glanced at the optical computer. It was already late, and they had to go back. Sell? He-chung nodded repeatedly, not caring whether these lumps of earth were worth it or not, and hurried to buy a good quantity. Looking at the half bag, there were actually not many, only 26 in total. 26, these are for you as a gift. Fearing that they would regret it, He-chung put the rest into the bag, and then looked at them awkwardly. Wei Ning put the bag into the space button, shook the optical computer in his hand, and signaled him to collect the payment. Seeing the bag disappear, He-chung's face became a little more uneasy. Those who could afford the space button must be rich, but he was afraid that they would find that the lumps of earth were useless, and didn't want them anymore. Seeing Wei Ning shaking his hand, he reacted and hurriedly showed the optical computer payment code. Wei Ning paid and took Wei Dong to another stall. Seeing the 1,300 star coins in the light brain, He-chung finally realized that he really sold the dirt, and made a huge amount of money. He was excited and sobbed with his knees. As time went on, the number of stall owners gradually decreased, and the small vendors lowered the price even more. Yi Ling bought many of her favorite medicinal herbs over there, and came to find Wei Ning and the others in a good mood. Wei Ning saw a bunch of star anise at a stall, and she was about to buy it, but a small vendor wanted to snatch it from her. Uncle, I saw it first. Wei Ning looked at the small vendor with a beard and didn't want to give in. It's not yours if you don't pay the star coins. The small vendor was not to be outdone. I was about to buy it, but you suddenly showed up and tried to snatch it from me, boss, don't you think so? Wei Ning turned to look at the stall owner. The stall owner was also in a dilemma. He should sell to the little girl, but the vendor was a familiar customer here. He was worried about offending her. What if he didn't accept his own goods in the future? How about you each buy half? The stall owner suggested in a low voice. He had picked up this bunch of strange things casually. He picked them up mainly because of the unique smell. He didn't expect that a little girl would not only like them, but also the big bearded man wanted them. The big bearded man was a small vendor with untidy beard. He was a familiar customer here. He liked to come here at night to look at the goods. He would buy them if he liked them. The main reason was that the big bearded man's price was fairer than other small vendors. Other small vendors would lower the price as much as possible, but the big bearded man bought them at 2 levels lower than the market price. Therefore, the big bearded man was very popular with the stall owner here. Old Hu, why are you here? Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling came over and saw them competing with others to buy things. They were afraid that Wei Ning would suffer a loss, so they walked over quickly. When they saw the unshaven man, they shouted in surprise. Oh! Old Wei, long time no see, why are you also in Kaiyang Star? The big bearded man heard the voice and turned around to see Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling and was also very surprised. He heard that Wei Guoyang went bankrupt and later left the capital Star. As for where he went, no one knew. Who would have thought to meet here? Bring the children to see. Wei Guoyang pointed at Wei Ning and Wei Dong. This is my daughter Wei Ning and son Wei Dong. He pointed at the big bearded man and introduced them to them. Hu de, Dad's friend. Hello, Uncle Hu. Wei Ning shouted obediently. Uncle Hu. Wei Dong shouted too. Hey, I was wondering why these brother and sister look so familiar. It turned out to be your children, ha ha ha. Hu de laughed heartily. Do you two want more? The stall owner asked with a smile on his face. In fact, he didn't want to disturb others, but he had to go home, so he had to bite the bullet and ask. Yes. Before Hu de could say anything, Wei Ning had already answered first. It was not easy to come across a seasoning. How could you miss it? The stall owner looked at Hu de and asked with a smile. If Mr. Hu wants it, I will bring you more tomorrow? Okay, I will find you tomorrow. Hu Sha did not argue with Wei Ning, and agreed with a wave of his hand. Uncle, 10 star coins is okay? Wei Ning took the star anise and asked. Yes, thank you. The stall owner was very happy. This little thing was only 10 star coins, and he made a profit. After selling the things, the stall owner also packed up and went back. Little niece, do you know what this is? Hu de asked curiously when he saw Wei Ning offered such a high price. He noticed that this thing was mainly strange in appearance and had a smell, and wanted to study it. Well, it's a seasoning that can remove odors and fishy smells. Wei Ning didn't hide it. Seasoning? Hu de thought it was some kind of spice material with a strong fragrance, but it turned out to be a seasoning. Yes, put some in when cooking meat, and it can remove some of the fishy smell. If there are bay leaves and cinnamon, Wei Ning added silently in his heart. Is it really so magical? Hu Da's mind turned quickly. If it can really remove some of the fishy smell, it would be a good thing. I've also seen it in a book, but I haven't experimented with it. Uncle Hu can try it. Wei Ning didn't know how to explain that he knew the origin of star anise, so he suggested. Yes, we should try. Hu De nodded, turned to look at Wei Guoyang, and praised, Old Wei, your kid knows a lot, unlike my brat who just plays all day long. Ha ha. It's normal for boys to like playing. Wei Guoyang laughed awkwardly. God knows that since his daughter awakened, she has become a different person. Not only can she cook, but she can also grow various plants. Now she also knows what seasonings are. Is there such a big difference between awakening superpowers and awakening mental power? Wei Guoyang would never have thought that his daughter had a different heart. Chapter 23. It was almost dawn, and the stall owners had basically all left. Hu De was about to go back when he met them, so he could talk to Wei Ning about the seasoning. After asking, it turned out that they were staying in the same hotel, so it was a good opportunity for them to go back together. He called for a quickie. After getting on the hovercraft, Hu De asked Wei Ning again. Uncle Hu, I don't know much. I only know that it is the fruit of a plant, which is aniseed and star-shaped. It has a sweet taste and a strong aromatic smell. It can remove fishy smells and odors. It is called aniseed. Afraid that he would continue to ask, she continued, I remember that aniseed should be dried and stored, but I don't remember anything else. I didn't read the book carefully, so I forgot everything. If I hadn't met aniseed today, I wouldn't have remembered it. Seeing her say this, Hu De knew that he couldn't ask anything else, but with these materials, it was almost enough. After the experiment, we would know whether the effect was true or not. Old Hu, how did you get to Kaiyang Star? I remember your business is not here. Hey, don't mention it. There was a small beast tied on Chiwu Star some time ago. I can't go in for a short time. I have an order that urgently needs a lot of raw materials, so I came here to take a look. Speaking of this, Hudo was discouraged. He has been traveling around various planets for many years, making a fortune by purchasing various medicinal plants and minerals. Over the years, he has had a fixed source of purchases. A planet as remote as Kaiyang Star is not within his purchase range. First, the journey is long and the transportation cost is too high. Second, there are few capable people on small planets, and they cannot meet the purchase standards. Imagine that he came all the way here, and the raw materials he purchased were not enough to cover his round-trip costs. He is not focused on charity, so why would he do such a thankless job? Since he couldn't go to Chiwu Star, he had to change to another place. He heard that the raw materials on Kaiyang Star were good, and the price was low, so he came here. At least he should make up for his order first, otherwise he would have to pay the penalty for breach of contract. The quality of the medicinal plants here is good, but the quantity is too small. I have been here for almost a month to make up for the shortage on Chiwu Star. Huda sighed. There are too few capable people on remote stars. It's good to have this if we rely on local residents alone. Awakening B-level mental power and reaching A-level physical fitness, it is no problem to deal with ordinary low-level mutant beasts. If both mental power and physical fitness reach A-level, individual intermediate mutant beasts, and even ordinary high-level mutant beasts can be dealt with. For someone like Wei Dong, who has B-level mental power and SS physical fitness, except for the sequelae caused by the physical incompatibility after recovery and the mental power degradation, with his current physical condition after adaptation, he can handle it by himself as long as he does not encounter a large-scale advanced mutant beast. However, if a remote star can produce an A-level mental power and physical fitness above S, even if he has to sell everything he has, he must send it to the military academy. After graduation, even if he works in logistics, it is better than taking risks in the forest. It's a pity that my orders are small, and the mercenary group doesn't like it. Otherwise, I could hire a mercenary group. Who decide again? There is no shortage of capable people in the mercenary group. Some mercenary groups are said to have high-level warriors and even mechas. Unfortunately, they only accept tasks with high bounties. People like him don't even have the qualifications to issue tasks. Well, let's not talk about this. How many days are you going to stay? Let's get together tomorrow and have a meal. I plan to leave tomorrow, so forget about the meal. Next time, I come to Green Star when I'm free and treat you to a meal. Wei Guoyang was worried about his family, so he didn't plan to stay for long. Huda is an interstellar businessman. His business is getting bigger and bigger now. Maybe it would be nice to consider cooperating with him. Green Star? Huda was wondering where this was. He couldn't figure out that the Federation had this planet for a long time. He thought, could it be that the rumor is true, and Old Wei has fallen to the point where he needs to live on an unknown small planet? It's a star under my name. We live there now, not far from Yang Star. Wei Guoyang thought about it, but still didn't tell him about his current situation. Huda thought about it, and didn't ask any more. He said regretfully, I find you next time I come to Kaiyang Star. I'm leaving these 2 days too. I feel uncomfortable staying here for a month. Okay. Wei Guoyang knew that he was used to the prosperity of the big stars, and the life on such a remote star was really incomparable. After arriving at the hotel, Huda still took Wei Guoyang to his room and talked for a long time. Wei Ning didn't know what they talked about, but the next day she saw them talking and laughing. If Wei Dong hadn't urged them, they would have wanted to continue the long conversation. Dad, what did you talk about with Uncle Hu? Wei Ning was really curious, and after getting on the spaceship, she couldn't help asking. Just chatting casually, haha. Wei Guoyang didn't elaborate. He couldn't tell his daughter that he and Huda talked about all the weird rumors about him going bankrupt in the capital planet in the past 6 months, right? What about him being unable to recover after bankruptcy, being so timid that he didn't even dare to stay in the capital planet, and ran to a remote planet to fend for himself? In short, there were all kinds of ugly rumors, and Wei Guoyang knew that they must have been spread by his former business rivals. Seeing that he was unwilling to elaborate, Wei Ning did not continue to ask. Leaning on the newly bought cushion, ready to take a nap. Returning safely to Green Star, before approaching the cabin, from the window of the cab, he saw a small starship floating on the hillside behind the cabin from afar. Wei Dong notified Wei Guoyang while looking at the starship. Wei Dong did not dare to be careless about the strange starship that suddenly appeared at home after 2 days away. Who knows whether the other party is an enemy or a friend? The strength of those who can own a starship should not be underestimated. He did not dare to joke with the safety of his family. He stopped the spacecraft and did not move forward. He wanted to apply for a connection to the other party's main control room through a signal to inquire first. Ding ding. Before Wei Dong applied for a signal connection, his optical brain rang instead. He took the time to look at it. It was a call from Shinha. He looked at the starship in front of him, and then looked at the optical brain. He applied for a signal connection. Seeing Wei Guoyang coming in, he gave up his position and answered the communication. Hey Dongzi, are you surprised? It's time to play again. Chen Haojia's excited voice came into his ears. The signal application failed, and Wei Dong guessed who was in the starship. He asked Wei Guoyang to move on. Why didn't you tell me to come in advance? Wei Dong asked unhappily. He was surprised, but he was really scared. It's a long story. We just arrived. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, it's a good thing. After saying that, Chen Haojia hung up. Hearing him say that, Wei Dong thought of what he had mentioned to him last time, and when he saw the starship again, he thought that the matter must have come to a conclusion. Taking advantage of this time, he briefly told Wei Guoyang his guess so that he would have a clear idea, and then went out to talk to Yi Ling and Wei Ning. When they heard it was Chen Haojia, the two of them put down their worries. The group got off the spaceship, and the people from the starship also got off. The leader was the man he had seen last time. Next to him was a man he had never seen before, and finally Chen Haojia. Seeing the people coming, Wei Dong opened his eyes wide, and he couldn't believe it at all. He thought that at most Chen Haojia would bring ordinary officers, but he didn't expect it to be them. 2 colonels, not to mention that one of the colonels was the commander's right-hand man. Uncle and aunt, don't be nervous, the boss and the colonel are actually just serious, they are easy to get along with. Chen Haojia saw that everyone else looked nervous except Wei Dong, so he hurried forward to ease the atmosphere. In a place where he couldn't see, he boldly blinked at the 2 people behind him, and was accidentally seen by Wei Ning, so he didn't dare to smile. These 2 people, one with a serious face and the other looking gentle, but they both exuded a murderous aura. Who would believe that they are easy to get along with? It's a pity that he said it out loud. 2 officers, please come in first. Wei Guoyang spoke with a stiff face, feeling a great deal of pressure. Wei Dong was not good at speaking, and he was in awe of them, but he didn't dare to talk and laugh as freely as Chen Haojia. Chen Haojia also found out that they were afraid of these 2. He said at that time that he could come by himself, but they insisted on coming. Look, they scared them. But what can he do? A higher rank can crush a higher rank. These 2 are several ranks higher, so he had to act as a social officer. Wei Guoyang led Chris and Randy in tremblingly. Wei Dong pulled Chen Haojia, who was a few steps behind, and asked in a low voice. What are you doing? Not only did he invite the captain of Team 7, he also invited the commander's assistant. 2 such big Buddhas were too big for his small place to host. They wanted to come. Chen Haojia almost cried out that he was wronged. Since he left Green Star last time, he was robbed by the boss and bullied by the team. Later, he realized that he was the one who caused the trouble. In the end, he contributed a lot of bacon. Later, he was transferred to the boss's personal guard for no apparent reason. It took him a long time to find out what was going on. At that time, his 3 views were severely hit. He thought he was promoted because of his excellent performance in the mission, but it turned out to be because of the bacon. He was shocked. But he quickly adjusted his mood. Who doesn't want to join the captain's personal guard? Although his reason for joining is a bit weird, others don't know. After staying in the guards for a long time, he found that the guards were not as scary as the rumor said. They were all easy to get along with. They did not look down on him because of his arrival, and they were even curious about whether the mutant meat was really that delicious. He felt sad when he thought about the bacon that was cheated away by the guards, because he did not check it for a while. Since then, he was not excluded. Every day, they surrounded him and asked about his well-being, fearing that he would not adapt. They took the initiative to offer sparring and extra training, just for his few stocks. He could say that he not only joined the captain's guards with the bacon, but also got along with them, and called them brothers. He was afraid that Dongzi would not believe it if he said it, but it was the fact. Although he later tried to learn Wei Ning's method to make barbecue and stew meat several times, he didn't know which link was wrong, and he always felt that the taste was not right. But it was true that the mutant meat was not that bad. Now everyone in the garrison eats mutant meat according to his method, and the mutants that were looked down upon before have become popular now. If it weren't for the fact that the star beast meat was inedible, He would have suspected that if the mutant beasts ran out of food one day, they would have their eyes on the star beasts. I just mentioned it to the boss, saying that your vegetables are also delicious, and you happened to ask me again. At that time, we had just returned from the mission. When I received your message, everyone was there, so I asked the boss if he wanted it, and then you saw it. Shinha pointed at the two people who went in. Originally, the material procurement department sent someone over, but they changed people before departure. He objected at the time, but it was useless. Who asked him to be a subordinate? What should I do then? Wei Dong was anxious. He had to face two superiors every day, and his family must be afraid of death. Oh, why don't you just treat them as buyers? Shinha said irresponsibly, and then went into the house. Waiting. Have you ever seen a buyer with the rank of colonel? It's easier said than done. Chapter 24. Wei Dong thought he would see a clearly divided and awkward scene. He went in, and found that his father and Colonel Randy were chatting well. Even his mother would occasionally answer one or two sentences. Chris did not speak from beginning to end, sitting on the sofa as a background wall. Wei Ning could not stand such a scene, and after washing a plate of tomatoes, she quickly slipped into the kitchen. It is better to leave business talks to adults. She is still a child, responsible for eating, drinking, planting, and cooking. Sir, please try this red fruit, it tastes good. Wei Guoyang stopped talking immediately, and pushed the plate forward. This officer is too powerful. If he continues to talk, his past will be exposed. Don't look at his gentle smile to him. Every time he speaks out, he will be confused by his words, and almost explode Ning Ning's ability. After just a short time, Wei Guoyang's back is covered with cold sweat. This red fruit looks good. Landy had heard almost everything, and had a general understanding of Green Star. He knew that if he continued, the other party would probably get scared, so he didn't continue. Even though he knew that the taste of the red fruit was unbearable, he could still praise it calmly. Can the red fruit be eaten? Only Chris could not help but ask when he saw the red fruit. Yes, we found it by chance, but only the newly ripe red fruit can be eaten. Chris was not afraid of Wei Guoyang lying after hearing this, so he reached out and took one. Sure enough, it was not that kind of outrageous sour taste, but very delicious. Landy saw that Chris finished one quickly, so he also picked up one and took a bite. Well, it's really good. He narrowed his eyes, and looked at the Wei family calmly. He had information about all the people in the Wei family. It was not difficult to see that this family was not a scheming person. Due to work reasons, he had met all kinds of people, including the heads of aristocratic families, tycoons, and government officials. He could handle all of them with ease, so how could he not see that Wei Guoyang had hidden a secret? However, everyone has their own secrets, and as long as it is harmless to the Legion, he doesn't want to delve into it. Thinking of the first time he met Chris secretly eating alone, Randy's smile deepened. Not seeing the scene he imagined, Shinha sneaked away, mainly because he wanted to eat red fruits, but he didn't have the courage to snatch food from the boss. Several bloody lessons told him that he would rather drink nutrient solution than snatch food from the boss. He will let you deeply understand what it means to protect food. In the kitchen, Wei Ning was cooking. Her cooking skills were average, far from the level of a chef, just home cooking. It's just that Interstellar people are used to drinking nutrient solution, and they will find different food delicious when they eat it occasionally. If there are people with better cooking skills, the food made by Wei Ning is nothing. There are not many ingredients, and Wei Ning did not plan to make it too rich, just enough to get by. After all, the other party is also a military person, and may be the future backer of Green Star, so it is necessary to please the future backer. So Wei Ning made a tomato and vegetable soup, cold tomatoes, fried bacon with garlic sprouts, pickled spicy radish, fried bacon with shredded potatoes, steamed bacon, and a plate of various vegetables, enough for a table, and all the rice bought last time was cooked. The potatoes were to be saved for planting, so she only took 2 to fry, and the other dishes were sufficient, so as not to lose courtesy. Girl, where did you pick these red fruits? Why do they taste so good? Shinha treated the kitchen as his own, and ate them without any hesitation. From the mountain. Wei Ning didn't say that this might be the food of the crazy pigs. Anything else? After dinner, I picked some more. They're much better than the fruits we eat. You don't know, since I ate the dishes you cooked, I feel that all I eat in the base are pig food. The vegetables are not fresh, the meat is not tasty enough, the fruits are not sweet, and the portions are small. Those businessmen are too black-hearted. The vegetables and fruits we eat are just like that, and they are very expensive. They are too black. Your family's is still the best, sweet and crispy. Do you want to grow some fruits next time? I'm telling you. Shinha looked out the door and whispered in Wei Ning's ear. This time, with our boss here, our army will definitely take care of all the vegetables you planted in the field. Don't be fooled by our boss's serious look, he is definitely a foodie. The bacon I brought back last time was almost eaten up by him. Hey, what is this? It's delicious. After eating the tomatoes, Shinha secretly ate a piece of radish. The spicy radish was crisp and refreshing, and the more he ate, the more he wanted to eat. Brother Chen, don't eat it secretly. I only have this little bit. If you finish it, it will be gone. Wei Ning stopped his hand from continuing to eat secretly. The radish was given to him when he bought potatoes on Kaiyang Star. There was only that little bit, and he ate it all. What will he eat later? What is this? Shinha pointed at the potato shreds that Wei Ning had cut into shreds and soaked in water and asked. The last time he came, there were only vegetables and meat. It was not like the boss, who ate several things he had never seen before. He was really lucky. This is potato. I bought it on Kaiyang Star. It's a newly discovered variety. I study it, and if it can be grown, I cook it for you in another way next time. Wei Ning picked up the potato shreds and prepared to fry them later. Sister, you are so amazing. You are even better than those people from farming families. You can grow anything. Shinha gave her a thumbs up. In fact, I just grow them casually. It's not as amazing as you say. Wei Ning was a little embarrassed by the praise, and her face was flushed. A table of dishes was prepared while the two were talking. It was mainly because Shinha was eating while talking, and Wei Ning was busy cooking, and he couldn't stop him. When Chris and Randy were invited to the table, Chris' eyes sparkled when he saw the fragrant dishes, and even Randy couldn't help but be surprised. He had only eaten bacon once. Chris was very protective of his food. As long as he didn't want to give it, no matter how others provoked him, it would be useless. He was able to eat it because of the commander's help. After that, he always felt that the fresh mutant meat didn't taste the same. Sir, try it. They are all vegetables grown at home, and the bacon is made by ourselves. Wei Guoyang looked at the dishes on the table and greeted politely. He had just finished speaking when Chris had picked up the knife and fork and started eating. As for why there were no chopsticks, Wei Ning was also puzzled. There were no chopsticks in the interstellar space, and the restaurant was full of cutlery such as knives and forks. Randy was not polite. These dishes looked better and more delicious than what the commander ate. He had to save face in front of delicious food. There would be no soup in a while. He was not exaggerating. When the station cooked mutant meat for the first time, several captains were concerned about their faces and pushed each other. In the end, the pot of meat was eaten up by more than 10 captains led by Chris, and even the soup was not spared. Wei Guoyang and his friends had eaten too much bacon and vegetables, so they didn't eat much. They only tried a few more bites of spicy radish and shredded potatoes, and found that the new dishes were very good in both texture and taste. Shinha was very glad that he ran to the kitchen to eat in advance. Seeing Chris quickly, and not rudely sweeping a plate, half of the dishes were gone, and he didn't dare to do anything. Randy was restrained, but his speed was not slow. Most of the dishes on the table went into Chris and Randy's stomachs. Shinha had no doubt that if it weren't for the face of the Legion, the two would have finished them all. Wei Ning was still very happy. After all, as the chef, she saw that the food she worked hard to make was eaten up, which was more important than anything else. Randy looked at Wei Ning with a fair face, and had the urge to take her to the 4th Legion to be the commander's personal chef. Their commander rarely praised the bacon after tasting it. If she could go, as an assistant, she could also enjoy a feast. Oh, it would be nice if I could eat it every day. Shinha couldn't help but sigh. Every time I come to Green Star, there are always new delicacies. It would be nice if I could eat different delicacies every day. Killing star beasts would be very exciting. Chris's ears moved slightly, thinking that this suggestion was good. You think it's nice. My sister is so weak, and there are so many soldiers in the garrison. Do you want my sister to be exhausted to death? Wei Dong retorted without thinking. Hey, boss, otherwise, go back and ask the commander to hire a chef. I'm not saying that the dishes cooked by the chef in our garrison are really not delicious. I go headhunting for fresh mutant beasts, and let my sister cook a meal for them. I guarantee that you will want to eat it again after you eat it. You do? Of course, if you can eat delicious food every day, star beasts are nothing. Shinha had a dreamy look on his face. They fought on the battlefield. In addition to defending the Federation, they also wanted high positions and rich salaries, and they were rich and powerful. And the rich and powerful people were in the capital star to enjoy life. Going to a restaurant for a meal was enough for them to drink nutrient solution for a month. Who would be willing to drink nutrient solution when there were delicious food? Let alone Chris. Randy actually thought it was good. No wonder the children of the noble families were unwilling to join the Legion. If they could eat and drink every day in the capital star, who would be willing to go to the battlefield to suffer? Realizing that his thoughts were crooked, Randy glared at Shinha and was almost led away by this kid. Boss, how about we stay a few more days? My sister is a master at barbecue. You must have never eaten golden and spicy pork chops, rich bone soup. Every time Shinha said one, the light in Chris's eyes brightened a little, and he couldn't wait to eat it. Ahem. Landy stopped him inappropriately. They came here for a mission, and this kid wanted to. But to be honest, he wanted to too. He drank nutrient solution for decades, only to find that he was drinking loneliness in the end. Chris looked over, and it was obvious that he wanted to eat too. Although Chris's rank was higher than his, he was the one who made the decision. But it's okay to go back a day or two later, right? Who cares? Let's eat first. At worst, the starship will go faster when we go back. Landy thought about it, and made a decision. He turned his head, and looked at Chris with a smile, without saying anything. Go tomorrow. Chris made the final decision. He decided to do it himself tomorrow, do more, and fill up all the space buttons on his phone. Boss, don't worry, I promise to complete the task. Shinha answered seriously. At night, Shinha and Weidong shared a bed as usual, while Chris and Landy rested on the starship. Wei Guoyang felt a little sorry, but Shinha waved his hand and said, Uncle, don't worry, the starship has everything. Although the starship is small, it is fully equipped and more comfortable than the bed in the cabin. It is the commander's private starship. Chapter 25. Chris is a man of swift action. He took Shinha to hunt mutant beasts the next morning. The mutant beasts that were hunted by Shinha not long ago met a more ruthless one this time. Whenever Chris met a beast that was not a young beast, he would punch it in the head. With SS mental power and SS physical strength, mutant beasts were just serving vegetables to him. Shinha even ran to the tomato tree and picked all the ripe tomatoes on the tree. He also met a mad pig that came out to look for food, and then he brought all the newly grown mad pigs back. Here, Randy was signing a contract with Wei Guoyang. He looked around the planting area early in the morning, and was very satisfied with this batch of vegetables. The vegetables and fruits that their army bought from the planting family every year were expensive and not very fresh. Every time they received the delivery, they complained about the poor harvest. Look at other people's vegetables, they were all juicy and green, and tasted sweet and delicious, which was more than 100 times better than theirs. Wei Guoyang did not ask for the price, he only made one request. He hoped that when Green Star was suppressed by the planting family or other powerful people, the army would come forward to solve the problem. After knowing the planting methods of these vegetables, Randy was not surprised at all that Wei Guoyang would make such a request. As long as the planting area of Green Star continued to expand, it would sooner or later confront those people, not to mention that these vegetables were obviously different from them. This was not only an infringement of their interests, but also fundamentally shook their foundation. If this planting method was spread, it was not difficult for him to imagine what those people would do. What he couldn't stand the most was the faces of the noble families. Their soldiers fought desperately on the front line, while those people enjoyed themselves comfortably in the rear. Whenever the Legion needed to apply for military expenses, they would cry poor for various reasons. The soldiers couldn't even have a basic simple meal every day, but those children of the noble families could. If the major noble families hadn't controlled the planting and refused to disclose the breeding methods, why would they have to drink nutrient solution for decades and spend a month's salary on a meal? He suddenly wanted to know whether the noble families would still complain to the Legion about the poor harvest when the space warriors could eat vegetables and fruits, and even the quality was better than theirs. After all, they had asked for a price increase more than once for this reason, and even if they had a meal once a month, the amount of vegetables and fruits needed was a huge number. And now, Randy looked at the amount on the contract and sneered in his heart. Wei Guoyang only made one request, but the price was half of the price they purchased from the noble families. He redrafted Wei Guoyang's request into the contract, and sent the new contract to his boss, the Supreme Commander of the 4th Legion, Wei Yunchuan. He could handle the purchase of vegetables, but he could not represent the 4th Corps to agree to Wei Guoyang's request, even if this request was not difficult for the 4th Corps. It was related to the food of all the soldiers of the 4th Corps, so it was better to inform the Corps. When they came, they had already passed the meeting and voted internally. He sent the contract to them to make things clear. If they really encountered it, the internal front of the core would be unified, and there would be no other troubles. 10 minutes later, Randy received a reply from Wei Yunchuan, an electronic contract signed by all the school-level officers of the 4th Corps. Landy forwarded the contract to Wei Guoyang and explained, "This contract is jointly signed by all the school-level officers of the 4th Corps. It will take effect after you sign it. There should be another paper contract, but due to conditions, it will be delivered together when the Corps sends someone to pick up the goods next time." Wei Guoyang carefully checked the terms on the contract and signed his name when he saw that there were no omissions. Looking at the series of names of Party A at the back, Wei Guoyang was very excited. With the support of the 4th Corps, he could develop the planting industry of Green Star with confidence. Boss Wei, happy cooperation. Landy smiled and stretched out his hand. Happy cooperation. Colonel Lon. The next step is picking. We will return in 4 days. Can you pick all the vegetables? They originally estimated that it would take 3 days to return. But they didn't expect the number of vegetables to be so large, which exceeded his budget. However, if not, they can stay for 2 more days. Landy thought happily. Yes, but the colonel needs to prepare fresh-keeping boxes. We have brought them, you just need to harvest and pack them. As I was talking, Randy took out a space button and waved his hand, and hundreds of small fresh-keeping boxes were neatly stacked on the road. He didn't care about what happened next, just wait to eat. Wei Guoyang started to arrange robots to pick 20 acres of land, except for half an acre of each vegetable left for planting. The rest were all picked and packed. For a while, in the planting field, 20 robots were put into work in an orderly manner, harvesting, weighing, and packing. Wei Guoyang and Yiling also did it themselves. They preferred to work in the planting field rather than chatting. Wei Dong was responsible for moving the full fresh-keeping boxes to the roadside. Randy didn't care, strolling around, checking the picking situation, and then going to the kitchen to see Wei Ning preparing various strange tools. He looked for a while, and went out again, and this time he went to the loofah rack. He saw long green and yellow melons growing on the vines climbing all over the rack, and identified them as loofahs. Randy was like a curious baby, touching the loofahs and beans, and seeing the big pumpkins, his face showed a shocked expression. Wei Ning would basically come to these melons to transfer supernatural powers, resulting in them being several times larger than normal melons. The flat big pumpkin with a golden appearance and a diameter of half a meter was quite amazing, not to mention Randy, who saw it for the first time. He not only touched it, but also bit his fingertips and knocked it. Hearing the dull knock-knock sound, a light flashed in his eyes. If other warriors saw Randy's actions that did not match his image, they would be collectively shocked. Huh? What is that? Randy noticed that there was another kind of pumpkin next to the pumpkin vine that he had never seen before. It was round and had green stripes, hidden under the green vines. He walked closer and saw that it was so big, half the size of the golden pumpkin next to it. He reached out and knocked it again. This time, he knocked it twice and suddenly heard a crack. Randy looked at the cracked ball in disbelief, and then looked at his hand. He didn't use much force just now, so how could it crack? Colonel, what are you doing here? Shinhaojia's voice came from behind. Like a child who was caught by his parents for doing something wrong, Randy subconsciously stood up to block the ball he had destroyed. The expression on his face was instantly adjusted. When he turned around, his face was gentle again. What do you want to talk to me about? It's not that there are too many prey. The boss asked me to come and asked me to help. Shinhaojia looked behind him, didn't see anything, then said his intention. Randy. Only Chris, the foodie, dared to order him to work like this. This kid actually dared to yell. Then let's go. Perhaps because he felt guilty, Randy didn't care so much and left first. Shinhaojia was a step slower, and out of curiosity, he turned his head and looked again, and saw the red color looming in the crack of the green ball. Hurry up. Randy didn't notice him following and urged. Right away. Shinhaojia responded and walked back. After walking a few steps, he returned and ran with the cracked ball. The whole vine broke into 2 sections because of his pulling. Here, Randy walked to the large open space outside the kitchen. Chris and Weidong rolled up their sleeves to deal with the mutant beast. Weidong was peeling the skin of the mutant cuckoo chicken, while Chris was peeling the skin of the crazy pig. Behind them, there was a pile of mutant beasts as high as a small mountain. Randy, go and deal with the mutant rabbits. Chris saw him coming and ordered him rudely. Randy. Forget it. For the sake of food, he would not bother with him. Randy's usual work was to help the commander deal with various documents and distribute various orders issued by him, But he was also an excellent double S level warrior, and he also followed the commander to fight on the battlefield and made many contributions. He had never done a job like dealing with mutant beasts, but he had a strong learning ability. Wei Dong only said it once, and he was completely able to do it. Why did you pick the watermelon? Wei Ning moved all the kitchen utensils that would be needed later to the open space, and then saw Shinha coming over with a big green watermelon, and was stunned. She had only used her supernatural powers twice to transplant these 2 watermelons. She preferred vegetables and fruits that ripened naturally to those that ripened with supernatural powers, otherwise she would have planted a second crop of watermelons. What watermelon? This one? I saw it was cracked. I thought you planted it, so you probably brought back as many as you could eat. Shinha turned the cracked side over to show Wei Ning. Over there, Randy paused and continued to deal with the mutant rabbit. Strange, it was fine when I went to see it before. Wei Ning frowned when she saw the crack. Could it be that the watermelon was ripe and cracked by itself after just a few days? Shinha looked at Randy involuntarily, and 1,000 horses galloped through his heart. Maybe it just cracked by itself. Shinha subconsciously concealed his guess. Forget it, I go check it out after picking them all. Wei Ning asked him to put the watermelon in the refrigerator, and she went over there again. Since they were all ripe, she might as well pick 2 more. One was not enough. After a while, Wei Ning came back with a plump watermelon in her arms. She put both in the refrigerator before she came out. The soldiers were very active. In less than half an hour, they had processed 1 mutant cuckoo chicken, 1 mutant rabbit, 1 crazy pig, and 1 wild bull. The bones and meat filled several large basins, soaked them in water, and they continued to process the rest. Wei Ning asked Wei Dong to put all the pork and beef bones into a large pot and add water to boil. She wanted to make soup first. Unable to wait to soak them in salt water, Wei Ning used the primitive method of blanching them. There was no ginger or scallion, and the wine was synthetic and only tasted like wine, which was useless. Wei Ning only added salt, waited for the water to boil, removed the foam, and boiled for a while. When the bones were broken, he took them out, washed them, and put them back into the pot to stew. It takes time to stew soup, and you don't need to worry about it after adjusting the fire. Chapter 26. Wei Ning intended to use the mutant cuckoo chicken to make roast chicken, but the oven was too small, and the whole thing couldn't fit in, so he had to give up. He simply roasted it whole, like the mutant rabbit. The crazy pork ribs and the barbarian steak were roasted in the oven together, and they had to be put in twice before they could fit. The pork belly and beef were fried and eaten. There was a lot of beef, so Wei Ning used another pot to make tomato braised beef brisket. Sizzle. As the snow-white minced garlic was poured into the oil pan, a strong garlic aroma emanated from the air and drifted to the noses of the 3 people working. Smelling the aroma that was not their last time, Shinha sniffed hard, and the glutton in his stomach was aroused. He quickly processed the mutant beast's meat in his hand, and didn't continue, running to squat beside the pot. Wei Ning poured the processed beef brisket into the pot, waved the spatula and stir-fried it. After the aroma of the beef brisket was fried, he added the chopped tomatoes, fried the sauce, and stewed it with water. She changed the grill and prepared to fry the meat. As soon as she took out the grill, Shinha had already consciously brought over several pots of marinated meat and prepared the gas tank. There was no need for Wei Ning to call. Everything was already set up. Even the stools were ready to sit and wait. Seeing that he was so active, Wei Ning simply gave it all to him. Anyway, he had eaten it once and didn't need to be taught again. She went to call Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling, who were still busy harvesting vegetables in the planting field. As soon as she left, Shinha called Chris and Randy over. In the station, Shinha only taught how to eat big pot stew. It was the first time for Chris and Randy to eat fried meat. Shinha first demonstrated how to do it, and emphasized that it must be cooked thoroughly to taste good. Well, the few slices of pork belly he had just fried were directly divided up by Chris and Randy. Why didn't you let the chef make this before? The taste in his mouth was more fragrant and flavorful than before, and Chris was very dissatisfied. Although the stewed meat he had eaten in the garrison was also good, it was obviously not as fragrant as the first time he had eaten it, and this was more delicious than the stewed meat. It's unfair. Boss, it's not that I don't teach, it's that there are no seasonings in the kitchen, and this has to be cooked and eaten immediately to taste good. Shinha immediately cried out for injustice. It's not that he really doesn't want to teach, but the kitchen in the garrison is not called a kitchen. The seasonings are only salt, oil, and soy sauce. Every time, the vegetables are cooked in a big pot, soft and tasteless, and the meat is also stewed in a whole pot. The meat of the farmed mutant beasts is tender, and it is stewed in such a pot. If you are lucky, you can get a small piece of meat, and if you are unlucky, you can only get a bowl of broth. The soup didn't taste very good, and there was a fishy smell. He even doubted whether the chef could cook. In fact, they all wronged the chef. It was not easy to cook big pot dishes. The soldiers had different tastes. Even if they wanted to do it well, they didn't have the conditions. Think about it, there are more than 100,000 soldiers, not including the logistics support personnel. The huge number puts a lot of pressure on the chef. The 4th Corps also has extra meal benefits, while other corps have nutrient solution every meal, so there is no room for picky. However, since Shinha taught them how to stew meat, they no longer buy farmed mutant beast meat from outside, and the soldiers hunt them all by themselves. It's hard for the chef. He used to cook twice a month at most, but now he cooks once a week. Why don't we go back and ask the commander to buy seasoning? Shinha suggested, as he turned the meat over and fried it again. He also mentioned the benefits of seasoning. Boss, think about it, when we have seasoning, what dishes can't we make? It would be best if all the kitchen utensils here are equipped with a set. When we are not on a mission, we can make it ourselves. We can eat whatever we want. If we tell others, which legion will not envy our legion? Chris and Randy looked at each other, and felt that what he said made sense. The welfare of the 4th Legion was originally better than that of other legions. If the welfare was improved, it would not be long before the 4th Legion was strengthened. Since the outbreak of the Star Beast War, Federal soldiers have died on the battlefield every year. Due to the magnetic field problem, the soldiers' mental power is prone to riot, and countless people have been forced to retreat to the rear. Over the years, the number of students applying for military academies has been declining year by year, and the recruitment of various legions is not ideal. The stable and comfortable life in the rear has made many people forget the miserable situation of the year. Uncle and aunt, come quickly. Seeing Wei Guoyang and the others coming over, Shinha stopped talking and instead called them over. Chris and Randy realized that they had eaten without waiting for the host, which was really rude. They both glared at Shinha. It was all because of this kid. Shinha pretended not to see it. He was really thick-skinned. You guys eat, we drink the soup first. Wei Guoyang waved his hand. It was too stressful to eat with them. Anyway, they were no longer craving for meat when they first came. To put it bluntly, they were already tired of it. Wei Ning washed the vegetables she picked and handed them over. Girls are better. Shinha happily took it and ate the freshly fried meat with vegetables. Wei Dong didn't want to talk anymore. This guy was thicker than the wall. Can you eat it like this? Chris also learned to eat it with vegetables. And then, there was nothing else. He found that he fell in love with this way of eating. The sweetness of vegetables and the spiciness of meat were unique when eaten together. Even when he went back to the capital star on vacation before and ate the chefs of high-end restaurants, they didn't taste like this. The vegetables were sweet and crispy, and the meat was delicious. He proved his love with his actions. Not only did he finish his own fried meat, but he also grabbed half of Shinha's freshly fried meat. Shinha. Damn, it turns out that you are such a boss. As for Randy, when Chris finished his own portion, he quickly wrapped his fried meat with vegetables and put it into his mouth. As for Image, that thing ran away from home a long time ago. Here, the bone soup was ready, and the milky white soup exuded a strong meaty aroma. Wei Ning added salt, and went to look at the beef brisket. It was ready too. The aroma of tomatoes mixed with beef spread everywhere, and the 3 people who were greedy for fried meat couldn't help but stretch their necks to look. Add salt to collect the sauce, and remove from the pot. Wei Ning brought a large pot of tomato beef brisket to the table. Wei Dong also tore the roasted mutant cuckoo chicken and mutant rabbit into small portions, and put them in pots. The first pot of ribs was also taken out by Wei Ning, and continued to roast the second pot. Soon, the table was filled with pots of meat cooked in various ways, and various aromas were scattered. Wei Dong served soup to everyone, and Wei Guoyang and Yiling also sat down. Shinha stopped frying meat, and sat next to Wei Dong. Chris and Randy were not polite and followed him to sit. 2 colonels, please try it. Wei Guoyang greeted them warmly. He was not as nervous about them as he was at the beginning. He had eaten everything except the braised meat with red fruits, so he was not so greedy. But for Chris and Randy, who were eating for the first time, it was a feast. They had never seen so many dishes at one time, let alone eaten them. It was not that they had not participated in banquets of nobles and high-level officials, but the banquets were not so sumptuous. The most common ones were fried, boiled, and stewed. Besides, banquets were all about confrontations between all parties. Everyone cared about their face, and would not really eat at the banquet. They were all served. Shinha had eaten it once, but it was a long time ago. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva now. After both sides finished their politeness, he took the lead in taking the ribs to chew. There was a different fragrance. Like the smell he smelled before, he looked at Wei Ning. This is garlic flavor. If you don't like it, you can eat something else. Wei Ning saw him looking at her and explained that there was no garlic last time, but now she added more minced garlic, which makes it more fragrant. Of course, if you eat too much, your mouth will inevitably be full of garlic flavor, which is not liked by everyone, so she only put half of it in garlic flavor. This is better than last time. Shinha praised with his mouth full of oil. Then eat more. This braised beef brisket is also good. It will taste better if it is paired with staple food. Yesterday's rice should be cooked today. Wei Ning looked regretful. Ning. Wei Guoyang stopped her from continuing. Wei Ning pretended not to see it. She had a purpose, to see if she could get rice seeds from the military. As a person who grew up eating rice and pasta, even if she changed time and space, she couldn't change the eating habits engraved in her bones. It's okay that there is no rice in the interstellar space. She can comfort herself by not eating it, but it's very uncomfortable if there is rice but she can't eat it every day. Since the civilians can't buy it, the military must have a channel. And with rice seeds, it will benefit the federal soldiers in the end. This is a win-win situation. Anyone who disagrees is a fool. You want rice seeds. Who is Randy? Wei Ning's level knows it as soon as he hears it. If they can grow rice, he doesn't mind helping them get seeds. Besides, rice is indeed a good thing. They usually cook it into porridge, which is tasteless. Can you get it? Wei Ning looked at him expectantly, or, other seeds are fine. Yes, it's better to have more fruit seeds. Shinha grabbed the ribs and gnawed them, and nodded repeatedly after listening. Well, if we plant more, we can have more delicious food. Why didn't he think of it? Wei Guoyang wanted to say something, but he changed his mind and kept silent. Indeed, if the military can come forward, they can also plant more varieties. Seeing that Randy was silent in thought, Wei Ning got up and left. A few minutes later, she came out with a plate and placed it in front of Chris and Randy. What is this? Shinha took a look and wondered why it looked so familiar. Randy looked at Wei Ning and waited for her answer. A kind of fruit, I call it watermelon. The red one is edible, the green skin can also be used as a dish, and the black seeds can be planted. When he heard it was a fruit, Chris couldn't help but look over. He had seen the one that the little girl brought back. It was so big, bigger than all the fruits he had seen. She said that the red ones can be eaten then. The watermelon on the plate only had a thin layer of green skin. This means that there are many edible parts of a whole watermelon. Oh, she also said that the green one can be used as a dish. That means you can eat the whole thing. Chris picked up a piece and took a bite. It was sweet, juicy, and crunchy. It melted without chewing. It was icy and cool. After eating meat of all kinds, tasting a piece of icy watermelon was so refreshing. He couldn't help but eat one piece after another. It was so delicious. Chapter 27. I agree. Randy hasn't said anything yet. Chris, who had eaten 3 pieces in a row and was about to take the 4th piece, had already agreed. If such delicious fruits can be grown, other fruits can certainly be grown. If others can't buy seeds, he can use his privileges to buy them. At worst, he can ask the old man at home to get some. His face is still very useful. We can help you get seeds, but you must sell them to our army first after you grow them. Randy is not stupid, so he naturally has to consider the army first. Okay, but you have to ensure our safety. You know, it's not safe here. If necessary, we will consider sending troops here. Of course, the premise is that it is worth doing this here. Believe me, I won't let you down. Wei Ning still has this confidence. Then wait and see. Randy picked up a piece of watermelon and handed it to Wei Ning. Okay. Wei Ning took it and took a bite with his face covered. Hide his pounding heartbeat. Only she knew how big a decision she had just made. She was even more afraid that he would not agree, and she was so nervous that she broke out in cold sweats. She was even prepared to expose her special abilities. If she missed this opportunity, she might never have such a close contact with military officials again. Fortunately, she did it. Randy glanced at Wei Ning from the corner of her eyes, eating the sweet watermelon as if nothing had happened. She knew in her heart that the girl in front of her was the biggest secret here. Wei Guoyang was sweating when he saw her making such a bold request, fearing that his daughter would offend the other party. You have to know that they are just ordinary people, and the military cannot be offended casually. If you accidentally anger the other party, not to mention cooperation, Even your life may be lost. Wei Ning dared to do this, mostly because of Chen Haojia's performance. He could get along with them so easily, sometimes even beyond the respect of subordinates to their superiors, but they did not show impatience, but a little indulgent, so she dared to be so bold. They were not the selfish people she had seen before, who abused their power for personal gain. She was more willing to believe that the legion that her eldest brother had served was an admirable legion. Boss, don't eat all the seeds. My sister said that you have to plant them. If you eat one more, you will lose a lot of melons. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Chen Haojia acted as a lubricant, and his ability to adjust the atmosphere was not covered. He changed the topic in a few seconds. Chris. This kid wanted to be beaten again. However, seeing that there were a lot of black particles in front of him, and there was only a pile of bones in front of him. Who is Chris? Embarrassment has nothing to do with him. Even so, he remained calm. I eat seedless ones. Boss, you deserve this. Chen Haojia was convinced, and gave him a thumbs up. The meal was finished with Chen Haojia's jokes. Chris and Randy were very satisfied with the meal. They finished all the food prepared by Wei Ning. In the next few days, the Wei family and the robots were all soaked in the planting field to harvest. The vegetables were cut one by one, and the yellow leaves were simply dealt with. They were all put into the fresh-keeping box, and the boxes were transported to the side, and finally put into the space button by Randy. Chris and Chen Haojia dealt with the mutant beasts they hunted every day, and Randy was occasionally pulled to capture soldiers. Wei Ning would cook a meal for them every day. Due to the limited conditions, she could only cook with the simplest seasoning. Steaming, frying, pan-frying, stewing, and braising were all done. She didn't think it was very delicious, but the ones she made every day were eaten up by the few of them. There was still a lot of mutant beast meat left. The bacon at home was not eaten up last time, so she didn't want any of it this time. She didn't interfere with the cooking. Chen Haojia, Chris, and Randy did it all. In his words, if you learn it, you won't be afraid of running out of it after you finish eating it. Seeing that he was so active, Wei Ning also taught him how to make meat jerky. The meat jerky made with beef is very chewy and very addictive. She bought it several times before and ate it while watching TV series. She could eat half a caddy, but her cheeks would get tired if she ate too much. Later, she followed the short video and made it several times with pork. Although the taste was not as good as beef jerky, it was still good as a snack. The most important thing was that the method was very simple. Cut the beef into strips and marinate it with various seasonings for a few hours. When the moisture is marinated and the flavor is absorbed, take out the beef, dry the moisture on the surface, and then put the beef in the oven and bake it dry at low temperature. Wei Ning was not very confident in the first batch, and the oven did not have the function of adjusting the temperature, so the first batch failed unexpectedly and was burnt. For the second batch, she changed a small energy stone, but it was still a little burnt after baking. For the third batch, she took away the energy stone halfway through and baked it with the residual heat, and it was just right. It tasted good, but it was a bit hard on the teeth, but Chris and his friends liked it very much. It took 2 days to roast half a head of beef. After all the vegetables were packed, the weight was calculated, and the total was 99,832 kilograms. Wei Ning did not expect that, after leaving half an acre of each crop for planting, she could harvest nearly 100,000 kilograms of land. The contract signed by Wei Guoyang and Landy was to sell by kilogram, and 1 kilogram was 500 star coins. Nearly 50 million star coins, 1/3 more than the estimate. Landy directly transferred 50 million star coins to Wei Guoyang, saying that the extra money was the food expenses for the past few days. He said so, and Wei Guoyang did not refuse. Although the mutant beasts were hunted by them, they were also the products of Green Star. Besides, his daughter cooked every day, and the extra money was given to Ningning as wages. Wei Ning did not want to take advantage of them, so he picked a few tiger skin orchids that were growing very well, and dug them up to give them. What is this? Landy had wanted to ask for a long time. After all the vegetables were harvested, only this one was left, and it was not moved at all. It is a plant. It can purify the air indoors. It is easy to grow. Occasionally water it, and put it in the sun to dry. Don't expose it for too long. There was no good-looking flower pot, so Wei Ning directly used a large rice bowl to hold the soil, and lost a little supernatural power by the way. We are all rough people. It would be a pity if the flower dies. Randy was about to take it when Chen Haojia yelled. Randy. Go to hell, he is not like that. Since the girl said so, it must be easy to keep alive, haha. Chen Haojia realized that he had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly took a pot and ran away. Randy took it solemnly, put it away carefully, said goodbye to them, and then boarded the starship. Watching the starship disappear in the sky with only a black dot left, the whole family breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. They had worked so hard for so long, and it was finally not in vain. The future will get better and better. Everyone smiled at each other, and saw the joy in each other's eyes. A few days later, Chris and his team returned to the border star. As soon as they got off the starship, Chris dragged Shinha to the training ground. Shinha's cry for mercy could be heard from afar. "Boss, please forgive me. Can I go to the training myself?" Randy went to report on his work. When he just arrived at the commander's office, someone just came out. "Randy, you're back?" It was the second Captain Dick. "Dick." Randy didn't talk to Dick much, and knocked on the door first. "Come in." A low and cold voice came from inside. Randy pushed the door open. Behind a simple desk, a man in a black military uniform sat upright, flipping through a paper document in his hand. He only looked up, and then lowered his head to continue. "Your Excellency." After Randy shouted, he began to report on the trip. He told in detail what he saw on Green Star and his suspicion of Wei Ning, and finally took out the tiger skin orchid sent by Wei Ning from the space button. 2 pots of 7 or 8 palm-sized sword-shaped green plants were planted in a large porcelain bowl. Suddenly seeing the green plants planted so casually in the bowl, Hui Yunchuan's handsome face showed a look of astonishment. "I wanted to change the flower pot, but they all died, so I didn't change these 2 pots," Randy explained. He also felt that such good green plants planted in the bowl affected the appearance, so he wanted to change to a nice flower pot, but they died within 2 days after the change. These 2 pots were obtained from Shinha and Chris, and they didn't know how to grow them anyway. He asked without feeling anything. His slender fingertips with distinct joints gently touched the green leaves, and at that moment, a soft unknown energy spread from his fingertips. Hui Yunchuan was a strong man with SSS mental power. Even if it was just a slight energy fluctuation for a moment, he still keenly captured it. He looked serious, calmed his mind, and concentrated his mental power to feel it carefully. The very weak energy fluctuation was like a weak breath, which seemed to be there and not there. If it weren't for his high mental power level, it would be almost difficult to detect. "You said that this kind of green plant can purify the air?" "Yes, that little girl said so." Randy didn't understand and answered truthfully. "Let Jace come over." Hui Yunchuan took back his hand and ordered. "Yes." Although Randy was very confused, he didn't ask more questions. A qualified assistant would not question the boss's instructions. His fingertips slid on the light brain, found Jace's name, and sent a message. "Don't touch the batch of vegetables you brought back. Put it with you first. In addition, give Jace a portion of all kinds of vegetables, and wait for him to study the results." Hui Yunchuan lowered his head, and continued to work, ordering as usual. "Research? Do you suspect that there is something wrong with this batch of vegetables?" Randy was stunned. Jace is a biological researcher of the 4th Legion, specializing in the evolution of star beasts. Now the commander asked him to study vegetables, because he suspected that vegetables were related to star beasts. That can't be right. They have eaten a lot on Green Star, and didn't find anything wrong? "Yeah." Hui Yunchuan didn't even raise his head, and continued to work while answering. "Just now, there was a slight energy fluctuation. We will know what it is after Jace studies it." Jace arrived quickly because Randy only notified him to come over, and didn't tell him what it was. He looked very bad when he came. When he received the notification, he was doing an experiment. He hated others disturbing him when he was doing an experiment. "What is it that requires me to come here?" Jace was wearing a white coat and had a long face, asking unhappily. "Take a look." Knowing his temper, Hui Yunchuan pointed directly at the green plants on the table. What is this?" He was still angry in the last second, and he was immediately excited in the next second. 2 normal green plants? Was he seeing things? Jace closed his eyes in disbelief, and when he opened them again, the green plants were still there. They were real. "Where did you get them from?" Jace looked at Hui Yunchuan excitedly. Chapter 28. Before humans migrated to the Interstellar, a devastating disaster occurred on Earth, the home planet. After the disaster, only 1 in 10 humans survived, and the living environment changed dramatically. Humans developed various superpowers to adapt to the environment. Various cultures also broke down after the disaster. The technology of planting and breeding was also lost in the disaster. The difficult living environment forced the surviving humans to abandon their home planet and look for planets that can adapt to human survival in other galaxies. From the beginning of the interstellar migration plan to the success of the migration, humans have made countless generations of efforts to have the current federal government. Nowadays, it is difficult to grow vegetables in the interstellar, and the only common fruits are apples and pears. According to interstellar history, before migrating to the interstellar, humans used rice as the staple food for 3 meals a day, vegetables and meat were essential items on the table, and there were many kinds of fruits. Life was so happy. His mentor has been studying how to revive the grand occasion of vegetables and fruits everywhere before migrating to the interstellar, but there has been no breakthrough. They only managed to artificially cultivate seedlings of some alien plants, so that they would not mutate and attack humans after they grew up. If you remember correctly, this kind of potted green plants were also common before the migration to the interstellar space. Now there are no such small and exquisite potted plants in the interstellar space. Jace wanted to study this pot of green plants immediately. When Randy took out a portion of various vegetables, Jace was so excited that he couldn't speak. "Randy, pinch me this. Is this true? I'm not dreaming." Jace covered his heart and stepped back, grabbing Randy's arm with one hand, so hard that he didn't even notice it. Randy pinched his arm hard upon hearing this, and freed his own arm at the same time. The intense pain spread from his hand, and Jace screamed in pain, but then he was full of joy. Vegetables, a dozen kinds in total, more than the existing ones, each of which filled a fresh-keeping box. Looking at the emerald green color and the vigorous shape, it is healthy at a glance. To Jace, the various vegetables and fruits produced by the current planting families are abnormal and unhealthy in his opinion. He has studied the records of star history. The vegetables and fruits thousands of years ago are exactly the same as those seen now, and they are not even as good as they are now. As for the black thin ash on the leaves, he has automatically ignored it. "What? Tell me where these are from. I will go to the place of origin to do research. I take it for testing first. I feel an unknown energy fluctuation from this green plant. When you find out what it is, then tell me the rest." Hui Yunchuan interrupted him. After many years of friendship, he knows Jace's temper better than himself. If he wanted to study something, he could immerse himself in it without eating, drinking, or resting. But now, he just wanted to know what that energy was, which interested him more than these vegetables. "What? There is energy fluctuation?" Jace was very nervous. When mutant plants mutate, they will produce energy fluctuations. Don't tell him that these 2 pots of green plants will also mutate. No, he hurried back to study. If he could find the principle of mutation, he might be able to solve the problem of mental riot. At this time, Jace didn't care about asking where the vegetables were found. He had more important research to do. Action is the best choice. Jace planned to take a pot of green plants in one hand and leave. However, he only took the pot closest to him. When he was about to take the other pot, a big hand moved the pot away before him. "What are you doing?" Jace looked at Hui Yunchuan. He was Hui Yunchuan's cousin. The soldiers of the 4th Legion respected and feared him, but Jace would not. In his opinion, Hui Yunchuan's current behavior was completely hindering his research. He would not look at anyone who hindered his research, even if this person was his immediate superior. One pot is enough. Hui Yunchuan did not let him go. He knew who Jace was. If anything he was interested in entered his laboratory, he would not want to come back, not even if he was the one. Jace looked at Hui Yunchuan steadily, with the word "let go" written in his eyes. Hui Yunchuan also looked at him, with a firm look in his eyes, not giving in at all. Okay, in the end, Jace was defeated miserably, and left in a hurry with the green plants. Vegetables. Randy pointed at the fresh-keeping box on the ground and didn't stop him. "You take it to him and follow behind." Hui Yunchuan felt relieved to let Randy follow. "Yes." Randy also knew the importance of the matter, so he put away the fresh-keeping box on the ground and went out. Here, Jess returned to his personal research room and prepared to study the pot of green plants. As soon as he reached the door, someone ran over and stopped him. "Dr. Jess, the previous results are out. Please go and take a look." The man was a young man in a white coat. Because he ran in a hurry, he stopped and supported his knees with his hands, breathing slightly. Jess recognized him. He was a little assistant in the project he was studying before, responsible for running errands and miscellaneous things. Jace looked at the green plant in his arms, and finally changed direction. A few minutes later, Jace stopped in front of a transparent glass house. The researchers who were busy outside the glass house saw him, and greeted him one after another, and the expressions on their faces were all very solemn. "How is it?" Jace walked to the computer connected to several instruments, and asked the person in front of the computer. The man looked at him, tapped the keyboard with his fingers, and then dense data and text appeared on the screen. He pointed to several red parts and said, The conclusions of these data all point to mental attacks. If the data is correct, this star beast will simultaneously launch a mental attack that can interfere with the warrior's mental power when attacking. This mental attack is invisible, and will affect the warrior's combat, and even cause mental power riots. Unless the level is high and the willpower is very strong, it will be difficult to escape if it happens. You must know that once the warrior's mental power shows signs of rioting, he must take a relief agent, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. In severe cases, the victim may die directly, or may not be able to bear the damage and become a fool. In mild cases, the luckiest case is that the mental strength level decreases. Jace turned his head and looked at the glass room. There was a giant beast lying on the ground, with iron-hard scales all over its body. Its huge head had two pointed horns, its pupils were tightly closed, and its slightly open mouth vaguely showed sharp fangs. Only they knew how lethal this star beast was. It has only been half a year since this star beast appeared, and the loss rate of any team that encountered it was the highest. At first, they thought that this star beast was no different from the common ones, and they sent the team on a normal mission. However, the mission failed. Less than 20 people returned from a team of 200. Except for a few lucky ones, whose mental power level dropped, the mental power of all the others was severely damaged, almost the same as that of ordinary people. They didn't know what was going on. They only knew that when fighting against the star beast, they felt that their movements suddenly slowed down for no reason, and then their heads began to hurt. At first, they could still bear it, until the pain became unbearable, and they completely lost their minds. The only thing that can make a soldier who has experienced countless battles lose his mind is a mental riot, but every time a soldier goes on a mission, he has been subjected to various inspections, and there will never be a riot without reason. Unless there are other factors. Since then, all teams on missions have received instructions to be careful when encountering this kind of star beast. However, the teams that encountered it several times still had problems. This attracted the attention of the top leaders. Jace was also interested in this. It had been more than a year since a new type of star beast appeared. This time, this star beast was obviously different from other new ones. After a series of accidents, Chris finally took his guards to look for it. After searching for more than half a month, they encountered two, an adult and a baby. Because Jace specifically reminded that it would be better to bring them back alive for better research. Because they had no understanding of star beasts. Even though Chris and his guards had experienced many battles, and had an unparalleled tacit understanding of cooperation, they still lost two guards and injured several others before they hunted down the adult beast and brought back the baby. Jace led a group of researchers to study this new type of star beast for many days, and finally found that when the star beast attacked, the soldiers would experience symptoms such as slow movements and headaches. It took countless experiments and a lot of equipment to come to this conclusion. What warriors fear most is mental riots, but this kind of star beast has the ability to cause mental riots, which is not a good thing for warriors. Will this happen again after taking the reliever? Jace looked at other researchers. Not much effect. A researcher next to him answered. They have done tests. Taking relievers can certainly relieve mental riots, but headaches will still occur when star beasts attack. And the lower the level, the more severe the symptoms, and the same is true for those with poor willpower. In the previous failed teams, most of the warriors who had problems were A-level or a few S-level, and the test results also showed that after SS-level warriors drank the reliever, the restrictions they were subject to were obviously lower than those of lower levels. Hearing this, Jace's face was obviously a little ugly. If even the reliever is useless, what else can relieve mental riots? If you know in advance where the star beast appears, you can send high-level warriors to clean it up. But the key is that they don't know where this star beast will appear. When they encounter it, send out a distress signal, and other soldiers arrive. The war is over. Every time they can only look at the cold bodies of their teammates, or lie there in pain, or unconscious. Damn it. Jace punched the glass wall hard. The solid glass wall did not change at all, but the star beast inside seemed to hear the movement, and the beast's pupils slowly opened. The scarlet vertical pupils were as big as fists, and the cold eyes looked around, and then swung the long beast tail, and slapped the glass wall. It is worthy of being known as the hardest glass material in the entire galaxy. After being hit by the star beast, the whole glass room shook, but the glass wall still had no signs of being broken. As the star beast attacked, various dripping sounds came from the instruments connected to the glass wall. Jace looked at the data that kept jumping on the instrument, frowned, and remained silent for a long time. Chapter 29. Psychic riot is the most difficult problem for human beings to overcome nowadays. Cancer is no longer a serious disease that cannot be cured by medicine. Cancer cells can be easily cured with just one super special medicine. Heart patients do not need to wait hard just to find a heart that suits them. Cloning technology was very mature hundreds of years ago, and people can solve the problem of heart patients through cloning. It can be said that the current medical level is already quite advanced. Injuries such as broken bones and broken skin can be cured by lying in the treatment cabin for 2 days. But only mental riot is a problem that has not been overcome for hundreds of years. Countless pharmacists have spent their lives studying mental riots, and they can only make a relieving agent to relieve mental riots. Jess remembered that his mentor said that if he could find a top-grade medicinal material that nourishes mental power from the root, it would be very likely to solve the problem of mental riot. The higher the level of mental power, the higher the level of mecha can be used. But using high-level mechas consumes a lot of mental power. Human mental power is not generated continuously, it requires a process. If there is too much consumption and no new supplement, once the balance is lost, mental power will riot. And now, before humans can overcome this problem, star beasts that can cause mental power riots have appeared. This is undoubtedly a double whammy for the warriors in the star beast battlefield. At this moment, Jace wished he could have a time-space shuttle and go back to his mother planet tens of thousands of years ago to find the best medicinal materials that can treat mental power riots. Seeing this, the white coats around him all unconsciously slowed down their movements and dared not breathe, for fear of angering him at this juncture. Jace. Landy was a step behind Jace. He chased after him, and went to his personal research room, but didn't find anyone. He asked and found out that he came here, and came here again. When he came, he saw that everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. His heart skipped a beat. It was definitely not a good thing to make Jace look like that. Sure enough, Jace turned around after hearing him call, and told him directly about the new star beast. Finally, he solemnly explained, if you encounter a new star beast, immediately notify the higher-ups and evacuate as soon as possible. It's best not to fight with it. So serious? Landy knew that Chris led the team to catch the star beast, but later, he didn't pay attention to it, because he was going to Green Star. He didn't expect it to be a mental attack type star beast. At present, we haven't developed an effective way to deal with it. This is the only way. It's best to avoid unnecessary casualties. Jace rubbed his eyebrows. He also felt that it was very frustrating to do this, but it was better than watching the soldiers go to die. Landy told Hui Yunchuan about this using the optical brain. The other side might be busy, and didn't reply to him. There is no good way to solve this problem for the time being. If it were in the past, Jess would definitely lead the white coats in the laboratory to study. But he still remembered the pot of green plants, and turned to his own laboratory. Randy came to find him, and since the main person left, he naturally left too. Oh my! What happened today? Dr. Jess didn't continue his research? After they left, the little assistant shouted to his colleagues beside him in surprise. This would never happen in the past. The research devil is going on strike? Jess is capable, but also strict. He doesn't care about time for research. As long as he thinks of something, he will get up to study it no matter when. The little assistant has just arrived, and can't keep up with his pace. Privately, I would complain to new colleagues that Jess is a research devil. There should be something more important. The colleague answered while recording the data. The only thing that would stop the doctor from continuing his research was something new that interested him. Here, Jess returned to his personal research room. As soon as he came in, he couldn't wait to carry the green plant to the workbench, took out the sterilized utensils and knife, and carefully cut a small leaf. After carefully observing the changes after slicing, he found that transparent mucus flowed out of the incision, and then put the mucus in the utensils. The instruments in Jess's personal research room are all matched, very complete, and some are even more accurate than the instruments in the research room. These are all custom made by him at a high price, belonging to him personally, and only he can use them at ordinary times. Randy didn't know the purpose of these instruments. He only saw Jess cut a small leaf, and put it under a microscope for observation. Then he took other instruments to test. When he finished all the tests, 2 hours had passed. Jace didn't like others disturbing his research, so Randy had to find a place to stay by himself. Hui Yunchuan asked him to follow Jace, and he didn't have to do anything else before the results came out. Jace fell into a state of selflessness when he started working, and all his mind was focused on the data of the instrument, staring at it without blinking. He felt that this green plant was unusual when he saw the mucus on the cut. Usually, mutant plants will automatically attack when they are hurt, and some will even attack other organisms indiscriminately within a certain range. But this one obviously didn't have such a situation, which shows that this is not a mutant plant. Although he had this idea when he saw it, he hesitated when he heard Hui Yunchuan say that there was energy fluctuation. After completing this series of tests, the result was that this pot of green plant was indeed a normal green plant, and it was a green plant with extremely strong vitality. Various indexes showed that everything about this pot of green plant was within normal levels, and there was no possibility of mutation. But he did not find any energy fluctuations, and this test showed that it was a normal green plant. Strange? What went wrong? Jace put one hand on his chest and the other on it, touching his chin and muttering to himself. What's the problem? Randy asked behind him. Why are you here? Jace was startled when he heard the voice and turned around to ask. I've been here all the time, but you didn't notice it. By the way, do you know where this came from? Do you have any more? Jace didn't ask him why he didn't leave. Thinking that he followed Hui Yunchuan all day, he must know the source of this green plant. He wanted to know what kind of environment could grow such an extraordinary green plant. This Randy really knew. He saw there was a large patch. There is a large patch. What? A large patch? Jace thought he had misheard. You know, plants without mutations rarely grow in patches. There are only a few plants. Yes. It's a few acres. They all look the same. Randy didn't think there was anything to hide. Where is it? Take me to see it. Jace grabbed Randy's hand excitedly. There are so many normal green plants. The environment must be very special. He couldn't wait to see it. It's useless for you to look at it. This is planted by others, not wild. Randy shook off his hand and said ruthlessly. He suspected that the girl had this secret method of planting. When Chris said that someone was going to sell a batch of vegetables to the Legion, he thoroughly investigated the Wei family. At first, he thought it was Yiling's work. After all, she was a senior pharmacist. She just had exhausted her mental power and couldn't make potions, but it didn't mean she couldn't do anything else. Before meeting the Wei family, he always thought so. Until he saw the Wei family in Green Star, he still thought so. But after talking with Wei Guoyang, he found that this perception was wrong. Because Wei Guoyang was afraid, if it was really as he said, it was Yiling who discovered the secret of planting, so they could get something in a short time. With Yiling's previous achievements, why should he be afraid? If he was afraid of the aristocratic family, or those who wanted to get a piece of the pie, he should have known that there was no need to be afraid when he and Chris appeared in Green Star. If it were any other Legion, there might be someone who would sell them out for profit, but the 4th Legion would not. So, Wei Guoyang was afraid of something else. From Wei Ning's subsequent performance, he knew that the girl was not ordinary. She had a secret, and this secret was exactly what Wei Guoyang was afraid of. Everyone has secrets. He only needs to know that this secret does not harm their Legion, and he will not ask about it. Since it is artificially planted, it has little to do with the environment. Even if he goes to see it, he will not get any answers. Unless he wants to study the girl, but they just signed a contract with the Wei family, and then others did not cause trouble for them, but they went to cause trouble. Isn't this a slap in the face of their Legion? Rather than knowing someone's secret, he wanted to know if she could grow rice. Not to mention that rice is really delicious and filling. He would rather eat than drink nutrient solution. What? Planted? Jace couldn't help but raise his voice. Compared to wild ones, artificially planted ones surprised him more. For many years, he had never heard of anyone who could grow such healthy green plants. What's the big deal? Those vegetables are also planted by others, and you haven't screamed like that. Randy looked disgusted. He didn't say that others also planted other things. What's more, he had eaten them all. Thinking of the taste of watermelon, Randy was secretly happy. He was the one who had eaten it before. By the way, Your Excellency asked you to study these, not to study how they came from. Don't put the cart before the horse. Randy was afraid that he would continue to ask questions and forget the business, so he couldn't help but remind him what was most important. This was the bad thing about Jace. When he met someone he was interested in, he liked to dig deep. At least finish the main task first, and then ask other questions. They are all waiting to eat. The fresh keeping box plus the special space button can't keep these vegetables from spoiling. These are all bought from a long distance with a lot of star coins. It would be a pity to waste them. They are so delicious. Okay, give me the food. The preliminary results will be issued tomorrow. The energy issue needs further research. Jace knew that if Randy didn't want to say it, he couldn't get anything out of it. It's better to finish the task early, so he could ask others. Randy put down a pile of fresh keeping boxes and left. He only needed to know the result, and didn't care about the process. Even though he had seen it once, when he saw these vegetables again, Jace couldn't suppress his excitement. The lights in his laboratory never dimmed all night. Chapter 30. When Randy came the next day, Jace had messy hair and bright eyes. He had been doing various tests and experiments almost all night. When Randy came, he had just sorted out all the experimental data. You came just in time. The results are out. Jace saw Randy coming and shook the paper report in his hand. How is it? Randy asked directly without looking at the report. I have tested them all. They are all perfect and healthy natural plants. You can eat them with confidence. Jace yawned and answered. All the experimental tests showed that the nutritional elements of these vegetables were normal in all aspects, without any signs of exceeding the standard, and the energy contained in them was very mild. The elements rich in vegetables and fruits on the market today will exceed or fail to meet the standard in a small amount, and the energy contained in them also exceeds the average. These values have little influence on low-level people, and long-term consumption will not have any negative effects. But warriors cannot eat them for a long time. But this batch of vegetables is different. The energy is mild. If the intake reaches a certain value, it will be of great benefit to the soldiers to restore their body functions. Although the nutrient solution also has this effect, he found after comparative experiments that food is more effective than nutrient solution. If conditions permit, it is best to let all soldiers eat such vegetables. I will not elaborate on the benefits. In short, it is a good thing. If you want to supply 3 meals a day, forget it. The batch I brought back is only enough for 1 extra meal at most. Landy shook his head. The entire Legion has a population of 200,000, and the amount required is not ordinary. Given the current situation of the Wei family, to be able to supply the amount required by the Legion, at least more than 100 acres of land must be planted. Even if there are robots to help, don't even think about it in a short time. The number of seeds needed alone cannot be solved in a short time. Since it can be planted, there must be planting technology. We can transfer people to help plant. Jace thinks this is a good idea. You are dreaming. Thinking of getting something for nothing. If it could be arranged so easily, the planting industry in the Federation would not be in the current situation. If it weren't for the decline of the Wei family, their Legion would not have been able to force it, otherwise the family would have been controlled long ago. They would rather destroy it than share it. Unless the Wei family is willing to make the planting technology public, don't even think about it. Now our Legion has taken the lead. With the contract, the Wei family will give priority to the Legion. Although the current output does not meet our needs, I believe that this day will come soon. Green Star. After sending Chris and the other two away, Wei Ning prepared to plant potatoes. The remaining seeds will take at least half a month to mature. The more than 10 acres of land cannot be left waiting. It just so happened that the tomatoes that were planted earlier had grown to half a meter in height, and there were already small buds on the trees. I believe that they will bloom and bear fruit soon. It may be because Wei Ning used supernatural powers to promote the growth of tomatoes. Since there is no mutation, there is no need to worry about picking. Wei Ning left a little for Yi Ling to do experiments, and all the rest were nurtured with supernatural powers. She also nurtured the remaining 24 potatoes with supernatural powers. Potatoes are easy to sprout. After being nurtured with supernatural powers for one night, small sprouts can be seen the next morning. The potatoes are large in size. After being nurtured with supernatural powers, at least 6 small sprouts appeared on one potato. Wei Ning planned to use his supernatural power to raise the crops for another day, and then he could plant them. Cooperating with the Legion meant that they would have to supply more crops in the future, and they would also have to increase the planting area. What they needed most at the moment were all kinds of seeds, but seeds were not so easy to buy. After eating potatoes, Wei Ning said that they could plant them, so Wei Guoyang and Wei Dong went to Kaiyang Star again. Since there were potatoes on Kaiyang Star, they could go to the previous seller, buy potatoes specifically, and then transport them back for planting. They had reclaimed hundreds of acres of land, but they had not even planted a fraction of them. The rest had to be planted too, otherwise they would not be able to meet the needs of the 4th Legion. Wei Ning also felt that the seeds in his hands were useless. Even if the time was shortened a lot, to plant all the hundreds of acres of land, at least several batches had to be kept for seeds. Since tomatoes and potatoes could be found in the wild, there must be others, but the Interstellar people just didn't know them. As long as it is edible, it is always good to have more varieties. There are so many delicacies on Earth, and she hopes that one day they can be reproduced in the interstellar space. Yi Ling also started the tomato experiment. This time she did the experiment completely by herself, and did not allow Wei Ning to help. Wei Ning could not care so much. She not only had to spend time nurturing potato and tomato seeds, but also had to promote the germination of watermelon seeds. Last time, She ate 2 big watermelons. Except for the seeds that Chris started to eat, the remaining seeds were all collected. There were still a lot. There were still 3 watermelons left in the field. Wei Ning planned to plant this batch first and then pick them. There is no distinction between the 4 seasons on Green Star now. Every day is gray and cloudy. It has not rained for so long since I came here, let alone snowed. Fortunately, it did not affect the growth of plants. Otherwise, in such an environment, it would take at least 100 years to turn Green Star into a green planting ecological planet. The next day, Wei Ning got up and first looked at the sprouting of potatoes. He saw that all the small sprouts of potatoes had already emerged 1 centimeter high and could be planted. Cut the potatoes into pieces, 1 for each sprout, and 24 potatoes had a total of more than 150 sprouts. Potatoes are high-yield products. Now, each potato weighs more than 1 kilogram. If a plant grows 10 potatoes, it will also weigh more than 10 kilograms. Anyway, there is a lot of land, so Wei Ning deliberately widened the spacing when planting. She planted more than 100 potatoes on half an acre of land. In order to make the potatoes take root and sprout earlier, she would input her supernatural power every time she planted a piece, and she would stop only when she ensured that each potato had taken root. Wei Guoyang and Wei Dong went to Kaiyang Star, and said they would be there for a week. Fortunately, a protective net was installed. Chris and his team had hunted a lot of monsters before, so there was no need to worry about safety. Yiling's mind is now completely focused on the experiment. Only Wei Ning is busy. When she is busy, she doesn't feel anything, but when she is done, she feels that the surroundings are terribly quiet. Usually, no matter how busy the family is, they will chat in the living room. Now that I am alone, I feel that it is too quiet. Fortunately, the network is stable today, and I can surf the Star Network. When Wei Ning turned on the optical computer and logged into his Star Network account, a lot of messages popped up automatically. Wei Ning glanced at it and saw a title, "It would be a pity to taste the delicious green melon once in this life." What attracted Wei Ning was not the title, but the picture below the title. In the high-definition 360-degree photo without dead angles, a green watermelon the size of a ball was divided into 2 and placed in an exquisite crystal plate. The pink flesh of the melon is dotted with a few light black seeds, which is very delicate and beautiful. This is the first time Wei Ning has seen a post about watermelon on Xinhuang, and he couldn't help but click in to see what's going on. The general meaning is that the good friend of the host went to visit a friend's house, and a new variety of fruit in the friend's house just ripened, and then the good friend ate the most delicious fruit in his life. The host's friend posted the photo to the light brain circle, and the host saw it, and took the photo, and posted it on Xinhuang. To put it bluntly, it's just showing off. Although the host has never eaten it, the photo is beautiful, and it's a new variety of fruit. Many netizens went for the new variety of fruit, and the number of clicks exceeded 10,000. There are many comments below. First floor, you can tell at a glance that you are here to show off. You're not eating it yourself. Do you know what it tastes like? 2 indie floor, I'm the only one who wants to know which big shot the host's friend is, and he can actually be friends with a big shot who can afford to eat fruit. Third floor, Envy, looking at the photo, silently drinking the nutrient solution, pretending to be delicious. Fourth floor, needless to say, it must be a certain planting family advertising. Fifth floor, the above, do you have inside information? 4th floor replied to you. Just wait and see, in a few days, this green melon will appear in the upper class circle. 6th floor, 4th floor is so clear, he is also an insider. Wei Ning looked through it for a long time, and saw some strange answers, and thought there would be some useful news. However, it was all netizens who were discussing it, and the host did not say anything. However, some netizens were right. The appearance of new varieties of fruits will definitely set off a wave of craze. Looking at the small watermelon in the picture, Wei Ning felt again that his ability was simply a golden finger here. It's a pity that their family cannot be exposed yet. Otherwise, I really want to know what the netizens' expressions are after seeing their own watermelons. Chapter 31. Kaiyang Star. As soon as Wei Guoyang and Wei Dong arrived at Kaiyang Star, they first went to the hotel where they had stayed to rest, and then went to the forest later. They registered their information, checked in, and turned to take the elevator. The front desk clerk saw them walking away, and turned around, and sent the news of their check-in. Not long after, a large amount of money was deposited into the clerk's light computer account. Pang Family Villa. Pang Ruiwen, the head of the Pang family, was having dinner when he received the news from his subordinates. He didn't care about eating at the moment, and immediately called to ask about the situation. Did something happen? Mrs. Peng put down the tableware in her hand, looked at her husband's hurried back, and asked worriedly. Pang Bo, who had golden hair on his head, did not answer. He ate the green vegetables on his plate in a few bites, and ate a piece of slightly burnt mutant beast meat. He touched his stomach with satisfaction, and looked at the empty plate with regret. This was the last meal of vegetables. You kid, I'm asking you a question? Mrs. Peng didn't get an answer, so she couldn't help but raise her hand and pat him on the head. He only knows how to eat all day, and doesn't care about his father. Mom, I told you not to pat my head. Pang Bo rubbed the place where he was patted, muttering softly, sooner or later, you will pat me, stupid. What did you say? Mrs. Peng saw him mumbling and glanced at him coldly. No, nothing. Pang Bo was not afraid of his father, but afraid of his mother. When he saw her looking at him, he immediately became timid. I said, my father must not be a big deal, he will be back soon, and then ask him. Pang Bo was about to slip away, but Pang Ruiwen came back over there, with a happy look on his face, and he didn't look like he had any trouble. Dad, is there something good? Pang Bo simply didn't leave, sitting back in the chair and looking at his father across from him, and asked. Well, the person who delivered the goods last time has been found, and I plan to go meet him tomorrow. Eating the sweet vegetables, Pang Ruiwen answered with a smile in his eyes. Really? Now, Pang Bo is the happiest person. He was just regretting that he couldn't eat such delicious vegetables, but now he heard that he might still be able to eat them, and he was happy. That person must know who the seller is. Mrs. Peng thought a lot. Finding the person doesn't mean finding the seller. If the person doesn't know the seller, it's just a false alarm. I would have placed more orders if I had known. Pang Bo regretted it on the side. If I had known earlier, if I hadn't discovered it earlier, you would have ruined these. I've told you so many times to study hard and stop competing with others. You are so stupid that you still count money after being cheated. Why did I give birth to such a blockhead like you? Mrs. Peng was furious when she heard this, and wanted to beat him up. If she hadn't come back early that day, and found out what the boy was going to do, and stopped him in time, these rare vegetables would have been destroyed by him. Pang Bo didn't dare to refute because what his mother said was the truth. He didn't expect that he was just trying to place an order on the Star Network store, but he was lucky enough to get it. The Pang family is one of the local aristocratic families in Kyong Star. Pang Bo has been smooth sailing since he was a child. He is always sought after wherever he goes. But there is only one person who is against him, and competes with him everywhere. The Li family moved to Kyong Star a few years ago. It was said that they had offended powerful people on a certain big star, and moved here to avoid disaster. Pang Ruiwen was born in a branch of the Pang family. His parents had no ability, and their life was only slightly better than that of an ordinary family. The Pang family was rich and powerful, but for him, who was born in a branch, he was just an ordinary person with the surname Pang. He had never been to the main family, let alone being taken care of by the main family. Pang Ruiwen had a flexible mind since he was a child. His father and mother sighed more than once that if he was born in the main family, he would have a promising future. Both his parents were ordinary people, and their income from work was not high, just enough to cover the expenses of the family. After graduating from university, Pang Ruiwen did not find a stable job and live a stable life like others. Instead, he embarked on the path of doing business. He was very smart, and the Pang family could be what it is today entirely because of him step by step. When Pang Bo was born, the family business was on track. At that time, Pang Ruiwen was still running around for business. The old people in the family doted on their grandson very much. If it weren't for Mrs. Pang, he would probably have been spoiled into a dandy rich second generation. Before the Li family moved in, Pang Bo was a devil in school. He was afraid of anyone except those who he couldn't mess with. He made a bet with Li Ai from the Li family because Li Ai liked to go against him, and he agreed to it in a hurry. He regretted it as soon as he agreed, because he suddenly remembered that he heard someone around Li Ai bragging not long ago that Li Ai had a powerful uncle's family, and the family had a whole piece of planting land, and vegetables could be eaten whenever they wanted. Pang Bo was busy agreeing before, and didn't ask clearly what the bet was. As long as it wasn't this, Pang Bo really had never been afraid. Who would have thought that what he feared would come true? Li Ai's requirement was that whoever could produce good quality vegetables would win, and the winner could make a request to the loser. This was done deliberately by Li Ai, because he didn't like Pongbo. He wanted Pongbo to lose, and then he would call him dad in front of the whole school. With Pongbo's family's conditions, it was easy to buy vegetables on Kyong Star, but the quality would not be very good. That's why Li Ai wanted to compare the quality, because he knew that there were no planting families on the planets near Kyong Star, and the delivery range of the Star Network store was not here. Even if Pambua bought vegetables in the Star Network store, he could ask his uncle to pick the best for him, and he would definitely win. Although the Pang family was very rich, they were not rich enough to eat vegetables often. The vegetables they usually ate were from other stars, and the quality was indeed not very good. Pambua and a few friends went around the Star Network store, but they didn't find the vegetables that he thought were a sure win. Or they were not within the delivery range, and he was so angry that he wanted to beat someone up. The Wei family store appeared in front of him, a store that was so ordinary that he almost didn't want to enter. There was no decoration. It was the most primitive appearance of the Star Network Mall. Even the sign was given by the mall, with a simple fruit and vegetable shop written on it. There was not even a robot to entertain guests, and there was only a picture of a vegetable on the counter inside, not even a virtual state. Pambua had not planned to find what he wanted here, but he was surprised by the lettuce in the picture. Just looking at the appearance, this lettuce looked better than any he had seen. There were a few drops of water on the emerald green leaves, and the veins of the leaves were clear. The key was that the head was twice as big as the ones he had seen. He decided to buy this one right away, and didn't pay attention to other things. He just looked at the price and placed the order. He thought to himself that such a good thing had happened to him. Maybe the store had made a mistake, otherwise the quality was so good, how could the price be the same as others? Or someone had secretly sold it, otherwise why did they choose such a remote corner, where normal people would not notice that there was a store selling vegetables? With the idea that it would be foolish not to take advantage of a bargain, he bought all the stock in the store in one go. He borrowed the money from his friends. Although his family gave him a lot of pocket money, he really couldn't take out 500,000 at once. Several people put together just enough, and he tried his best to win the bet. Although the delivery man was strange, Pambua didn't care. Anyway, he just needed to get the goods he wanted. After the delivery man left, he took a few friends into the house to inspect the goods. When he opened the package, he almost wanted to give the merchant a bad review. They actually used such ordinary packaging bags, without even a fresh-keeping bag, and the outer box was also a very ordinary packaging box. Fortunately, the lettuce inside was the same as the one in the picture, otherwise he would have complained. "Brother Bo, we're sure to win this time. Such tender lettuce is definitely better than Li Ai's." Mo Yin, with blue hair, said happily while looking at the vegetables in the box. Pang Bo didn't expect that the vegetables in this store were so good. In their small team, Pang Bo has the best family background, followed by Mo Yin with blue hair, Lan Lan, a red-haired girl, and Luo Ming with brown hair. "I don't know if it tastes good?" Lan Lan asked while touching the leaves. Luo Ming, who was standing by, answered indifferently, "Anyway, it's not said whether it tastes good or not. It's enough to beat Li Ai in appearance." Mo Yin, "That's right. Ha, Li Ai thought she was sure to win. She never thought that we would buy such good ones." Thinking of Li Ai's failure, the four of them couldn't help laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Mrs. Pang just came back from outside, and couldn't help asking when she saw her son's friends laughing loudly. Hearing his mother's voice, Pang Bo subconsciously wanted to put away the box on the ground. He hadn't told his family about the bet. Unfortunately, it was too late. Mrs. Pang had already seen it. She stepped forward quickly, and pointed at the box on the ground and asked, "Where did you get it from?" Mrs. Pang was also shocked by these vegetables. On Kaiyong Star, even the main family of the Pang family could hardly get such good quality, and so many vegetables. The big families on remote planets are no different from ordinary people on medium-sized stars. At most, they have some money. But now her son actually got so many at once, she couldn't help but think too much. Otherwise, these are all problematic, or someone wants to mess with their family and deliberately set a trap. "Auntie, we bought it on the Star Network." Mo Yin saw Mrs. Pang's face change and hurried to explain. "Yes." Lan Lan and Luo Ming also answered. Mrs. Pang knew her son's friends well. They were not bad people, otherwise she would not allow them to associate with each other. When she heard that they were bought in the Star Network store, Mrs. Pang was not so worried, but she was suspicious when she saw that the box was not unique to the courier company. "Which store did you buy it from? Why doesn't it have a courier number?" "It's this one, huh?" Pang Bo logged into his account, clicked on the order to enter the store, and found that the products in it were removed from the shelves. "Why are they removed from the shelves? They were fine before." Mrs. Pang walked closer and watched him operate, and she couldn't help but feel anxious. It's no wonder she thought too much. The store over there took the products off the shelves just after receiving the goods. If it weren't for the high reputation of the Star Network Mall, she couldn't help but wonder if it was deliberately targeting their family. Pang Bo left a message in the comment area and ran to the customer service to ask, but he didn't get a reply, so he exited the store. What should I do with these? Lon Lon pointed to the box on the ground. Do you want to return the goods? Wait until Xiaobo's father comes back. Mrs. Pang thought for a moment and said. Mo Yin and his friends looked at each other and couldn't explain it clearly for a while. They all planned to go back first and left with the excuse that they had something to do. Chapter 32. Something was fishy, so Mrs. Pang immediately called her husband to come back. Pang Ruiwen received his wife's vague communication and thought something had happened, so he rushed back immediately. He was also surprised to find the vegetables in the box on the ground when he came back. After listening to his son's narration, he first logged into the Star Network store from his optical computer and found the store his son mentioned. He carefully read the basic information of the store and saw the notice that the store had been removed from the shelves on the homepage, and finally logged out. Old Pang, how is it? It's not targeting us, right? Mrs. Pang asked hurriedly. In recent years, her husband's business has grown, and even the master has asked about it. She was also afraid that someone who was jealous of their family deliberately made trouble. No, it should be just a coincidence. Pang Ruiwen didn't think that anyone on Kaiyang Star would spend so much money to deal with him. You know, even the master may not be able to come up with such good things all at once. In recent years, he has been to many planets, seen many things, and had the opportunity to see a planting field once. The piece of land he had seen was said to be owned by a certain family, but the vegetables there didn't look as good as the ones in front of him. As long as he had seen it, he would definitely think that the vegetables in front of him were the best. He didn't think his vegetables were worth using as bait, he preferred others. From packaging to delivery, he felt that this was more like what ordinary people grew. They opened the store in a hurry, and took the goods off the shelves in a hurry. They didn't want to be discovered by the family, so they didn't leave any courier information. Just in case, Pang Ruiwen still took the detector to test it again. No toxic substances were found, which meant that these vegetables were safe to eat. Although his son got a great bargain, Pang Ruiwen still gave him a lecture for making a bet with his classmates. Mrs. Pang also scolded him for being simple-minded and strong-limbed. He didn't notice such an obvious thing, and was foolishly fooled. Seeing this, Pang Bo hurriedly said that he was wrong and would not make the same mistake again next time. After scolding their son, the couple was in a very good mood. Pang Bo thought that this was the end of the matter. He was about to take away all the vegetables, but was stopped by Pang Ruiwen. You didn't say how much you wanted in the bet. 1 plant is enough. As for the rest, Pang Ruiwen took the initiative to take all. Dad, that money. Pang Bo remembered the star coins he spent on buying vegetables. The vegetables were gone, so the money had to be taken back. After taking the vegetables, Pang Ruiwen was in a good mood. He waved his hand and generously transferred 1 million to him. Pang Bo saw the transfer amount and didn't care about the vegetables that were taken away. He could buy them again. Pang Ruiwen kept some of the vegetables for himself, gave some to others, and asked his subordinates to check the store. He knew that he might not find anything useful, so he asked his subordinates to check the delivery person. The Pang family had many cameras, and took many frontal photos of Wei Dong. The next day, he received news from his subordinates, but by then, the Wei family had left Kaiyang Star. Originally, the matter was over, but after eating the vegetables, Pang Ruiwen wanted to do this business, and asked his subordinates to check it carefully. But the Wei family did not come here by starship, and the Pang family's subordinates could not find them for a while, and only found the hotel where they stayed. The subordinates had no choice but to pay money to bribe the hotel front desk to let the front desk pay attention. If Wei Dong appeared, tell him as soon as possible there would be a big reward. When the front desk heard that they only needed to notify to get the money, and did not need to disclose the guest's information, how could they not do such a good thing? Just when the front desk felt that there was almost no chance of earning extra income, and was about to give up, she suddenly saw Wei Dong's face, as if she saw the star coin waving at her. When Wei Dong checked in and left her sight, she turned around and sold the news. Sure enough, she received a considerable amount of money not long after. After receiving the news, Pang Ruiwen called his subordinates, and confirmed that Wei Dong had a week to check in, so he didn't rush to find him immediately. The next day, Wei Dong and Wei Guoyang were stopped by someone as soon as they left the hotel. Who are you? Wei Dong was very alert out of instinct, and stood in front of Wei Guoyang. Hello, our boss wants to see you. The man answered politely. I don't know your boss. Wei Dong glanced at the man dressed in formal clothes, and looked like an elite. It was certain that he didn't know him, let alone his boss. This was his second time to Kaiyang Star except for the last time. Excluding Huda, who he had met before, he didn't know anyone else in Kaiyang Star. Just as they were about to leave, the elite man stopped them again. Our boss's surname is Pang. The elite man didn't expect Wei Dong to refuse so bluntly, so he spoke again. Pang? Wei Guoyang suddenly thought of something, and had a bad feeling. Could it be the Pang who bought their vegetables before? Yes, our boss has something to ask this gentleman. The elite man pointed at Wei Dong and said. Wei Guoyang looked at Wei Dong and wanted to remind him something, but the elite man next to him kept watching him. He was afraid that the other party would be suspicious if he said it, so he had to give up in the end. I don't know what your boss wants to ask me. I'm not familiar with Kaiangsing, I just came here to play. Wei Dong remembered that Huda had told them before that the Pang family was a big family in Kaiyang Star, and they should try not to make enemies with the Pang family. Although he didn't want to deal with him, but thinking of the purpose of their coming here, it was better to keep a low profile. You know when you meet him? The elite man didn't answer. He probably knew what it was, but the boss wanted to see someone, so he must want to ask him, so he'd better keep his mouth shut. Father? Wei Dong turned his head to look at Wei Guoyang, wanting to know what he meant. You go, I wait for you here. Wei Guoyang didn't want to go together, but also wanted to see how he handled it. Wei Dong actually wanted to throw it to him. He was not good at socializing, so it would be best if his father went, but this person was talking to him, probably looking for him specifically. He didn't know what it was, so it was better for him to go. At least if there was something, he could still protect himself. Thinking of this, Wei Dong simply followed the elite man into the hovercraft. A few minutes later, the hovercraft stopped outside a 5-story building, and the elite man took Wei Dong all the way to the top floor. Pang Ruiwen arrived at the company building early in the morning. He originally wanted to meet someone at the hotel, but then he changed his mind and went to the company instead. He did not go there himself, but asked his subordinates to pick him up. Wei Dong thought about a lot of things along the way, and finally thought of the last delivery. It happened to be the same surname, so he guessed a little, but he didn't understand why he was asked to come. The elite man secretly observed Wei Dong along the way, and found that he was very silent. If he was not asked, he would not answer, nor was he curious about where he was taking him, and he did not show any fear. He was secretly shocked. He had met many people. Wei Dong's calmness was not like that of an ordinary person. He felt that his boss might not get the answer he wanted. The elite man stopped until he reached a certain door, and knocked on the door. Come in. The elite man opened the door, and stepped aside to let Wei Dong in. He did not follow him in. Wei Dong was not afraid of anything and walked in neatly. This made the elite man look up to him a little more. I wonder what Boss Pang wants to talk to me about. When he saw the man sitting behind the desk, Wei Dong asked directly. Pang Ruiwen did not expect that Wei Dong would ask directly as soon as he came. He was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted. Are you the owner of the fruit and vegetable store? Pang Ruiwen did not beat around the bush and asked directly. Before he saw Wei Dong, he thought he might just be a delivery man, but after seeing him, he changed his mind. This man was very young, but his aura was very stable. He did not look like an ordinary person, but like a rich man. He didn't think such a person would be an ordinary deliverman. Since Wei Dong retired due to injury, the murderous aura on the battlefield has slowly dissipated over time. In addition, he has spent a relatively ordinary time on Green Star, so he will be more restrained. Ordinary people can't tell that he was a soldier who fought bloody battles. Even so, he is very different from ordinary people. Just that calmness is not something that ordinary people have. No. Wei Dong answered very straightforwardly. He thought it would be related to vegetables, but he didn't expect that someone would come to him after so long. Pang Ruiwen didn't expect that he would answer so straightforwardly, with a firm look in his eyes, and he didn't look like he was lying. Wei Dong certainly didn't know what he was thinking. He was not the owner of the fruit and vegetable store. All external transactions of Green Star were done by Wei Guoyang. He was right to answer like that. If Mr. Pang came to me for this matter, then he came to the wrong person. I am not the person you are looking for. Wei Dong said this, but he was worried in his heart. Even if the store information could not be found, they could find him. They would definitely not believe his statement so easily for a while. If they could not find the person behind the scenes, he was the only clue. If the other party insisted on finding the person behind the scenes, they would not let go of his clue. If the other party just wanted to cooperate, it would be fine. If it was for something else, it would be difficult to deal with. He regretted not stopping Wei Guoyang from opening a store at that time. I came to the other party just for a business, nothing else. Pang Ruiwen smiled, knowing that it would be difficult to get what he wanted from this young man today. But he was not so easy to give up. If he could get on this line, his business sector would expand again. Sorry, I'm just a deliverman. Wei Dong insisted that with their current situation, they couldn't even meet the needs of the 4th Legion, so there was no need to think about other things. You should know that our Pang family still has some status in Taiyang Star. If you want to check, it's just a matter of time. Pang Ruiwen didn't want to work hard for a long time without any useful information, so he reminded him. Wei Dong was a little annoyed in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He didn't miss the obvious warning, but he really couldn't make the decision on this matter. Young people may not be able to make the decision. Let someone who can make the decision come. Pang Ruiwen also understood it now. It turned out that he had been busy for a long time and invited the wrong person. He turned on the light brain and explained a few words to his subordinates. After a while, the elite man came in and politely invited Wei Dong to another reception room, and also prepared water and nutrient solution. Seeing the situation, Wei Dong still had something to wonder. It seemed that the Pang family would not let him go if he didn't get what he wanted today. He just didn't know what his expression would be after he knew the result. Wei Dong sent a message to Wei Guoyang, telling him about the situation on his side, and then he didn't care about it anymore, believing that his father would handle it. Chapter 33. I don't know how Wei Guoyang talked to Pang Ruiwen. When Wei Dong saw him again, he was still smiling. However, Wei Dong clearly felt that his smile was more flattering. Pang Ruiwen didn't expect that he would hit a wall this time. He was 80% sure that he could make this deal, but he didn't know that the small one was not easy to fool, and the big one was an old fox. The most important thing is that the backers behind him are people that he, and even the main family of the Pang family can't afford to offend. What can he do? He had to apologize. Fortunately, he didn't do anything. If he could make friends with them, he would have no worries about opportunities. Brother Wei, I take care of this matter. I just happen to have a few useful people under my command. Just leave it to me. Pang Ruiwen is a wise man. He knows the purpose of Wei Guoyang's visit, and immediately wants to help enthusiastically. Wei Guoyang also knows the purpose of his doing this, and he didn't refuse. Although Pang Ruiwen is not a member of the main family, he is also a figure. It's better than them groping in the dark. Then I trouble you, brother. Wei Guoyang also smiled. No trouble, no trouble, it's my honor to help you, brother. Wei Dong watched them go back and forth, and really felt that he was not cut out for business. Seeing their hidden words, he was cheated without knowing it. Wei Guoyang rejected Pang Ruiwen's invitation to dinner, and took Wei Dong back to the hotel. Father, what does the Pang family want to do? Wei Dong couldn't help asking as soon as he returned to the hotel. I was careless. I shouldn't have done that business before. Fortunately, Wei Guoyang also regretted it a little at this time. He was too eager at the beginning. Who is Pang Bo? His son. But fortunately, he is a smart man. If his son really took him out, the trouble would be even greater. Thinking of what Pang Ruiwen told him, Wei Guoyang was also afraid. The safety index of Green Star is too low. Anyone can go in. It is still dangerous without a protective shield. I wonder if we can get a protective shield from the Legion. Then do we still have to cooperate with them? The Pang family wants to do business with us, and dare not do anything else. Wei Guoyang is still relieved about this. Besides, it will be much more convenient to have his help. Taiyang Star is a good place. Maybe they will come often in the future. It is also good for us to be on good terms with the Pang family. He also wants to cooperate with us, so he will do his best, which is a good thing for us. It will be much easier if the route is opened in the future. Then tomorrow, should I team up with his people to go into the forest together, or with other teams? Originally, they planned to find someone to team up and go into the forest to dig potatoes together. If their people know the way, let's go together. With Pang Ruiwen's ability, the strength of his subordinates should not be weak. The forest is dangerous and unpredictable, so safety is the most important thing. The next day, Pang Ruiwen came to pick them up in person. Pang Ruiwen started his career in the forest. Over the years, he has his own team. In addition to purchasing medicinal plants from civilian teams every year, some difficult medicinal plants are collected by his own team. He dares to guarantee that he has the confidence to do it. Pang Ruiwen brought Wei Guoyang and Wei Dong to a team and introduced with a smile. Brother Wei, this is my elite team. This is the Captain Daxiong, with A-level mental power. The others are B-level, and some are C-level. Big Bear lived up to his name. He was as tall as a bear. His skin was dark, and his muscles were tight under his gray combat uniform. He looked like he didn't want to be approached by strangers. Wei Guoyang was scared. Wei Dong had seen a lot of him in the army, and didn't think it was a big deal. Boss. Big Bear approached and grinned at Pang Ruiwen. His white teeth shone in the morning light. Big Bear, this is Wei Dong. I'm going in with you today. You should be careful on the way, and complete the task beautifully. Pang Ruiwen pointed at Wei Dong and said. He wanted to show off the strength of his men, and said that deliberately. In his opinion, digging potatoes that Wei Guoyang mentioned was a very easy task. He sent out his elite team, and it was no problem to complete it. Okay, boss. Big Bear responded innocently. Big Bear's team spent most of their time in the forest. They knew the forest well, not 100%, but more than 60%. Except for the dangerous central area, they had already been familiar with the periphery, and walked a lot of the central area. Wei Dong showed him the appearance of the potato, and said that he met it in a valley, which was the territory of the crazy pig, and Da Xiong knew where it was. Da Xiong led the way in front, and Wei Dong walked beside him. There were 15 people in the team, and the remaining 3 followed in a row behind. Brother, do you often go into the forest? Da Xiong saw that Wei Dong had been following his pace, and did not seem tired, so he could not help asking. Right. Wei Dong answered while walking. The Star Beast battlefield was much more dangerous than the forest. In order to save energy when they were on a mission, they also had to walk. Besides, his physical strength was there, and he was not just for show. Although their task today is to dig potatoes, along the way, their team will also dig up useful medicinal plants. After all, they all rely on this for a living. Pang Ruiwen gives good benefits. In addition to the monthly basic salary, there are also many subsidies. The most important thing is that he does not force the team to take all the gains. In addition to the number required for the task, he purchases the extra gains at the market price. That is why Da Xiong and his people are devoted to Pang Ruiwen. Many people want to join their team, all for this. However, Pang Ruiwen's requirements are also high. At least C-level mental power and B-level physical fitness are required to be eligible to come in, and they must be divided into various teams based on personal performance. Like Da Xiong's team, it is considered an elite team with only 16 people. There is a captain and a vice-captain, and their names are ranked from the 3rd to the 16th. The vice-captain is called Erwazi. Da Xiong has A-level mental power and S-level physical fitness. From the vice-captain to the 13th, they are all B-level mental power and A-level physical fitness. There are 3 people with C-level mental power and A-level physical fitness. After walking for a while, the team started chatting. Da Xiong was on guard in front, Erwazi was at the end, and the people in the middle chatted while walking. Perhaps they had not entered the danger zone yet, so Da Xiong did not stop them. Wei Dong listened to them while on guard. It felt like returning to the battlefield. They would feel the same when they were on a mission. Sometimes, the depressing atmosphere would make people feel scared, and jokes would make people feel more at ease. After walking for more than an hour, Da Xiong raised his hand, and the voices in the team stopped, and everyone was on guard. Wei Dong probed out with his mental power, and could faintly feel movement in front. The group walked forward carefully for 10 minutes, and indeed saw a group of crazy pigs foraging in the distance. There were dozens of them. Most of them were adult crazy pigs. Even if they had more than a dozen people, they didn't dare to confront them directly. The combat power of an adult crazy pig is like the A-level mental power, and it is huge in size, which is not something they can deal with. 3, 4, 5, 6, follow me to lead the crazy pigs away. Erwazi, you lead the rest of the people to dig the potatoes. Da Xiong took a look, made a decision, and arranged it. Captain, this is too dangerous. Erwazi disagreed as soon as he heard it. If there were only a few crazy pigs, it would be fine if a few people led them away, but there were dozens of them, and they were clearly sending themselves to death. Wei Dong didn't expect that they were so rude, and he doubted whether these people could survive until now by luck. Let's take a long-term view, right? Wei Dong didn't want to let so many people take risks for potatoes. Yes, Captain. We can't go and die knowing that we can't win. Big Bear didn't want to take risks, but they had to complete their mission. Are there only crazy pigs in this valley? Wei Dong asked, looking at the crazy pigs foraging in the distance. Yes, this is the most suitable place for crazy pigs to survive. The land at the mouth of the valley is the potatoes you mentioned, and the wild pigs' nests are in the back. Big Bear was quite familiar with this place and had been here several times, but he didn't dare to get too close. The only way to set a trap is to set a trap. Do you have a topographic map of this area? Wei Dong pondered for a while, and looked at Big Bear. No. Big Bear shook his head. Forget it, let's find out if there is a place suitable for setting a trap nearby, and wait. Wei Dong said his thoughts one by one. Great. Brother, how can you think so well? Big Bear's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he patted Weidong on the shoulder. Weidong endured the pain in his shoulder, and once again wondered how these people survived until now. A dozen people were divided into several small teams, carefully dispersed, and went in all directions. Chapter 34. 2 hours later, the dispersed people gathered again. How is it? Is there a suitable place? Weidong looked at Daxiong and his group, who came back first. The west is too empty. If we set a trap, it will take too long. We plan to go back tomorrow. Daxiong went to the west, which was an open area and not suitable for setting traps. It's not suitable for us to go here either. It's all rocks. Weidong led people to the south, which was full of rocks. If it was a stone forest, it could be used, but it was just rocks. The effect was not great, so he gave up after seeing it. The other groups also shook their heads. They were few in number and brought limited weapons. Setting traps would consume some of the fighting power of the crazy pigs, and their safety factor would be greatly improved. There is a trench over there, but it's only 3 or 4 miles away from here. Isn't it too far? Erwa came back the latest, and they walked a long way. Why don't we go and take a look? Weidong looked at Daxiong. If it was suitable, he would choose that place, which would save time and effort. Okay. Daxiong also realized that Weidong was not like them, relying on brute force. He had a good brain. In addition, he knew that this mission was related to Weidong, so he was willing to listen to him. Erwazi had to carefully look for a suitable place when he led people here before. This time, he knew where the location was, so he could walk faster. They walked for about half an hour and arrived at the ditch that Erwazi mentioned. It was covered with vines. If you don't look carefully, you won't find that there is a trench under the vines. Erwazi didn't pay attention when he led people here, and he wanted to pass through. As a result, he stepped on the air and was almost entangled by the vines. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and jumped away with the help of the vines. This vine will attack people. I almost got entangled by it before. Erwazi pointed at the vine and said. Thinking of the scene at that time, he was still scared. If it was just an ordinary vine that attacked people, he would not be afraid, but he was afraid of the kind of vine that would take people's lives. He had heard that he had encountered a kind of vine that eats people in other places. If you are entangled by the vine, it is difficult to escape, and you will become the nutrient of the vine. This is an ordinary mutant vine. Don't panic if you are entangled, and don't struggle too much. It's best to obey it, and take the opportunity to cut off the vine to get away. If you struggle hard once you are entangled, it will be more tightly entangled, which is not conducive to escape. Weidong had seen this kind of vine before, so he explained to everyone. This place is quite suitable. We will try our best to lead the adult mad pigs here, and let the vines help us share some of the burden. We can barely deal with the rest. Weidong looked at the area covered by the vines. It was more than 10 meters long and more than 5 meters wide. If used well, it would be a good place. However, in order to make the plan go more smoothly, they still need to detect it first to determine the specific situation of the area covered by vines. Weidong's optical computer has a small range detection function, which was specially developed by the Corps. Only the optical computers of the Corps soldiers have it. After he retired, the optical computer did not need to be handed in, so he has been using the previous optical computer, but the special communication channel inside has been closed, and all the information about the Corps has been destroyed, leaving only some insignificant information. His operation still surprised Daxiong and his group. At present, the latest optical computers of the Federation do not have this function. It is said that this is only available in the optical computers of the Corps soldiers. For a moment, everyone looked at Weidong with more envy and a bit of admiration. After walking around, Weidong had a topographic map of the area in his mind. He unzipped his privacy mask, and a three-dimensional picture composed of blue lines appeared in front of everyone. Everyone could clearly see that the place covered by vines was a trench more than 10 meters deep. Oh! Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have suffered if I fell in. It's so deep, I would have broken a few bones. After reading it, Erwazi said thankfully. Deputy Captain, next time we can't underestimate these places covered by vines. Lao Lu was also scared, because he was following the Deputy Captain at the time. That's right. Erwazi nodded quickly. We should think about how to lure the crazy pigs here. If they don't leave the valley, we won't be able to dig potatoes. The bear came several times, but he passed by from a distance each time. The crazy pigs rarely left the valley, unless there were intruders. They would chase and drive them away, otherwise they would return to the valley after eating. But when someone entered the valley, They soon found that their task was to dig away their food. If they didn't lure them away, they couldn't dig at all. As soon as they got close, they ran out, and they had to run. That's why he said at the beginning that he would lead the crazy pigs away. Only in this way would they not be attacked by the crazy pigs when digging potatoes. The group was silent for a while, and they all thought hard for a while, trying to come up with the best solution. I got it. Old 8, who was sitting next to Old 6, suddenly spoke. What's the solution? Old 8, tell me quickly. Big Bear asked anxiously. We can do this and then... Old 8 called everyone to his side and whispered. Okay, Old 8, your method is good enough. After listening, Big Bear gave him a thumbs up. Hee hee, Captain, I just thought of it suddenly, I don't know if it works. Old 8 smiled embarrassedly after being praised. Anyway, there is no other way now, let's try it first. Wei Dong also thought this method was feasible. In this case, let's split the troops into 2 groups. Erwazi, you take them to dig potatoes, and I will lead the crazy pigs away. Brother Wei, please help me keep an eye on them. Big Bear didn't let Wei Dong follow them to lead the crazy pigs away. Even if he guessed that Wei Dong would be a soldier of the Legion, he didn't want him to help. Instead, he asked him to stay in the valley to prevent the crazy pigs from returning suddenly. You should be careful, everything is based on saving your life, and we should try to move as fast as possible. Wei Dong didn't insist on following. Big Bear was quite strong. As long as he didn't fight the mad pigs head-on, he could still protect a few people and escape. He was also better at watching Erwazi. After the agreement, they returned to the place where they had been hiding before. At this time, the mad pigs had finished eating, and most of them had left. Only a few mother mad pigs were seen playing with a dozen cubs. Erwazi led the people to slowly walk towards the valley entrance. Big Bear also led the others to approach the valley in another direction. The cubs following the mother mad pigs dug the soil in the ground for a while, and then played with other cubs. Only one of them was smaller and very unsociable. He fell behind alone and dug the soil. Suddenly, a noose silently caught the head of the lagging cub. Before he could react, the noose suddenly tightened and pulled back at the same time. The cub realized the danger and screamed miserably. The mother mad pig found that her cub was in danger and immediately ran over here. Halfway through the run, she suddenly fell to the ground, and the smell of blood spread. The cub's screams continued, accompanied by a rumbling sound, as if the earth was shaking. Waves of pig howls spread out from the valley with the vibration of the ground. In the blink of an eye, dozens of huge mad pigs ran out, and the wind they brought was filled with dust. The mad pigs probably didn't expect that there would be bold thieves who dared to steal their cubs in their nest, and they were very angry. Almost all members went out to chase the thieves who stole the cubs. What made the mad pigs even more angry was that they had just left the door, and there were actually bold little bugs blocking them. In order to lure out the adult mad pigs as much as possible, the Big Bear asked the fastest old 5 among them to run in front with the cubs, and he led 3, 4, 6, and 7 to shoot the mad pigs with weapons in the back to delay time. The mad pigs were furious and ran so fast that even though Lao Wu had already run a long distance, he was still being chased by the mad pigs from a distance. Da Xiong and his men had limited weapons, and each of them had only one particle gun. The rest were close combat weapons such as lightsabers, which were completely useless. Shooting while running, the particle guns did not work well, and could not hit the vital points. The mad pigs were thick-skinned and had most suffered some injuries, which did not have much effect. Fortunately, the trench was not far away, and Lao Wu was also physically strong. He ran desperately, while holding the cub weighing more than 10 pounds, and the mad pigs behind him could not catch up. Just as they were about to reach the trench, the mad pigs suddenly rushed over like crazy. Old 5. Big Bear and his friends saw this from the other side and shouted in fear. Old 5 could feel the approaching mad pigs without looking back, but he could not think too much at this time. He had to rush forward desperately to have a chance to survive. He did not dare and could not look back. He held the cub and rushed forward with all his strength. When the mad pigs were about to hit him, he grabbed the vines hanging from a big tree beside him, kicked hard with his feet, and jumped over the trench. The mad pigs were chasing closely. Seeing that the cub thief still had the strength to run, they became even more angry and rushed forward again, ignoring the vines in front, and rushed straight forward. The next moment, the mad pigs in the front finally found something wrong, but it was too late. They stepped on the air and fell down, wailing. The mad pigs behind received the message from their companions in front and stopped in a hurry, but when the front stopped, the ones behind could not stop their strength for a while, and pushed the more than 10 pigs in front into the ditch again. Just as the fallen mad pigs were about to climb up, the vines entangled them. The more they struggled, the tighter the vines entangled them. For a moment, the fallen mad pigs had to give up chasing the baby thieves, and their long fangs vigorously arched the vines that entangled them. This ordinary mutant vine did not cause any harm to the mad pigs, but it hindered them to some extent. Daxiong and others took the opportunity to shoot cold guns from the side, not to kill them, but to delay the team so that they could dig as many potatoes as possible. Soon the ammunition was used up, and Daxiong and his men did not dare to fight. As soon as the ammunition was gone, they immediately evacuated. How could the mad pigs let them go after being played with by them? They were about to disperse and chase these bold little bugs. Suddenly, a howl came from the direction of the valley, and the mad pigs didn't care about chasing, and all turned around and ran back. Big Bear and a few people ran very fast until they could no longer hear the howl of the mad pigs and feel the ground shaking. At this time, they were all exhausted and panting. They sat on the ground and breathed the air madly. Suddenly, they felt like they had survived a disaster. I almost lost my life here. Lao Wu, as a bait, fell to the ground at this time, and his whole body was weak. We can escape the pursuit of the mad pigs, so their harvest must be good, he said with a heavy breath. I don't know what the lumps of earth that the mad pigs eat are for, and we have to dig them up specifically. Didn't you hear Brother Wei say that it's called potatoes? It must be useful for us to get it. If that thing is valuable, do we want it when we encounter it in the future? After a short break, several people began to discuss. Captain, why don't we ask Brother Wei what's the use? If we meet him in the future, we can dig some. They are coming. Old Five saw a group of people coming towards them. Big Bear didn't bother to answer. He stood up and watched Wei Dong and the others approach. Captain, the mission is completed. We have harvested a lot today. Wow, there are potatoes all over the valley entrance. Just dig and you will find a pile. As soon as Erwazi came closer, he happily reported their results to Big Bear. Great. When the people following Big Bear heard that they had dug a lot of potatoes, they all cheered happily. Chapter 35. Brother Wei, thanks to you this time. Big Bear patted Wei Dong's shoulder with a smile on his face. Usually, they acted recklessly. When they encountered mutant beasts, they would fight, and if they couldn't beat them, they would run away. Every time, there would be team members injured or even killed. This time, it was completed so smoothly, thanks to his reminder. I didn't do anything. If you were not so impulsive, you would also think of a good way. Wei Dong kindly reminded him not to rush forward when encountering problems. We are just a group of rough people. We don't like to use our brains. We only know how to act recklessly, haha. Big Bear and Erwazi looked at each other and laughed awkwardly. They just couldn't read books, had brute force, and didn't like to be controlled, so they ran into the forest. Are we going back now? Wei Dong asked, looking at the dark sky. We have rested enough. If we walk faster, we can still get back. It's not safe at night. Originally, they planned to spend the night inside, but the mission was completed too quickly, so there was no need to stay. There were no powerful mutant beasts in the outer area of the forest, so they could walk faster and try to go back as early as possible. They left as soon as they said they would, and the team lined up again as they came in and walked out faster. On the way back, they only focused on getting on the road, and no one talked on the way. They all concentrated their mental power to detect the movements around them, and walked out of the forest in half the time of coming. When they returned to the stall shed, it was almost dawn. All the stalls in the shed had been closed, and the shed was quiet and empty. Before entering the forest, they agreed to come back tomorrow, so Pang Ruiwen did not send anyone to wait for them outside. Daxiong and his friends usually go home and hand in their tasks the next day, but this time the task is different from usual. He left Erwazi behind and sent the others home. Brother Wei, let us take you home. It's just right that we are going to hand in the task to the boss, Daxiong said to Wei Dong after sending the others away. Wei Dong was not very clear about their task process. He wanted to go back to the hotel first, but since Daxiong said so, he couldn't refuse and nodded in agreement. Although it was early in the morning, Kuaidi arrived quickly. The three of them got on the car and found their seats. After a day's journey, fatigue came up as soon as they stopped. The three of them didn't talk anymore and leaned back on their chairs to rest their eyes. Kuaidi stopped at the door of the hotel first. Wei Dong refused Daxiong's invitation to go to Pang's house, and got off the car first. When Wei Dong returned to the room, Wei Guoyang hadn't slept yet, and was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Father, you haven't rested yet? Wei Dong didn't tell Wei Guoyang when he came back. He was surprised to see him sitting there. Why did you come back? Wei Guoyang had just finished communicating with someone, and was resting on the back of a chair when he saw Wei Dong, who was supposed to come back tomorrow, appear in front of him. He was also surprised. The mission was successfully completed, so I came back early. Wei Dong told Wei Guoyang what happened today. You are also lucky. Wei Guoyang couldn't help sighing after hearing this. If there wasn't such a natural trap, they wouldn't have been able to lead the crazy pig away so easily, and there were no casualties in the group. It was really good luck. Wei Dong didn't refute it. It was indeed true. Otherwise, they would have to face the crazy pig head-on. No one could guarantee what the situation would be at that time. They were all prepared to stay in Kaiyang Star for a few days, but things were unexpected. Pang Ruiwen's appearance made things go very smoothly, and they could go back early. Father, what are you going to do about the Pang family's affairs? Although Pang Ruiwen helped them, Wei Dong was still worried. Pang Ruiwen is a smart man. He knows what to do to benefit him. He won't do anything in a short time. Wei Guoyang was not worried about this. Businessmen value profit. As long as there is enough profit, people will be tempted. I just received a call. The planner I found before agreed. He will arrive in 2 days. I asked him to come to Kaiyang Star first, and then we will go back together. Wei Guoyang talked about another thing. Previously, he thought that Hiffing would come soon, but he didn't see him after the time was exceeded. He thought that the other party had given up the job, but he just received a call from the other party, saying that because of the delay in reporting time, he came to apologize and told him that he was almost there. Since the person was willing to come, Wei Guoyang didn't refuse, so he asked him to come to Kaiyang Star first and talk about it later. Pang Ruiwen's appearance reminded him. Wei Guoyang had an idea in his mind. He wanted to talk about it when his family was together, but Hiffing's arrival made him mention it to Wei Dong first. Dongzi, I want to propose to the Legion to send soldiers to garrison Green Star. The protective shield should be installed in advance. Green Star may be uneasy. Pang Ruiwen can find them, and other families will sooner or later target them. Vegetables have appeared on Kaiyang Star. As long as they are determined to check, they will eventually find the existence of Green Star. There are records of them entering the spaceport, so it is not difficult to infer where they came from. Green Star has no defense capability at all now. Any aircraft can land at any time, and their planting sites may be discovered at any time. If they don't make preparations, all efforts will be in vain. That's what I mean. We are still too weak now. Wei Dong originally wanted to mention this to Wei Guoyang. He alone cannot protect the safety of Green Star. Then I will contact Colonel Landy tomorrow. It would be best if someone can be arranged as soon as possible. Wei Guoyang was still a little worried. Don't worry, father. I think the Legion will be happy to send someone over. Wei Dong was very relieved about this. Not to mention their cooperation, the food made by Ning Ning alone was tempting enough. This is the best. The next day, Wei Guoyang contacted Landy and told him about his concerns. He also mentioned the protective shield. After listening, Landy said that he could help apply for the purchase of the protective shield, but he would ask the commander for instructions before sending soldiers over. Although he did not agree to send soldiers over, Wei Guoyang was very happy to help buy the protective shield. With the protective shield, aircraft must apply to land on Green Star. As long as the planet owner does not agree, any aircraft that forcibly lands will be attacked by the protective shield. As long as it is not a large starship that forcibly lands, there is no need to worry about the safety of Green Star. Border Star. Randy hung up the communication, and the joy that he had suppressed before could no longer be suppressed. It was really a pillow scent when you want to sleep. Jess thought of sending people over, and now Wei Guoyang took the initiative to mention it, so they don't have to worry about it. Randy immediately told Hui Yunchuan about this, and he believed that the commander would also be happy. Hui Yunchuan was of course happy, but he was concerned about why the Wei family would bring it up at this time. He closed his eyes and thought, tapping the table with his fingers. Information about the Wei family flashed through his mind. Finally, when he thought of something, his index finger stopped moving and a smile of understanding appeared on his face. He, you are really a smart man. The happiest person was Jess. He had been studying those vegetables recently. After his sleepless research, he really made a major discovery. He was just about to tell Randy. Then he heard Randy tell him that the Wei family requested their legion to send soldiers to garrison Green Star, and he immediately said that he would go too. Jess was already very interested in Green Star. After making a new discovery, he wanted to fly to Green Star immediately. Why are you going there? Randy refused without thinking. Wei Guoyang wanted a soldier who could fight, not a research expert like him. Isn't it worth my research to grow a deserted planet that can grow vegetables that can treat mental turmoil? Jay said this lightly, ignoring the stunned Randy, and left the laboratory and walked towards Hui Yunchuan's office. Randy, what do you mean by vegetables that can treat mental turmoil? Did he hear it wrong or did Jess say it wrong? Mental turmoil has existed for thousands of years, and no one has ever dared to say that it can be cured. Thinking of how Jess was immersed in experiments these days, Randy's heart suddenly beat. Could it be true? Chapter 36. Whether it was what he thought in his heart or not, Randy didn't care about that anymore, and turned around and strode towards Hui Yunchuan's office. At that time, Jace had already told Hui Yunchuan the results of his research in the past few days. Even Hui Yunchuan couldn't sit still. He could even imagine what kind of uproar this news would cause. Mental riots have troubled space marines for thousands of years, and tens of thousands of warriors die from mental riots every year. Countless predecessors have tried for thousands of years, but have not been able to overcome the problem of mental riots. Senior pharmacists can only develop potions to relieve mental riots. They can only watch the warriors with mental riots die in pain, but they can't do anything. Now someone told him that vegetables can treat mental riots. How can he not be excited? If someone else told him this news, he might take it as a joke, but he knew Jace's character very well. If he hadn't come to a conclusion, he wouldn't have told him. Since he was here, it proved to be true. Randy said that the Wei family requested to send troops to garrison. I must go. Jace didn't care what Hui Yunchuan would feel after hearing this. He wanted his name to be among the people sent. He needed more data research. Vegetables alone were not enough. He wanted to find out what the factors were that vegetables could treat mental turmoil. If the cause could be found, then there would be a direction for developing a drug to treat mental turmoil, and it would only be a matter of time to overcome the problem of mental turmoil. So he had to go on this long journey. When Randy came over, Hui Yunchuan had already made up his mind. This matter was too important for the Space Marines. Before a drug that could cure mental turmoil was clearly developed, the Wei family and Green Star could not be exposed. Jace's discovery had not been actually verified and could not be announced. All this had to be done in secret. Randy, you and Chris will take over this matter. Come back when things are stable over there. I don't want the outside world to notice the existence of Green Star. Yes, Your Excellency, rest assured. Randy saluted in a standard military salute and made a serious promise. Next, Randy and Chris spent a few days selecting the warriors who were going and preparing the things they needed. Since Jace was going, they had to bring more things. Considering the limited conditions of Green Star, they had to prepare even more things. Hui Yunchuan suppressed the news, so except for Randy and Jace, even Chris did not know about Jace's discovery. What Randy said to Chris was that since Wei Guoyang had asked them to send troops to garrison, they would not come back in the short term unless it was necessary. Long-term garrisoning requires a lot of things. He didn't forget that they lived in a starship last time. This time they went there on a mission, not just to garrison. Since the Wei family first proposed it, he had to seize this opportunity and be strict in all aspects. On the day of departure, except for Jess, who only brought an assistant, there were a total of 200 soldiers on the starship. Wei Guoyang knew nothing about this. In his expectation, the possibility of sending troops was too small. For him, being able to install a protective shield on Green Star was already the best result. They stayed in Kaiyang Star for 5 days. Originally, they planned to return to Green Star after picking up Hiffing, but they couldn't resist Pang Ruiwen's enthusiasm and stayed for another day. To put it bluntly, Pang Ruiwen was unwilling to give up. The business couldn't be done for the time being, so it would be okay to add a few dishes to their table occasionally, right? After eating such delicious vegetables, their appetites were spoiled, and they couldn't swallow the nutrient solution anymore. In order to satisfy their appetite, Pang Ruiwen almost pestered them. Sometimes, when a person doesn't want to lose face, it's very scary. Wei Guoyang really didn't want to see Pang Ruiwen's pitiful face, so he threw him to Weidong. Weidong simply taught Pang Ruiwen the method of making mutant beast meat. Since he didn't want to drink the nutrient solution, he could eat mutant beast meat. There were many mutant beasts in the forest anyway. Pang Ruiwen thought that if he sacrificed his face, he would get the sympathy of the father and son of the Wei family, and they would be willing to sell him some vegetables. However, he was not able to buy vegetables, and was forced to eat wild mutant beast meat. Pang Ruiwen burst into tears in his heart, but he still looked very happy on his face, accepting the method that Wei Dong forced on him. Rejecting Pang Ruiwen's proposal to take them to have a good time on Kaiyang Star, Wei Guoyang planned to go back tomorrow. They had been out for a few days, and only Yi Ling and Wei Ning were on Green Star. Although there was a protective net, he was still worried and wanted to go back as soon as possible. Pang Ruiwen could see that Wei Guoyang really didn't want to stay, and he didn't say much, just saying that if he came to Kaiyang Star again next time, he would definitely do his best to be a good host. Wei Guoyang was also happy to make friends with Pang Ruiwen. After a few days of getting along, he also had some understanding of Pang Ruiwen, and he was a friend worth making. He also promised to bring him some specialties next time he came. Pang Ruiwen was overjoyed and said nice things. He had roughly figured out some of the situation. Even if Wei Guoyang just let it slip, it was enough for him to guess. If he guessed correctly, Wei Guoyang must be from a nearby planet, but he did not find out the starship that he and his son took, but he found out that they drove the spaceship here by themselves. Generally, the travel distance of such a small spaceship is limited. Combined with the previous information, he had a vague answer in his mind. Thinking of his guess, he was even more excited and determined to make friends with the Wei family in the future. Of course, what Pang Ruiwen didn't know was that this was also revealed deliberately by Wei Guoyang in order to test Pang Ruiwen's character. If Pang Ruiwen could restrain himself from investigating after guessing, Wei Guoyang would be willing to cooperate with him. After all, the Pang family has a lot of influence in Kaiyang Star. Pang Ruiwen sent Wei Guoyang away and returned to the company. At the same time, Li Ai, the young master of the Li family, who was at odds with Pang Bo, also received news that Pang Ruiwen had been in close contact with someone these days. Ever since he lost the bet with Pang Bo, Li Ai felt unhappy. He had been in a losing situation, but he lost face in front of the whole school. He hated the person who provided vegetables to Pang Bo. He also searched for a long time without any clues. It was still a follower who suggested that it might be easier to find the person by keeping an eye on the Pang family. Although the Li family had moved here not long ago and did not have a strong foundation in Kaiyang Star, the Li family was more prosperous than the family business that Pang Ruiwen had built up through his side business. Otherwise, Li Ai would not dare to make such a bet with Pang Bo. Therefore, as soon as Li Ai got the news, he told his father Li Yao. Li Yao also knew that his son had lost the bet with someone. He was not concerned about his son losing the bet, but where the vegetables of the Pang family came from. He wanted to find out the source of the Pang family's vegetables. If these vegetables were not grown by the aristocratic family, even if they were secretly sold by people under the aristocratic family, as long as he had evidence, he could use them to benefit the Li family. At this time, after listening to his son's words, Li Yao immediately asked someone to track the Wei family's spaceship. Chapter 37. On the spaceship, Hiffing sat upright in his seat, looking at the vast universe outside the window, his eyes firm and persistent. In fact, knowing that he had found a job 108,000 miles away from the capital planet, his family members did not agree at first. Even his grandfather hoped that he could be closer to home. He even wanted to use his connections to find him a job, but he refused. What he wanted was everything he had earned through his own efforts, not to rely on the road paved for him by his family. Just like hiding his identity, getting into the federal university, and getting the title of outstanding graduate through his own efforts, he was happy even if the process was difficult. The same is true for choosing this job. From the moment he made up his mind to come, he had no room for regret. He came here a long time later, mainly because he found too little information. Even if he used the resources of his family, he found very little. He only knew that his future boss's surname was Wei, and he was once a well-known entrepreneur on the capital planet, but he had an accident this year and declared bankruptcy, and finally his family settled on the deserted planet under his name. He had heard rumors about the Wei family before, but he didn't take it seriously at that time. He didn't expect that one day the person in the rumor would become the boss of his first job after graduation. He could find information about the Wei family and the 188 deserted planet, and that's why he decided to take the job. Since the Wei family was not really bankrupt, the construction of the deserted planet was real, so he came. But he didn't expect that this deserted planet was more deserted than he imagined. He thought that since the Wei family settled here, the transportation should be unimpeded, but when he transferred from the capital planet to the nearby planet, he found that there was no flight to that planet at all. If he wasn't a poor student whose parents had both passed away, he would have almost chartered a spaceship to go there. Hiffing found it funny to think of his stunned expression when he heard that there was no route. Hiffing, since you have already boarded this spaceship and signed a confidentiality contract, there is something I must tell you in advance. Wei Guoyang came out of the cockpit, sat on the chair in front of Hiffing, turned around and faced him. Boss, don't worry. Since I have chosen this job, I will stick to it no matter what. Hiffing thought Wei Guoyang was going to tell him about the living environment. To be honest, he was still quite worried at first, but thinking of the lie he told during the interview, he would not back down, and then he thought that if the family could accept it, why couldn't he accept it? Don't worry about this. Although Green Star has nothing yet, you don't need to worry about life. I don't ask much of you, only one thing. No matter what you see, you can't tell anyone, otherwise I will take away all your communication tools. Wei Guoyang didn't want to do this. Since he decided to take Hiffing back to Green Star, he had to give him the minimum trust. He just hoped that this young man would not live up to his trust in him. When Wei Guoyang said the last words, his tone became heavier. Hiffing heard the warning in his words, and inevitably had other thoughts in his mind. He was not afraid that the Wei family would not pay him or do anything to him. He would report to his family every few days. If they did not receive his message after a certain period of time, his family would naturally know what to do. As long as the Wei family did not do anything harmful to the interests of the Federation, he could keep it secret. Boss, as long as I am not asked to do anything that harms the interests of the Federation, I can accept it. Hiffing promised earnestly, looking at Wei Guoyang steadily. Don't worry, our family are all qualified citizens who abide by the law. Wei Guoyang smiled, and at the same time, he had a better impression of Hiffing. Hiffing secretly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and became more curious about the place he was about to go. When the spaceship stopped, Hiffing, who came out behind Wei Dong, finally understood what Wei Guoyang meant when he saw everything in front of him. He also understood why he had to sign a confidentiality contract. What did he see? A piece of planting land that was endless. This was not the most important thing. The key point was that he saw a land planted with green plants, and each plant was growing very well. If he hadn't heard someone calling his name, Hiffing would have thought that everything he saw was virtual. Hiffing, come down. Wei Dong came down and saw that Hiffing didn't move, so he called him, and when he saw that he was stunned and didn't come back to his senses, he knew what was going on. The spaceship was parked near the planting area, and the door was facing the planting area. It was still early, and when I got off the spaceship, I saw a patch of green plants not far away that were said to be tiger skin orchids. The tiger skin orchid that had not been taken care of since it expanded once and began to grow new leaves had grown into a large plant, with leaves half a meter long like a sharp sword with the tip facing upwards. It was not edible and allowed to grow freely, so it stood out in the empty planting area. I couldn't ignore it. Oh! Hiffing retracted his gaze, got off the spaceship, and used a lot of strength to control his urge to rush into the green plants. Oh my god! Green plants. Such a large area of green plants. He has never seen such beautiful green plants since he was a child. If he was worried before, when he saw the green plants, Hiffing had completely forgotten about it. The only thing in his heart and eyes was the word green plants. Since he was a child, Hiffing has seen his grandfather's regret in his eyes and yearning in his tone more than once when he talked about green plants. In the ancient Earth era, the environment where humans lived had distinct seasons, green mountains and green waters, birds singing and flowers blooming, and green trees. Where interstellar humans live, there are cold high-tech buildings, various aircraft flying in the sky, and plants mutate and become enemies of humans. There are very few opportunities to see green plants without mutations. What is his grandfather's biggest wish? It is definitely to plan and build a planet like the ancient Earth. Unfortunately, since the plants mutated, there are very few normal green plants. Even the few plants developed and cultivated by the Research Institute will be affected by the environment, and will slowly die when they grow to a certain extent. Hiffing suddenly felt like he was fulfilling his grandfather's wish, and couldn't help wanting to share what he saw with others. When he came to his senses, the optical brain had already connected to his grandfather's communication. Thinking of Wei Guoyang's warning before, Hiffing suddenly shuddered and wanted to cut off the communication. He stretched out his hand, but suddenly put it down. Xiaofeng, you're here. In the light screen, the man with a little white hair on his temples looked at him lovingly. Grandpa, I'm here. It's great here. I like it very much. The boss is also very good. Don't worry. Hiffing reported to his grandfather as usual, and didn't mention anything about what he saw before. Outside the house, Wei Dong appeared at some point, stood quietly for a few minutes across a door, and finally knocked on the door. Chapter 38. Inside the house, Hiffing hung up the call, took a deep breath, and repeated this several times, finally calming his restless heart. He had been in a trance before, and didn't notice how he came to the room, let alone what the boss who brought him to the room said. At this time, he was in the mood to look at the house where he would live in the future. It was a simple single-room mobile house, with only a bed, a wardrobe, a desk and a chair, and no other decorations. At this time, he was sitting on the chair of the desk. Just when he was about to pack up the things he brought, there was a knock on the door. little boss." Hiffing opened the door and saw Weidong standing at the door, and called out naturally, "Waiting." "There is no need to call him like that, it's weird." "Call my name, Weidong." Weidong looked at the man who was a few years younger than him, and really didn't know how he called out, Brother Weidong." As a qualified poor student, Hiffing was very good at playing this role. Except for the occasional instinctive reaction, he adapted quickly. That's why no one doubted his identity in college for several years. He can switch between the two roles of a rich kid and a poor orphan with ease. "Come out to eat, and meet your family when you're done." Weidong was too lazy to correct his way of addressing him, since he was a few years older than him anyway. "Okay." Although he had many questions in his mind, Hiffing responded calmly and followed Weidong without saying a word. After leaving the cabin, next door was a family-style mobile cabin, and in front was a dilapidated house that was obviously made of patchwork. Seeing Weidong walking towards the dangerous house, Hiffing wanted to stop him, but he couldn't say the words on his lips. For a planner, this simple and aesthetically unpleasing house is no different from a dangerous house. But he couldn't be picky about his boss's house when he first arrived, right? He was afraid that if he spoke up, he would be sent away tomorrow. "Let's take a look first." Hiffing convinced himself and walked in. In the kitchen, Wei Ning put the last dish on the table. When he looked up, he saw Hiffing looking a little embarrassed, and couldn't help but smile at him. "Hiffing, no, I'm just afraid that the house will collapse suddenly." Hiffing didn't see Wei Ning's friendly smile to him, and his eyes were fixed on the table. He thought that eating was just distributing nutrient solution, but it turned out to be eating. Of course, he didn't see rice, but there were several pots of food on the table. There were red, white, green, and large pieces of meat. The air was filled with the aroma of food, which was different from what he usually ate. The taste was rich, and Hiffing couldn't help swallowing. "Hiffing, come and sit down." Wei Guoyang waved at him with a smile. Hiffing hesitated for a while, then walked to the empty seat at the table, but he did not sit down directly, but stood at the table. "Boss, don't spend so much money, I can just drink the nutrient solution." Hiffing looked at Wei Guoyang, trying not to look at the food on the table. The closer the food, the more delicious it tasted. He was afraid he couldn't help it. "Sit down, this is the first meal to welcome you as a new member to join us. Don't be restrained," I said. "You won't be missing your share of food." Wei Guoyang pointed to the empty seat next to him. He then introduced Yiling and Wei Ning, and Hiffing called them again solemnly. "Boss lady, little boss. Call me by my name, it sounds weird." Wei Ning didn't want him to call her that either. If she removed the little in front, she could accept it. Hiffing called Wei Ning again. "Sit down. These foods are not available every day." Wei Dong had already sat down, ready to eat at any time. After going out and drinking nutrient solution for several days, his mouth was tasteless. Now he just wanted to eat. "Then I won't be polite." Hiffing didn't really want to refuse. With the delicious food in front of him, he could forgive him for not being able to resist. "It's not that the red fruits are gone. You went to steal them yourself." Wei Dong looked at the pot of cold tomatoes and glanced at Wei Ning, as if to see where she was injured. "This is what I planted last time. The first batch of fruits are all here." Wei Ning pointed at the pot of vegetables, and the smile on her face could not be concealed. The tomatoes they planted when they first went to Kaiyang Star had not mutated, and they had grown a lot. It would have taken a few days to pick them, but she used her supernatural powers to ripen them. She knew herself well, so she would not take risks on her own. "If you were not here, even if Ning Ning wanted to go, I would not agree." Yiling could be said to have watched the red fruit change every day. When she knew that none of the tomatoes planted by Wei Ning had mutated, she was so excited that she didn't know what to say. These days, she has been using the seeds given by Wei Ning to grow seedlings, but the results are not ideal. After successfully germinating, they have a tendency to mutate within a day. She has not cultivated a single one and has given up. The riot energy contained in the seeds exceeds the standard and cannot be cultivated directly. But she was able to successfully cultivate seedlings from the seeds that had been nurtured by the supernatural power, and they would not mutate. Now she has mastered some information, and will wait for the next experiment. If it succeeds, it means that her research direction is correct. However, due to Hiffing's presence, Yiling did not tell everyone. "This is cold red fruit salad, stir-fried loofah, stir-fried meat with garlic sprouts, and braised meat. They are all home-cooked dishes. You're welcome." Seeing Hiffing holding the tableware without moving, Yiling pointed at the dishes and introduced them. This was the first time Hiffing saw other methods besides boiling and frying, and there were some that he had never eaten before, so he really didn't know how to start. Even the Hai family didn't necessarily cook so many dishes every time. They only cooked a small dish of each for dinner every day. There were very few families that could afford rice, vegetables, and fruits for 3 meals a day. Not to mention the scarcity of vegetables and meat, even the cooking skills gradually declined. Nowadays, the common cooking methods are boiling and frying, and without enough seasoning, the taste is just average. Like now, just smelling the food makes one salivate. Without trying it, one knows that the taste is not worse than those made by famous chefs. Sure enough, every time Hiffing tasted a dish, there was more surprise in his eyes, and his hand speed became faster. Although he ate fast, he didn't seem to be wolfing down the food. Seeing that Hiffing liked these dishes so much, Wei Guoyan was happier than Wei Ning. People who didn't know would think that these dishes were all made by him. Wei Guoyan was happy that his daughter's cooking skills were recognized by others, which made him happier than being praised. This meal was the most satisfying meal Hiffing had ever had in his life. He even thought that if he could eat such delicious food often, he could work for the Wei family without salary. Of course, what he wanted to do was to post all these delicacies on Star Network to let everyone know that he was eating delicious food, but unfortunately he couldn't say it. What he wanted to take more pictures of was the green plants outside. Thinking of working in such a place every day in the future, Hiffing felt that his whole body was full of energy. Chapter 39. The next morning, Hiffing got up early, thinking about the green plants he saw, and wanted to get close to them. He had just arrived, and Wei Guoyan gave him 2 days to adapt. Hiffing was happy. It was late when he came yesterday, and he was stunned when he saw the green plants, and he didn't take a good look. While he had time today, he had to take a good look. As he got closer, Hiffing realized that there were not only green plants here, but also trees, and a piece of unknown plants. The emerald green buds had just emerged, a small plant, and he could only see it clearly when he got closer. Hiffing squatted on the ground and looked carefully for a long time, but he couldn't tell what kind it was. Weidong had to exercise in the morning as usual, and then patrol. He had been away for so many days, and he didn't know if there were any mutant beasts nearby. He had to take a closer look today. As soon as he went out, he saw Hiffing squatting in the planting field, and he walked over there. Hiffing, what are you doing here? Weidong approached and saw Hiffing reaching out to touch the seedling. When he was about to get close, he suddenly retracted his hand, and then stretched it out again and retracted it. Seeing him like this, Weidong wanted to laugh. It's not that fragile, you can touch it if you want. I'm just curious. Hiffing heard the voice and stood up. He felt ashamed that his behavior was caught by the owner. Even so, he didn't dare to reach out to touch it again. You know, plants without mutations are very precious. He was afraid that he would accidentally damage the tender sprouts, and then he wouldn't be able to pay for it. Brother Weidong, what kind of plant is this? It looks like a potato. Weidong looked at the sprouts that had grown a little bit taller, and then looked around to confirm that this was the potato that Wei Ning had mentioned. Potatoes? What are those? Hiffing asked curiously when he heard the unfamiliar name for the first time. It's a kind of food that can be eaten. Weidong remembered the potatoes he had eaten that time, and they tasted good. As for the fact that potatoes were food for crazy pigs before, he had decided to forget it from the moment it was served on the table. When it grows up, it will grow tubers in the ground, which are its fruits, that is, potatoes. Weidong was happy to think that he had seen the yield of potatoes with his own eyes. If he planted all the potatoes he brought back, he would have a great harvest. Fruits that grow underground? Hiffing was confused. Is there such a fruit? It's not a fruit, it can't be eaten raw, it's a kind of vegetable. Weidong didn't know exactly what potatoes were, but it wasn't a fruit. Vegetables? Hiffing looked at the sprouts in front of him. No matter how he looked at them, they didn't look like any kind of vegetables he had seen before, and he had never even heard of their names. You know once you've seen it. Weidong didn't want to say more, patted his shoulder, and then left. Hiffing's curiosity was aroused, watching Weidong get on the spaceship, and forced himself to retract his feet that wanted to follow. Forget it, he'd better wait for it to grow up. Next to the potato field is the tomato planted by Wei Ning. She was too lazy to plant them separately at that time, and directly scattered the seeds. Now that 2 leaves have just grown, it's not time to transplant them yet. She left a lot of seeds, and scattered them all over the field, a large area of densely packed crops. It was the first time that Hiffing saw so many varieties of vegetables. He looked at each one for a long time, and was more excited than seeing his idol. When he saw the various vegetables left for seeds, he touched their seeds carefully. He was more careful than his own drawings. When he came back after walking around the area, 2 hours had passed. In the open space in front of the hut, Wei Ning and the others were sorting out the potatoes that Wei Guoyang and his friends brought back this time. They had no experience in digging potatoes, and they were worried that the crazy pig would come back at any time. So Wei Dong and his friends dug and put them in bags, and finally brought them back directly. In the morning, when Wei Guoyang gave her the space button, she found out that many potatoes were damaged. These damaged potatoes could not be used for planting at all, and had to be picked out. What Hiffing saw was that they were picking and choosing in front of a pile of lumps of earth. "Boss, what are you doing?" Hiffing asked, holding a potato as big as a fist. He had never seen such a strange thing. "We need to pick out these damaged ones." Wei Guoyang took a potato, with a small piece dug out, and pointed to the damaged part and said, "What are you going to do with it?" Hiffing was like a curious baby, asking questions one after another. "The broken ones can't be used as seeds. We have to have intact ones like this." Wei Guoyang showed him another intact one. "What kind of seed is this, so big?" "This is a potato, both a seed and a fruit. We eat it." "This is the potato. Is that what's planted over there?" Hiffing pointed in the direction of the planting area. "Yes, those are where the sprouts grow, and when they are buried in the soil, they will grow into new potato trees and give birth to new potatoes." Yiling had seen Wei Ning plant before, so she knew where the potato sprouts grew. She pointed to the place where the sprouts would grow and explained it to Hiffing in detail. Hiffing was surprised when he heard this. Just by listening to Yiling's words, he could imagine that a tender bud slowly emerged, the roots tightly absorbed the soil, the tender bud grew bigger and bigger, and gradually grew into a mature plant. This was a very magical process. Wei Ning didn't say anything on the side. She had told her family all this in advance. In order not to expose her superpowers too early, she always told her family about the knowledge she knew. When someone asked, she would be a background wall, and either Wei Guoyang or Yiling would answer. Wei Guoyang and Yiling did not doubt her, but she fooled them with the reason of the talent that accompanied the awakening of superpowers. No matter how much Wei Guoyang and Yiling doubted, they never thought that another person had been replaced in her heart. Gradually, they also got used to Wei Ning's occasional shocking words, and some things she had never learned or seen, but knew. In addition to Wei Guoyang's strange dream, both Wei Dong and Yiling believed that their success could not be separated from Wei Ning. Over there, Wei Guoyang was teaching Hiffing how to pick out the bad potatoes, while Yiling was talking about how to eat potatoes. Wei Ning was picking out the good potatoes. Now that there was one more person, it was impossible for her to nourish every potato with superpowers as before. She could only pick out the good ones first and transfer some superpowers. However, Wei Dong had not heard of any incidents of potatoes mutating and attacking people, which meant that potatoes were still normal plants. In this case, she only needed to transfer superpowers when planting later. Wei Dong brought back more than 1,000 kilograms of potatoes, but many of them were bad, and some had broken skins. After they had picked them all, they found that there were 700 to 800 kilograms of intact potatoes, and more than 400 kilograms of damaged potatoes. "We can't eat so many." Yiling looked at the pile of damaged potatoes, and was worried. Although potatoes taste good, eating so many every day would make you sick of them. "Can't these really be planted? It would be a waste to eat them, right?" Hiffing compared the intact potatoes with the damaged ones, and found that there was no difference except for the damaged part. "Why can't they be planted? They will rot. Potatoes should be planted only after they sprout. These rotted before the sprouts grow." Yiling pointed to the damaged part. "Ning Ning, think of a way to solve these problems." Yiling pointed to the pile of damaged potatoes. "Yes, I don't want to eat the same thing every day. Ning Ning, you have to think about it carefully." Wei Guoyang also had an expression on his face, saying, "You decide." Knowing that his parents said this on purpose, Wei Ning pretended to be embarrassed and agreed. She had a way to deal with these potatoes, but she was still short of tools, so she would do it tomorrow. Put the selected potatoes aside first, and germinate them before planting. If Hiffing was not there, Wei Ning could use supernatural powers to germinate them, which was convenient and fast, but this method could not be used now. Yiling also hoped to use normal methods to germinate them, and not rely on supernatural powers every time. Wei Ning had never planted potatoes before. She only knew that if potatoes were left at home and not eaten, they would sprout on their own after 10 days, and they would grow on their own if they were thrown outside and sprinkled with a layer of soil. Fortunately, Yiling was there. She had a lot of knowledge in her mind. Based on Wei Ning's simple description and some similar plant growth environments she knew, she summarized the method of germinating potatoes. Put a layer of fine soil under the built shed, place the potatoes on the soil, and then sprinkle a thin layer of soil and sprinkle some water to keep the soil moist. The shed needs ventilation, but the temperature cannot be too high. It was easy to build a shed. Just build it next to the eaves. There were still a lot of materials left from building the kitchen, which could be used to build the shed. The robot was given the soil. How much to dig and how fine to dig, just set the program. The shed was built quickly, and the soil was dug. All Wei Ning and his team had to do was to place the potatoes, sprinkle a layer of soil, and finally a layer of water. The rest was to wait for the potatoes to sprout. Chapter 40. After finishing the work, it was already afternoon. Everyone was a little tired, especially Wei Guoyang. In the past, Wei Dong did the heavy work, and he was responsible for passing things. Although Hiffing helped today, he also did a lot, and his physical strength was a little bit exhausted. Ning, Dad is exhausted today. You have to cook something delicious to reward me. Wei Guoyang rubbed his sore arms and said pitifully. I try my best. Wei Ning sighed. A good cook can't cook without rice, and it's hard for her too. Although she said so, she still went to cook dinner honestly. Looking at the pile of potatoes, she waved her hand and decided to have a potato feast today. Hiffing came over to help. Yesterday's dishes were delicious, and he wanted to see how they were made. Since someone was willing to help, Wei Ning was not polite. She took a basin and put a basin of potatoes in it, and asked Hiffing to wash and peel them. She washed a dozen potatoes again, and took them to the kitchen to steam. It was the first time for Hiffing to do this job, and he felt it was quite fresh. He washed each potato very cleanly, but he was in trouble when it came to peeling the potatoes. He couldn't do it, not to mention that it was the first time for him to see potatoes. Even at home, he had never done any housework, all of which were done by the housekeeping robot. Should it be like this? It looks like this. When Wei Ning came out again, she heard Hiffing mumbling to himself. Because Hiffing had his back to her, Wei Ning couldn't see what he was doing. She came out to help peel the potatoes. What are you mumbling about? This seems a bit difficult. Hiffing was holding the potato that he had peeled most of, and he was very embarrassed and almost wanted to hide behind him. Don't use a knife to peel it, use this. Wei Ning glanced at the potato in his hand that looked like it had been gnawed by a dog, and shook the spoon in his hand. How can you peel this? Hiffing looked at the small spoon in her hand, and his eyes were full of impossibility. That's it. As he said that, Wei Ning used the spoon to brush and peel the potato skin in a few strokes. It's really okay. Looking at the pink and yellow potato flesh, Hiffing muttered to himself. Of course it can be done. Wei Ning continued. This method was still something she had seen in the TV series before. It can minimize the loss of potatoes and will not hurt her hands. The most important thing is that there is no special tool for peeling here, so she could only find another way. Seeing Wei Ning peel one so easily and quickly, Hiffing was also eager to try. He couldn't use a knife, but he would know this, right? Facts have proved that it seems simple, but it is not so easy to learn. Hiffing stumbled and peeled 7 or 8 potatoes before slowly mastering the strength, so that the peeled potatoes would not be bumpy. Wei Ning cooked several dishes with the last pot of potatoes. Cold potato shreds, braised potato cubes, potatoes fried with bacon, steamed potatoes, and a small pot of French fries, but without flour. The fried French fries tasted a little less flavorful. In the end, the French fries were the most popular, and were eaten up. Let's eat this tomorrow. Wei Dong was quick, and took the last French fry. After eating it, he was still not satisfied and couldn't help but start ordering food. Since the food got better, their tastes have gradually become more picky. In the past, they were happy to have something to eat, and there was no place for them to be picky. If you want to eat, make it yourself. It's very simple. Wei Ning didn't want to do it. When she was frying French fries, some water splashed into the pan, and the fries were fried, scalding her hand. It still hurts a little now. Brother Wei Dong, I can do it. Hiffing, who was watching the whole process, immediately raised his hand. He also liked to eat it. After he said that, he realized that this was not his home. He seemed to have overreacted. He quickly looked at Wei Guoyang, and saw that there was no displeasure on his face, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I leave it to you tomorrow. Make more. There are still so many. Wei Dong blinked at him. Eating these French fries is better than eating those steamed potatoes. There is no taste at all. Didn't you see that there are still several left? Originally, Wei Ning planned to make mashed potatoes, but when they were steamed, she found that there was no chopped green onion. She didn't know how to make complicated things, so she just ate them dry. The taste was not very good. Looking at the remaining half of the potatoes, Wei Ning simply made them again. Peel off the potato skin, crush it in a bowl, add salt, knead it into small pieces, press it gently, and a small potato pancake is ready. Pour oil into a hot pan, put the potato pancake in the pan and fry it. When one side is set, fry it until golden brown, turn it over and continue frying. When both sides are golden brown, remove from the pan. It smells so good, so delicious. Why didn't you do it this way just now? Wei Dong looked at the unwelcome steamed potatoes, which became a crispy potato pancake after Wei Ning's simple operation, and complained a little. I suddenly thought of you eating the most, and you talk so much, and food can't stop you. If everything is so delicious, of course it can't stop you. I have a big appetite. Wei Dong deliberately patted his abdomen. Hiffing ate the potato pancake silently, and he agreed with Wei Dong in his heart that delicious food is always not enough. He was extremely glad that he chose to come here, otherwise where would there be so many delicious things? Woo woo, it's so happy. Chapter 41. Rotten potatoes cannot be stored for a long time. They must be dealt with as soon as possible, otherwise they will be useless. Wei Ning got up early because she was thinking about something. Before she even walked into the kitchen, she smelled the aroma of frying and the sound of someone talking. Are you sure you can do it? Why is the oil splashing so high? My sister definitely doesn't cook like this. Quick, quick, it's going to get burnt. Take it out quickly. In the kitchen, Hiffing was busy using a colander to scoop it out. As a result, there was water on the colander. When he put it into the oil pan, there was another crackling sound, and a lot of oil splashed out of the pan. Ah! Hot, hot, hot. Hiffing threw away the colander, covered the place where the oil splashed, and looked at the completely black potato strips in the pan, wanting to cry but not tears. He clearly followed the order that Wei Ning did. Why was there such a big difference? It's just frying French fries, and you guys are going to burn the pan. Looking at the black mass in the pan, Wei Ning couldn't look straight. I thought it was easy, who knew? Hiffing was full of apologies. He was really embarrassed for making such a mess. He said yesterday that he could do it. Now he is slapped in the face. The fire is too high, the oil is hot, the fire should be lowered, the potato strips should be drained, and there should be no water stains on this colander. Wei Ning took a look and took out the pot. Put another portion in the pot and fry it, while instructing, when the potato strips float up, take them out, otherwise they will be fried too dry and affect the taste. You can help us fry it. Wei Dong took the opportunity to please. He felt that cooking was a technical job, and it was not something that could be learned by watching and following, although he never understood why his sister learned it without a teacher. It was a simple thing, but in her hands, she turned it into a delicacy with different flavors. Anyway, he gave up after trying it a few times. Any dish that was fried in a big pot turned out to be a dark dish in his hands. He didn't understand why it didn't work when he changed it to fried dishes, even though his roasted mutant meat was delicious. No, I'm busy today, you guys can fry it yourself. Wei Ning refused immediately. The potatoes haven't been planted yet, what are you busy with? Wei Dong stood aside, and took the French fries with his hands, not afraid of the heat, and threw them into his mouth. Sure enough, if you want to eat well, you have to be a chef. His sister is amazing. She can make such delicious food. If he eats this, he can eat it every day, and he will never dislike it. The potatoes outside need to be processed as soon as possible, otherwise they will be wasted. After frying twice, Wei Ning stopped. French fries without flour and ketchup seemed to be missing a soul and tasted tasteless. No, fry more, it's not enough for me. Wei Dong stopped him from leaving, and the French fries that had just come out of the oven were eaten up by him and Hiffing in an instant. Wait. When the red fruit is ripe, I will make it for you again, and it will be more delicious than now. How can French fries be without ketchup? What does red fruit have to do with your making French fries? Fry it quickly, I won't go out today, I will help you later. Although the red fruit is also delicious, but now he only wants to eat this. I originally asked you to make it, and you always eat the most when I make delicious food. Wei Ning said unhappily. In their family, he eats the most, he is simply a glutton. If it were before, the family couldn't afford to support you. Wei Ning muttered quietly, vegetables are so expensive, he has to spend at least tens of thousands of star coins for one meal. That being said, Wei Ning still helped them fry all the potato chips they prepared into French fries, otherwise she was afraid that the kitchen would be damaged by their tinkering. I'm full and full of energy, what are you going to do? Wei Dong touched his stomach with satisfaction. You clean up the kitchen first. Wei Ning was really impressed by him. A bowl of French fries, at least 10 pounds, but he actually ate all of them. I do it, I do it. Hiffing was very active in cleaning up when he heard that he had to clean up. He also ate a lot of French fries, although not even 1/10 of Wei Dong's. But he felt that there were only a few of them here, and the boss and the boss's wife would definitely not do these things. Looking at Wei Ning's posture, you can tell that she is only responsible for making them, not cleaning up. Then these must belong to brother Wei Dong, although the contract did not require him to do these trivial things. However, Hiffing felt that since he had eaten, he should do some work. Maybe because of his diligence. When there was something delicious, brother Wei Dong would remember to give him more. It was always good to leave a good impression. Fortunately, he was not a young master who could not do anything, so it was easy for him to do these things. Since Hiffing was willing to do it, Wei Dong would not refuse. Anyway, they had to clean up, no matter who did it. Wei Ning didn't care, as long as they cleaned up. She called Wei Dong to the open space beside the well, pointed to the pile of bad potatoes, and asked him to wash them all and pick out the bad parts. If I had known, I would not have dug so many. Wei Dong regretted while washing potatoes. He thought that any potato could be planted, but who knew that the rotten ones could not be planted? When you harvest potatoes in the future, you can't just dig them up like this. If they are rotten, they are not easy to store and need to be processed separately. Wei Ning was also washing them. She planned to make potato flour with these potatoes. There was no flour in the Star Realm, let alone noodles. She had learned how to make potato flour from a short video before, but she had never done it in detail. However, the steps were just like that. At most, she would try a few more times and there would always be success. The main thing was to rub the potatoes into puree, wash out the powder water, filter out the potato puree, and let the remaining powder water stand for a while. When the water was clear, the potato starch would sink to the bottom. Potato starch is only the first step in making potato flour. The next step is to make the starch into vermicelli. Green Star had too few tools. Wei Ning searched for a long time, but couldn't find a tool for rubbing puree. She hadn't thought about making potato flour before. Otherwise, she could buy a crushing machine and wouldn't have to do it herself. Let's just use this for now. Wei Ning threw the suitable thing she found to Wei Dong. No, how can I make do with this? Wei Dong picked up the thing in front of him, his face full of black lines. A piece of stone, how can he use it? Can it be more casual? It's okay if it can be used, look. Wei Ning picked up the washed potato and rubbed it directly with the stone. After a while, pink and yellow foam appeared. If there was really nothing suitable, she would not have to use a stone instead. She should be thankful that she could find a usable stone, otherwise there would be no stone at all. Seeing that Wei Ning really ground out the foam, Wei Dong was no longer picky and followed her honestly. This step is very simple, just grind the potato into puree. Wei Dong's arm strength is amazing. The small potato was gone in his hand in a while, and there was a little more potato puree in the basin in front of him. After grinding a few, he became more and more skilled, and his movements became faster and faster. In the end, Wei Ning only saw a few afterimages back and forth. Brother, come on! Whether you can eat delicious and smooth vermicelli depends on you. Wei Ning specifically mentioned several kinds of vermicelli she had eaten, and described them in great detail, as if those vermicelli were right in front of her. Inspired by her, Wei Dong's movements became faster, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. For food, he could do it. Chapter 42. Soon Wei Dong had ground a lot of mashed potatoes. Wei Ning had weak hands, and after grinding just a little bit, her hands began to feel sore and weak. Hiffing cleaned up the kitchen and came out. Seeing them grinding, he was also very interested in joining in. Wei Ning was happy and relaxed. She gave her position to Hiffing and taught him how to grind. Seeing that he learned well, she let him go completely. She changed an empty basin for Wei Dong. Wei Ning took the basin of mashed potatoes he had ground aside, put some water in it, and rubbed the mashed potatoes vigorously with her hands to rub out the starch. This step is very critical. If you can't rub out all the starch in the mashed potatoes, the starch you get will be greatly reduced, and it will be very wasteful. You have to rub it repeatedly several times until the water is no longer turbid. The next step is to filter out the mashed potato residue. Filtering is simple. There happened to be a filter that was used to filter water before, and now it can be used to filter the mashed potatoes. There were really too many potatoes. Even if we left some for eating, there was still a lot to do. Finally, even Wei Guoyang and Yiling joined in. Wei Guoyang, Wei Dong and Hiffing were responsible for grinding the potatoes into puree, while Yiling and Wei Ning repeatedly kneaded the puree. Wei Ning was also responsible for filtering the puree and putting the filtered starch water aside. Several people worked from morning to night to grind hundreds of kilograms of potatoes into puree, wash out the starch and filter it out, and finally fill all the large basins. 20 basins in total. They were exhausted. Can these white precipitates really be made into powder? Wei Dong rubbed his sore hands and walked to the first basin. Looking at the white solids that were clearly precipitated at the bottom, he was still a little skeptical. I need to study it and make it a few more times. Wei Ning dared not guarantee it. She had never succeeded. What about what you said? Wei Dong had the urge to beat him up. He said so much, but his feelings were fake. It will be there in the future. Seeing his face change, Wei Ning hurried to make amends. She still didn't believe that she couldn't make it. After a busy day, Wei Ning was not in the mood to cook. Anyway, she was not hungry. In the end, she went back to the room with Wei Dong's eyes that looked like he wanted to eat someone. There was no way. Except for him, everyone in their family could only eat one meal a day. As for Hiffing, Wei Ning silently ignored him. Hiffing. Even if he was not hungry, he could eat it. Wei Ning lay on the bed, racking her brains to recall the method of making potato flour. It was a long time ago, and she was about to forget it. Wei Ning missed the past a little. At that time, there were all kinds of food videos on the internet. Even if you were a kitchen novice, you could make a big meal with the videos. Now it's good, you can only rely on yourself to explore. Wei Ning was so dazed that he didn't know when he fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already bright outside the window, and there were faint voices. Thinking of what he had to do today, Wei Ning quickly took care of himself, took out a bottle of nutrient solution, and swallowed it with his eyes closed. In his heart, he thought, I should work hard to make the powder, so that the nutrient solution can be completely eliminated. Come on. After going out, Wei Ning went straight to the pot he made at the beginning. The bottom of the pot was clear, and he could clearly see a white layer of sediment at the bottom. Wei Guoyang and the others were already waiting. After a hard day, they couldn't wait to see how potatoes turned into powder. For pairs of eyes stared at her, and Wei Ning suddenly felt a little stressed. She took a deep breath and then directed Wei Dong to pour water. As soon as he heard that he could start, Wei Dong immediately turned the basin over, and the water flowed out at once. The starch at the bottom had formed a thick layer, white, with a faint fragrance. It's really powder. Hiffing was the first to dig into the bottom of the basin, and a lot of white starch was stained on his fingers. Let's turn over the other basins, dig out this layer of powder, and put it aside to dry. After saying that, Wei Ning found a large bowl, filled it with wet powder, and planned to try it once. The potato powder made in the video is made of dry powder. Now it is wet powder, and Wei Ning doesn't know if it can be made. First, a small bowl of powder is separated, dissolved with water, and stirred evenly. While stirring, Wei Ning thought of the cold noodles made by the heroine with sweet potato powder when she was reading a certain novel. Since sweet potato flour can be made, potato flour should also be possible. Wei Ning did it as soon as she thought of it. She cleaned the pot, turned on the fire, poured the stirred potato water into the pot, and used a spatula to stir continuously in one direction until it condensed and became transparent. The small amount was very successful, which undoubtedly gave Wei Ning more confidence. She dissolved all the remaining flour with water, changed the pot, and made it again. This time, there was a little accident. She turned off the fire a step too late, causing the bottom to be a little bit mushy. Forget it, just don't use the bottom. Wei Ning comforted herself that except for a little bit of mushy, it looked quite successful. After making this pot, the previously made ones had cooled down. She cut them into thin slices with a knife, mixed a dipping sauce, and poured it in. After mixing, the simple cold jelly was ready. Is this edible? Wei Ning was just about to try it when Wei Dong came in. After pouring the water, he found the drying tools. Wei Dong came in to ask if it could be stored directly in the refrigerator. As soon as he came in, he saw Wei Ning pouring the sauce into the bowl and stirring it. He had a hunch that it was for eating, so he asked. Wei Ning tasted a piece and felt that it tasted good, so he handed the rest to him. Seeing that she had already eaten it, Wei Dong took it and unceremoniously scooped a spoonful and put it into his mouth along with the sauce. The potato jelly was tender and refreshing, and the sauce was salty and spicy, and the taste was just right when mixed together. The more you eat, the more delicious it becomes. Wei Dong finished it in 2 or 3 bites and held the bowl to add more. No more, that needs to be cooled before it can be made. Wei Ning spread his hands, no more. Wei Dong was still not satisfied, and was about to complain that he made too little, but when he heard that there was more, he held back the words that were on his lips, and could only look at the other pot reluctantly. Oh, by the way, we don't have anything to dry. Can we put it in the refrigerator to keep it cool? Wei Dong then remembered what he was doing. Well, if he didn't say it, Wei Ning wouldn't have remembered it either. They didn't have bamboo strips or even plastic trays, so they couldn't dry anything. Forget it, bring it in later, I make it all. Wei Ning hesitated for a moment, and decided to change the method. All the potato starch was put together, and filled a full basin. He changed to a large basin, scooped some of the potato starch into the basin, dissolved it with water, and made it again. This pot was larger, so Wei Ning asked Wei Dong to stir it, because he had stronger hands and was more suitable than himself. After teaching Wei Dong how to do it, Wei Ning began to pour the prepared batter into the pot. Wei Dong used a spatula to stir in one direction. In fact, it would be more even if he used a stick, but there was no stick for them to use, so he just used a spatula. At first, Wei Dong didn't control the strength well and almost overturned the pot. Fortunately, Hiffing was watching and supported him. Be gentle, it will be gone if it is overturned, Wei Guoyang reminded him. Wei Dong was also scared, so he reduced his strength a little, and gradually found the right strength. After watching the water in the batter evaporate and slowly become transparent, Wei Ning asked Wei Dong to stop. Pour the finished transparent jelly into a clean basin, wash the pot, and continue to make another pot. After repeating this 7 or 8 times, all the starch was finally made into transparent jelly, and then put it in the refrigerator to freeze. The previous one was also cooled. Wei Ning remixed the sauce, cut the jelly into thin slices, poured it into the sauce, and stirred it. Except for Wei Dong, who had eaten a bowl before, everyone else was eating it for the first time, and they all thought it tasted good, and ate the whole pot of jelly. After eating and drinking, the jelly made later was also frozen into a hard ball. Jelly is not durable. If you want to store it for a long time, you still have to dry it. Wei Ning expressed her thoughts, and everyone agreed. Although jelly is delicious, you will get tired of eating it every day. Since there is a way to preserve it, you must keep it, and eat it whenever you want. Then Wei Ning divided the work, and there was only one requirement. No matter what method is used, the big pile of jelly must be separated, regardless of whether it is rice noodles, vermicelli or other. The key is to make it convenient to dry, and not take up space. Except Hiffing, everyone else, including Wei Ning, has 2 large pots of jelly. Wei Ning used to slice it with a knife, and Wei Guoyang and Yiling followed her method. But Wei Ning cut less, they cut more, and now it is hard, which is even more difficult to cut. Look, before he had even finished half of it, his hands were already sore and weak. Hiffing thought about it, watched Wei Guoyang do it again, and then went into the kitchen, coming out with a colander in his hand. Wei Ning saw the colander, and probably guessed what Hiffing was going to do. Sure enough, Hiffing put one hand on the jelly and the other hand on the colander, put the back of the colander on the jelly, pressed hard, and then scraped it back. Well, several round vermicelli of different sizes fell out, and the strength was not well controlled, so the vermicelli was large and small, and some broke halfway. Hiffing is indeed a top student. After trying several times, the vermicelli scraped out was basically more uniform, and his method was easier than using a knife. Wei Guoyang and Yi had given up cutting with a knife, and also took a colander to learn how to scrape the vermicelli like Hiffing. Wei Dong looked for a long time, found a tool that looked like a peeling knife, pressed it on the jelly and scraped it, and it was a piece. Of course, the strength was not controlled well, and the thickness was uneven. After several failed attempts, it was easy to find a way, and the noodles scraped out were very even. The scraped noodles and noodles need to be dried in the sun for easy storage. It was not until dark that several people scraped out all the jelly. Rows of noodles and noodles were hung in the place where seeds were dried under the eaves, which gave a sense of accomplishment. Wei Ning cut a piece of bacon with even fat and lean meat, chopped it into small pieces, added garlic foam, and fried the noodles and noodles that were not good looking at the beginning. The jelly was not easy to come by, and everyone cherished it. Wei Ning's was also delicious, and even if the appearance was not good, they all ate it. Chapter 43. After a short busy period, life returned to normal. Wei Guoyang and Wei Dong led Hiffing to familiarize themselves with the topography of Green Star, going out early and returning late every day. This was Hiffing's request. Only by being familiar with this place can he better design suitable drawings according to the topography. It was also at this time that Wei Ning realized that the planners of the Interstellar were similar to modern architectural engineers. It's just that planners have to do more than architectural engineers. They are not only responsible for drawing drawings and supervising the progress of the project, but also planning the development direction. The general development direction of Green Star has been clarified, but the specific details have not been clarified yet. These all need Hiffing to plan. But the most important thing at present is to draw the drawings first, and then implement the construction bit by bit. Hiffing's focus is on urban construction. The future of Green Star is a tourist planet. In addition to the planting land that has just been developed as a feature, there must be enough eye-catching places. You can't let people spend money to travel just to see all kinds of vegetables, right? Even if it's to see vegetables, people are eager to see them. But such a big planet can't rely on planting land alone. Not all areas are suitable for planting. Hiffing wants to start with the architectural style. But he was not satisfied with the drawings he drew several times. Hiffing turned off the drawing software in frustration and left the room. Outside the house, Wei Guoyang was drying the vegetable seeds that had just been harvested. The potato vermicelli and rice noodles had been dried and put away, and the vegetable seeds were drying under the eaves. "Boss, are these vegetable seeds?" Hiffing saw them for the first time, and asked curiously with a handful at random. "These are lettuce seeds. Seeds are sorted when harvested, and the same applies to drying, so that they can be easily distinguished when sown." "So lettuce seeds are like this? How is your drawing going?" Wei Guoyang tied a bundle and asked casually. After walking around the topography of Green Star, Hiffing said he would retreat to draw drawings, and he didn't come out for several days. "I always feel that what I drew is very different from the future plan of Green Star. I want to draw better, but..." Hiffing scratched his messy hair and expressed his thoughts. Before the beast tide, the living area of Green Star accounted for half of the planet's area. After the beast tide, the forest was almost destroyed, and the city was also destroyed. Most of the previous buildings are ruins, and the small part that is intact is also dilapidated. Hiffing plans to rebuild. He borrowed Wei Ning's method of building a plantation, and built a central square in the center of the city. Then, with the square as the center, for cities are divided into the southeast, northwest, and northeast to create 4 different urban areas. For districts with different characteristics will be built with the themes of business, food, accommodation, and entertainment. This is the general framework he has thought of so far, and he has no idea about the more detailed drawings. The main reason is that he does not want to continue to use the current traditional Interstellar architectural style, and wants to change to a completely new style. It is not so easy to innovate. He drew a lot of pictures, but none of them satisfied him. "Your idea is good." Wei Guoyang also thought it was good, and the idea was very novel. "It's just that there is too little information to find. It is said that in the ancient Earth era, there was a kind of building called Sihiyuan, and in the more distant era, there were pavilions and towers. Unfortunately, there is too little information handed down." Hiffing has heard his grandfather talk about it more than once. It is said that before the catastrophe, although humans only lived on their home planet Earth and their technology was very backward, their living environment was very beautiful, and their food, clothing, housing and transportation were full of diversity, far from the current interstellar world with scarce food varieties. Every time Hiffing heard his grandfather talk about it, he could see a yearning look on his grandfather's face. When he was a child, he didn't understand why their lives were so bad now. He thought so before coming to Green Star, but after seeing the vegetables on Green Star and eating the delicacies made by Wei Ning, he finally understood why his grandfather yearned for it. If you can live in an era with green trees, birds singing and flowers blooming, and rich and diverse delicacies, what does it matter if life is short? Such buildings only exist in the long river of history. Wei Guoyang sighed. Even he had only heard a few words from others. What buildings are in the long river of history? Yi Ling followed the robot to deliver another vegetable seed back, and asked curiously, "Boss lady." Hiffing took the seeds from Yi Ling, and briefly explained his thoughts. If anyone has such information, it would be the old scholars who study history. What Yi Ling didn't say was that even if there was information, it would be kept as a treasure. It would be difficult to take a look. Old scholars may not have it either, Hiffing muttered in his heart. The former president of the Federal University studied history, but his family didn't have any books on architecture. In other words, after the disaster, there were almost no books left and well preserved. It was difficult to survive at that time, so how could there be energy to collect books that were useless to people at that time? The books that exist today were picked up after the disaster, when human life slowly got back on track, but many books have been destroyed in time, and very few are left. Humans lost some of them during migration, and after thousands of years, even if they were carefully maintained, the paper would have rotted. Even if humans later invented special paper that is fireproof, waterproof and erosion resistant, and retranscribed the information, not much would have been preserved, otherwise there would not have been a cultural gap. Since there is no reference, You can imagine it boldly and draw a rough outline first. Then we can see how to change it. Everything is difficult at the beginning. If you can take the first step, the rest will be easy. Wei Guoyan comforted him. At the beginning, he gave up the prosperity of the capital star and came to the desolate green star. From nothing to the small achievements now, he walked step by step. At that time, he never thought that there would be today's situation. Are you at a meeting? Wei Dong came back and saw the three people gathered together, and couldn't help asking. Later, Wei Ning also came back with a bundle of seeds. Except for half an acre of garlic, all the other vegetables in the field had been harvested, and were waiting to be dried before being sown again. We are talking about urban construction. Hiffing replied. Oh! Wei Dong lost interest when he heard that it was about urban reconstruction. He didn't know much about it, and couldn't give any good suggestions. He didn't think there was anything to say. Anyway, it had to be rebuilt. Just tear it down and rebuild it. Have you finished drawing the plan? Wei Ning put down his things and asked while sitting aside. Hiffing wants to build a courtyard, pavilions and towers. Before Hiffing could answer, Wei Guoyan spoke first. Sihiyuan? Wei Ning was quite surprised. As far as she knew, buildings like Sihiyuan did not exist in the interstellar space. She did not expect that Hiffing was quite amazing and could actually think of Sihiyuan. I also heard about it from the teacher, but the teacher did not explain it in detail, and the drawings I drew always felt weird. Hiffing explained embarrassedly. It's not impossible. Why didn't I think of building a planet similar to the Earth? Wei Ning suddenly had an idea and thought that this idea was very good. The interstellar space was full of high-tech prosperity, but she still preferred the slow-paced life full of fireworks. This kind of life made her feel at ease. Can I see your drawings? Wei Ning thought about it and asked. It's a pity that she did not take professional painting courses, otherwise she could draw the buildings she had seen. Sure. Hiffing did not expect Wei Ning to ask this, so he quickly turned on the optical computer, found the drawing software, and opened the drawings he had drawn. This software is a bit like an infrastructure game. Users can build their own ideas according to their own thoughts. The final product will automatically generate a virtual state, which looks the same as the real one. However, Hiffing didn't know much about Sihiyuan. The picture he drew didn't look like a Sihiyuan. It looked a bit like a small rural villa, and it also had the style of interstellar architecture. The combination looked particularly strange. Since it is a Sihiyuan, it should be surrounded by houses and gates on three sides to form a yard, right? Wei Ning looked for a long time before pretending to say what he understood the Sihiyuan to look like. Hiffing's drawing is a series of small villas connected together, a bit like the villa community in the previous life, and the villas are more than 10 stories high. Wei Ning can't draw a three-dimensional design of a courtyard house, and she has never used this software. She can only roughly describe the appearance of the courtyard house she has seen, and she can't say it very directly, otherwise how should she answer when people ask her how she knows it? It should be like a mobile house, with several houses surrounding a mouth, and some trees planted in the middle, a table, and a few stools, so you can sit here in your spare time. Hiffing quickly reconstructed it when Wei Ning talked about it, and when Wei Ning finished speaking, his drawing was also constructed. This? Hiffing looked at the redrawn picture, his fingers trembled slightly, and he couldn't believe it. It was completely different from what he had drawn before. The moment he saw the picture, an idea came to his mind. This is the building he wanted. Black roof, white walls, surrounded by a small house. Several identical houses surrounded by three sides to form a small courtyard. One side is a wall and gate, and there is an open space in the middle. There is a little green under the eaves, and next to it is a stone table for 4 people, with a plate of red fruits on the stone table. Wei Ning looked at the courtyard that was already 80% similar, and couldn't help but sigh that the combination of professionals and high technology is different. She thought of the largest courtyard building complex, Kyoto, and couldn't help but mention it. You could also build countless small courtyards like this, one inside another, to build a particularly large courtyard, where you can plant trees, build rockery, dig canals, and build lakes. As long as you want, you can build it in any way. How do you think of so many things? Wei Dong was the first to shout. Why did he feel that this was so different from the sister in his memory? Hiffing also had this doubt, but it was hard to say it out loud, so Wei Dong asked for him. Chapter 44. Wei Ning froze for a moment, saying that he was too excited and forgot about his character setting. The original owner didn't understand this. Wei Ning rolled his eyes, coughed, and then spoke. He didn't mention this. Pointing at Hiffing, he continued, Isn't this easy to think of? Sihiyuan, it must be 4 sides combined to form a courtyard. As for planting trees, building rockeries, and building lakes. It's purely my own imagination. Although I can't draw, I am full of fantasies about Green Star in my heart. This will be our home in the future. I want to transform my own home, right? Then can't I make it more beautiful? My own home is not what I want. You are making a fuss and not allowing me to have a good imagination. You can't think of it yourself and blame me? Wei Ning's conversation made Wei Dong dare not ask again. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to make sense. Green Star is theirs now, and they can build it however they want. But there is always a voice in his heart that refutes that it is not the case, but he can't explain it clearly. That's right. Don't make a fuss if your brain isn't working well. Wei Guoyang glared at him. Even if you have an idea in your mind, don't shout it out loud, and don't ask when they are alone. He looked at Hiffing again, and saw that he didn't doubt it anymore. Instead, he started to use the optical brain to construct a map according to what Wei Ning said. Wei Ning watched from the side, and Hiffing occasionally asked a few questions. The two of them talked happily. He breathed a sigh of relief. His daughter was indeed very different after awakening, but he was sure that his daughter was still her. Even the mole on the palm of her hand was exactly the same. Even though there were differences, Wei Guoyang repeatedly emphasized that it was the sequelae of awakening. Despite this, he still hoped that as few people as possible would know about his daughter's uniqueness. He secretly made a note in his heart that it would be better not to let them be alone unless necessary. Wei Guoyang sighed, feeling extremely depressed, and his hands moved more vigorously, attracting everyone's attention. When the seeds were all packed, Hiffing and Wei Ning had almost finished chatting. In a short period of time, Hiffing really looked at Wei Ning with new eyes. He always thought that Wei Ning was very good at cooking and planting, but he didn't expect that she also had a great talent in construction. Just listening to what she said, he had already drawn a picture, except for the details. If Wei Ning knew what Hiffing thought of her, she would just want to laugh twice. She didn't have any talent for construction. She just watched too many movies and TV dramas and said it to fool him. If it were in her previous life, she would not be able to say these words in front of the designer, as they were completely fabricated. A more powerful person would probably doubt her. Fortunately, Hiffing was not very experienced in the world, and all he wanted was to draw well, build well, and work hard to build Green Star better. In this way, Hiffing began to retreat again. The Wei family started to get busy again. Because the potatoes have sprouted, they can be planted. Previously, all the potatoes were placed in the shed for germination, and Yiling went to check on them almost every day. It would be a lie to say that she was not worried. Since coming to Green Star, all the seeds were planted by Wei Ning alone, and they basically did not contribute anything. If there was, it was just to help out. If it weren't for Wei Ning's ability, the seeds might not have sprouted at all. This batch of potatoes can be said to be completely handled by Yiling. Whether it was the method of germination or the water used to dilute the nutrient solution, it was all decided by her. So when she saw the potatoes without any movement every day, she felt indescribable disappointment. After a few days, she was ready to give up and let Wei Ning use his ability to germinate. As a result, she actually saw a tiny white bud, and she was so excited that she almost cried out. Fearing that she had made a mistake, Yiling carefully searched the shed again and found that the potatoes that had no movement yesterday really had a lot of tender buds. At that moment, she was so excited that she almost cried. These potatoes can sprout, which means that her method is correct. She can also make potatoes sprout. And potatoes are not mutant plants, they can be planted in large quantities, which is really good news. At that moment, Yiling ran to tell Wei Guoyang. When Wei Guoyang heard that the potatoes had sprouted, he also ran over excitedly to see. The couple looked so excited. Wei Ning, who was walking behind, couldn't bear to look directly. Wei Ning had known that potatoes would sprout a long time ago. Although she had never planted them, had she not eaten pork but seen pigs run? In her previous life, potatoes were everywhere. From childhood to adulthood, I ate a lot in the school cafeteria, and later I bought them when I started working. If you don't eat them for a long time, the sprouts will grow very long. Once she used a flower pot to plant a sprouted potato, although it died later. This is also the reason why she wants to expand potato planting. Not only is it high yielding, it is also very filling, which is most suitable for the cafeteria of large troops. Wei Ning dug one out and checked the sprouts, and found that there were quite a few sprouts. She walked around again, dug one out at a distance, and the situation was mostly the same. She also used her supernatural power to feel the vitality of the potatoes, which was quite strong. It seems that without her supernatural power, there will be no problem with this batch of potatoes. Let's plant it in 2 days, and water it again later. After checking, Wei Ning said to Yi Ling and Wei Guoyang, "Some sprouts are still small, and it is easier to grow in 2 days." "Okay, I listen to you." Wei Guoyang nodded in agreement. In terms of planting, they unconditionally believe in their daughter. As long as she says, it will never go wrong to do it. Fortunately, they have prepared the planting site long ago, and they only need to plant it when the time comes. Hundreds of kilograms of potatoes, if each sprout is counted as one plant, can be cut into pieces, and many acres of land can be planted. Yi Ling prepared a disinfectant some time ago. This kind of medicine does not require mental power to be prepared, but only needs a suitable ratio to be prepared, in order to sterilize the soil before planting. This was also mentioned by Wei Ning by chance. At that time, when sowing, Wei Ning thought of her grandmother, who would sprinkle a layer of plant ash on the seeds every time she sowed them, saying that it was for disinfection, sterilization, warmth and fertilization. In short, it was a must-have for farmers to grow vegetables. Yi Ling didn't know what plant ash was, but she heard the words disinfection and sterilization clearly, so she prepared this fungicide. It just happened to be used to try the effect, and Wei Ning also thought it was good. There was no plant ash, so the fungicide was used instead. Besides, Yi Ling said that she was not allowed to use her supernatural power to plant this batch of potatoes. After the potatoes were cut into pieces, the cut was not wrapped with plant ash, which was easy to be infected with bacteria. After the soil was sterilized, it would be much better. At that moment, Yi Ling directed Wei Guoyang to sprinkle this fungicide on the planting land where potatoes were to be planted. Fearing that there would not be enough land for planting, Wei Guoyang prepared 30 mu of land. The land where vegetables were planted before was now much softer. The land prepared later was newly reclaimed. Not only was the soil hard, but there were also many stones. In order for the potatoes to grow better, the robot had to water it once a day, turn the land every day, and break the soil into small pieces. The stones were also picked up and thrown away one by one. This is a big project. Now there are nearly 10,000 mu of land reclaimed. Not only the robots have to break the soil every day, but even the Wei family has to do it sometimes. Robots also have a service life. At present, they do not have extra funds to buy new robots, so this batch of robots must be used sparingly. Fortunately, only the land that needs to be planted needs to be treated in this way. The rest will have to wait until there are new seeds before continuing. For 30 mu of land, it is necessary to ensure that every corner is watered with fungicide. Several robots carefully go back and forth twice. Yi Ling specially checked again to confirm that everything has been watered before it is considered passed. It is just right to leave it for 2 days. Chapter 45. When the day came to plant potatoes, all the Wei family members got up early in the morning. When they got the potatoes out of the shed, Wei Ning discovered a new problem. The potatoes had to be cut into pieces for planting, but now the germination was done as a whole, and the whole potato was covered with buds, which made it very inconvenient to cut. Wei Ning slapped her forehead in annoyance. How could she have forgotten this? When she planted them before, there were only more than 20 potatoes, and they were germinated with supernatural powers, so she didn't have this worry at all. Now, looking at the hundreds of kilograms of potatoes in the shed, Wei Ning was dumbfounded. What should she do? Obviously, Yi Ling also discovered this problem and stopped moving. This doesn't seem to be easy to cut? How should we plant it now? Wei Dong was just a tool man, and he did everything according to instructions. He thought it was easy to plant the whole potato. You have to cut it open, plant one plant for each bud, with the bud facing up, and be careful not to knock off the buds. Isn't that how you plant it? Wei Dong looked at the potatoes with buds, and then looked at Wei Ning. I planted them all cut open before. Although you can plant them whole, it would be a waste of seeds and affect the yield. We will change it next time when we germinate them. We all have no experience, and we have figured it out slowly. What do you think? Wei Guoyang couldn't stand it anymore and said, No, how dare I? Wei Dong didn't dare to ask any more questions, and stood aside honestly. It's not easy to cut potatoes into pieces. If there were no buds, it would be simple. Just cut a piece for each bud. Now that they have sprouted, it's not easy to cut them. To ensure that the buds are not knocked off, you have to test your knife skills. But this was very simple for Wei Dong. After listening to the request, he picked up a potato, threw it up, released his mental power, and quickly slashed with his knife. Swish. After a few strokes, the potato was cut into several pieces when it fell into the air, and there was a sprout on each piece. When the potato was about to fall to the ground, he used this mental power to wrap the falling potato, which was cushioned, and the falling potato was not damaged at all. Wei Guoyang saw that he had done one so neatly, while they were still struggling with how to cut, so he simply waved his hand and handed the job to Wei Dong. Wei Dong was dumbfounded. He just wanted to show off his skills, but how did it become his job in the blink of an eye? Brother, I think you did a good job too. Wei Ning put down the knife and patted his shoulder. Yi Ling and Wei Guoyang had already walked into the shed and started to pick up the potatoes. Wei Ning also went to help after he finished speaking. Carefully remove the thin layer of soil on the potatoes, then dig out the potatoes that have grown some roots and carefully put them in the basket. These frames were specially made when Wei Guoyang and Wei Dong went to Kaiyang Star last time. Many things in the Interstellar are placed in special containers. It is easier to buy pots and pans like Wei Ning, but frames have to be custom made. In fact, Wei Ning is still used to using bamboo baskets and plastic baskets from her previous life, especially baskets for vegetables. She is still not used to it. She always uses basins to put vegetables after washing them. If there is bamboo, she must study how to make bamboo baskets like this. Wei Ning took out the potatoes in the frame and asked Wei Dong to cut them into pieces. These jobs are delicate, and Yi Ling does not intend to let robots do them. She will feel distressed for a long time if a bud falls off. There was no other way, so he had to do it himself. When Wei Dong received Chen Haojia's call, he was already numb from cutting potatoes. When Chen Haojia called Wei Dong, their starship was almost approaching Green Star. Seeing Chen Haojia's face on the screen, which couldn't hide his smile, Wei Dong's face became even uglier. He was working hard to cut potatoes here, but this guy was so idle. Dongzi, we can be together again soon. Chen Haojia shouted happily without seeing Wei Dong's actions. He wanted to eat all kinds of delicacies made by Wei Ning, even if they were made in the canteen of the garrison, but he always felt that the taste was not right when he ate it. It was not that it was not delicious, but he just couldn't tell. Wei Dong put down the knife and looked at Chen Haojia. Only then did he realize that the background wall behind him was not the dormitory of the garrison, thinking of what he had mentioned to his father before. He asked, "Are you on the starship?" "Yes, the boss and Colonel Landy and I are all here, and we will be able to land on Green Star soon." Chen Haojia did not hide it. Wei Dong was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect the Corps to attach so much importance to it that they actually sent Chris and Randy. It was understandable that they came last time, but why did they come together again this time? Are the vegetables from their Green Star really worth sending so many people here in such a big way? Wei Dong couldn't figure it out, and wanted to ask Chen Haojia if he knew, but the communication was suddenly hung up. Just then, Wei Guoyang came out with a basket of dug potatoes, and Wei Dong told him about the Fourth Corps. After listening, Wei Guoyang pondered for a while and guessed, it's not the vegetables that are important, but the land that can grow vegetables. Maybe there are people who can grow vegetables, but Wei Guoyang didn't say this. What's wrong with the land? Wei Dong didn't quite understand. Wei Guoyang wanted to hit him. He said it so clearly, but this kid didn't understand. There's no problem with the land, but there's a problem with the people, otherwise vegetables can't be grown so easily, and they are different from the common ones. The Corps has a problem if they don't suspect it. It's good that they are here. Wei Guoyang didn't answer him, and talked about something else instead. When they come and install the protective shield, I will feel relieved. I have been feeling uneasy for some reason these days, and I always feel that something is going to happen. What could happen? Could it be that mutant beasts are attacking? Wei Dong didn't care much. The mutant beasts were captured in several waves, and there were almost no mutant beasts left nearby, unless those mutant beasts on the other side of the planet came over. But those mutant beasts couldn't have come across half the planet just for their vegetables, right? I hope I'm overthinking. Wei Guoyang thought about it, and felt that it was unlikely. In addition, the people from the Legion had already arrived, so he didn't feel anything to worry about, so he simply let it go. Chapter 46. It was several hours later when Wei Ning met Chris, Randy and Chen Haojia. Chen Haojia followed Chris and Randy, and greeted the Wei family as usual. Chris was still silent, and simply nodded as a greeting. Randy smiled gently, and said a few words to everyone. Wei Ning felt that he was much more excited than the last time he came. How could Randy not be excited? The vegetables that can treat mental turmoil are grown by the family in front of him. Now Jace has not determined whether it is the soil or the planting method, so they account for half of the factors. It is only beneficial for the Legion to be able to make friends with them. In fact, this matter is thanks to Chen Haojia. If he hadn't made friends with Wei Dong, perhaps the Wei family would not necessarily look for their Legion. Even though Randy looked easygoing, Wei Guoyang was still a little scared when he saw Chris's face. Chris just sat there without saying anything, and his expression was quite serious. There were few people in the Legion who were not afraid of him. It was not that Randy did not notice it, but he could not stay on Green Star for long. When he returned, this place would still be handed over to Chris. So he really could not be bypassed. Chris looked serious, just like he was in the base. Randy stepped on him calmly, and signaled him with his eyes not to be so serious. This was not the base. Why was he so serious? Chris glanced at the light shoe prints on his military boots and ignored him. Diplomacy was not something he was good at, but he had to be dragged here, saying that it would be easier to get along with him after more contact. Chris knew what kind of temper he had. He went to the battlefield to kill star beasts and train soldiers without saying a word. He was the most impatient when talking about business with people. He was very annoyed when they said something in a roundabout way. He was very annoyed when he heard it. He had already decided that when Randy returned, Shinha would be in charge of dealing with the Wei family. Randy saw him like this and said nothing more. He turned to talk to Wei Guoyang about the garrison. Randy had selfish motives when he came this time. He still took what Jess said before to heart. Therefore, when selecting people, he gave very harsh conditions. The first and most important one was absolute loyalty to the 4th Legion, and the second one was to talk a lot but keep a tight mouth. He wanted these soldiers to get along harmoniously and happily with the Wei family. If possible, he hoped to learn some planting techniques. Even though he despised Jess at that time, after seeing the result, he only thought about having more vegetables like this. In this way, the lives of their soldiers on the battlefield would be more protected. There are a total of 230 soldiers stationed this time. We have brought a lot of things. We will first repair the spaceport and signal base station, and we will also send people to patrol the planting area. If you need it, we will try our best to send people to help. Most of the time, we will not cause trouble to your life. Landy explained his arrangements in detail. Except for not interfering too much in the planting area, other aspects are basically contracted by the Legion. To be honest, Wei Ning was quite reluctant, and felt like he was being monitored. But Wei Guoyang and Yiling both thought it was good. With the Legion soldiers here, they would feel more at ease. Wei Ning had some thoughts in his mind, but it was hard to say them out. After all, Landy said that they would try to stay away from here, and would not come unless necessary. It has come to this point, and if she makes another request, it will be too much. The next day, all of Wei Ning's reluctance turned into, it would be best to send someone to live near their home. Yesterday, they only planted more than 100 kilograms of potatoes in one day, and the rest needs to be planted. Randy kept his word and left after talking yesterday. Shinha stayed shamelessly, saying that he wanted to help. At first, Randy disagreed. After all, Shinha stayed just after he finished speaking. Isn't this a slap in the face? Just when he was about to order him to go back quickly, Weidong asked him to stay. Weidong thought simply, since Haozi wanted to help, that's good. It's just right that more people help cut potatoes, he can also relax. Randy originally had this plan, although he couldn't expect Shinha to help, but this was also a good start. In the future, he can ask those soldiers to come and help more. There will always be a few smart ones. In this way, Shinha stayed as he wished. Weidong was not polite to him at all, and got up early to work. Shinha thought he would be greeted with a delicious breakfast, but he was greeted with a bottle of nutrient solution and a small knife. Holding the knife, Shinha followed Weidong to the outside of the shed, with a confused look on his face. Wei Guoyang, Yiling, and Wei Ning were already busy. After just one night, the potato sprouts grew a lot more. Wei Ning regretted it. If he had known, he would have planted them earlier. At that time, the sprouts were only a little big, but he didn't expect them to grow so fast. They became village heads in 3 days. They had to be planted quickly. This was the first time Shinha saw Wei Ning and others planting things. He was still very curious and eager to try it. Wei Dong ruthlessly refused and asked him to take a knife and cut potatoes, like himself. He couldn't plant it, but seeing Wei Dong cutting it like this, he also thought it was interesting, so he took a knife to cut it. Shinha had a high level of mental power, and was very good at controlling his mental power. He cut it very quickly, and finished a basket in a short time. Wei Dong couldn't cut it all by himself yesterday, and today it was not enough for Shinha to cut. He was like a child who got a new toy, playing happily, and sometimes he could cut 2 potatoes at the same time. Seeing him like this, Wei Dong simply went into the shed to help. At noon, Chris and Randy came again. There were others who came with them, and 2 young soldiers each escorted one person. At that time, Wei Ning and the others happened to be resting in the middle of the journey. Seeing Chris and Randy coming, Wei Guoyang thought the protective shield was installed. Yesterday, Randy said that today he would arrange for people to choose positions, and then start to build base stations and install protective shields. We also need to build a simple station, which may be very busy. If they need help, they should tell him in advance. Seeing them coming at this time, Wei Guoyang was still worried, especially the two behind who were being pressed by the soldiers, which was not normal at first glance. Sure enough, Randy came and explained his purpose directly. They met these two people on the other side. At that time, the two were attacked by mutant beasts. Our people killed the mutant beasts, and were about to ask who they were, but the two ran away first. Seeing this, our people caught them first. We came here to ask, do you know them? After Randy finished speaking, he took 2 steps to the side, revealing the people being held behind. They were 2 completely unfamiliar faces, and Wei Guoyang was sure that he didn't know them. He shook his head and looked at Weidong again. Weidong didn't know them either, so he shook his head. Seeing that they didn't know them, Randy waved his hand and asked the 2 soldiers to take the people away. I suspect they were hired by someone to check the situation. Randy expressed his suspicion. It's just that the 2 were unlucky. The landing point was on the other side of the planet. They couldn't find the place, and they encountered mutant beasts. In the end, they were captured by their people. Wei Guoyang's face changed. Who would hire someone to come? This is just my guess. I will interrogate them carefully when I go back. I will inform you of the results. You should also try to think about whether there are any suspicious candidates. Randy and Chris came and left, completely unaware. They were so shocked by his words that they couldn't concentrate on their work. Chapter 47. Being preoccupied with things, the pace slowed down in the afternoon. But no one noticed, or knew but was not in the mood to bring it up. However, with Shinhajia's help today, we harvested 100 kilograms more than yesterday. If we hadn't been so careless later, we might have harvested more. But now we were all thinking about things, so we finished work early. Shinhajia saw that everyone was in a hurry, so he went back after packing up. They landed near the spaceport yesterday. This place is not far from the Wei family, only half an hour away. Shinhajia drove the mecha back directly. Landy chose this place as the base, mainly because it is close to the Wei family and the spaceport, and the terrain here is relatively flat, which is conducive to their construction projects. However, in just one day, the base has taken shape. They brought a lot of materials, and Landy had considered the situation here early, so he brought everything he could. The main thing is to build the dormitory first, and then slowly add other things later. Among the people that came, there are many engineers and many people in logistics support. Just building a house that can accommodate more than 200 people is easy as long as there are enough materials. After all, this era is not an era that relies on manpower. There are robots and various engineering vehicles, which only require technical personnel to operate. Before the base is built, they temporarily live in the starship. This time, a large starship came, which is particularly large, including rest areas, living areas, training areas, experimental areas, entertainment areas. It can be said to be a mobile town. Shinhajia got on the starship, asked where Chris was, and went straight there. Just after arriving at the interrogation room, Shinhajia hadn't found anyone yet, and one of the doors opened. The person who came out was exactly what he was looking for. Chris wiped off the blood that had splashed on the back of his hand at some point, and walked out with a murderous look on his face. "Boss," Shinhajia called him. Chris glanced at the young man in front of him, without saying anything, and the door behind him opened again, and Randy walked out. "Why are you here?" Randy was quite surprised to see him. "Colonel, what's wrong?" Shinhajia didn't explain, and asked anxiously. "TSK, he's just a person who can't be on the stage." Randy sneered. Those two were just 2 minions, very timid, and Chris made a few random moves, and they were scared and confessed everything. "Are you going over there?" Randy didn't say anything more, and asked him. "That place refers to the Wei family. Didn't the colonel disagree with me going?" Shinhajia was a little confused. Yesterday he said he wanted to stay, and he refused to let him go. Today he asked him if he wanted to go. What was going on? Randy was so angry at him. Couldn't he show the same attitude as yesterday and go no matter what? Seeing that he was so rude, Randy didn't want to bother with him anymore and left on his own. After Randy left, Wei Guoyang spent the afternoon absent-mindedly in the living room, as if he was waiting for someone, looking out the door frequently. Until Randy appeared in his sight, Wei Guoyang came out eagerly. "Colonel Lon." "Boss Wei, do you know the Li family?" Randy got straight to the point as soon as he came in. "The Li family? Which one?" Wei Guoyang didn't react for a moment. That's what those two told me. Seeing him like this, Randy also knew what was going on, and put the confessions of the two people in front of him. Wei Guoyang picked it up and read it quickly. It took only 2 minutes to finish reading it. It turned out that the two people were commissioned by the Li family of Kaiyang Star. Since he and Wei Dong had contact with Pang Ruiwen, someone from the Li family followed them, but they were far away, and Wei Dong did not notice. Later, when they came back, the Li family sent someone to follow them again, but something happened on the way. They failed to catch up, and did not find the specific address, so they went back again. One of the two was called Lao Lu, who was smart and wanted to show off. He estimated the approximate location based on the direction Wei Dong left, and the speed of the spacecraft. It was also considered that they were lucky, and actually found Green Star. But their luck was not good. The landing direction was on the other side of the planet. Originally, Lao Lu's companions wanted to give up. After all, Green Star had been abandoned for many years, and the residents had left. No one would grow vegetables on a deserted planet. But Lao Lu insisted. He knew the importance of vegetables. If they could really find them, they would be valued by their superiors, and their lives would change. He wanted to live a rich life, and this was his only chance at the moment, so he had to seize it. Lao Lu insisted, but his companion didn't want to follow him. The two of them kept arguing, and accidentally hit the control button of the spacecraft, forcing the spacecraft to dock. It wasn't until the spacecraft kept shaking that the two realized that now was not the time to quarrel. They docked near the wild bull's nest, and were attacked. The spacecraft had no defense device, and the two were attacked by the wild bull. The spacecraft was about to fall apart, and their lives were about to be lost. Without the time to complain, he abandoned the spaceship and ran away. He was chased by the barbarian bull all the way, and happened to meet the warrior sent by Landy to explore the way. They didn't see the two sneaking around, and they knew that the Green Star had an owner, so they caught them back. At first, the two pretended that they were stranded here accidentally, and shouted and cried for injustice. Chris frightened them lightly, and they confessed everything. Landy not only asked who ordered them, but also found out the background of that person. The information given to Wei Guoyang included the information of the person behind the scenes, Li Yao, the head of the Li family. After reading it, Wei Guoyang also knew what was going on. When he was in Kaiyang Star, he heard Pang Ruiwen mention the Li family, and he also knew the bet between Pang Bo and Li Ai. Now seeing the information of the Li family, he also knew why the Li family wanted to find them. The Li family is a subsidiary family of a certain planting family on the animal husbandry star, and has accumulated a lot of family business relying on the name of the main family. But in this generation, the head of the family, Li Yao, only had one son, and he doted on him as much as he wanted. His wife was a branch of the main family, and she was even more dissatisfied with everyone. A few years ago, the little bully accidentally offended a powerful person, and even the main family had to curry favor with him. The final result was that they were abandoned, and Li Ai was almost crippled. The Li family also moved from my star to Kaiyang Star. Did Li Yao want to take this opportunity to go back? Kaiyang Star is not as good as my star after all. Li Yao originally thought that this matter would be easily handled. When he was on my star, someone would do it for him as long as he gave an order. But this is not my, and no one will help him for the sake of the family. He was also used to his previous life. Even after a few years, he still didn't realize his situation, and was still thinking about the previous glory. This is not kicking the iron plate. Wei Guoyang didn't expect that someone would notice them so soon. He thought that they would not be noticed on this remote planet. He also underestimated the impact of the birth of vegetables on the planting families. He should be thankful that Green Star is located in a remote area, and the online store took the products off the shelves early, otherwise they would have been dug out long ago. Chapter 48. Since it is related to the family, let's leave it to you to handle. Wei Guoyang pushed the information back, and looked at Randy very seriously. I believe Colonel Lon will handle it. Randy stretched out his hand to adjust the non-existent wrinkles on his sleeves, and smiled. Of course. Wei Guoyang also knew why Randy came here. When he knew how many people the 4th Legion sent here, he had this idea in his mind. Now, he just wanted a word. Forget it, when he decided to ask the 4th Legion for help, he should have thought that this day would come. It just came earlier than he thought. In the future, the safety of Green Star will be handed over to the Legion. I will not ask about it, nor will I interfere with the Legion's decision. Randy came here for this sentence, otherwise he would not need to come in person for such a small matter. Since Wei Guoyang was so straightforward, he was also direct. We will not interfere in your affairs, but we will be more strict about personnel exchanges. Once the protective shield is installed, We will arrange to repair the spaceport and resume the route as soon as possible. That's great. The planner I hired is already drawing the blueprint. When the construction starts, the transportation of materials will be convenient. Wei Guoliang was very happy. Once Hiffing's blueprint is finished, he will prepare to order materials. When the spaceport can resume operation, it will be much more convenient for starships to travel. A trace of surprise flashed in Randy's eyes. He didn't expect that the Wei family would start urban construction so quickly, and even found a planner. If Boss Wei trusts our legion, use our people to build the personnel here. Randy glanced at Wei Guoliang, who didn't respond, and added, in this way, we can also control the flow of people. We just need to treat them as employees. Wei Guoliang felt that he had heard wrong, or that Colonel Lon had said something wrong. Letting soldiers to build the city, isn't that stupid? Randy, who was misunderstood as stupid, in this way, he can arrange more people to come, and it would be best if they can provide food. Colonel Lon, isn't this inappropriate? Wei Guoliang asked in a low voice. The people we brought this time are all good at multiple technologies. Now they are also building our own base. Boss Wei can go to visit it. Randy tried hard to sell. Wei Guoliang. Who can tell him how this colonel has become like this after not seeing him for a while? Then it depends on the planner. After all, I don't know these very well. Wei Guoliang didn't dare to refuse, and kicked the ball to Hiffing. Hiffing was caught in the crossfire. I make a proposal to that person later. Landy also knew that he couldn't push too hard, so he said goodbye. Dad, is he trying to control us? Wei Ning came out of the room only after Landy left, and confirmed that he would not come back. She didn't understand why Landy did this. In addition to not restricting their freedom, he almost controlled everything. It's understandable that he wants to do this. Since the Li family has noticed us, sooner or later, our situation will be discovered. When the construction is done, it will take a lot of people, and we can't be sure that there are no people who want to get information among these people. Wei Guoliang sighed. Although interstellar technology is advanced, many of them have been mechanized. But there are still many positions that need human operation, not to mention that he does not have so much funds to realize all mechanization. Forget it, just treat it as hiring different employees. Wei Ning comforted herself. Who made them weak and need protection? She should order more vegetables. When interstellar vegetables are rampant, no one will pay so much attention to them. This is all because of the lack of vegetables. Dad, why don't we ask them to help us plant all the potatoes tomorrow? Wei Ning suddenly proposed. Since Randy said that if there is anything she needs help with, why should she be polite? If this batch of potatoes is not planted quickly, it will take a few days for them to plant, and the leaves will grow by then, which will affect the yield. They are busy too? Wei Guoliang glared at her. She asked the soldiers who went to the battlefield to kill star beasts to plant potatoes for them. Wei Ning pouted unhappily, then. There are so many people, just select a few, look at Shinhajia's speed, a few more people, it will be done in 2 days. Okay, go and rest quickly. Wei Guoliang was afraid that she would really do it, so he urged her to rest quickly. Wei Ning hummed and reluctantly returned to her room, planning to have a good discussion with her elder brother later. A few minutes later, Wei Dong received a message from Wei Ning listing a list of reasons, and attached a sentence, I treat you later. Wei Dong read it, thought about it, and thought it was feasible, so he sent these screenshots to Shinhaojia. Shinhaojia, who was about to rest, received the message, but didn't read it carefully, and his attention was all on the sentence, I treat you later. Then he told his roommate about it. Ordinary soldiers live together in pairs. Shinhaojia's roommate is also a member of the guard team. He is much older than him, and has a darker complexion. His teammates call him Heisey. Brother Hey, do you have a mission tomorrow? No, I'm planning to go for a walk. Heisey glanced at the optical brain before answering. The environment of Green Star is special. They are now mainly building a base, and exploring suitable locations for installing base stations. Except for those who are going to build a base, Landy divided the rest into several teams, and took turns to go out. It just so happened that Heisey was not on duty tomorrow. Go to the planting area to help tomorrow, are you going? The colonel said we can't go there. As soon as he arrived, Landy strictly ordered that no one was allowed to disturb the Wei family without reason, and those who violated the order would be punished. Don't worry, the colonel won't tell. Shinhaojia patted his chest to guarantee, and mysteriously said there was a surprise. Originally, Heisey planned to go around, but now, he was attracted by his words, and agreed straightforwardly. It was just right. He could also take the opportunity to see what the place that the commander paid so much attention to looked like. Seeing that he agreed, Shinhaojia ran out again. About half an hour later, he came back humming a song. The next day, Wei Ning saw 6 young men with tall and firm eyes, including Shinha. Should be, right? According to the standard that the average age of the Interstellar is over 150 years old, those under 100 years old are all young people. Those who can be selected are all very capable, and they learn very quickly. They don't even need Wei Ning to teach them. Shinha has already taught them. There are a few more laborers, and they are still capable. The remaining potatoes were all planted in one day. Yiling likes these people very much. At first, she was a little restrained, but after working and chatting every day, her favorability rose sharply. When work was over, she warmly invited them to come for dinner tomorrow. Wei Ning was originally going to treat them to dinner, and he didn't stop him, just asked them to come tomorrow night. There was not enough food at home, so Wei Ning asked Wei Dong and Shinha to catch some mutant beasts tomorrow morning. She was becoming more and more adept at ordering Shinha, the self-proclaimed elder brother, around. Chapter 49. Not long after returning home, Shinha came again without waiting for the next day. He brought the mutant beasts that the exploration team had captured today. 3 mad pigs, 3 mutant cuckoo chickens, and 2 wild bulls. Are you going to raid the mutant beast's lair? Weidong looked at the mutant beasts piled together in surprise. Hey, we just happened to run into that one. We heard that the mutant beast meat here is delicious, so we just caught it. The little soldier who came with him scratched his hair embarrassedly, and smiled very honestly. In fact, he heard that there was a chef here who made mutant beast meat that was even more delicious than the one in their army canteen. And the canteen's cooking method was also taught by the chef. Every time the canteen added meat for stewing, the little soldier could not grab it before other soldiers. Every time he only grabbed a little, and could only taste the taste. Every time he tasted the taste, he was salivating. If it was better than that, he would dream of trying it. Today, their team went out and happened to meet a lone mad pig, so they took action. The little soldier yearned for the legendary chef's skills. He specifically asked Shinha to make connections, just to try the delicious food. Shinha has a good personality and loves to socialize. Many people in the army know him. As soon as the little soldier asked him to explain his purpose, he brought it here. The main reason is that with these ingredients, he doesn't need to hunt mutant beasts tomorrow. It's not that he doesn't want to go, but the sooner the mutant beasts are processed, the better the taste will be. Besides, the person in charge of the cooking is Wei Ning, and she has to cook for nearly 10 people alone, which is too hard. If the mutant beast meat is processed tonight, there will be plenty of time tomorrow, and she can cook it slowly. Moreover, the little soldier's requirements were not high, just 1/4 of the mutant beast meat would be enough. He thought that after dividing this portion, the rest would be enough for the few of them to eat, so he decided to bring him here. Wei Ning was of course willing. She was still able to handle the portions for 4 or 5 people, but if it doubled, she would not have enough time. It takes time to process the mutant beast meat, and she was also worried that she would not have enough time. After all, it was a more formal dinner party, and it couldn't be too late. Now the mutant beast meat sent by the little soldier was enough for tomorrow's dishes, and it would not affect even if some was divided. Seeing that Wei Ning agreed, the little soldier smiled with teeth showing. Since the main ingredients have been delivered, they must be processed next. Wei Ning told him the dishes he was going to make. Wei Dong, Shinha, and the little soldier started to get busy. Skinning, opening the abdomen, removing the internal organs, deboning, chopping what should be chopped, slicing what should be sliced. Perhaps it was the anticipation of the food. Under the light, their busy figures seemed more agile. Shinha and his team came at the wrong time. There were no more vegetables, even potatoes had been planted. The only things they could take out were the vermicelli and rice noodles they had made before. In order to have more vegetarian dishes on the table, Wei Ning secretly ripened a batch of tomatoes. The rest was meat. In the era of lack of seasonings, it was not easy to make meat delicious. Nowadays, the various seasonings collected by Wei Ning have not changed much, except that the quantity has increased, and there is also the star anise bought in Kaiyang Star before. Looking at the few varieties of seasonings, Wei Ning was thinking in his heart that he had to find more. At least we need to find all the commonly used spices. Now we don't even have the basic onions and ginger. Except for the big pot dishes that are fried, roasted, braised, and stewed, other dishes cannot be made because of the lack of seasoning. Shinha came early in the morning. Wei Ning didn't know how he had time to come. He hadn't been absent in the past 2 days. Don't you have to go on a mission? When Wei Dong saw him, he was not as easygoing as Wei Ning, and he was a little disgusted. The boss didn't arrange it for me? Shinha was stunned for a moment, then he realized that he seemed to be quite free. However, it was only a moment, and he didn't want to think about it, because he smelled the aroma of the rich bone soup. Brother Chun, do you want to eat noodles? Wei Ning had just made a bowl of noodles and asked casually. Yes, I haven't drunk the nutrient solution yet. Qin Haojie answered while looking at the bowl in Wei Ning's hand without blinking. Then wait a moment. Wei Ning handed the prepared soup noodles to Wei Dong, who was walking over, and turned around to get the noodles. The vermicelli was soaked last night, and it was already soaked in the morning. You just need to put it in boiling water for a while before you can eat it. Add a spoonful of bone soup that was stewed in the middle of the night, and pick up a few pieces of stewed meat. It is delicious without adding anything else. Qin Haojie followed Wei Ning the whole time to see how she cooked it. It was very simple, and he was not polite. He disliked the small bowl that Wei Ning gave him, so he changed to a big bowl and filled it up. Ah! This is the taste. Qin Haojie was not afraid of the heat. He took a mouthful of vermicelli and a mouthful of soup, bit the meat, and sighed with satisfaction. The vermicelli was chewy, the soup was delicious, and a mouthful of soft meat was really satisfying. Wei Dong sat opposite him. Seeing him like this, he didn't want to complain anymore. This guy was more like the owner than him. Qin Haojie was satisfied with the meal, and he was very active in doing whatever Wei Ning asked him to do. They were busy until the afternoon, and all the dishes were ready under Wei Ning's guidance and Wei Dong's cooking. The little soldier from yesterday got the portion he deserved as he wished, and ran away after thanking him. Wei Ning was so fast that he wondered if he couldn't help but taste it secretly halfway. As soon as the little soldier left, the few people who helped yesterday also came over, and there were a few more tails. Chris, Randy, and Jess. Qin Haojie didn't dare to complain about the extra 3 people. After they went in, he quietly complained to Heisey, why did he bring those 3 people too? Heisey felt that he was wronged, because he didn't bring them, and they obviously came by themselves, but he couldn't say anything, and he felt bitter. When they saw the food prepared by Wei Ning, the soldiers who helped secretly regretted it. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have been so arrogant, so that the news of them coming to the Wei family for dinner would not have been spread to the colonel. Now there won't be 3 more people competing with them for food, the key is that they can't compete. The long table made of 2 square tables was filled with prepared meat. There were braised pork, braised meatballs, fried pork slices, braised spare ribs, grilled spare ribs, fried steak, roast beef, roast chicken. Wei Ning made all the dishes he could think of, and could make without making a mistake, and the staple food was fried noodles. Seeing such a sumptuous table, not to mention the soldiers, who had never seen such a scene, even Randy couldn't maintain his calm image. The taste was really too tempting to the taste buds. Wei Guoyang called Hiffing, who was still in seclusion, out. When Hiffing came out and saw the table full of delicious food, he didn't care who was sitting next to him. He had only one thought in his mind. Delicious. So delicious. Just to be able to eat such delicious food from time to time, he would stay and not leave. Overall, this dinner was perfect. At first, everyone was still concerned about the manners, but after a while, they completely forgot about it. The manners couldn't be eaten, so why not throw them away? In the end, all the meat on the table was swept away, the fried noodles were eaten cleanly, and even the soup was drunk until only bones without meat were left. The tomatoes were also eaten as fruits after the meal. Wei Ning was very satisfied with the result. No chef would not like to see such a scene. It was really impressive. Chapter 50. A few days after the dinner, Randy informed Wei Guoyang that the shield had been installed. He came to hand over the control to Wei Guoyang, and the defense device of Green Star was guaranteed. Anyone who landed on Green Star without the system's confirmation would be attacked by the shield, unless Wei Guoyang gave them the login permission. These days, Wei Guoyang has understood it. Although the Legion has a strict control over Green Star, it has indeed achieved not interfering with them. Even if they really have something to ask for, it is for the vegetables in the planting field. Wei Guoyang thought so because the day after the dinner, Jace became a frequent visitor to the planting field. He soaked in the planting field every day, carefully studying each plant, and was more fascinated than Yiling. Because he came every day just to observe, or after getting their consent, he took leaves for research, and he didn't talk at other times. Only when Yiling talked to him about related topics would he say more. Now Jace has achieved his wish as he wished. Randy didn't stay long. After the handover, he went to the planting field to chat with Jess for a while, and then left. Recently, they are preparing to repair the spaceport, so they won't be able to come here in the short term. The spaceport on Green Star is not very large, and can only accommodate 2 large starships. Randy checked the information when he came. During the Beast Tide, the spaceport was not damaged, and did not need large-scale repairs. It only needs to be checked one by one, and the equipment that needs to be replaced should be replaced, and the equipment that needs to be repaired should be repaired. There are many technicians who came this time, and they brought a lot of equipment. It's just a matter of time. In the planting field, Yiling saw that there were more or less places without sprouts in each field, and her heart skipped a beat. She immediately dug a place without sprouts, but planted potatoes. The soil was dug up, revealing rotten potato pieces underground. They dug up several places in a row, and it was the same. Yiling felt heartbroken. Although there were only a few rotten potatoes in each plot, they planted so many potatoes. Overall, at least a small part of them were rotten. Since Yiling insisted that Wei Ning not use his supernatural powers on this batch of potatoes, Wei Ning didn't take care of them after they were planted. She also came here to see how the potatoes were growing, but who knew she would see such a situation? Maybe the cut affected it. Wei Ning used a small shovel to move the rotten potato pieces, thought about it, and said uncertainly, "I remember watching my grandparents plant taro when I was a child. They also cut it like potatoes, but my grandmother would put the cut taro pieces in wood ash, saying that it was good for the growth of taro. However, the Interstellar is not like the previous life. There is wood ash. There are quite a lot of dead branches and leaves in the forest, but Wei Ning thinks it is not a good idea to burn them to make wood ash. If the quantity is small, it is okay to burn some of it, but now the planting area is so large, how many dead branches and leaves should be burned to be enough? Mom, it is better to disinfect the cut next time." Thinking of the magical medicine of Star, Wei Ning suggested to Yiling. She is not a professional in this field, so let the professionals do it. Is it okay? This is the first time Yiling heard that it can be done this way. Probably, just like when we are injured, when there is no repair agent, we also need to disinfect when bandaging the wound. Wei Ning thinks this analogy should be easier to understand, right? Sure enough, Yiling thought about it, and felt that it made sense. But looking at the place without green buds, she felt a little disappointed. Seeing the worry between her brows, Wei Ning felt sorry for her. In fact, Wei Ning felt that it was a success that most of them survived. She had never seen how the Interstellar people farmed. Just because there were no vegetables, fruits, rice and flour all over the streets like in her previous life, she knew that their planting technology was not very good. Yes, Wei Ning suspected that it was not only the planting families who wanted to control the planting industry, but it was probably because of the poor technology. Although the environment of Green Star was not very good, there was no radiation. Except that the land was not very fertile and lacked rain, there were no other major problems. How about Mom go and talk to Brother Jace to see if he can have any other ideas? Wei Ning looked at Jace, who was squatting on the potato field she planted today, and observed, and suggested. After dinner that day, Heisey and his friends boasted to Chris and Randy that they knew how to plant potatoes, and took them to see where they planted them with great interest. Jace followed them at that time, and when he saw the potatoes and watermelons that were already an inch tall, and the tomatoes that were half a meter tall, and had small green fruits, he refused to leave. Randy knew the purpose of Jace's coming, and he naturally wanted Jace to have more research data. He took the opportunity to introduce Jace to them, and what he wanted to do research on. Logically, Wei Guoyang was not willing to have such a person come. After all, his identity was so special, and he was afraid that Wei Ning's ability would be discovered by Jace. But seeing that Jace was really fascinated by potatoes, he agreed without refusing to offend Randy. Later, seeing that Jace was immersed in research every day and did not pay attention to them, he relaxed his vigilance. Yiling thought of the previous conversations with Jace, and found that he was really a very powerful person. Every time she talked to him, she was very happy. Moreover, Jace had a wide range of knowledge and many ideas. Every time she chatted with him, she would get different inspirations. In fact, Jace was not specialized in plants, but his mentor had researched these. Before going to the battlefield, he often listened to them and remembered them after listening a lot. In fact, many fields are similar. It is easy for smart people to learn anything. Seeing that she was interested, Wei Ning added fuel to the fire. Look, Brother Jace is so powerful and smart. He is as powerful as Mom. You two together will be even more powerful. You will definitely come up with a good idea. Wei Ning also hoped that Yiling could develop in this area. The previous fungicide was quite good. If you can configure a nutrient agent suitable for the needs of plants, even if you can no longer refine the agent, you can still be famous in the galaxy in this area. Think about the emergence of various pesticides, fertilizers, and chemical fertilizers in the previous life, which benefited many farmers. Even if it is a different time and space, people still need to eat, work, and study. I believe that plants are the same. So let her mother be more busy. At this moment, Wei Ning raised the question that these potatoes and other things will need to be fertilized and pest-free in the future, which made Yi Ling stunned. Why didn't they need it before? The reason Wei Ning gave was also very powerful. Before, it was because she used her supernatural powers to grow them. From time to time, she lost some, so those were naturally not needed. Now that she is not allowed to use supernatural powers, these must be needed, otherwise how can they grow without nutrition? Wei Ning's words were so reasonable that Yi Ling believed it, and she also believed that the vegetables of the planting family would be grown like that because there was no fertilizer. The planting families. Chapter 51. Yi Ling was convinced, and actually walked towards Jace. Wei Ning stood there, watching Yi Ling walk to Jace, and didn't know what she said. Jace's expression was stunned for a moment, and then he came back to his senses, lowered his head and thought silently. Just when Wei Ning thought that Jace would just ignore Yi Ling, he looked up and said a few words. Yi Ling's expression became obviously excited, and she started talking to Jace. Seeing that they were chatting, Wei Ning no longer paid attention, and she turned around and walked back. In the living room of the cabin, Wei Dong was lying on the sofa playing games. In the past few days, Shinha didn't come over either, maybe he was busy with something. Wei Ning walked to the sofa and told him that she wanted to go to Kaiyang Star again. Go to Kaiyang Star? Sure. Go tomorrow or later. Wei Dong thought she was going to play or buy something, and agreed quickly. Before in the Capital Star, my sister often went out to play, but now that she came to the Green Star, let alone play, it's hard to find a place to go. It's normal for a little girl to love playing and beauty. It's abnormal for her to stay in one place every day like she does now. I want to go to the forest of Kaiyang Star. Wei Ning corrected her, saying that she had no interest in strolling the streets of Kaiyang Star. Forest? Why are you going there? It's too dangerous, no way. When he heard that it was going to the forest, Wei Dong refused without a second thought. It was dangerous for him to go, let alone her. No need to think about it. If his parents knew that he took her to such a dangerous place, he was afraid that he would be beaten. We can ask Brother Chen to go with us. With you and him, can't you protect me? Wei Ning looked at him with disgust. It's like saying, people like you can't even protect one person, you're so useless. Wei Dong. If it was before, he could do it alone, not to mention two people. Can it be the same now? Brother, I know what you were worried about. Your mental level has just dropped. Not completely useless, with your physical strength. As long as we don't provoke strong people, most people can't beat you. Wei Ning was telling the truth. They were going to do serious work, not to fight. Just be careful. And Shinha was there? What are you going there for? If he had heard Wei Ning's words when he was just injured, he would probably have chased them away. Now he has let it go. He doesn't care so much, but he wants to know what she is going to do. I want to find something. Wei Ning didn't hide it. She really wanted to find something. What are you looking for? I can go with Haozi to find it. As long as you tell us, we can help find it. Wei Dong promised, as long as he didn't think about going alone. I have to see what I'm looking for. They don't know even if he tells them. You don't even know what you're looking for. How do you know that Kaiyang Star has what you're looking for? Wei Dong looked like he was going to take it as a question. If you don't tell me. Wei Ning. So angry. After taking a deep breath, Wei Ning spoke. I don't know what I'm looking for, but I know it's what I'm looking for when I see it. Just like the potatoes and radishes before. I didn't know what they were before I saw them. Wei Ning used potatoes and radishes as an analogy, and Wei Dong was somewhat tempted, but when he thought of the dangers of the forest, he ruthlessly killed that little bit of excitement. He had a stern face, and was about to ruthlessly refuse, but Wei Ning's words made him swallow the words in his mouth again. If you don't want to, I will go to Brother Chen, or at worst I will go to Colonel Lan. They will definitely not refuse me. Wei Ning believed that as long as she said she was going to find vegetables that could be grown like potatoes, Randy would definitely not refuse. The Colonel is very busy, so he won't see you. Wei Dong smiled, as if he was laughing at her naivety. If you don't believe me, I go find him now. Wei Ning seemed to be deliberately going against him, and turned around and went out after she finished speaking, and it seemed that she really wanted to go. Wei Dong saw her go out, but he didn't rush to chase her, and looked indifferent. Of course, Wei Ning didn't really want to find Randy. As soon as she went out, she sent a message to Shinha, asking him if he had time. When she was planting potatoes before, Shinha had just added her as a friend, and this came in handy now. Shinha might be busy, and didn't reply to her. Wei Ning was not in a hurry, and turned to the kitchen. The kitchen has changed a lot now. A large oven with double doors, as tall as a person, was placed in the empty space. The number of stoves has also increased from 2 to 6, with 4 large stoves in a row and 2 small stoves, half the size of the large stoves next to them. Next to one wall is a 2-meter long, half-meter wide, half-meter deep vegetable sink with a faucet installed. Opposite is a large disinfection cabinet, right next to the oven, which contains kitchen utensils of various sizes and types of pots, pans, and bowls. Near the dining table is a freezer, which used to freeze a lot of mutant beast meat, but now it is empty. There is also a wall cabinet above the vegetable sink, where Wei Ning keeps potato flour. In fact, it was put there after being installed with the space button. Last time when we had a dinner, we almost ate half of the vermicelli. Wei Ning flipped through it, took out the remaining half of the vermicelli, found a bag that had been used to store vegetables, and put it in his space button. Wei Dong played games in the living room for a while, but didn't see Wei Ning coming back. He felt strange, looked down at the game page, and finally closed it and stood up. Outside the house, the spaceship was still parked in the previous position. He calculated the time when Wei Ning came out, and he shouldn't have gone too far. He walked forward a few steps, but still didn't see anyone, but he saw Yiling and Jess chatting in the planning field. This place is quite far from the base of Randy and his friends, and it takes more than an hour to walk. For people like them, who have high physical fitness and exercise regularly, it takes more than 10 minutes to walk here. It's impossible that Wei Ning left in just a few minutes without even seeing her shadow. Until a sound came from the kitchen next to him, Wei Dongfang remembered the place he had ignored. Turning around and walking towards the kitchen, he saw Wei Ning just closing the closet door as soon as he entered the door. "You didn't go there? What for?" Wei Ning didn't react for a moment. "You don't plan to go to Kaiyang Star?" Wei Dong was just happy because he thought she had given up, but he was suddenly poured cold water. "Go!" Wei Ning looked at him strangely. "She didn't say she wouldn't go, did she? Then you..." Wei Dong wanted to ask her why she came to the kitchen when she said she was going to find Hausi. "Oh, I brought some rice noodles for Pongbua. Didn't Dad promise his dad before that he would bring some specialties for them? I prepared it first." Wei Ning explained why she came to the kitchen. Bringing rice noodles to Pongbua was also something she suddenly remembered, or when Wei Guoyang mentioned it later, she just remembered it. Since he was going to Kaiyang Star, he would bring it to him by the way, so that he wouldn't say that his father didn't keep his word. She was a caring little cotton-padded jacket, and she even thought of these for his father. "I've already told Brother Chen. He said he has time recently." Wei Ning waved her hand. On her wrist was her laptop. "Wei Dong. I was careless. How could he forget that they added each other as friends that day?" Chapter 52. Finally, Wei Dong agreed to go with him. It's impossible that the eldest brother can't do worse than the eldest brother, who was called Halfway. When they were going to Kaiyang Star with Chen Haojia, Wei Guoyang was not worried, but he told Wei Dong to be careful and protect his sister. Yiling didn't want them to go, but the children had grown up and would eventually leave their parents and grow up on their own. Even if she was reluctant, she didn't stop them from going. The next day, Chen Haojia drove a spaceship to pick them up. Wei Dong thought that only the 3 of them would go, but Chen Haojia drove the spaceship to the spaceport and let them get off. They changed to a small starship, the kind that can seat 20 people, and there were other people inside. "Why are there so many people going?" Wei Dong was stunned for a moment and asked in a low voice. "It's just that we are all resting, so let's go shopping together," Chen Haojia answered casually. At that time, when Wei Ning sent a message, He Zi was there too. When he heard that Wei Ning wanted to invite him to go to Kaiyang Star, he shouted that he wanted to go together. Anyway, it was good to have more people, so he agreed. As for how the team grew, it was all because of He Zi's shouting, and more people wanted to go. If they were not nearby at the time, they would not have the audacity to follow. There were 7 people in the starship. Wei Ning looked around and saw some familiar faces and some unfamiliar ones. Chen Haojia introduced them briefly and drove them aside. "Hey girl, don't be afraid, they just want to get to know you, just ignore them." Chen Haojia sat next to Wei Ning and explained. Because of the food that the little soldier brought back last time, people who came to Green Star now wanted to know who could make such delicious food. Now, everyone who has not eaten Wei Ning's cooking knows that there is a girl who can cook delicious food here after that time. Wei Ning shook her head to show that she didn't care. They were just curious and didn't do anything excessive. They didn't even approach her to say hello. Wei Ning felt the sincerity from the smiles on their faces. Chen Haojia knew a little bit from the short time they spent together. Wei Ning prefers to be alone. On the surface, she doesn't seem easy to approach. After getting familiar with her, you will find that she is a very easygoing person, but she prefers quietness. Shinha is also afraid that his teammates will be too noisy and disturb her. Are they going into the forest with us? Before, Shinha only said that he would bring 2 more people, but now there are so many more. Yes, with them, we can walk around in the forest as long as we don't encounter a beast hide. It's absolutely safe. At that time, we will bring more things back. There are more people, so we can bring anything. Shinha completely treated them as tools. I don't know if I can find what I want. It's okay, just treat it as a fun trip. Shinha didn't care at all. He had already decided that if he didn't find it, he would hunt some mutant beasts back. After these days of consumption, the number of mutant beasts on Green Star has decreased again, so let the remaining ones reproduce more offspring. There are also potatoes, so he should dig more when the time comes. He has been craving for them since he ate them last time. No matter how thick-skinned he was embarrassed to ask Wei Ning to make them for him again. I heard from Dongzi that they spent a lot of effort to make those noodles, and there were not many left. When they dig more potatoes this time, they will also ask Wei Ning to teach them how to make the noodles. They might not have anything to eat when the time comes. The speed of the starship is not comparable to that of the spaceship. In just 3 hours, they have already arrived at Kaiyang Star. The starship needs to go through some necessary procedures to dock in the spaceport. Shinha and Wei Ning went down first, and went to the hotel together after Heizi completed the formalities. They planned to visit Kaiyang Star first, and go to the forest tomorrow morning. Weidong asked Wei Ning for vermicelli. He wanted to see Pang Ruiwen, but he didn't plan to take her with him. Wei Ning didn't have to go with him, as long as the things were delivered. Pang Ruiwen received Weidong's message, but didn't pay attention to it. He thought he was also here for something. When he opened it, he found that he was going to send him something. Thinking of what Wei Guoyang said before, Pang Ruiwen thought he was going to send vegetables, and he was so happy. When he arrived at the place where Weidong had agreed, he saw the gray-white strips, and was stunned. What is this? What is this? Pang Ruiwen couldn't help asking. It's a specialty of our place. I've sent you the recipe on my laptop. Wei Dong didn't say that it was made from the potatoes they bought before. This rice noodle skin has never appeared in the interstellar space before. It will be a specialty of Green Star in the future, so he didn't plan to tell Pang Ruiwen how to make it. Pang Ruiwen looked at his laptop and found that there was a message that he hadn't read. He clicked on it and looked up and thanked him happily. Last time, Wei Dong stuffed him with the recipe of mutant beast meat. It took him a long time to remember it. I thought I'd give it a try and made it once. The result was delicious. It couldn't be compared with the one in the restaurant. Now their family often eats mutant beast meat. These must be good things, although they are not the vegetables he wants most. However, they still thought of him, and Pang Ruiwen was still very happy in his heart. After all, it was really nice to be remembered by others. As soon as he was happy, he told Weidong the news he heard. After hearing this, Weidong's face changed instantly, and he didn't care to talk to him anymore. Pang Ruiwen said goodbye to Weidong calmly with a smile on his face. He also called for a quick call for him. It was not until he left that the smile on Pang Ruiwen's face faded, and he looked up at the sky. When Weidong returned to the hotel, he went straight to the room that Shinha had booked. Shinha was on the sofa in the room, using his optical computer to check what happened recently on Kaiyang Star. There was a knock on the door, and Shinha didn't look at it. He got up to open the door. He thought it was Wei Ning, but when he opened the door, he saw Weidong, who was slightly out of breath. Dongzi, why is it you? Shinha was quite surprised to see him. Didn't he say he was going to meet someone, and he came back so soon? I have something to tell you. Weidong pushed him open and walked in. Shinha closed the door in confusion. What happened? When he came in and saw Wei Dong's face change color, he also became serious. Something must have happened. Sure enough, the next second Wei Dong told him a big news. The Angelica appeared on Kaiyang Star. What? Shinha's voice changed. Is the news accurate? Where is it? Does it have an owner? Shinha asked several questions in a row. No wonder he was so nervous. That was Angelica. An important medicinal plant for refining high-level mental relief agents. Once it appeared, it would cause people from all sides to fight for it. The last time the Angelica appeared on Yoguang Star caused a sensation. Several people robbed it, and almost destroyed it. Later, the government and the military stepped in and gave the Angelica to the Pharmacist Association, and the medicine made from it was publicly auctioned, and the matter ended. This shows the importance of Angelica. Chapter 53. High-level mental relief agents are hard to come by, and the main reason is that Lynxianko is scarce. Every time there is news about Lynxianko, that place attracts countless people from various forces. No wonder, when he was in the hotel lobby before, he always felt that the aura of those who came to stay was not right. It seems that they all came for Lynxianko. Shinha first sent a message to the person who had just gone out to get the news. Then he immediately called Chris, and this news must be told to him. If it is true, they alone cannot compete with others. Weidong stood aside and did not disturb him. This matter really requires someone who can calm the situation. After Shinha finished the call, he remembered that Weidong had not answered his question just now. Dongzi, who did you get this news from? If there is more specific information, it will also be beneficial to them. Weidong talked about his meeting with Pang Ruiwen and his identity. He only said that the Angelica appeared in the center of the forest, but no one knows where exactly it is. Didn't he say who first spread the news? Shinha was a little anxious. If someone had picked it, they would have nothing to do. That person is dead, and he only had time to spread the news. If this news is true, then he owes the Pang family a big favor. When they come back, let's discuss it, and see how to arrange it tomorrow. Even though he knew the importance of the Angelica, Shinha didn't forget the purpose of their visit this time. The two talked for a while, and the door was knocked again. Shinha went to open the door, and saw Heisi and Wuan. How is it? Before they came in, Shinha asked anxiously. Something happened recently, but it was suppressed. We didn't get any specific information. Heisi shook his head. At first, they just noticed that someone else was not right. After returning to the room, they each found an excuse to go out, leaving Shinha behind. Before they could find out anything, Shinha told them the heavy news, which shocked them all. Although there was nothing specific, something did happen, so it was not as if they had not found out anything. The people behind also came back one after another. Everyone put together what they had found out, and finally deduced that the news that there was spiritual vanilla on Kaiyong Star was 80% true. Just for this 80% chance, it was worth their investigation. The place that lacked advanced mental relievers the most was the military. No matter which legion, what they needed most was not advanced weapons or shells, but advanced mental relievers. Weapons and shells can be developed with more money, but potions need main materials to be refined, and Angelica is so hard to find. Without Angelica, high-level mental relief agents will be used up as soon as they are used, and who wouldn't want to find more Angelica? After a long discussion, the few people finally decided to split into two teams tomorrow. One team will continue to go into the forest with Wei Ning to find what she wants as planned. The other team will pretend to be mercenaries and go to find Angelica. The next day, Wei Ning found that half of the people who agreed to go together were missing. Only she, Wei Dong, Shinha, and a man named Wuan were left. They have other things to do, and can't go with us. Shinha was embarrassed. After all, he was the one who said that everyone would go before, and now he was the one who said that others would not go. But Wei Ning didn't mind. She had never thought that so many people would go together. Now it was okay for only a few of them. The group got on the hovercraft and headed towards the forest. Wei Ning sat by the window and kept looking out the window. Compared with the last time, there were many more hovercrafts going to the forest this time, but Wei Ning didn't think much about it, thinking it was a matter of time. Last time they went at night, and there were not many people. It was more than 7 o'clock in the morning, and there were many more pedestrians below than that time. Maybe they were all thinking about something, so they didn't talk all the way. When they arrived at the street in front of the forest, Wei Ning, no matter how slow she reacted, noticed something was wrong. Not only because there were more people, but the people coming and going were not like what she had seen before. Wei Ning saw that many people who hurried past were wearing clothes of good quality. And some people exuded the aura of keep away from strangers that was almost written on their faces. Shinha didn't expect so many people to come. He saw many people from the Mercenary Association and other legions. Although they didn't wear iconic clothes, their faces were not covered. Everyone who had seen them knew who they were. Brother, why do I feel that these people are so fierce? Wei Ning's heart beat a little faster. The aura of some people was not restrained, which could easily affect people with low mental power. It's okay, we won't go with them, so don't worry about it when the time comes. Wei Dong patted her shoulder and cast a warning look at the person who looked over. The man didn't care at first. He saw that Wei Dong's mental power level was lower than his, and was about to laugh at him. Shinha, who was standing next to him, glanced at him. The man shrank slightly and walked away in fear. His steps were extremely fast. Wei Ning did not notice that an invisible contest was taking place in front of her and then dispersed extremely quickly. "Let's go!" The group walked forward in the direction of the crowd until they reached the intersection of the forest. It turned out that you need to register to enter the forest. There was a device like a security gate there. Everyone had to pass through the door and swipe the light computer on the instrument next to it. The light computer in the interstellar world is not only like the computer and mobile phone in the previous life, but also represents a personal ID card and is connected to a personal financial account. When you go out, you only need to bring a light computer to travel in the interstellar world. After waiting for a while, it was their turn. Shinha went first, followed by Wei Dong, and then Wei Ning. Wu walked at the end. Wei Ning walked through the door and heard a slight beep sound. Then he used the light computer to drift to the side, but did not see any display on the instrument. However, the staff watching on the side did not say anything, so there should be no problem. This is to prevent illegal immigrants from coming in, Wei Dong explained in front. The optical computer represents personal identity. If you are not a legal citizen of the Federation, the instrument will sound, but anyone who knows this will not be stupid enough to seek death. But there are also criminals who specialize in selling simulated optical computers, which can almost be mistaken for the real thing. There was once a space pirate who used such an optical computer to sneak in. Later, after being discovered, he followed the clues to find out the criminal group and destroyed countless fake optical computers. After passing the security gate, there is a forest with no visible edge in front. This is the first time that Wei Ning has come into such close contact with the forest of this time and space. I have to say that it is really shocking. The sight is full of lush trees, like a green ocean. Looking at the calm and peaceful ocean, it is full of countless dangers and swallowed up countless lives. Wei Ning took a deep breath and walked into the forest. Chapter 54. During this period, there were many more people coming to the forest than usual. People at the entrance were all dressed differently. Everyone was unanimous in not paying too much attention to the people next to them. They all chose their own direction and left. Wei Ning's team of only 4 people still attracted a lot of attention. There were very few teams with less than 6 people. Most of them were teams of 10, and most of them were more than 20 people. However, after those people looked at them, they stopped paying attention, and Wei Ning and his team did not pay attention to them. There were basically no valuable plants outside the forest except trees and bushes, and most people would not stay outside for too long. Moreover, most of the people coming in now were going for the spiritual herbs, and they ran directly to the center. Wei Ning's team was led by Shinha. They did not walk fast along the way. Compared with the others who hurried by, they were more like taking a stroll. Considering that Wei Ning's physical fitness was not as good as theirs, Shinha and his team almost walked in line with Wei Ning's pace. They had only walked for half an hour, and they had passed by many teams. It seems that many people have come. Wei Dong watched another team of more than 30 people passing by. Wei Dong happened to know the leader, who was a mercenary team often hired by the Research Institute. It seems that the things have not been found yet. Shinha lowered his voice a lot. Chris had brought people here in the morning. Heisey had already joined them, and was probably inside by now. After walking for half an hour, Wei Ning saw only lush green leaves and dense leaves. The further he walked in, the bigger the tree trunks became. Some of them could not be hugged by one person. Under the tree were bushes of varying heights, with some unknown grasses swaying in the wind. After about half an hour, the field of vision became narrower, and the gaps between trees became smaller. Some treetops grew together, and it was hard to tell which one was which. Along the way, Wei Ning focused on finding plants she knew in her previous life. Unfortunately, until now, she had not seen a plant she knew, which was inevitably a bit discouraging. She thought that the forest was so big that there would be at least some plants that were common in her previous life, but the reality was so embarrassing. Wei Dong and his men were responsible for guarding against the mutant vines that suddenly sprang out from all around. Shinha looked around, and his eyes inadvertently saw Wei Ning's suddenly depressed expression, so he paused and did not move forward. What's wrong? Wei Dong walked 2 steps and found that he had not caught up, so he asked hurriedly, "Should we find a place to rest for a while?" Shinha glanced at Wei Ning, reminding him that there was still a weak woman in the team. "Ning, do you want to take a break?" Wei Dong came over and asked. "I'm not tired, keep going." Wei Ning knew they were taking care of her, but she didn't want to rest. After awakening her superpowers, her physique would continue to improve as her superpowers improved, so she didn't feel tired now. She just didn't find what she wanted, so she was in a bad mood. She thought about it and asked, "Can we take another road?" The road they were walking on was wider, and there were many people walking on it. The ground was very solid, and there was not even a blade of grass. Shinha thought that there were too many people passing by, and she was not used to it, so he agreed and changed to another path. This road was obviously not walked by many people. There were a lot of weeds on the ground, and dewdrops were still on the leaves on both sides. There were also more grasses, and yellow wild flowers under the bushes. There are flowers? Wei Ning looked at the flower curiously, wanting to take a closer look. What are you doing? It's poisonous. Wei Ning's hand reaching out to the wild flower was slapped away, and Wei Dong's stern voice followed. They were walking just fine, but Wei Ning suddenly stopped, walked a few steps to the side, and stretched out her hand. When Wei Dong saw what she was reaching out to, his breathing stagnated, and his movements were faster than his brain's reaction. He slapped her hand away before Wei Ning touched the yellow flower. Toxic? Wei Ning looked at the red flower, and then looked at Wei Dong. He looked serious and didn't seem to be lying, but why did she feel that the flower was very similar to the wild chrysanthemum she had seen before, with tongue-shaped petals and a thorny ball as the center of the flower? There are many of them growing on the roadside, in the grass on the hillside, and on the edge of the field. The darker the color, the more you should avoid touching the flowers. They are very poisonous. Wei Dong was afraid that she would touch other flowers later, so he explained. Someone picked a red flower before, and got poisoned when the juice touched his hand. After that, it was spread on the internet that the darker and brighter the color of the flowers, the more poisonous they were. Anyone who entered the forest would not touch them casually. Who said the brighter the color, the more poisonous it is? Wei Ning couldn't understand it. Are Interstellar people so superstitious? The Research Institute also stated that most dark-colored flowers are poisonous. Shinha added. No way. Is the Research Institute so casual? Did you bring the detection equipment? Wei Ning knew that it was useless to say anything, so it was better to let the equipment tell everyone the truth. I brought it. Wuan, who had been silent, spoke up immediately and took out the testing instrument from the space button. Wei Ning saw how fast he moved, and instantly his favorability towards him increased a lot. He was so smart. Wei Dong knew that it was like the last time he picked red fruits, and he had to test it. He found a pair of isolation gloves from the space button, picked a flower himself, squeezed out the juice, and put it on the testing instrument. A few minutes later, the instrument showed the test results. This flower is not poisonous, but it has a high energy right value. Although it is not poisonous, it is useless, and it is not a medicinal plant. If you like it, pick a few flowers and take them back. Wei Dong thought she wanted it. After all, girls like these bright things. Let's dig some and take them back. Wei Ning remembered that wild chrysanthemums can be eaten, and they also have the effects of clearing the liver and eyes, clearing heat and detoxifying. Each flower here is as big as an egg, and one flower can make a cup of flower tea. Why dig them up? Wei Dong didn't understand. Wouldn't it be enough to just pick a few? Plant them. Don't you think Green Star is missing something? Wei Ning answered as a matter of course. Wei Dong was choked. Green Star was not missing anything, but a lot. Even if you want to plant them, plant something edible, right? Wei Dong didn't really want to dig them. He might as well dig potatoes instead of digging this. I want this one. Wei Ning insisted. Her superpowers have been upgraded. She can use superpowers to remove the turbulent energy in plants. The tomatoes grown after being nurtured by her superpowers do not have too high energy turbulence values. And she also found that the potatoes she nurtured with superpowers are obviously better than those that have not been nurtured. She wants to try more. If other plants are the same, then she won't worry about where to find seeds. There are so many plants in the forest, there must be one she knows. If she sees one, she can dig one up and take it back, or collect some seeds, and then plant them after using her special powers to nourish them. Then what grows out will be a natural plant. However, she couldn't tell Wei Dongming about this, and she needed to verify it more. Chapter 55. If you like it, take it. Anyway, our space button is big enough to put a lot of it. It's just a flower. Dig it. Shinha didn't want to waste time here, so he asked Wuan to take out a shovel and dig it. Wuan took the shovel and walked over. He dug it out in a few strokes. He showed it to Wei Ning, saying that he didn't damage its rhizome. As for whether it can be planted after returning, it is not up to him to decide. Thank you. Wei Ning thanked him sincerely. Ah? No. You're welcome. Wuan waved his hand and put the wild chrysanthemum away. Since he had dug up what he wanted, Wei Ning didn't stop and continued to move forward. After that, he met a lot of wild chrysanthemums along the way. Some of the flowers were bigger, but Wei Ning didn't stop again, Nor did he say he wanted to dig them out and take them away. It seemed that he did it just because he was really curious. Wei Dong was very happy. As long as Wei Ning didn't stop, they would speed up. After walking a little further, they would be close to the central area. Then, they could look for potatoes. As he was thinking, Wei Ning stopped again, and this time, he was looking at the fist grass. It is called fist grass because it initially looks like a fist, and then slowly evolves into round triangular leaves. This grass grows in patches, up to 3 meters tall, and the tip of the leaves is very sharp, and it will hurt if touched. Although it looks dozens of times bigger than what he had seen before, Wei Ning still saw the cores rolled together, which are the wild ferns he picked with his grandmother in the mountains when he was a child. When he met a plant he knew again, Wei Ning said he would not do anything unless he picked some. Thinking of the deliciousness of wild fern, Wei Ning looked at the wild fern field, and his eyes were full of various ways to eat wild fern. Wei Dong covered his face. Why did his sister look so greedy when she saw the fist grass? She didn't lack food at ordinary times, so why was it so? Wei Ning would not tell him that in the previous life, wild fern was hard to buy even if you wanted to eat it. You had to go to the deep mountains and old forests to find authentic wild fern, and the price was so high. Even the wild chrysanthemums had to be dug back, and some fist grass had to be picked. Qin Haojie was no longer surprised, and he didn't ask much, and started to prepare how to go in and pick it. Because Wei Ning said that only the rolled part in the middle could be eaten, and the rest could not be eaten. Hearing that it was edible, Qin Haojie and Wuan became more excited. Wuan had never eaten potato noodles, but he had heard from people who had eaten it that it tasted better than rice. Wuan had eaten rice before, and it was soft and rotten. Thinking of noodles that tasted better than rice, Wuan swallowed his saliva and quickened his movements. After a while, the two were fully armed, wearing helmets and special protective clothing. They jumped and landed 3 meters away. After repeating this several times, they disappeared in the wild fern field. Wei Dong was left to protect Wei Ning. After all, this place was very close to the middle area of the forest. If a mutant beast appeared, Wei Ning would not be able to protect herself. Why do you have to find these weird things? Can't you find some normal ones? When they could no longer be seen, Wei Dong finally couldn't help complaining to Wei Ning. What's weird? Wei Ning retorted. In her opinion, these were all normal things. Besides, these things in the Interstellar were weird to her. Since everything is weird, it is normal. Everything is weird, the fist grass is hairy, it doesn't look edible, and you actually said it is edible. Wei Dong looked incredulous. Of course it is edible. You didn't believe me before that potatoes are edible, and now you are still thinking about digging potatoes? Wei Ning said coldly. Wei Dong stopped talking immediately, and the blush on the tip of his ear slowly emerged. He looked at her guiltily, and turned his head to look at the wild fern field. He was thinking in his heart, how did she know that he wanted to dig potatoes? Wei Ning didn't know that she was right. She was just lying to him. Last time she accidentally heard him say that potato flour was delicious, but it was a pity that there was too little, so he said that. Who knew that she was right? Neither of them spoke anymore, and they looked ahead, and the atmosphere seemed a little awkward. More than half an hour later, the rising and falling figures reappeared in the sight. It was Qin Haojie and Wuan who came out. As soon as they came out, they took off their helmets and protective clothing, and did not notice that the atmosphere between the brother and sister was not right. Don't mention it, there are so many fist grasses, and it's hard for those with poor sense of direction to get out. Qin Haojie straightened his slightly messy hair and smiled, showing that he had gained a lot. Sister, you are so amazing, you can even make fist grass into food, it's delicious, let's come again next time. Qin Haojie gave her a thumbs up. Aren't you worried that I will lie to you? Wei Ning asked back. Will you? Qin Haojie looked straight into her eyes, and asked seriously. They all have eyes to see whether what she said is true, not to mention that there is no danger, so if she is cheated, it is a lie. Thank you for trusting me so much. Wei Ning suddenly thanked them, not only for accompanying her on this adventure, but also for their trust in her, and for not asking too many questions, otherwise she really didn't know how to explain that she knew wild bracken was edible. We are not used to you being like this. If you want to thank us, just make more delicious food for us next time. Qin Haojie was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily. Okay, but you have to prepare the ingredients yourself. Wei Ning paused, blinked mischievously, I don't know how to catch mutants. After a few more words, they continued to move forward. This time they were not so lucky. They walked for less than 10 minutes, and Qin Haojie suddenly stopped. Before Wei Ning could react, Wei Dong and Wuan approached her. Originally, she and Wei Dong walked in the middle, Qin Haojie and Wuan were in front and behind, And now the three of them surrounded Wei Ning, protecting her in the middle and looking around vigilantly. Wei Ning knew something was wrong, no matter how slow she was. Her heartbeat was uncontrollably getting faster, and she looked around. Suddenly, a huge monster suddenly jumped out in front of Shinha and roared at them, with violent energy fluctuations in his voice. Wei Ning was hit, and suddenly vomited blood. Ning Ning. Wei Dong supported her, and shouted anxiously. Dongzi, take her back, Wu-en and I will deal with it. Shinha didn't look back, his eyes were fixed on the mutant beast in front of him, and he ordered calmly. Wei Dong glanced at Wei Ning's pale face, and the blood on his lips was extremely glaring. Without hesitation, he took Wei Ning to retreat to a distance and looked at them worriedly. He didn't think about how the spotted tiger suddenly appeared in such a remote place, but just stared at the front. If it was normal, he wouldn't worry that the two of them couldn't beat the spotted tiger, but the spotted tiger in front of him was obviously wrong. The energy around him was surging, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked very irritable. Suddenly, the spotted tiger moved, leaped up, and pounced directly towards Shinha and Wu-en. Chapter 56. When the spotted tiger leaped up, the two of them pushed their feet hard, and used the force to spread their bodies to both sides. The giant tiger landed, raising a lot of dust, and the ground shook violently. Not being able to pounce on the target, the giant tiger became even more irritable, roaring like crazy. Wei Dong was far away, and his ears couldn't stand the vibration. He glanced at Wei Ning, and saw that her face was even paler. He took out a repair agent, and fed it to her. After a while, her face looked better, and Wei Dong continued to watch Shinha and the others fight. The giant tiger was like taking stimulants, running around without any rules, pounced on Shinha, and then pounced on Wu-en, whoever was closer. Shinha and Wu-en looked at each other, and drew their swords to meet him. In fact, if they used mechas, the giant tiger could be killed without any effort. But the place here is not big. The giant tiger is already very big. If it is equipped with a mecha, it will not be able to turn around. So they just fought hand to hand. The strength of the giant tiger has increased a lot, but it is not impossible for the two to work together. When the giant tiger rushed towards Wu-en, Shinha slashed it with a sword from behind. Wu-en, who was in front of the giant tiger, attacked at the same time, pointing his sword at the neck of the giant tiger. The giant tiger suddenly opened its bloody mouth and bit Wu-en's sword. Shinha took the opportunity to chop the sword infused with spiritual power. Roar! The full force, even if the giant tiger has thick skin and flesh, it can't withstand this sword. It roared in pain and turned its head to bite Shinha. Wu-en saw the giant tiger turn its head, took the opportunity to move forward, increased the strength in his hand, and the sword body cut half of the giant tiger's mouth. The pain on the body made the giant tiger more manic, and its tail twitched fiercely. Shinha couldn't dodge in time, and his arm was swept by the tip of the tail. The clothes tore apart instantly, and blood flowed down the wound, showing the great power of the giant tiger. Wu-en saw Shinha injured, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He stomped his feet hard, jumped up, and kicked the tiger's head in midair. He held the sword with both hands, and stabbed it into the brain with force. The sword body stirred vigorously, and blood splashed out, and a lot of it splashed on his face. The giant tiger fell to the ground with a bang, twitched a few times, and gradually lost its movement. Wu-en drew his sword, wiped the blood stains on his face casually, and walked towards Shinha. You reacted a little slowly. Wu-en glanced at the wound on his arm, and shook his head. If it was a star beast, it would have died in that instant. I was careless. Shinha took out a bottle of spray and sprayed it on the wound. The wound was not deep, and it stopped bleeding after a while, and began to scab slowly. Is my sister okay? Looking at the dead giant tiger, Shinha thought of Wei Ning, and looked in the direction where Wei Dong had retreated before. The fight between the two men and the beast destroyed all the trees around them, and they fell to one side in a mess. It should be fine, just a mental shock. Wu-en walked around the giant tiger's body. This is the side effect of low mental power level. It is easy to be hurt by high-level mental power. If it is too weak, it is easy to lose life. As soon as the battle was over, Wei Dong supported Wei Ning, who was still weak. Just heard what Wu-en said. I'm fine, I just don't have much strength. Wei Ning leaned on Wei Dong and answered softly. This was the first time she was so close to a high-level mutant beast, and she almost lost her life. It was the first time she felt the horror of mutant beasts in this world. Compared with this giant tiger, the mutant red-eyed rabbit she encountered before was too childish. Let's find a place to rest first and continue tomorrow. Seeing her like this, Shinha didn't plan to move forward. I'm too useless. Wei Ning felt bad that she was still too weak. She had to work hard in the future and couldn't be like today again. It's okay. Everyone is tired today, and it's getting late. Let's find a place to camp first. Ignoring the giant tiger's corpse, the group chose a direction to leave. Wei Ning was carried by Wei Dong. She hadn't recovered yet. Wei Ning leaned her face on his back, listening to the steady and powerful heartbeat, and the fatigue slowly emerged. After a while, she fell asleep leaning on it. Shinha and his friends were all veterans of survival in the wild. They quickly found a place near the stream. It was relatively wide, and the trees around were far away, which was very suitable for setting up a tent. He and Wu first set up a tent for Wei Ning, and asked Wei Dong to let her in to rest. Then, they each set up one for themselves. When Wei Ning woke up, she found herself lying in the tent. She stared at the ceiling for a while, and felt it. She found that the symptoms of weakness had almost healed. The dull pain in her chest was gone, and her head was still a little dizzy, but it was much better than before she fell asleep, and it would not affect tomorrow's journey. After lying for a while, she slowly got up. The tent was small, and she got up and walked a few steps to the door. The door was ajar, and the voices outside came faintly, but it was not clear. Wei Ning lifted the door curtain and saw that there was a tent not far away on the left and right sides of her tent, and there was also one opposite. There was a fire burning in the open space in the middle. Wei Dong was sitting there, and the other two people were not seen. "Brother," Wei Ning shouted and walked towards him. "You woke up? Are you feeling better?" Wei Dong heard the voice, turned sideways and looked over. Seeing that her face was still a little pale, he asked hurriedly. "Much better. Where are they?" Wei Ning came over and sat on a stone, looking around, but didn't see anyone. They went to spread animal repellent powder. Wei Dong saw that she was much better than before, and felt relieved, so he spoke. "Animal repellent powder is a must-have for survival in the wild. Sprinkle it around the camp, and low-level insects and beasts will take the initiative to avoid it, and they can rest better at night." It was Wei Ning's first time to spend the night in the wild, and she felt quite fresh. Of course, the premise was that her safety was guaranteed. She hadn't seen the fighting scene before, but seeing that the place was destroyed like that, she knew that it was not comparable to the mutant rabbit on Green Star. After sitting for a while, Wei Ning looked to the right, and she seemed to hear something. "What's wrong?" Wei Dong looked over. "There's a sound over there." Wei Ning pointed to the right. "It's just the sound of water." Wei Dong glanced in the direction and didn't pay attention. Maybe it was a fight between fish monsters. He had seen many fish monsters when he went there before. Wei Ning's eyes lit up, and she asked hurriedly, "Are there any fish?" She wanted to eat fish a little bit. It seemed that there were no fish for sale in the interstellar space, and they didn't eat fish. There's no place for fish monsters without water. Wei Dong threw a piece of wood into the fire, splashing a lot of sparks. "I go and see." When Wei Ning heard that there were fish, she got up immediately and walked directly over there. "You be careful." Seeing that she was walking in a hurry, Wei Dong also got up and followed. "Forget it, it's better for him to watch. If she wants to do something strange again, he can stop her." At the stream, Wei Ning looked at the fish swimming around below, her eyes shining, so fat. They looked delicious. "What are you thinking about? Put away your drooling expression." Wei Dong came over and saw that she looked like she wanted to eat, and was very helpless. It's fine to do this to mutants, but fish monsters are creatures that are here to destroy the ecological environment, and the federal government has to spend money to clean them up every year. The key is that fish monsters have a very strong reproductive capacity, and they have to be cleaned up in batches. There are too many of them. Chapter 57. "Brother, shall we catch some fish to eat?" Wei Ning looked at him expectantly. Wei Dong held his forehead. It happened again. "This is really not tasty, and it's poisonous. Someone caught it and cooked it before, and after drinking a mouthful of the soup, he was sent to the hospital for gastric lavage. Did that person cook it without processing it?" Wei Ning knew that some fish were not edible, but normal fish were not poisonous. She glanced at the fish in the stream, and they looked quite normal, like grass carp and silver carp she had seen. The water was also very clear, and the fish could grow, so there couldn't be any problem, right? "We processed it, and cut off the fish monster's head." Wei Dong answered as a matter of course. Now it was Wei Ning's turn to be speechless. The fish was not processed properly, so it would be strange if there was no problem eating it. Of course not. Wei Ning rolled his eyes at him. "Catch one for me, and I process it for you. If it turns out to be the same as what you've seen, I throw it away. How about that?" Wei Dong thought about it, and felt that it was okay. No matter how much he said, it would be useless. It would be better to let her see the truth clearly. Okay, I catch it. After saying that, he picked up a stone and threw it into the water. You can catch a fish like this. No way. Before she finished her words, Wei Ning saw a fish floating on the water. I was careless and forgot that there was still spiritual power in this world. Wei Dong walked over, picked up the unconscious fish, and put it in front of her. Watch it. Taking the fish, Wei Ning squatted on a stone, and took out a knife to process the fish. First, scrape off the scales with a knife, then remove the gills, and finally open the belly and remove the internal organs. This was also the first time Wei Ning processed a fish by herself. She used to buy processed fish in the market. The technique was unfamiliar, but at least it was processed well. She washed the fish with stream water, and also washed off the black film in the fish's belly, which was not good for the body. Seeing that she really knew how to deal with the fish monster, Wei Dong's eyes widened, and he couldn't speak for a long time. He was so shocked, and the way he dealt with it was different from what was reported on the Star Network before. Okay. Finally, she cut a few knives on both sides of the fish body, and Wei Ning held the fish in front of him. How is it? Is it okay like this? Wei Dong didn't stop her anymore and asked back. He felt that after the mutant beast meat, they had a new ingredient. Roast it in the fire later. After Wei Ning finished speaking, he carried the fish back. Wei Dong followed absent-mindedly, and the scene just now was still replaying in his mind. Wei Ning didn't care about him, and happily prepared to start grilling the fish. She picked up a wooden stick, skewered the fish from the head to the tail, and held it up to grill. The fire was big, and grilling fish together was either charcoal or electricity. This was the first time to grill fish with an open fire. If you don't pay attention, the fish will turn black. If you move it out, you can't grill it. After a while, Wei Ning loses interest. It wasn't so difficult when I watched the drama before. Why is it so difficult when it's my turn? I do it. Wei Dong came over to see her like this, and took it over. Wei Ning was very happy to have someone take over. She immediately handed it to him, and took out the seasoning from the space button. Although it was Wei Dong's first time to grill fish, he had learned survival skills in the wild, and grilled mutant beast meat. His skills were much more proficient than Wei Ning. Before long, the fragrance of fish meat floated in the air. Wei Dong secretly swallowed his saliva as he smelled the increasingly strong fragrance. It smelled strange. When it was half cooked, Wei Ning asked him to bring the fish over. She sprinkled some seasoning on both sides of the fish, and asked him to continue grilling. After adding seasoning and roasting, the taste became more fragrant. Wei Dong couldn't wait to try it, and completely abandoned the idea that the fish monster could not be eaten. As long as it was not poisonous, and could not kill people, he would be sorry for his stomach if he didn't try such a fragrant fish monster. It's okay. Seeing that the fish skin was already burnt, Wei Ning finally said it was okay. Wei Dong immediately withdrew his hand, and got in close contact with the fish monster. The smell was even more domineering. Wei Ning first cut off a piece with a knife, and was about to eat it with her hands, but was stopped by Wei Dong. I try it first to see if there's anything wrong, you can eat it later. Seeing her eat like this, Wei Dong finally stopped her. His sense of responsibility overcame his appetite, and he wanted to test the poison himself. His mental strength level and physical fitness were higher than hers, so even if there was something wrong, he could hold on for a little longer. Okay. Wei Ning didn't want to argue with him anymore. The roasted fish should be eaten while it's hot. Wei Dong cut another piece, hesitated for a while, and put it in his mouth. After just one bite, his eyes lit up. It was so delicious. It turned out that the fish monster tasted like this. Although it still had a fishy smell, it was not so strong after adding seasoning. The meat was very tender, more tender than the mutant meat. It was gone after 2 more chews. Seeing him eat it, Wei Ning didn't wait any longer. She wanted to taste the fish. Wild fish is fresher than farm fish. After just one bite, Wei Ning fell in love with the taste. The fish meat was crispy on the outside, and tender on the inside. Even if it had a little fishy smell, it was much lighter with the seasoning. If it was smeared with some lemon juice or honey, it would be even more delicious. It was a small fish, and they shared it in a few bites, and they were still not satisfied. Let's catch some more so that Housie and the others can eat it when they come back. Licking his lips, Wei Dong still had a lot of meaty aroma in his mouth, so he made a quick decision. How could he let go of such a delicious fish monster? He would take more and consider it as a contribution to the government's work of cleaning up fish monsters. After saying that, Wei Dong took action, and had long forgotten that fish monsters could not be eaten. His heart and mouth were filled with the deliciousness he had just eaten. A fish weighed only about 3 pounds at most. Not to mention Wei Dong, a big eater, even Wei Ning was not full. Moreover, the fish here did not have special energy like mutant beast meat, so if you eat too much, you don't need to eat anything else. She just ate half a fish, and was only a little full. She didn't have the warm and comfortable feeling in her stomach after eating mutant beast meat, just like eating normally. Putting aside the strangeness in her heart, Wei Ning followed. Wei Dong had already caught 7 or 8 fish using the previous method. The fish here were accustomed to the environment here, and no one had ever thought of catching them before, so they didn't feel any sense of crisis at all. The stone hit them, and they just messed up for a moment, and soon swam around leisurely again, completely unaware that their fellow fish had been captured. After catching more than 30 fish monsters weighing 3 or 4 pounds in a row, Wei Dong stopped and went down to pick up the unconscious fish monster. More than 30 fish were piled up in a pile, and Wei Dong squatted on the stone where Wei Ning had handled the fish before, preparing to handle these fish. He had watched Wei Ning do it before, and he had learned almost everything, so he didn't ask her to help. People with strong hands-on ability learn everything quickly. Wei Dong was not proficient at the beginning, and he handled the fish in a way that was unrecognizable. After handling several fish in a row, he mastered the strength and skills, and quickly handled the remaining fish. Wei Ning watched for a while, then went to prepare a wooden stick for him to grill the fish. When she came back, Wei Dong had already handled all the fish. "Brother, why don't you marinate the fish first and wait for Brother Chen and the others to come back before grilling? The marinated fish will definitely taste better when grilled than before." "How do you do it?" When it comes to food, Wei Dong's trust in her is increasing. He has seen fish monsters become delicious after being cooked by her. Wei Ning suddenly took out a large basin from the space button. Wei Dong. She is indeed his sister. She even brought this. Chapter 58. She forgot when she put this basin in. When she came, she only brought seasonings. She got this basin when she was looking for seasonings. Now it is just right to use it to marinate fish. Wei Dong took the big basin and put all the processed fish in it. Wei Ning was responsible for pouring seasonings. Just salt, pepper, Sichuan pepper powder, chili powder and cumin powder. After putting them in, she instructed Wei Dong to apply the seasonings all over the body of each fish so that it can be better flavored. Finally, she waited for someone to come back and grilled it. Half an hour later, Shinha and Wuan came back one after another, each dragging a mutant cuckoo chicken and a mutant rabbit back in their hands. After they set up camp, they walked around the camp separately, not only spreading animal repellent powder, but also using mental power to drive away some small insects. Thinking of the water source at the camp, both of them thought of hunting mutant beasts for dinner. This place is close to the outer edge of the middle of the forest. Low-level mutant beasts dare not get too close, and mid-level mutant beasts are far away. In the end, the two of them went far away to hunt, which led to their late return. As soon as they came back, they saw the big basin placed next to the fire. It was so obvious that it was hard not to see it. But when they saw the fish monster inside, they both looked speechless. Since the person who dared to try to eat the fish monster was sent to the hospital, reports on the Star Network were everywhere, and almost all Interstellar people knew that fish monsters could not be eaten. If fish monsters could be eaten, they would have found fish monsters in the stream as soon as they came here, and they would not have gone to such great lengths to hunt mutant beasts, but would have directly caught fish monsters. Seeing that they all brought mutant beasts back, Wei Dong pointed to the basin and told them that today's dinner was ready. "No, you know that fish monsters can't be eaten, so why do you make so many?" Shinha pulled him aside and whispered to Wei Ning. "How can it be too much? I don't think it's enough. Don't fight with me later." If Wei Ning hadn't said that it would be more flavorful if it was cooked a little longer, he would have eaten it now. "Is your brain okay?" Shinha said as he reached out to touch his forehead. "Go, I'm fine." Wei Dong slapped his hand away and said unhappily, "Didn't you notice that I handled the fish monsters wrong? My sister taught me, and the grilled fish monsters are especially delicious." Wei Dong recalled what he had eaten before and felt hungry again. No, he was going to grill the fish monsters. Shinha looked at him with an expression of "How did you become like this?" "Forget it, if you don't want to eat, I won't stop you." Seeing that he didn't believe it, Wei Dong didn't bother to say more to him. If he had this time, he might as well grill a few more fish monsters. Wuan saw Shinha pulling Wei Dong away, but he didn't plan to follow him. He was just about to go to the stream to deal with the mutant rabbit he brought back. Then he saw Wei Ning took a wooden stick and skewered a fish, apparently preparing to roast it. He wanted to leave, but suddenly he didn't move, and continued to watch Wei Ning's movements. With the previous comparison, Wei Ning learned to be smart this time. She pulled out the bottom layer of charcoal in the fire, and then put the fish on top to roast, so that she wouldn't worry about the situation where the outside was burnt black and the inside was not cooked. Fish is easy to cook, and the charcoal fire is strong. After a while, the fragrance came out, and gradually became stronger. Smelling the smell, Wu had forgotten what he was going to do before, and quickly chose a seat near the basin. Just when he was about to take the fish, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't washed his hands, so he hurried to wash his hands. Wei Ning felt the wind passing by, and when he looked sideways, Wu was no longer in his position. Just as he was stunned, he came back again, with water droplets on his body. It turned out that he went to the stream to clean himself, but the speed was too fast. To Wei Ning's surprise, Wu had already skillfully skewered a fish according to Wei Ning's method. He didn't dig out the charcoal fire like Wei Ning did, but chose a position close to the fire with a smaller fire, stuck the stick into the ground, and adjusted the distance between the fish and the fire. He skewered 5 fish in a row before stopping. Wei Ning couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This method is really high. As the fragrance spread, the two people who were talking were stunned, and Wei Dong reacted very quickly and left Haojia and ran over. Haojia, who was a little slower, also reacted and walked back. At this time, Wei Ning had almost finished grilling her fish. The flavor of the seasoning and the aroma of the fish were grilled, and the smell was very tempting. Wu was closest to her. As soon as the fragrance came out, he couldn't help but look over frequently. It was really too fragrant. Smelling the fragrance, he could only constantly comfort himself in his heart that his fish monster would be ready soon. Don't look, don't look. The taste of the chili was stimulated, and the overbearing spicy taste could not be ignored by anyone. Never mind that the fish monster reported by Star Network was inedible. It was already so fragrant and placed in front of him. Who could refuse it? When Wei Ning ate half of the fish, Wuan's fish was also grilled. He couldn't wait to pick up one, and took a bite regardless of the heat. Fresh, fragrant, spicy, tender, with a little charred fragrance on the skin, it was delicious. Wu quickly finished a fish, but he was still not satisfied, so he took another one. A hand reached out from the side, aiming at the fish grilled by the fire. Paw! Wu quickly slapped the hand that was stretched out, and took the remaining 4 fish with one hand, staring at the owner of the hand. Hey, Anzi, don't be so stingy. Give me one to try, and I give it back to you later. Haojia shook his hand, and asked Wu shamelessly for the fish. Wu ignored him and turned around to continue eating his fish. He couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. The fish monster was really delicious. Since the army canteen changed the method of making mutant beast meat, he had to grab food every day. If he was not fast enough, he would not even get the soup. In front of delicious food, brotherly love is useless, and he could only blame himself for being too slow. Haojia saw that he didn't give it to him, so he didn't force it. He just saw that he was eating so happily, and couldn't help but want to taste it first. Haha, I told you long ago, so you don't believe me. Wei Dong watched from the side, and said to him bluntly. But he couldn't laugh the next moment, because his fish was also cooked, but Haojia took it away before him. Fuck, you are so shameless. Wei Dong watched his fish monster being snatched away, and deliberately showed off by taking a big bite in front of him. Don't be too proud. Wei Dong threatened him, and said he would snatch his fish later. When Haojia's fish was also cooked, Wei Dong also rushed to grab it, but he was still a step slower, and was taken away by him first. Wei Ning looked at the two people playing the childish game of grabbing, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Wu watched them play like a good show, and ate silently while grilling, becoming the biggest winner of the grilled fish tonight, eating very satisfied. By the time they reacted, it was too late, and the fish monster had almost entered Wu's stomach. Both of them looked at him, underestimating him. Haha, the fish monster is really delicious. Chapter 59. In the next few days, they walked slowly in the daytime, dug up medicinal plants when they came across them, and Wei Ning dug up a plant that he knew and thought was useful and took it away. If they came across food, they took as much as they could. They almost ate all the food along the way. In just a few days, their space button had been filled with a lot of things. At night, they found a place to set up tents and eat fish monsters. When they left the stream, the fish monsters in it were almost wiped out by them. The closer they walked to the center of the forest, the more teams they met, even though Haojia chose a more remote route. But after entering the center of the forest, no matter which road they took, they would encounter 1 or 2 teams, and there were even teams that saw that there were only 4 of them and wanted to rob them. In the end, they were robbed by them instead. On the 6th day, they met a team of 10 people again. According to the experience of the past few days, they would take a detour and leave when they met them from a distance, either them or the other party. But today, the leader of the team saw them, and did not take a detour, but came directly over. "Chinhaojia, I didn't expect you to be here too." The man obviously knew Chinhaojia, and he shouted as he approached. "If you can be here, why can't I come?" Chinhaojia replied angrily. Unlucky, he ran into them even in such a big forest. "Heh, just you guys." The man looked around and was very contemptuous, and then he left with the team arrogantly. What does that man want to do? Wei Ning didn't understand, and he came up to say hello for no reason, and said some inexplicable words. Must he be mentally ill? Ignore him, think he has a problem with his brain. Chinhaojia didn't want to say more. They are cousins. The man just now is called Chincheng. He is arrogant and always looks superior. Haozi and him have never gotten along since childhood. They always have a few words when they meet. Wei Dong explained quietly. After so many days, they haven't found it yet. Isn't it right? Wen spoke only after seeing them walk away. Could it be that the news is false? What news? What are you looking for? Wei Ning suddenly asked. High-level medicinal plants. At this time, Chinhaojia didn't hide it anymore. The people we met before were all looking for that medicinal plant. No wonder we have met more and more people in the past 2 days. Well, we will go back tomorrow and not go in. We met 2 teams at once today, which shows that we are very close to the place they are looking for. Aren't we looking for medicinal plants? If we go further in, there will be more and more high-level mutant beasts. It's better for us not to go. Mutants also have territories, and the mutant beasts in the central area are stronger. With so many people going in now, it is inevitable that they will encounter high-level mutant beasts. If they encounter a group of them, they will be at a disadvantage. Don't you want it? Wei Ning asked again. Everyone wants it, but our mission is to protect you, and the rest. Chinhaojia paused before saying, if we are lucky, it's another matter if we encounter one. There was no disappointment in his tone, as if he really didn't care. In fact, Chinhaojia also knew that it was okay for them to wander around nearby. If they also went to look for the spiritual grass, they would not be able to protect it even if they found it. They were not strong enough, and would not even know how they died. So it was better to stay away. But sometimes you can't just stay away from it. If they don't take the initiative, trouble will find them. They walked forward for more than an hour, and the view gradually widened, and the trees around them became sparse. There was a valley in front of them, and they were standing at the entrance of the valley. Before they decided whether to go in, there was a sudden explosion in front of them. The sudden sound startled the birds in the forest, and Chinhaojia immediately became alert. Help! Then, there was a cry for help in the valley, and the panicked voice was accompanied by a series of buzzing sounds. 4 embarrassed people ran out in panic from the front. Behind them was a group of giant peaks bigger than fists. The giant peaks were densely packed like a dark cloud, chasing after the 4 of them. After seeing clearly what it was, Chinhaojia and Wen each carried Wei Ning and ran, and Wei Dong followed closely behind them. The 4 people threw explosive bombs at the bee colony while fleeing. Every time they threw one, a part of the bee colony was blown to death, but there were too many giant bees, and they didn't have many explosive bombs. Not to mention that their actions angered the swarm of bees, and they chased them even more closely. The 4 people saw Wei Ning and the others, shouted for help, and showed surprise on their faces, and ran towards them without hesitation. Chinhaojia reacted quickly, and ran away as soon as he heard them shouting, and saw the scene behind him. He knew what these people were up to at a glance. Unfortunately, they were not fools. However, when the 4 people saw them like this, they felt resentful, and tried their best to speed up to catch up with them. Chinhaojia and Wen did not run smoothly with Wei Ning. They had to take Wei Ning's safety into consideration, and the road under their feet was not so easy to walk on. It was not a solution to run like this. There is an open space ahead. We will enter the Mecca later. Chinhaojia remembered that he had passed by a small open space before. He said this to Wen while running, and then turned around to tell Wei Dong. Dongzi, find a safe place for you to stay later. Okay. After running for a while, they finally saw the open space. Chinhaojia stuffed Wei Ning into Wei Dong's arms, and pushed them hard. Wei Dong staggered after being pushed. He hugged Wei Ning tightly, stabilized his body, and ran towards the dense forest until he ran far away. Chinhaojia and Wen stopped, and the 4 people behind caught up with them. Seeing that they did not run but stopped, the four people showed a malicious smile on their faces. Unfortunately, when they saw the two mechas that appeared in an instant, their faces froze, and they saw panic on their companions' faces at the same time. I thought it was a few small teams that were alone, so they dared to lead Hiffing so arrogantly, but they didn't know it was a big boss with mechas. At this moment, the four of them had only one thought in their minds, to run quickly. While Shinha and Wuan were busy dealing with the giant bees, they no longer wanted to stay and watch, and they all ran away in a panic, fearing that they would be punished later. The two released the mecha, and at the same time, they flashed and entered the mecha cabin. Shinha raised his hand to control the mecha, and the mecha had an additional light cannon in its hand. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive shells were fired and exploded in the bee swarm. A burnt smell spread in the air, and countless black corpses fell one after another. Wuan was on the left side of the bee swarm, waving the particle sword, and a white sword light flashed, and a piece of giant bee corpses appeared on the ground. The two attacked together, and half of the giant bee swarm was quickly destroyed. A few minutes later, a layer of giant bee corpses covered the grass. After collecting the mecha, Wuan kicked the corpse on the ground and looked around, wanting to settle accounts with the four people, but found that they had already run away. They are lucky. If they hadn't brought mechas, they would have to protect Wei Ning. Who knows what would have happened? These people are really shameless. You won't be so lucky next time. Shinha comforted that this matter would not be forgotten. Whether we can meet is still a question. The forest is so big, Wuan didn't think they could meet again. Let's talk about it later. We can't chase them, right? Shinha spread his hands. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the forest. Killing people for treasures, framing others, and diverting troubles are hard to prevent. It's just that they met today. Wuan also knew it, but he just couldn't stand them doing it. Chapter 60. Let's go and find honey. Shinha patted Wuan's shoulder. Instead of blaming those people here, it's better to find honey. You know, honey is very popular in the interstellar world, and the price is very high. Even if you don't want to drink it, you can give it to others or sell it on the interstellar network. The two waited for the Wei brothers and sisters to come over, and then went straight to the valley. The valley was very large, and when you were almost at the bottom, a small hill in the middle divided the valley into two. Go this way. Wuan looked back and forth between the two roads, and based on the traces left on the grass, he chose the direction on their right. All along the way, the ground was full of traces of being trampled, and following the traces, they soon reached the bottom of the valley. What appeared in front of them was a field of bright pink flowers, waving in the wind, and the wind blew, and the fragrance was fragrant. So beautiful. Wei Ning saw such a beautiful scenery for the first time, and couldn't help shouting. Be careful, there are giant bees. Wei Dong held her back, and stopped her from messing around. Even though those few people had provoked the giant bees, most of them had chased them away, but there were still many flying around in the flowers, diligently collecting honey. It was not so easy for them to collect honey. The beehive was on a giant tree not far from the flowers. The tree was unknown how many years old it was. The crown was like a huge umbrella, and the beehive was hanging on the trunk, long and almost touching the ground. How do we get it? The honey was right in front of us, but how to get it was still a problem. Fire attack. Wuan answered without hesitation. No. Shinha retorted that it was not easy for the giant tree to grow so big, and fire attack would burn it. Why don't we come back at night? Wei Ning suggested, remembering that it's not easy to get stung when collecting honey at night. There's no difference between day and night for them. Sometimes night is even the most active time for mutants. In fact, they can drive the mecha to collect honey, but it's inevitable that they will face the giant bees head-on, and Shinha doesn't want to destroy the sea of flowers. Honey is hard to come by, so they leave some for the giant bees, and can come back to collect it next time. Use this. Wei Ning suddenly took out a bottle from the space button, which contained red powder. This is... Wei Dong looked at the red powder in the bottle, and felt inexplicably familiar. Chili powder. Wei Ning shook the remaining half bottle of powder, and told him the method he had thought of. After listening, the three thought they could try it. The method is very simple. Just cut some branches and light them, then pour the chili powder into it. Let the thick smoke smoke the giant bees, so there is no need to worry about destroying the sea of flowers. After listening, they went to cut branches separately. Wei Ning picked up some dry grass to start the fire later. After a while, the three of them each brought a large bundle of branches and piled them together. Wei Dong picked up some dead branches, which were everywhere under the trees, fearing that they would not burn later. Wei Ning lit the dry grass and the fire started. He put the dead branches first and the branches last. Soon, White smoke billowed up. Wei Ning then poured the chili powder evenly on it. The wind was not strong, and the smoke floated slowly with the wind. Finally, the three people simply found a large leaf as a fan and fanned desperately behind the fire. The pungent smoke soon drifted inside. After a while, the giant bees buzzed, and then popped. The sound of falling. Shinha and Wuan were the first to notice that the giant bee was strange, and they fanned it harder. Half an hour later, they had added branches once, and the sound inside gradually decreased. After waiting for another 10 minutes, they still heard no sound, so they put out the fire. When the smoke dissipated, there was no trace of the giant bee in the flowers. It works. Wuan had already seen the giant bee on the ground and shouted. Hearing that the method was useful, everyone was very happy. In order to prevent the giant bee from waking up halfway and attacking people, Shinha and Wuan went in to get honey together after discussion. Wei Dong led Wei Ning to retreat first. No one knew when the giant bee would wake up, so it was better to stay away. Wei Ning took the opportunity to run over and dig up a few flowers and put them in the space button. Anyway, Green Star lacked all kinds of plants, so no matter what, they could build a garden at that time. When Wei Dong escorted Wei Ning to the fork in the valley, Shinha and Wuan had already taken the honey and chased out. Let's go! When the two chased them, they pulled them to run. When they just came out, the giant bee had already shown signs of waking up, so it was better to leave the valley quickly. The two had high physical fitness and fast speed, and they ran very fast while pulling people. Wei Ning experienced the feeling of flying on the grass in the middle. She was pulled by them, and her feet did not touch the ground. She ran all the way out until she could no longer see the valley. Wei Ning's breathing was rapid. She obviously did not run all the way, but it seemed like she ran all the way. On the other hand, people who ran all the way slightly adjusted their breath, and it was no different from usual. Comparing people is really annoying. We have gained a lot this time. They will definitely be jealous when we go back. Perhaps because of the honey, Shinha was very happy and talked more. I told them that if they followed my sister, there would be a surprise. They didn't believe me. When we get back, I show them the honey and make them jealous. Originally, they were going to form a team of 6 and had already selected the members. But when they found out that Chris was leading the team, the two changed their minds and wanted to go with Chris. If they could find the Angelica and bring it back smoothly, the people who participated in the mission would have priority to use the potion made from the Angelica. Shinha was not surprised that they changed their minds temporarily. Who doesn't want a high-level mental relief agent? But it didn't affect him from showing off. When Wei Ning recovered, they found a place to take out the honey. The half-meter-long honeycomb was full of honey. Although the honeycomb was long, the upper part was empty, and only the lower part had honey. Shinha cut the honeycomb directly. Use a knife to cut the surface of the beeswax, and the honey inside will flow out. Wei Ning put some of it in his mouth. It is very sweet, and has a fresh fragrance. All the honey was put into 10 cans, each with 1 liter. Since Shinha and Wuan were the ones who did the work, Wei Ning and Wei Dong only wanted 2 cans, but in the end Shinha and Wuan each gave 1 can. They are not stingy people. Along the way, they have also gained a lot of benefits because of Wei Ning. Honey is precious, but it is nothing compared to what Wei Ning gave them. The method of dealing with the fish monster alone is more precious than these 2 cans of honey. Chapter 61. At night, the group found a suitable place to set up camp, set up the tent, and began to prepare dinner. Today was the day they had the most exercise since they came in, and the consumption was particularly high. Since the first day they came in and ate the fish monster, they had to eat normal food for dinner. Only when they didn't have much time for breakfast and lunch, they drank nutrient solution. The way of eating was no longer just grilling fish. Today they had stewed fish. The pot was made by Shinha finding a stone. Heat the pot and add oil. Put the processed fish in and fry until both sides are golden brown, then add water to stew. These days, Wei Ning found a lot of plants that were common in his previous life. There are wild vegetables melon too, various mushrooms, fungus, perilla, star anise, and cinnamon. I don't know if the Interstellar people don't know or don't know how to use these to cook, and they all think they are inedible. When Wei Ning saw these and wanted to pick them, they all looked speechless. These were no different from weeds to them, with no medicinal value and no energy elements. Even ordinary people would not pick them, but she picked them all as if she had found a treasure. However, after Wei Ning cooked the wild vegetables and mushrooms, their stomachs were conquered again. They did not expect that the seemingly ordinary things would taste so special. Unfortunately, they did not have such a smooth fish stew tonight. As soon as the fish smelled, the ground began to vibrate slightly. Shinha and Wuan came over almost immediately and protected Wei Ning in the middle. Something is wrong. Wuan listened to the sound getting closer and closer, and his expression gradually became serious. They had already sprinkled animal repellent powder a mile away, so how could there be mutant beasts approaching? There are people. Shinha has seen a figure coming towards them. Damn, it's them again. Wuan also saw those people today. It's Wolverine. Shinha's face changed drastically. There was another group of people behind those people, fighting and retreating. And it was Wolverine who was chasing them. Damn, what are they doing? Wuan saw the wolf pack behind him, and his voice became louder. As we all know, Wolverine is a pack of strange beasts, fierce and vengeful. There is only one end to provoking them, either kill them all or become their food. Those people also ran over when they saw the fire here. They had been chased for a long time, and many people were injured. When they saw the fire, they ran over here desperately as if they saw a savior. However, when they saw only a few people, they were immediately disappointed. Just a few people were not enough for Wolverine to fill his teeth. It's them. Some of them recognized the people they had just met today. Thinking that they had mechas, these people saw hope again. The man behind them swung his sword and killed a Wolverine that was approaching. A lot of blood splashed on his face, but he didn't wipe it off. He kept swinging his sword like a machine to kill the Wolverine that was chasing him. Captain, there are people over there. Someone saw it and shouted to one of them. Damn, those bastards have passed by. Someone in the team saw that the people running in front of them had passed by and got angry. It was obviously those people who caused the trouble, but they ran faster. They fought all the way. The man who was called the captain was very tall, nearly 1.9 meters tall, wearing a black combat uniform, with taut muscles, and the sword in his hand was fierce. Every time he swung his sword, a Wolverine that was close to him fell down. They had been fighting for nearly 2 hours, and everyone was exhausted. However, the wolves that kept chasing them made them dare not relax at all. If they were not careful, they would be injured by the wolves. Except for the captain, they all suffered a lot of injuries, big and small, and everyone hated the people who attracted the wolves. Boss, help! Here, those people had already run to Shinha. Perhaps seeing them, they felt that they were saved, and they all collapsed on the ground, panting. It's you again. We haven't settled the score with you for what happened in the morning. You dared to ask us for help. Wuan scolded first. We didn't mean it. The man who shouted for help earlier pretended to be innocent. Yes. We were also in a panic. The three people behind nodded repeatedly, as if they had done so out of helplessness before. They can't stop it anymore. Wuan ignored them, and looked at the people fighting not far away. If they can't stop them, those Wolverines will come, and they will suffer as well. You go over there. Wuan drew out his sword and suddenly pointed it at the person on the ground. Boss, we can't do it. The person pointed it by the sword retreated again and again. Can't do it? I can make you really can't do it. The sword went down and pointed just between the man's legs. The man shrank back, but the sword followed him all the time, frightening him so much that his face turned pale, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Can you do it? Wuan held the sword and spoke in a sharp tone, as if he would swing the sword if he didn't go. Okay. The man didn't dare to pretend anymore and stood up. This man was the leader, and seeing him move, the three people behind him also followed him. No one saw that when they turned around, a flash of anger flashed in their eyes, which was fleeting. Dongzi, protect my sister. Shinha did not forget to tell him before leaving. Get lost. Weidong pushed him away. He didn't need to say that this was his sister, not his. The few people were forced to go over by Wuan, and they didn't dare to play tricks, and fought honestly. Wuan was watching them from the side, and even deliberately released a trace of mental power to drive Wolverine to that side. Few people who dared to enter the forest were weak, so they had to use all their skills to deal with them. As soon as Shinha and Wuan joined, the pressure on the team was greatly reduced, and they could even take time to inject themselves with nutrient solution. Gradually, they found that the two men coming from behind were really powerful. Each of them swung a sword, but soon there were wolf corpses under their feet. Their fierce lethality forced the wolves not to approach them. Ayo, woo! A long wolf howl came from behind the wolf pack. The wolf pack seemed to have received some orders, and the attack became more fierce. They did not dare to approach Shinha and Wuan, and rushed to the other people. I'm going to kill the Wolf King. Wuan said this and jumped onto the big tree next to him. He disappeared in a few jumps. Shinha saw that the captain of the team next to him was besieged by the wolf pack, and he went to help with his sword. Thank you. The captain killed the wolf that pounced from his side with his backhand, and turned to thank him. Be careful. Shinha shouted, and the sword pierced straight to his neck. Puff. With a sound, the captain felt liquid splashing on his back, and the smell of blood drifted with the wind. He turned around, and less than half a meter behind him was a wolf corpse. Just now, a wolf took advantage of the moment when he turned his head and attacked him from behind. Shinha stabbed him in the vitals with a sword and killed him instantly. Thank you. The captain thanked him again. If it weren't for his sword, he might have been injured. It's just a piece of cake. Shinha drew his sword and continued to fight. Ah. Woo. Another sharp wolf howl, like the last howl of life, very shrill. It was Wuan who killed the Wolf King. Shinha looked in the direction of the sound. Sure enough, after a while, the wolves began to retreat. Without the Wolf King, they couldn't beat these people, and began to retreat like a tide. After a while, they disappeared. Only wolf corpses were left on the ground. Seeing the wolf pack retreat, everyone was relieved and sat on the ground helplessly, regardless of the blood on the ground. Chapter 62. Seeing that they all fell to the ground without caring about their image, Shinha put away his sword, released his mental power, and felt it carefully. He confirmed that there was no other life breath except them before he put it back. This is a habit they left on the battlefield. When the star beasts are attacked and seriously injured, they will enter a state of suspended animation, and take the opportunity to counter-strangle them when they relax. So every time they have to confirm before they dare to relax their vigilance. This is the experience gained from the bloody lessons. Not long after, Wuan also came back, holding a pair of bloody wolf teeth in his hand. There was a bloodstain on his right cheek, which was accidentally scratched when he just killed the Wolf King. Do you want to learn from the boss and leave a scar on purpose? Shinha asked with a smile when he saw the scar on his face. The scar on the face of their boss Chris was left on purpose, and it is said that this makes him more iron-blooded. The temperament of a soldier. Otherwise, with the advanced medical technology now, how could there be a scar? Go to hell, it's just a minor injury. Wuan didn't care. With his physical fitness, how could this injury leave a scar? Besides, he didn't have the habit of leaving a scar on his face like the boss. What did you bring the wolf fang back for? Shinha couldn't help asking when he saw that he was still holding the wolf fang. Take it back to make a pair of daggers. Wuan said as he walked towards the camp. The teeth of the Wolverine King are extremely hard and are good materials. Since he encountered it, he couldn't let it go. Give me one when it's done. Shinha followed behind and said casually. What are you going to do? He wanted to keep it for fun. For my sister? Shinha replied as a matter of course. His sister is so weak, giving her the dagger is just right for self-defense. Okay. Wuan thought about the things Wei Ning had made recently and agreed. Let's go, the fish is ready. Smelling the fragrance in the air, Shinha urged him to hurry up, ignoring the wolf corpses on the ground behind him, and some people who were exhausted. Boss! The men who were forced to fight by Wuan looked at their boss. Shut up. The man looked at him angrily. The scene of being pointed at by Wuan before reappeared in his mind, and his body trembled. These two people were not people they could offend, so it was better to be honest. The scolded person shrank his body, and dared not speak again. By the way, remember to deal with the corpse. Halfway through the walk, Wuan suddenly turned around and said to the boss. Yes. The boss didn't dare not listen, and nodded repeatedly. Captain, they. Over there. Someone in the team also asked his captain, but he raised his hand to stop him. Rest well, and deal with the bodies. The people in the team obviously trusted their captain very much, and did not ask any more questions. After resting well, they quietly dealt with the bodies on the ground. Thank you very much for what happened just now. It was our fault before. We almost got you into trouble. After the bodies on the ground were dealt with, the captain went over to thank them, and apologized at the same time. Although they did not cause this incident, they did attract Wolverine. No matter what reason they took action, they should admit this. Why are you with them? Shinha pointed at the boss and asked. They don't look like a group of people. The captain got angry when he mentioned this. Originally, their team was going well, and they were still talking about the recent arrival of so many people on Kaiyang Star. As a result, those people suddenly appeared. At first, they thought they were just passing by and didn't pay attention. Who knew that they would throw things directly into their team when they approached? Instinctively, they thought the other party was attacking them by surprise, so they attacked subconsciously. When they found out that something was wrong, it was too late. What those people threw was actually a wolf cub, and now the wolf cub was killed by that attack. Those people ran away while they were stunned. The moment he saw the wolf cub, his brain was blank for a moment. Everyone knows that mutant beasts are the most protective of their cubs, and Wolverine is famous among them. Those people not only stole other people's cubs, but now they were killed without their knowledge. How could the wolf pack let them go? They were angry and followed these people. This matter was caused by them, and they couldn't escape. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, the wolf pack caught up. They chased and fought all the way, and everyone was injured a lot. They were exhausted all the way. If they hadn't chased here, they didn't know what would happen in the end. It's not too much to destroy this kind of scum, Wuhan said from the side. It was like this before, and it's the same for these people now. I've seen this kind of thing happen many times. When Wuhan said this, the boss who had just finished dealing with the wolf's body and sat far away suddenly seemed to sense something, and the whole person suddenly jumped up and wanted to escape. This person seemed to have foreseen the danger to himself, and he didn't even care about his companions, and turned around to escape. As long as he left here, what could they do to him? However, after he ran only 100 meters, his body leaned forward and fell to the ground. His eyes widened, and he was very unwilling. He was just a little bit away from leaving. Until his death, he didn't know who he had offended this time. At the moment he turned to run away, Wu had attacked at the same time, and threw the sword like a hidden weapon. It hit the man's back 100 meters away. His move directly shocked the remaining 3 people, and they were so scared that they couldn't move, trembling, fearing that the boss would raise his hand and hit them with a sword. Not only them, but also the people in the other team were shocked. Such a long distance. It shows how powerful that person is. Them. Wu had raised his hand and pointed at those people. You handle it yourselves. Yes. The captain responded subconsciously. He originally wanted to talk to them for a while, and take the opportunity to get to know them. At this time, he didn't dare to have any thoughts, and hurried back to his team after speaking. Obviously, they didn't want to have too much contact with him. Wei Ning was frightened after watching all this, whether it was the bloody scene when the wolves came and they fought, or the man Wu killed with one move later. This had a big impact on her. Until now, Wei Ning really felt the shock brought to her by this world. Violence, blood, strength first, it was not the peaceful era she lived in. At this time, she was even glad that she died early in her previous life. Otherwise, she dared not imagine whether she could survive safely in the end of the world with such a temperament. Sure enough, she was still suitable for farming and raising flowers. Chapter 63. Perhaps what happened that night really frightened her. Wei Ning did not sleep well all night, and had nightmares all night. Sometimes she dreamed of the scene of being overwhelmed by zombies in her previous life. Sometimes she dreamed of bloody wolf corpses. Sometimes she dreamed of the man being killed and falling to the ground, and the fierce murderous aura emanating from Wuhan at that moment. In short, the whole night was full of blood red in her dreams, and even when she was awakened, the air seemed to be filled with the smell of blood. The next day, Wei Ning woke up with 2 big dark circles under her eyes. Fortunately, her skin color was yellowish, so it was not so obvious. When she got up, everyone from yesterday had left, even the body of the boss was gone. If it weren't for the blood stains on the ground, she almost thought that yesterday was just a nightmare. Wei Ning looked at Wuhan, who came to help him pack up the tent. His movements were neat, and his expression was calm. He didn't have the fierceness he had when he took the sword yesterday. Thinking about it, her body couldn't help shivering, and Wei Ning moved to the side without leaving a trace. Wuhan, what's going on? Something is wrong today. Let's go, let's find potatoes today, and we can go out tomorrow. Shinha shouted from the other side. They didn't find any potatoes along the way. Since potatoes are one of the food of the crazy pig, let's go find the crazy pig today. I don't believe that we can't find them by following the crazy pig. He has become obsessed with finding potatoes. With a goal, Shinha began to walk according to the habits of the crazy pig. He no longer followed the path that others had walked, but took the small path instead. Such a route is undoubtedly not difficult for Wei Ning. It can be said that she has hardly exercised, and her body functions in all aspects are not as good as theirs. Fortunately, they took good care of her, and did not walk very fast, trying to match her pace. The mountain road was rugged, with dense bushes on both sides. Wei Ning felt tired after walking for a while. This was much more tiring than walking on the main road in the past few days. It felt like climbing a mountain, and it was a mountain without a road. In fact, they were indeed climbing a mountain. The road chosen by Shinha was indeed flat at the beginning, but it became a steep slope at the end. It was just that the surrounding environment was similar, and Wei Ning did not notice that the road became steeper and steeper as they walked. If you look down from a high place, you will find that they are actually climbing a mountain now. Who? I can't walk anymore. In the end, Wei Ning really couldn't walk anymore, and her whole body was clamoring for rest. I usually told you to exercise more, but you didn't listen. Now you know you are tired. Wei Dong followed her, saying disdainful words, but his hands were massaging her calves. I didn't know we would come to such a primitive place. Wei Ning enjoyed the massage, and felt that her elder brother's technique was really good. She felt that her legs were not so sore anymore. I go to the front to take a look. Wuan came up from behind and said to Shinha. He had good hearing, and heard a sound in front of him. He planned to go over and check it out. It was just right that they could stay here and rest for a while. Okay. Shinha glanced at Wei Ning, and did not refuse. He also walked around nearby to confirm whether the surrounding area was safe. Seeing that they were still so energetic, Wei Ning felt that she was simply a drag. If it weren't for her, they could still continue to walk. Not long after, Shinha came back with a handful of green fruits. Girl, what is this? Since Wei Ning has been instilling in them the idea that many things in the wild can be eaten, they are used to picking wild fruits and vegetables, and asking when they see them now. If they can be eaten, take them away, and if they can't, throw them away. This is... Wei Ning looked at the green fruit the size of an egg, which looked like an orange. She took one, and put it to her nose and smelled it. The sour taste was accompanied by a fresh fragrance. When she broke it open, the structure was similar to that of an orange, but the flesh sac was very tight, and the sour taste was stronger. She drooled after smelling it too much. It's a green lime. After reading it, Wei Ning affirmed. Where did you find it? Wei Ning put the green lime into the space button and looked up and asked. There are no green limes in the interstellar space. Wei Ning didn't know why there were so many wild edible ingredients in the forest, but no one had discovered them. Or they turned a blind eye to them even if they had discovered them, and paid more attention to medicinal plants. But for native interstellar people, these are worthless things, with strange tastes, and they can't fill their stomachs after eating. Instead, they are not as useful as medicinal plants. In the long run, in their eyes, these are useless things. Since they are useless, they will not take them to heart. Those who can enter the central area of the forest must have a mental power level of at least A level. Their abilities are not bad, and their living conditions are better than ordinary people. They are more willing to believe in food recognized by the Federation, and are unwilling to try those that are not recorded. After all, there are many videos released on the Interstellar network every year. The content is that someone tries new species, and causes poisoning or strange reactions. Over time, everyone got used to it, either buying federally certified genuine products or drinking nutrient solution. This taste is so strange, can it be eaten? Shinha smelled the taste that was comparable to the taste of red fruit and asked doubtfully. They are different. Wei Ning couldn't explain the difference between tomatoes and green limes. In their eyes, they were all the same, equally sour. You can think of it as a seasoning. Red fruit is more like a fruit, this one can't be eaten alone. Sure enough, it was easier to understand when it was said this way. Do you want to pick it? Since it can be used as a seasoning, Shinha asked subconsciously. These days, they have gotten used to it, and they pick more or less of everything that can be used. Yes. Wei Ning immediately got excited and stood up to go with him. She had thought about it, and she would make lemon honey water when she went back, sour and sweet. She loved it. She was drooling just thinking about it. However, Shinha didn't let her go, saying that there weren't many, and he could go by himself, and asked them to wait for Wuan to come back here. After he said so, Wei Ning didn't insist and sat down again. It really wasn't much. Wei Ning looked at the small bag of green lemons that Shinha picked, only about 100. How to eat it so sour? Wei Dong asked Shinha's thoughts on the side. He couldn't help but take a bite just now, and the taste was really unforgettable. You know when you get back. Wei Ning took the bag and smiled mysteriously. Since he was always slapped in the face by her about eating, Wei Dong knew better, and didn't ask again. We know when the time comes. In the distance, Wuan ran over with a happy face, and shouted from a distance, Let's go, let's make a lot of money this time. Are there any traces of crazy pigs? Seeing him so happy, Shinha remembered their goal today. No, you know when you get up there. Wuan deliberately kept them in suspense, and urged them to hurry up. I want to see what it is. It was rare to see him so happy, so Shinha became even more curious. Wei Ning didn't rest either, and followed Wuan. Until they stopped following Wuan, and saw what made him happy. Everyone took a deep breath. Chapter 64. There was a lake right in front of them, and at this moment, in the middle of the lake, a huge water monster opened its bloody mouth, and countless large and small water creatures were squeezed into it by the water flow. A soft waterfall like a white silk hangs on a high cliff, and the rocks are vaguely exposed between the falling water, hitting countless water droplets. The water flows in a winding way, and finally converges in the lake. The lake is full of flowers, plants and trees on both sides. If you don't look at the water monster in the lake, this place is simply beautiful. No, don't tell us, this is what you said you made a fortune? Shinha turned his head to look at Wuan, pointing at the water monster that opened its mouth to eat again, and asked a soul-like question. Don't tell him that this big guy in the water is his target. If he dares to answer yes, he promises not to beat him. Don't you think this fish monster is big enough? It looks delicious. Wuan looked at it with shining eyes, as if he was ready to fight at any time. No, don't think it's edible just because it looks like a fish monster. Shinha couldn't understand how his brain circuit was formed. Can't it be eaten? Wuan turned his head and looked at Wei Ning, with expectation in his eyes, as if waiting for Wei Ning to say yes. It's better not to eat such a big guy? Wei Ning replied with a stiff face. She didn't know what it was. Is it a whale? This is not the sea. How could there be a whale? It looks a bit like a whale. But Wei Ning looked at the eyes of the other two people except Wuan, who all disagreed, so forget it. Really not? Wuan's expectation turned into disappointment, and he asked again without giving up. No. Wei Ning was determined. Let's eat something normal. She had no appetite for that big guy. There must be fish monsters in the pool below the waterfall. It's easier for us to catch the one here. Shinha pulled Wuan over directly. He was afraid that he would be crazy and insist on the one in the lake. Although the one in the water didn't look as powerful as the star beast, their mechas were not suitable for underwater combat. They might not be able to deal with it without mecha combat. Wuan looked at the big guy with a tail that swept up layers of waves with regret, and felt it was a pity. They looked very close to the lake, but in fact there was still some distance. It was half an hour later when they all walked to the edge of the pool. The pool was very large. They stood on one side, and the icy cold water vapor came with the wind, which was very comfortable. Wei Ning squatted down, scooped up a handful of water, and splashed it on his face, carefully washing his face and exposed skin. Others followed suit. It was not always possible to find a place with water when setting up camp. They had not washed for a few days. After a quick wash, Wuan began to wonder if there was a fish monster in the pond. Wei Ning did not want to move anymore. She found a stone near the water and sat down. She took off her shoes, put her feet in the water, and squinted her eyes comfortably. The water was very clear, and you could clearly see the fish swimming under the water. Seeing the fish monster under the water, Wuan's eyes flashed with a sparkling light. He had already touched a stone, aimed at the fish monster in the water, and shot it out with force. Bang! Only the sound of the stone entering the water was heard, and the fish monster did not float up. Wuan? What happened? Was it because he did it the wrong way? Why didn't he hit the fish monster? He threw several more stones in a row, but without exception, all of them missed. The fish here are different from the fish in the previous stream. The stream is shallow, and there are many fish. You can hit them by throwing stones at random. The water here is deep, so they can only see the fish near the bottom, and they can't see anything near the bottom of the waterfall. The previous method doesn't work here at all. The fish here look very smart. Ha ha ha. Shinha saw that he missed every time and laughed unceremoniously. Anzi, the fish monsters dislike you for not thinking about them before? Get lost, you are talking nonsense. Wuan was angry and threw a stone at his feet, splashing water, and a lot of it fell on Shinha's trouser legs. Watch me. He didn't care, picked up the stone, aimed at the fish monster, and the stone mixed with a wisp of spiritual power attacked like a sharp blade, heading straight for the fish monster. After a while, a streak of blood appeared in the water, followed by the scene of the fish monster floating to the surface. Wuan, you are awesome. Shinha was just about to show off, when a fish monster suddenly flew up from the water, swung its tail and flew past them. Shinha, Wuan, fuck. Is this fantasy? The two looked over and saw Wei Dong taking the fish monster with one hand and throwing it back. The fish monster they saw was jumping in the basin half filled with water behind him. The two looked at each other, and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Shinha didn't pick up the fish monster, but turned to walk towards him, asking as he walked, Dongzi, what weapon do you have? It's so magical, Do you have any more? Wu followed him, with desire in his eyes. This weapon was born for catching fish monsters. It was so amazing that he wanted one too. Fishing rod, no more, just one. Wei Dong hung a piece of meat on it, and threw it into the pond. At this time, Shinha saw clearly that it was a transparent line. There was a metal stick at the end of his hand, and the line was tied to one end of the stick. Wei Dong felt the movement in his hand, and pulled his hand back hard, and another fish monster flew straight towards him. 2 fish monsters were caught in this time, and the 2 of them stared at them without blinking. No, let me try. Shinha was not willing to do it, and stepped forward to grab it. I want it too. Wu was unwilling to fall behind. Fuck. You are too much. Wei Dong was defeated by the 2 people, and his face turned red with anger, watching them snatch his fishing rod. Wei Ning watched them fighting over a fishing rod, like children fighting over toys. They refused to give in to each other over who would use it first. She shook her head and laughed. No one would believe that a few passionate men would argue for a fishing rod for a long time. She remembered that she asked Wei Dong to make this fishing rod for her. He thought there were fish in the pond where he fetched water from Green Star before, so he asked Wei Dong to make it for her. But after a long time, there was nothing. He didn't expect it to come in handy here. In the end, Wu got the fishing rod by crushing the 2 with his absolute strength. He looked tense on the surface, but in fact, he was bubbling with joy in his heart, waiting for the fish monster to take the bait. I don't know if the fish in this pond have never seen foreign food before. The line moved not long after the bait was put down. Wu imitated the way Wei Dong pulled the line before, and pulled it to the side, but only pulled an empty hook. Wu Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Shinha and Wei Dong laughed behind them. Wu glared at them, then calmly put on the bait, and let out the line. Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. 3 times in a row, either he reeled in the line too quickly, and the fish didn't get hooked, or the fish came out of the water and fell back down. As if they were against him, not a single fish was caught. Shinha and Wei Dong were already laughing at the back. See, even if you grab the fishing rod, you can't catch the fish monster. Even Wei Ning couldn't help laughing when he saw it, and really didn't know what to say. Finally, Wu threw the fishing rod to Shinha with a dark face, sat behind him, and laughed back at him when he couldn't catch any fish. Looking at the fish monsters caught one after another, Wu's face became even darker. Chapter 65. The valley has abundant rainfall, lush grass, green weeds swaying in the wind, and various flowers mixed in. Wei Ning rested enough and started to wander around. This place is a distance away from the lake, so there is no need to worry about the big guy in the lake coming over. Perhaps because of the big guy, there are no mutant beasts around. But Wei Ning did not dare to go far. It is safer for a weak chicken like her who needs protection at any time to stay close to them. There are many water celery growing in the grass. If you don't look carefully, you won't find it. It almost blends with the weeds. Although I don't like water celery very much, Wei Ning still picked a lot of it based on the principle of not missing it if you see it. She also specially pulled away the weeds to find the seedlings that were hidden and not grown, and planned to go back to try if they can be planted. What Green Star lacks most now is seeds of various varieties, whether it is flowers, trees, vegetables, or fruits. Before, Randy said that he would find seeds for her, but there has been no news for so long, which is really unreliable. It would be faster to find more myself. Randy, who was listening to the progress of the spaceport maintenance on Green Star, sneezed violently. How much more do you need? I do it. Wu's voice came from behind, and he followed without knowing when. When Wei Ning got up and walked away, Wu saw her. He was worried that something unexpected might happen, so he followed her. He just followed her not far away, so as not to affect her, and to ensure that he could arrive at the first time when danger occurred. Seeing her bending down to pull out a kind of grass in the wild grass, and also digging it out to find similar young plants, he thought she had discovered a new variety. According to past experience, whenever they found a new variety, they would take a lot back, so they stepped forward to help. Wei Ning didn't notice someone behind her, and was startled when she heard the voice. She was quite surprised to hear who the voice was, and she didn't expect him to follow her. Not too much. Wei Ning looked at the water celery that was growing very well, and finally asked him to pull some. She didn't know whether other people liked the taste, so she pulled less and left some space for other things. She didn't forget that 2 people were still thinking about digging potatoes. Wu started, and Wei Ning didn't continue, and turned to look for other people she knew. The geographical environment here is very good, with mountains and water, plenty of sunshine, and suitable for the growth of many plants. In fact, She wanted to find staple food plants such as rice or wheat, and the environment here is also suitable for these plants to grow, but she was unlucky and didn't see them. However, she actually found a wild lavender near the hillside. The lavender was in bloom, and the purple flowers were in full bloom. Wei Ning was very happy. Lavender has many uses. It can be used as an ornamental flower. Imagine if a large area of lavender could be planted, it would be so spectacular and beautiful. It would definitely be the most beautiful scenery of Green Star. As the king of spices, lavender has medicinal value. It can relieve people's anxiety, relax people's spirit, and has a strong sleep-inducing effect. I just don't know if it will be useful for interstellar people with spiritual power, Wei Ning thought, while digging it out carefully. Fearing that the space button would affect its growth, Wei Ning lost a lot of superpowers out of worry. After digging, Wei Ning searched carefully around. It would be better if there were more. However, she carefully searched around and didn't see any other plants except that one, which made her a little disappointed. Since there was none, Wei Ning did not plan to look for it anymore. The cheers of the two people could be heard from the pond from time to time. Wei Ning touched his stomach and felt a little hungry. Let's fill our stomachs first. Wei Ning called Wen back, but turned around and found that he had already pulled a large piece of water celery. Wei Ning. Oops. I forgot to tell him that he didn't need so much. Brother Wu, that's enough. This is enough. Wei Ning hurriedly stopped Wen, who was about to continue. Wen looked at the many water celery that were still there, and then looked at the pile he had pulled, and felt that it was a little too little. Let's go grill the fish. It seems that the big brother and the others have caught a lot of fish. Today we found a new seasoning, so we can try a new flavor. These days, Wei Ning has also seen that Wen likes to eat fish very much. Whether it is grilled fish, fried fish or stewed fish, he likes it very much, and he eats more than anyone else every time. Sure enough, when he heard that he could eat fish with a new flavor, he immediately put away the water celery and left. Oh no! There's no meat! As soon as I approached the pond, I heard Shinha shouting. I told you not to use such a big piece, but you didn't believe me. Now there's nothing left to catch. Wei Dong was complaining. They were fishing well before, but this guy insisted on using a big piece of meat bait, saying that it could catch big fish and monsters, but the fish and monsters he caught were all the same. He had to waste it. I go find a mutant beast. It's just meat, there's plenty. Shinha snorted. The forest would not lack mutant beast meat. Are you going to catch all the fish here? Wei Ning stopped Shinha, who was really planning to hunt mutant beasts, and glared at Wei Dong. It's not impossible. Wei Dong muttered quietly. It was really fun to fish for fish, and he hadn't had enough. Sister, don't be angry, we won't fish anymore. Shinha tried to smooth things over and regained his sanity. It was all because the fish here were too easy to be hooked, making people addicted unconsciously. He winked at Wei Dong again, asking him to stop talking. Wei Dong remembered that he was the brother after all, and didn't say anything. Sister, look, this is my brother's record today, isn't it amazing? Shinha pulled Wei Ning to see their results. Not only was the big basin full of fish, but there were also 3 boxes of fresh-keeping boxes. Each fish weighed 7 or 8 kilograms, more than twice as big as the ones in the stream. No wonder they were all addicted to fishing. It's okay, I can only say that the fish here are too stupid and have never seen the world, so they were lured by a piece of meat from you. Shinha didn't want to admit that this was the case, but it seemed that what he said made some sense. Wen was only thinking about new ways to eat, and he started to deal with the fish monster as soon as he came. Anyway, whether the fish monster was stupid or smart, he couldn't catch it, and he felt a little sour for some reason. In the end, he ate most of the fish grilled with lime juice, and burped with satisfaction. Look, crazy pig. Wei Dong faced the water flow, and when he looked up, he accidentally saw the familiar dark appearance on the opposite side, and his eyes lit up. Everyone turned their heads to look after hearing this. Sure enough, a mother crazy pig with a group of cubs came down from the other side of the hillside, humming and groaning, walked to the water, and stopped to drink water. After drinking, he walked back the same way. Let's go, let's catch up. Shinha seemed to have seen the potatoes waving at him, and urged him to clean up quickly. Really, Wei Ning didn't know what to say. Obviously, there were already a lot of potatoes planted in Green Star. Why did he keep thinking about digging potatoes? And now he could even chase pigs to find potatoes. Chapter 66. At Shinha's urging, several people quickly cleaned up, put out the fire with water, and put away the things. After crossing the other side, they could see clearly what they had overlooked before. There were footprints of all sizes on the water side, and a well-trodden road extended from the shore to the hillside until it disappeared in the bushes. There were black objects similar to feces in the grass. They followed the footprints and saw many grasses that were gnawed bare, revealing the brown soil underneath. Except for the road that the crazy pig walked out, there were bushes here. If people wanted to pass through, they had to cut a road. Shinha and Weidong led the way in front, one on each side, and cut the bushes that blocked the road, so that the two people behind could walk smoothly. It took them a long time to get out of the bushes. There was a forest outside the bushes, where there were more footprints, and the bark of many tree trunks was polished to a bright shine. It can be seen that this is where the crazy pig usually comes. What do potatoes look like? Shinha suddenly asked. He had only eaten potato flour, and had never seen what potatoes look like. They grow underground. You have to dig them up to see them. Weidong described the appearance of potato stems and leaves in detail. There are none here. Weidong saw them looking around and said, there are shrubs growing under the trees here, which can be seen at a glance. Let's look separately. There are many and messy footprints here, and it is hard to tell which direction the crazy pig went. Shinha said it, and everyone agreed. In the end, he and Wuan looked separately, and Weidong and Wei Ning went in another direction together. Weidong took the lead and walked forward, pushing aside the branches and leaves that blocked the way. He didn't pay attention to his feet. He just took 2 steps and suddenly stopped. His left foot stepped on something soft and sticky. What's wrong? Wei Ning saw that he didn't move, so he poked him on the back. Weidong looked down at his feet and saw the black mass. His face changed drastically. Wei Ning took a step to his left, looked up, and saw that his face changed, and subconsciously followed his gaze. Wei Ning. She had to hold back to not laugh, but her shoulders kept shaking. Really, she really didn't expect her eldest brother's luck to be so good, and he got a big gift bag of poop at the beginning. Weidong glared at her, carefully raised his feet, and a circle of stickiness stained his black combat boots. His face changed again, and finally he held back his nausea and rubbed it hard on the grass. Even after wiping it clean, he still felt that there was still something on it. Ugh, it was too disgusting. He would rather be sprayed with mutant blood than get this on his face. Let's go! Wei Ning smiled. This way. Here. Before they could continue, Shinha and Wuan shouted one after another. Weidong turned back decisively after hearing this. Wei Ning looked at the poop that he had favored. It was quite fresh. Weidong first walked towards Shinha. He was closer to them, but he greeted the ancestors of the crazy pig several times in his heart. Where is the crazy pig? He asked Shinha, almost gritting his teeth. When he walked over, he didn't see the shadow of the crazy pig, but saw a patch of red fruit trees. It's just red fruit. Why are you shouting? He spoke a little aggressively. Shinha. He didn't shout wrongly. Why did he look like he had eaten dynamite? My elder brother just stepped on it accidentally. Wei Ning followed and was about to say why her elder brother was in a bad mood, but before she could finish, she was covered by Weidong. What did you step on? Shinha asked. Wei Ning was covered and couldn't speak. He looked at Weidong's eagerness to stop him, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. Ha ha ha. Shinha suddenly laughed out loud. Dongzi, you really stepped on poop. Ha ha ha. Weidong. So sisters and brothers are sometimes really annoying. Enough. Laugh again, I don't mind letting you experience it yourself. Listening to his impolite laughter, Weidong threatened. Ha. Cough cough. Shinha stopped laughing, pursed his lips, and his face turned red. He didn't dare to continue. It was too much. If Dongzi was angry, he might really want him to feel it. Crazy pig is over there. Why are you still here? Wuan waited for no one, turned back to look for them, and saw that the atmosphere between the three was strange. Especially Weidong's face was still dark, and he keenly felt that something happened when he left that he didn't know. As if he knew what would happen later, Weidong strode away. Sure enough, there was another burst of fierce laughter behind him. Weidong. The most embarrassing thing in life is this, making friends carelessly. When they came over, Weidong keenly noticed the sight falling on his feet. But the two came over together, patted his shoulder, and looked very righteous. Don't worry, brother will avenge you later. Weidong was so angry that he kicked them one by one. Brother, wait, we will go and avenge you now. They did not forget to shout when they were kicked down, and at the same time, they kicked the tree trunk halfway, using the force to jump down again. When they were about to land, they rushed into the pile of crazy pigs with a sword in their hands and killed them all. Can't you save some face for me, your big brother? Wei Dong saw that they were killing the crazy pigs below, turned his head, and said to Wei Ning with a bit of flattery. Wei Ning looked at him and replied seriously, "Big brother, it is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone." Wei Dong. What should he do when he meets such a sister? He was stunned for a while, gave up struggling, and turned his head to look at the battle below. The two people below were like large meat grinders, constantly harvesting the crazy pigs running around. It was the first time that Wei Ning saw them fighting. Looking at the bloody scene, he couldn't help but touch his arm, feeling a little cruel. The Star Beast battlefield is bloodier and more cruel than this. Wei Dong seemed to know what she was thinking and suddenly spoke. Humans are like tiny bugs in front of Star Beasts. They will attack humans without reason and devour their flesh and blood for nutrients. Only when humans become strong can they have a chance to compete with them and win. However, humans cannot predict when this day will come. Wei Ning was surprised. This was the first time he mentioned the battlefield in front of her. She had never experienced war, nor had she seen what the Star Beast battlefield looked like. However, I believe that the war will end one day. The power of humans is unpredictable. The war will end. Wei Ning looked at the two people who had already started to finish, as if he was talking to Wei Dong, or talking to himself. Chapter 67. Shinha and Wu had almost stopped at the same time, with bloodthirsty fanaticism on their faces, and the swords in their hands were still dripping with blood. The valley was full of corpses of crazy pigs. Looking at the crazy pigs on the ground, both of them laughed. After putting away the swords, they began to collect the spoils of war. These were all food materials. They could take them back and eat them for a while. They did not forget that there were still a group of big eaters in Green Star. Hundreds of crazy pigs were collected by them in the space button, almost filling it up. After they collected them all, Wei Dong and Wei Ning came down the hillside. "Dongzi, how much space do you have in your space button?" Shinha asked Wei Dong, who came over. "It can still be filled up." Wei Dong looked at his space button, which was also almost full. His space button was not as good as theirs to begin with. The space was more than half smaller. Along the way, there were all kinds of strange things, and it was almost full. After hearing this, his face visibly fell. It was annoying to harvest too much. "I can still hold some more. Let's look for potatoes first." Wei Ning saw him like that and spoke. Although her space button was not as good as theirs, it could hold a lot. All along the way, almost all the things were on them, and she didn't touch them. "There must be some," Shinha said stubbornly. He didn't accept this conclusion. After saying that, he picked a direction to look for it. After the battle just now, the mad pigs either died under their swords or ran away in fear. This is the territory of the mad pigs. There are no other mutant beasts besides them. Wei Ning is not afraid of being in danger alone, so she also chose a direction. The valley is very deep, more than 200 meters deep, and Wei Ning is going inward. This place is close to the cave where the mad pig lives. There are deep traces of activities. The grass on the ground grows sparsely. The area near the hillside has been gnawed bare, leaving only roots and stems. Wei Ning stood on a high place and looked around. There were only weeds and no leafy plants. She stopped going inside. There was already a smell coming out with the wind. "Ning Ning, come and take a look." Wei Ning was about to leave when Wei Dong shouted to her from a distance. Wei Dong had seen where potatoes grew before, and he chose the direction of the valley entrance at the beginning. However, he did not see the familiar plants, but a continuous round leaf vine. When he thought it was a mutant vine, he saw traces of being turned over in the corner. He walked over to take a look. It was the mad pig that opened it. The vine had been gnawed, revealing a half-gnawed white stem tuber with a pink skin. Wei Dong didn't know what it was, but seeing the half-eaten tuber, it should also be the food of the mad pig, and it also grew in the ground, and looked quite similar to potatoes. Since he didn't know what it was, he simply called Wei Ning over. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that Wei Ning knew about this thing. His call also called Shinha and Wu over. They looked in the direction they went, but there was nothing except the weeds that had been eaten and half-grown. Hearing Wei Dong's call, they naturally thought that he had found something over there, and immediately came over here. They came faster than Wei Ning, thinking that Wei Dong had found potatoes, and they were in a good mood when they came. When they saw that it was a vine, they were disappointed. These vines grew quite lush, but they were not what they wanted. "Why isn't it a potato?" Shinha felt that he had been deceived. It was said that potatoes were one of the foods of the mad pigs, but there was no sign of potatoes when there were mad pigs. "This is also its food." Wei Dong pointed at the half-bitten tuber. "We have to be able to eat it." Shinha leaned over to take a look, squatted down to dig out the half, and looked it up and down. While they were discussing whether they could eat it, Wei Ning also came over. Seeing this familiar leaf, Wei Ning was more surprised and happy than when she saw the potato. How could she not be happy? It turned out to be sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes were her favorite snack when she was a child. When she was roasting a fire in winter, she would bury a few sweet potatoes grown by herself in the fire, and when they were cooked, she would dig them out, and the fragrance could spread far away. Every time she could eat several. When she grew up, the sweet potatoes sold by street vendors in the city were not as fragrant as when she was a child. Sweet potatoes roasted over a fire still taste better. We are so lucky! Wei Ning shouted excitedly. She could already imagine that in the near future, sweet potatoes would have a bumper harvest in Green Star. In the future, you can eat sweet potatoes as you like, in different ways. This is the same as potatoes. Do you want the tuber at the bottom? Wei Dong pointed at the piece in Shinhaojia's hand and asked. No, we also want these vines. We can plant them directly after we take them back. Wei Ning hurriedly explained their importance in case they didn't know and destroyed the red vines. It seems that it hasn't grown yet? Wei Ning squatted down and dug along the place where it was turned over, and dug out a sweet potato as big as an egg. Looking at this piece of sweet potato, only the corner has traces of being turned over, and it looks a bit like a little kid is greedy and stealing it. It doesn't matter if it's small. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. How can we waste it? Shinhaojia doesn't care whether it grows up or not. Since they found it, it can only be said that it is their misfortune. Then take the big ones away, and forget about the small ones. Next, they began to harvest the sweet potato vines. However, this piece is a bit too much for them. The sweet potato vines are growing very well, and the crazy pigs have not touched them. They never thought that the food saved for the winter would be plucked by outsiders. Not only that, but most of the family members were also killed. Until it got dark, they had harvested less than 1/3. Forget it, harvest it tomorrow, and let's roast the sweet potatoes. Wei Ning was really tired and didn't want to move. Wei Dong and his men also stopped when they heard this, and began to prepare in an orderly manner. Some dug sweet potatoes, some collected dry firewood, and some looked for places to make camps. Wei Ning picked a location in the place chosen by Shinhaojia and dug a shallow pit. Then he arranged the sweet potatoes dug by Wei Dong, and put them in the pit, and covered them with a layer of soil. Finally, he put the fire on the pit and burned it. Wei Ning learned this method from watching TV dramas, and she didn't know how effective it was. When she was a child, she liked it most in winter to build a sweet potato kiln in the field with her neighbors, and put sweet potatoes, taro, cassava, and other things in the kiln when the soil was burned red. Then he broke the soil and buried it well. It couldn't leak air, otherwise the things inside would be half-cooked. The conditions here are not enough, so let's just make do with it. However, this method is still quite effective. In the end, the sweet potatoes were fully cooked. When the fire was removed and dug out, the fragrance exploded instantly. It attracted everyone's attention. Smelling the sweet smell in the air, they felt that the fish monster in their hands had no taste in an instant, and they couldn't wait to join in. After eating the sweet and soft sweet potatoes that ooze sugar juice after a bite, they were instantly conquered by its taste, and sped up their eating speed. The same idea came to their minds. Such delicious sweet potatoes must be dubbed back, and not a single one can be missed. Chapter 68. Perhaps because they have tasted the delicious sweet potatoes, the three of them are full of energy. In the morning, Wei Ning walked out of the tent, and saw that the sweet potato vines had been harvested halfway. As expected, the food is attractive, and the action is strong. The three of them got up at dawn to harvest the sweet potato vines. The plan is to harvest in the morning and dig in the afternoon, and try to finish it within 2 days. After the sweet potato vines are cut, there will be juice, which will stick to your hands. When they are completely dry, they will become stains on your hands. But they don't have time to care about this. Everyone is harvesting the sweet potato vines in front of them seriously and quickly. Seeing how they are working hard, Wei Ning reflected on herself for a minute. Is she too lazy? They have done so much work, and she just got up, which is really a drag. This behavior is not good. After quickly and casually taking care of herself, Wei Ning went to help. She wanted to divide the potato vines they harvested into small portions, and bundle them up for later planting. Wei Ning followed them to sort out the crops for the whole morning, and was so tired that he could hardly stand up straight. He really envied their physical strength. After the three of them finished harvesting, they came to help Wei Ning sort out the crops. After a short break at noon, they started digging sweet potatoes again. Wei Dong had dug potatoes before, so he had experience and the principles were similar. He taught Shinha and Wuan how to dig without ruining them. This was also the experience he gained from digging mini potatoes before. He used his mental power to feel the approximate location of the sweet potatoes, and then dug them with a hoe, turned them over, and the sweet potatoes underneath came out. The sweet potatoes were not fully grown, and they were not even half the size of potatoes, but they were still very happy to see that they dug out 7 or 8 sweet potatoes in a row with a hoe. They dug one by one as if they had taken stimulants, and turned out all the sweet potatoes, including the mud. Wei Ning followed behind, and picked them one by one, and put them into the prepared bags. This digging was not finished until the afternoon of the next day. Except for the very small ones, the rest filled 6 large bags, weighing more than 1,000 kilograms. Their space buttons were filled to the brim, and could no longer hold anything else. This time, the harvest was so rich that even Wei Ning was surprised, not to mention Shinha and the others. It was the first time for them to harvest so many things other than medicinal plants in the forest, and they felt that they had come here in vain. There were useful supplies everywhere, but they missed so many in vain. We have to talk to the boss when we go back this time. We must not miss these when we see them on missions in the future. Shinha picked up a sweet potato on the ground and put it in the bag, saying, "The boss may not be willing to take care of it, so why not talk to Colonel Landy?" Wuan suggested on the side. "Let their boss take care of it. Just show them the pictures directly, and then order them to open their eyes, and see clearly, and bring back everything they encounter in the future. But it is different to let Colonel Randy take care of it. He will organize the relevant information, pictures, etc., and may also list the uses and methods of these things one by one. He even directly asks someone to make a copy, so that everyone can see it clearly, just like the example of mutant meat before. In the past, who would care about those mutant beasts, until they tasted the delicious mutant beast meat? When they were on a mission, they would act so quickly when they encountered mutant beasts, for fear that if they were a step slower, the mutant beasts would run away without a trace. Shinha thought about it, and felt that it made sense, so he kept it in mind and mentioned it when he returned. They had a great harvest, but Chris was not so lucky. After receiving the communication from Shinha, Chris discussed with Randy, and set off with his men immediately. Others may not know, but he knew that their army had run out of high-level mental relief agents. Previously, they had used a lot to catch the mental attacking star beast, and now the inventory was almost empty. In order to find spiritual herbs, the army had to send people to the forests of various stars every year, and sometimes they might not find a plant in 1 or 2 years. The pharmacists had also thought about artificially cultivating spiritual herbs, but all of them ended in failure. Even if he was not sure whether the source of the information was reliable or even whether it could be found, he had to go this time. After meeting up with Heisey and his men on Kaiyong Star, Chris led them straight to the center of the forest. Along the way, Heisey told Chris the information they had collected one by one. Although Chris was impatient with trivial matters, he had finally sat in the position of colonel based on his strength, so his IQ was naturally not low. From various messages, it can be judged that, at least so far, the spiritual grass has not been taken by others, so they still have a chance. Another thing is that they received the message early, and are close to this place, so compared with other forces, they have seized the opportunity. If they are lucky, it is not impossible to get it before other forces. Sure enough, most of the teams they met along the way were led by A-level teams, and only a few were led by S-level teams, but other teams were completely not enough to face their team. It's just that their luck is not so good, and the location in the message is vague. They haven't found it after searching for several days, and conflicts have occurred. He had watched several fights with a cold eye. Those people were quite sensible, and didn't dare to get too close. They followed from a distance or took a detour. Each of them had a strong aura and a fierce look in their eyes, especially the leader. When he looked over, he seemed to have a fierce murderous aura. He was a big boss, who couldn't be provoked. Who dared to get close? If they angered the big boss, the consequences would be beyond their ability to bear. Although they didn't dare to get close, there were still teams following from a distance, wanting to get benefits from behind. Chris knew it, but those people were far away, and he couldn't be overbearing and stop them from leaving, so he didn't bother to pay attention. It's not so easy to get benefits from him. "Boss, we've been looking for a few days, but we still can't find it. Will someone?" On the 6th day, they had already turned over most of the central area, but there was still no trace. Heisey couldn't help but wonder if a team had found it first. It's not that easy. Chris turned on the light brain, and checked the map without raising his head. If it was so easy to find, they wouldn't have anything to do. Spirit Vanilla likes to hide in inconspicuous places, and is easily overlooked. We go here later. Before the news comes out, I won't allow any of you to say anything discouraging." Chris swept his eyes over everyone present and shouted sternly. "Yes." Everyone's back shuddered and they answered in unison. "Southeast, let's go." After saying that, Chris took the lead and walked southeast. The rest of the people followed quickly. The team was very quiet. No one spoke again, and they moved forward in silence. Their goal was a large rift valley in the southeast. When they reached the rift valley, Chris raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. He jumped onto a big tree next to him and looked into the distance. There was a team fighting in the rift valley ahead. One of the people just turned his face towards this side. Chris' pupil shrank slightly. He knew that person. It was Arthur of the 5th Legion. Chapter 69. Chris did not move and continued to observe the fight. The man who was fighting Arthur was able to tie with him. The two fought so hard and so fast that Chris could not see the man's face clearly. The men brought by both sides were also fighting. They did not use mechas, and all fought in close combat. Chris watched for a long time and found that no matter who they were, as long as they got the chance, they would go in one direction, but they were stopped by the people who were close to the opponent every time. It seems that there must be something there that they must get. Chris could not think of anything else that could make them fight so fiercely, except for the Angelica. "Let's go!" Chris jumped down and asked someone to follow. As soon as they approached, Arthur and his opponent kicked each other away. Arthur was kicked back several meters, and finally stopped when his feet hit the tree trunk behind him. His opponent was not so lucky, and was kicked directly at Chris by Arthur. The man knew that Arthur did it on purpose, and tried to avoid him immediately, but Chris did not give him the chance. As soon as Arthur approached him, his body instinctively reacted, and he kicked him directly. Bang! The man was kicked aside, and hit the tree trunk hard, and then bounced and fell to the ground. "Captain!" The man's team rushed over to help him up. The place where he was kicked and his back hurt, and there was a fishy taste in his throat. He suppressed it, and looked at the person with cold eyes. "It's you." He recognized Chris. Venomous Scorpion. Chris did not expect that the person fighting against Arthur would be Venomous Scorpion, the boss of the first mercenary group of Interstellar mercenaries. This man had served in the 2nd Legion. His mental and physical strength were both S level, and he had outstanding abilities. After a battle, it was suddenly revealed that he beat his superior, almost killing him, and was finally expelled from the Legion. This matter was quite a big deal at the time, and almost all the legions knew him. It was also because of him that the things about the 2nd Legion were exposed. The reason why he beat his superior was entirely because his superior took credit for his and his teammates' achievements. It was just because his superior was the son of the Legion commander. He couldn't accept this fact, so he joined his teammates to beat his superior. In the end, he and his teammates were expelled from the Legion, so they began to hate the military, and turned to join the Mercenary Association, and named themselves Venomous Scorpion. Seeing that it was someone from the military again, the eyes of the Venomous Scorpion became even colder. If eyes could kill, Chris would have been killed by him hundreds of times. Seeing them would remind him of what happened in the past. His superior was just born into a good family, so he could so blatantly occupy other people's military merits, and they fought almost desperately, but in return, they only got a sentence of being a man should know what's good for him. After he beat his superior, and the incident was exposed, the Corps not only did not give them back what they deserved, but they were expelled for no reason, and cut off from the Corps from then on. If it were so, it would be fine, but the superior still did not let them go, and sent people to hunt them down, forcing them to have nowhere to go. From the moment he was hunted down, his passion for the Corps disappeared, leaving only hatred. The military has cleared your name, and the May family has paid the price for it. You should let it go. Chris met his eyes, and couldn't help frowning. The May family is the family of the boss of the Poison Scorpion. After the incident was exposed, it attracted the attention of the federal high-level officials, who sent an investigation team to investigate. In the end, the truth was even more serious than this. The military high-level officials took action immediately, removing all the merits of the May family with thundering means, and exiling all the people of the May family to the mining planet, and they were not allowed to leave for life. The May family tried to resist, but was suppressed. Chris knew that the May family was not only exiled on the surface, but in fact, the main family members of the May family had been secretly executed. It was said to be exiled to the outside world, but it was actually just a substitute, and it would die accidentally sooner or later, but these poison scorpions didn't know, and Chris didn't mean to say it. He didn't like the poison scorpion and thought he acted too impulsively. If he didn't beat his boss directly, but collected evidence and handed it over to the military court, it would not be the ending today. Moreover, after the military cleared his name, he could go to other legions, instead of holding the same hatred for all legions like now. Oh! Let it go. Can letting it go bring my brother back to life? What if the May family paid a price? They were just exiled, but my brother will never come back. Scorpion suddenly raised his voice, his expression angry. The teammate who was expelled with him died in the pursuit of the May family, leaving only him and another, and now he is the only one left. It's ridiculous to ask him to let it go. As soon as he finished speaking, Chris didn't say what he wanted to remind him. With his personality, even if nothing happened at the beginning, there will still be problems in the future. Oh, it's just an excuse for your stupidity. Arthur pointed it out mercilessly. Shut up. It's obviously your military who is selfish and disregards others. The truth was said. Scorpion pushed the team members away in anger, raised his hand, and shot at Arthur. Arthur had been paying attention to Scorpion, and when he suddenly moved, he quickly moved sideways and avoided it. The particle bullet passed by and hit the tree trunk behind him, leaving a deep bullet mark. Don't knock down all the legions at once, thinking that all the legions are the group of idiots of the May family. The team member behind Arthur said angrily. There are many powerful people in the May family, but they were affected by that incident. The head of the family is really stupid. But not all legions are like the second legion. Their legion has always been the one who can take the position. Is it only you who know it? Scorpion has already determined it, and he will not believe it no matter what others say. He looked at the people behind Arthur and Chris, knowing that what he wanted today was destined not to be obtained. He lowered his head, with a hint of madness in his eyes, and a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. When he looked up again, all his expressions were gone. In that case, how about you give me the Angelica? Impossible. Arthur refused without a second thought. Since he had come, he could not return empty-handed. The Scorpion looked at Chris, waiting for his answer. You know it's impossible. If it was something else, he might consider it, but he must not give up the Angelica. Chris kept looking at him, puzzled by his sudden behavior. Ha ha ha. See, you are so selfish. The Scorpion laughed, then suddenly leaned back, raised his hand, and fired in one direction. Damn it! Seeing this, Arthur cursed angrily, and immediately stepped forward to stop him from continuing. The moment he fired, Chris suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the next second, his body instantly jumped out, and at the same time took out the gun, loaded it, and fired several shots in the direction where the Scorpion shot. His marksmanship was excellent, and the bullets he fired were like a net, intercepting the Scorpion's bullets halfway. The bullets collided in midair and exploded. He also looked in the direction where the bullets were fired, where a cluster of purple flowers were in full bloom. His pupil shrank. It was the herb. Chapter 70. Arthur was furious. He didn't expect that the Scorpion would dare to do this and destroy the Angelica. This was simply unbearable. Everyone knew how important Angelica was to a soldier. This idiot actually wanted to regret it. He had been rushing here since he received the news. It took him so much time to find it. This idiot wanted to destroy it. Did he agree? Arthur was furious. His strength became heavier, and his moves became faster. The Scorpion was unable to stop him, and was forced to fight and retreat. An idiot like you shouldn't be alive. You think you are great, but in fact you are just a poor guy. It's unlucky to be your teammate. He blocked the Scorpion's kick with one hand and taunted. The Scorpion paused for a moment. Arthur took the opportunity to kick him hard and kicked him out. He fell heavily into the bushes and crushed a group of people. The Scorpion fell to the ground with a dazed look in his eyes, as if he saw the scene of his teammates before they died again. Brother Do, I regret it. If I hadn't resisted with you, would I still be in the army? Maybe I could wait for the day of promotion. The teammate died in his arms, covered in blood, with regret in his eyes. Aw, it's not me, it's you. You forced me. You are useless. Hee hee. Scorpion cursed at the air, as if he had gone crazy. TSK, with such a weak mentality. Arthur saw that he was so vulnerable that he was not interested in fighting again. Captain. Scorpion's team members were already scared. They were stunned by Scorpion's shot at first, and didn't react at all. When they came to their senses, Scorpion had already fallen there like a madman, and was even more stupid. They never thought that the captain, who was usually so high and mighty, would go crazy like this. They could not accept such a reality. They wanted to help him up, but when they approached, the Scorpion threw him away and kept cursing. They had no choice but to knock him out violently and carry him away. As for the Angelica, they did not dare to fight for it anymore. They carried the Scorpion all the way out of the forest. When he woke up, he was still like this. They had to knock him out all the time. When they went to the hospital and did a series of examinations, the doctor gave the conclusion. The spirit was in a tense state for a long time. Once stimulated, it broke out completely. The injection of the medicine would relieve it. As for whether he could recover, it depends on him. Not to mention that they were confused, the doctor was also confused. How could a person who awakened his mental power be like this? Could it be that the mental relief medicine was useless, or useless to him? The doctor couldn't figure it out, and just regarded it as an exception. These are all later stories. Captain! When Arthur kicked the scorpion away, his team members suddenly shouted. He turned around quickly, and saw Chris digging out a herb and putting it in a special box. Damn it! Chris, damn it, stop it. He rushed over to stop it almost the moment he shouted. The moment Chris saw the herb, he ignored Arthur's fight. To be honest, Scorpion was no match for Arthur, and he didn't know how the two of them tied before. When Arthur beat Scorpion, everyone was watching them, and their team members were on guard against each other. Their attention was all attracted by Scorpion's madness, and they didn't notice Chris's actions. By the time Arthur's team noticed, he had already started digging. The team wanted to stop him, but Heisey immediately stepped forward to stop him. Other team members noticed and wanted to stop him, but they were stopped by the people brought by Chris. They were tripped and couldn't get away, so they could only call Arthur, but it was too late. Chris had already dug it out. Chris, you're going too far. It's obviously us who found it. You actually took advantage of me to dig it out and take it out. Arthur rushed over and stretched out his hand to him. TSK, Arthur, have you been infected by the scorpion? You actually said such a thing. Chris shook his head. Only a fool would take it out. It's not planted by him, Arthur. So what if they found it? Who made him dawdle and waste time? If it was him, he would have dug it out as soon as possible. What would the people behind him have to do? You? Arthur was so angry that he tried to stop him from digging. There are a lot of tails following me. Are you sure you want to fight me? Chris opened his hand and said a word to stop Arthur from doing it. Chris has already gotten a bargain, so no one else can get one. He stopped and immediately took out a shovel to dig. There were only 4 plants in this cluster of Angelica, each with several branches. Arthur had taken a look before, and saw that the one with the most branches had been dug up by Chris. You are just as hateful as a star pirate. Arthur cursed, and his men quickly picked up the 2 largest plants of the remaining 3, leaving only one with only 3 branches. If I were a star pirate, you wouldn't have a single plant. Chris replied rudely. If you were a star pirate, you wouldn't even have a chance to touch it. Arthur retorted. Oh, you are a defeated general. TSK, it was just a mistake. Arthur refused to admit that he was defeated by him. The two of them started arguing about this. Behind them, their respective team members had already stopped, paying attention to the surroundings and chatting. The 2 legions had cooperated before, and they were their respective guards, and they knew each other. Hey Heisey, where did you get the news from? You actually rushed here so quickly. Your base is farther away than us, and you are ahead of us. You are more informed. Heisey did not answer but asked instead. Their current mission is confidential and cannot be exposed. Our captain's cousin is a local, and we just happened to be on vacation and came here to visit relatives. Visiting relatives? Heisey obviously did not believe that visiting relatives would be accompanied by the guards. Who are they trying to fool? Our captain's cousin is getting married. The man obviously felt that this reason was not reasonable, and added another sentence. How did you know? The man continued to ask. Oh, we were also passing by on vacation, and came here when we heard the news. Heisey also made up an excuse. You are not nice enough, so fake. The man looked at him with disdain. I don't know if they can find a more decent one. Their route is really far away. Where can they pass by Kyong Star? That's not what you said. Heisey looked at him, with a look on his face that no one should deceive anyone. They are all excuses, so it's okay. We really came to attend the captain's cousin's wedding. The man said seriously. Of course, they also have other tasks, and attending the wedding is incidental. They just happened to come across the news of Linxianko, so they came to find it. Heisey was even more suspicious. Is it possible to bring the guards to the wedding? Forget it. The man didn't want to argue about this issue anymore, and asked something else instead. I heard that your army is so poor that they have to eat needn't beast meat. Is that true? Turtle, who told you that? Heisey asked with a dark face. Which bastard ruined the reputation of their army? You are the bastard. My name is Wangbi. Wangbi was furious. He hated being called Turtle the most. If he could change his name, he would have changed it long ago. Your last name is Wang, And you happen to be the 8th in your team, so I didn't call you wrong. Wang Bi. Can't you call him Xiao Wang or Xiao Ba?